what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, despite no Devin Booker and still no Jalen Green, found a way to win last night in Minnesota, 108-105, and it was a group effort Monday night. The Suns had 6 guys in double figures, led by Mark Williams with 22, and here was Williams on this team just finding ways to win.
It's just what we've been about all year, playing tough. No matter who's out on the court, just doing what we do well, playing hard, being connected on both sides of the ball, and we find a way to win.
The Suns will head to Oklahoma City for their NBA Cup quarterfinal game on Wednesday. NFL Week 14 wrapped last night in LA with the Chargers turning the Eagles over 5 times in their overtime win, 22-19. And the NFL turns the page to Week 15, where your Arizona Cardinals will be in Houston for the red-hot Texans on Sunday. In college hoops, ASU will welcome NAU tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with the recent college basketball AP poll released yesterday, the Arizona Wildcats, led by Tommy Lloyd down in Tucson, are the #1 ranked team in the country. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall. Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. How is everybody doing today?
I'll speak for everybody. We're doing great.
We're doing great. Hey, I forgot to tell you yesterday, I had an unexpected surprise over the weekend, Vinny. My Heisman Trophy ballot showed up.
Whoa. Did it really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I have not been banned.
Wow.
I know. Yeah.
4 finals.
You know what you should do? Vote for Cam Scatterbo again.
Stick it to him. You just stole my punchline.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I swear, no, you had no idea. I was going when I was expecting one of you to say, "Well, who'd you vote for?" And I was going to say, "I voted for Cam Scatterbo again."
I know who I'd vote for this year. I don't have a vote.
What?
You don't have a vote?
No. What did you do? How'd you get it?
I don't.
Yeah, who'd you vote for, Sammy? Now, I'm not making a mistake this time and prematurely.
No.
I'm not going to pressure you.
No.
Just say it.
No. Now I'm back in good graces.
Because they were the finalists were named yesterday. Normally it's 3, right? But this year they named 4, which I found a little odd.
Yeah, because they don't want to give it out to any of them.
4-way tie. So who would you give it to, Sammy?
I would give it to Diego Pavia. If I had a Heisman vote, I would vote for Diego Pavia. No one in the college football
universe is going to agree with you other than you. I like Diego Pavia as a player a lot. I like all that smoke and all that weirdness
the Vanderbilt guy?
Football.
Yeah.
Yes.
Vanderbilt quarterback.
Is that the Vanderbilt?
Is that the?
I mean, it's gonna be Mendoza, right?
Should be.
He's the favorite.
The best player on the best team is usually
he wasn't
how
the favorite
it works.
going into the weekend, but he is the favorite now.
By the way, his post-game interview.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Whoops.
Oh boy.
It was somewhat heartwarming, wasn't it?
It was, but if you're an NFL GM, it's like it's not hardcore enough for you if you're an NFL GM. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like the people who tripped out about Caleb Williams needing to cry in his mom's arms.
Oh, I remember that.
Right?
I mean, I guess you would really want more of the guy who would text the general manager, "Let's wreck this league." That's the kind of quality you're looking for. As a roster builder.
It gave me real Jameis Winston vibes.
Well,
Jameis Winston has grown into be a legendary motivational figure now. He can't play, but
but he's a great quote.
He's a great quote. We shall see. I think Mendoza's going to win it, and then we'll find out after the vote is announced whom Dan Bickley cast his vote for.
Sam Levitt, baby.
I'm glad you got it back.
Yeah, apparently I never lost it.
Well, he never lost it. He voted last year, voted this year.
Apparently, just the protocol changed. They actually. They give you a very short window now in which to cast your vote, but they want it cast after the conference championship games.
Which is fair.
Which is when you should do it.
Yeah.
All right, let's try harder to lose it this year. What can you do? Who can you upset?
Yeah. No, Ferret. Not this year. We'll give that a rest.
But it's also kind of an opportunity for the finalists or the front runners to also get dinged for playing in a college championship game.
No, that is true.
Let's say Mendoza threw 6 picks.
He gets dinged.
Yeah,
it's true. All right, start the show, Ferret.
I don't know if you know this. There's a lot wrong with college football.
Splash.
Yeah.
The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Another inspiring road win for the Phoenix Suns. They knock off the Minnesota Timberwolves 108-105 at Target Center Monday night. Colin Gillespie had 11 of his 19 points in the fourth quarter, and the Suns hung on for a win despite scoring only 3 points from the free throw line over the last 3:52 of the game. Mark Williams' dunk off an assist from Grayson Allen put the Suns up 6 with under 4 minutes to go. Minnesota got within a point on Anthony Edwards' layup with just under 9 seconds to play, but Colin Gillespie hit 2 free throws and Jaden McDaniels missed a corner 3 in the final seconds that would have tied it. Williams led the way, 22.7 rebounds. Dylan Brooks had an inefficient 18 for the Suns, who have now beaten Minnesota twice in 2 tries. Yay. Next up for the Suns.
Very satisfying.
Quarterfinals of the NBA Emirates NBA Cup tomorrow night in Oklahoma City against the Thunder, who are just, oh, by the way, 23-1 on the year. Monday night in the NBA, only 2 other games on the schedule. Indiana beat Sacramento 116-105. Andrew Nembhard had 28-12 for the Pacers. Both of those teams 6-18 on the year. And the Spurs got a layup from Dylan Harper with 9 seconds left to lift San Antonio to a 135-132 road win over New Orleans. The Pelicans are 3-22. Derek Queen had a triple-double.
Yeah, it's a good player there.
Yeah, they're going to pump that up a lot. Every time he does something good, you're going to hear a lot about it from New Orleans to take the attention off their terrible trade. Cardinals day off today. They're back on the practice field tomorrow to start getting ready for the Houston Texans. That game's Sunday at NRG Stadium. Head coach Jonathan Gannon didn't offer much in terms of new information on Paris Johnson Jr., Bilal Nichols, and Jalen Thompson, who are all injured in Sunday's 45-17 loss to the Rams. Week 14 in the league wrapped up last night, and the LA Chargers battled a hostile Philly crowd in their home stadium to pull off a 22-19 overtime win over the Eagles at SoFi Stadium. Cameron Dicker the kicker, kicked a 46-yard field goal with 8 seconds left to send the game into overtime. His 54-yarder in the extra period put the Chargers up 3. Then Tony Jefferson, the ageless Tony Jefferson, then picked off Jalen Hurts at the LA 1 on the next Eagles possession to clinch the win for LA. Hurts' 5th turnover of the game and 4th interception. Chargers moved to 9-4. The Eagles fall to 8-5.
I had to look up and see, is that really the same Tony Jefferson?
Same Tony
That's
Jefferson.
crazy.
The same Tony Jefferson.
Undrafted in 2013, still playing.
Yeah.
Around the league, Indianapolis quarterback Daniel Jones, indeed out for the season with a torn Achilles tendon. Now his backup, rookie Riley Leonard, banged up too. Leonard reported an unspecified knee issue to the Colts medical staff on Monday. They have only one other quarterback on the roster right now. It's Brett Rippon, who's on the practice squad. But the Colts are working out a familiar face 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, who has not played in the NFL since
Let's
the pandemic
go!
season, will work out for the team today.
That's fantastic.
The Colts play the Seahawks on Sunday.
That's fantastic.
He's a grandfather.
I know he is.
Washington.
How could he not be with all those kids?
It's not going to be the last time. Washington Commanders tight end Zach Ertz, the former Cardinal, suffered a torn right ACL in Sunday's 31-0 loss to the Vikings. He's, of course, out for the remainder of the season. He just moved into 5th place on the all-time receptions list for tight ends with 825. Trey Hendrickson of Cincinnati, his season over, core muscle surgery coming up. He had just 4 sacks in 7 games for the Bengals. Cleveland coach Kevin Stefanski announced Shedeur Sanders will remain the starter for the rest of the season. It is unknown if Shedeur Sanders will be on the field for a game-deciding 2-point conversion, however, in the future. College football, the annual exodus has begun as speculation builds around ASU quarterback Sam Leavitt's future. It's now reported that ASU left tackle Josh Atkins is entering the transfer portal. He started 26 games for the Sun Devils over the last 2 seasons. Another report from CBS Sports says cornerback Javen Robinson is also hitting the portal. He started all 12 games for ASU this season. As we said earlier, the Heisman Trophy finalists have been revealed. It'll be Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza, Ohio State quarterback Julian Sayin, Vanderbilt's Diego Pavia, and that Vanderbilt guy, and Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love in New York on Saturday for the presentation of the award. Here's an interesting fact. It's probably going to come to an end this year. The first Heisman Trophy ever was awarded in 1935 to Jay Burwinger.
You could have asked me that, and I would have known that.
In every subsequent year, ending with the number 5, a running back has won the award.
Get out.
Yes. Diego Pavia, Doc Blanchard, Howard Cassidy in 1955, Mike Garrett in 1965, Archie Griffin in 75, Bo Jackson in 85, Eddie George in 95, Reggie Bush in 05, and Derrick Henry in 2015.
Wow.
And that's probably going to come
That's going to end this year.
Yeah. Unless Jeremiah Love gets unless he gets the sympathy vote because Notre Dame got
Keep
screwed.
it going.
Arizona's the new number 1 team in college basketball, and the AP rankings released Monday. Wildcats received 33 of 70 first-place votes, narrowly took the top spot over Michigan, which moved to number 2. Duke is 3rd, Iowa State 4th, UConn is 5th. ASU did get 2 votes in the poll, and the Sun Devils have a game tonight. They host NAU at Desert Financial Arena in Tempe. That game tips at 7. Pregame coverage starting at 6:30 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
And to show you how tough U of A's schedule is, we have games coming up against the number 4, number 7, number 10, number 12, number 16, and 2 against number 19. And we've already beaten number 5, 18, 21, and 25.
What position do you play on the team, Jarrett?
Well, me and Sammy.
What position does Sammy play?
He plays power fan.
D-backs reportedly bolstering their starting rotation with the addition of free agent right-hander Michael Soroka, 1 year, $7.5 million. He has had a career marred by injury, including not 1 but 2 Achilles tendon tears. And D-back shortstop Geraldo Perdomo. Representing the Dominican Republic in the upcoming World Baseball Classic. That runs from March 6th through the 17th. Perdomo coming off a career year where he finished 4th in the National League MVP voting. There you go. There's your splash on a very, very busy Tuesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, no Booker, no problem. Well, some problems, but the Suns still grind out a win in Minneapolis. We'll get into it next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen holds between the circles. Now he starts to drive, gets around Randall, flips to Williamson, a jam time. What a drive and dish by Grayson Allen. Mark Williams the finish. He's got 22 to lead the Suns, and they're back up 6.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and Sweet James is everywhere, from billboards to valley buses to television commercials. It's a fun name, it's a fun brand, but know this, the work they do is extremely serious, and if you are hurt in an accident and when it's game time, Sweet James, unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, more than $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've got a full in-house trial team, which is pretty significant because all that trial experience gives their attorneys incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of the time, they consistently deliver some of the biggest wins in the country. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Suns fare in their second straight game without Devin Booker? We'll be reacting to Suns Timberwolves at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tuesday edition of Bickley Murata Mornings continues here. Want to send
and the ball goes to Jaden McDaniels in the corner. He puts up a 23-footer. No good. Dante DiVincenzo with the rebound. Kicks it back out. Reed puts up the shot. Not in time. Suns win! There. Solved the problem.
Thank you, Bickley.
You're welcome.
Shout out to our listeners and followers and viewers in Tempe. We appreciate you in Tempe. I was just going through the highlights and I was like, where's the final?
Waits, he shoots a three over Gillespie. It's around the rim, no good. Rebound loose underneath. DiVincenzo bats it out, and it's too late for Naz Reid. The Suns win it. 108-105, the final score here at Target Center. Suns improved to 2-0 against Minnesota this season, and they win here in Minneapolis for the first time since last April.
I'll retract. They were
they
were out of order.
Okay. They were out of order, and it didn't have the P next to it. it was not labeled like the other highlights were, so I won't give you total.
Okay, well,
you get partial credit.
I appreciate you coming up with the loose ball there, Jay.
There you go.
Yeah, right? I'm glad you started there because there's a lot to talk about last night, obviously.
Yes.
Beating the Timberwolves, as you said before the show, it has low-key become one of the more enjoyable things for a Suns fan.
Yeah.
Beating the Lakers is always great.
And always will be.
But low-key, beating the Timberwolves after these last couple of years, quite enjoyable, I must say.
Yeah, because I think the Minnesota Timberwolves are a team that gets up for the Phoenix Suns. And it normally stems from the Anthony Edwards versus, well, it was Kevin Durant when he was here. Certainly the comparisons between him and Devin Booker. And last night you saw vintage Anthony Edwards again for most of the game. But there's some heat between these two teams, and you had some physicality, and you had a real dirty play from Rudy Gobert that earned him an ejection with a flagrant 2 on Mark Williams. But
probably lost the game for him, to be honest.
Yeah, they're a team that talks a lot. They're very brash. They're very confident in what they do, and they take a lot of pleasure in beating the Suns. So for the Suns to get 2 wins of this variety against Minnesota, by the way. I mean, the first one, you want to say they went in there and stole it, here in Phoenix, when you're down 8 with 45 seconds to go and you win a game, you stole that game. To go in as shorthanded as they were last night in Minnesota, a team that had a 5-game winning streak, and win that, yeah, they stole it, but they were the better basketball team last night for the majority of the basketball.
Although it did feel like it was going to be a reversal almost, like as the lead was slipping away late.
I mean, let's just go over some of the main ingredients of this win.
All right.
The Suns are shorthanded. They don't have Devin Booker. They still don't have Jalen Green. Their best player who's available to them right now is Dillon Brooks. And look, we've been over the moon with what Dillon Brooks has brought the Suns this year. He was not good last night.
Stop shooting the ball, Dillon!
And they didn't score a basket. They had 1 basket in the last 4 minutes, and that game with 3:52 to go.
They won the game defensively, which is unheard of after the last couple of years. A team that didn't even pretend to care to want to know how to play defense. And on top, not only did they win it by possession defense through the fourth quarter, as you just said. How interesting to be up by 3 at the end of the game and have Jordan not say, no, don't foul. Go win the game defensively. Go stop them again.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
There's always that debate. When you're up 3, what do you do? And we'll get into what Minnesota did in the last stages of that game, too. But when this game was won at the beginning of the fourth quarter, the Suns come out to start the quarter in a tie game, by the way, 84-84, with a lineup of Oso Ighodaro, Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, Ryan Dunn, and Jamari Bouye. And mostly Ighodaro, Goodwin, and Gillespie fuel a 14-3 run.
Now, listen, when the quarter began and you saw that lineup trot out there, what'd you think?
I mean, you want to say, I was going back and forth with a buddy of mine, and he's like, because when the Suns did sub with like 7 minutes and change to go, I was like, why? Let those guys ride
Let them cook.
out.
Let them cook.
And you saw the momentum change a little bit. My friend's theory on it was the Timberwolves don't take that lineup seriously. And they let their guard down.
I feel like
it was stunning.
Outside of Devin Booker, you're almost getting to the point with this team where you just trust everybody. You just know they're going to go out and they're going to play hard, and they have the chemistry that it's going to be okay.
It's a very good observation. I had the weirdest feeling near the end of that game yesterday. I didn't think the Suns were going to lose. Even when it got tight, even when it got down to a 1-point game, I just felt they're going to win this. And I'm like, why do you feel like that?
Yeah. There was a few plays in a row where like Gillespie missed the turnaround, and I think Royce O'Neal missed a shot, and they just could not hit anything. But you're like, they're gonna grind this out. They're gonna get the stop. They're gonna make their free throws. Like, you had 100% confidence that Colin Gillespie, with all the spotlight and pressure on him, was going to hit those clutch free throws.
Well, as opposed to Anthony Edwards in their first game.
Because I mean, that play, when the inbound comes in the corner and DiVincenzo goes for the steal, Gillespie had a layup. He had a layup which would have taken exactly the same amount of time and would have increased the number on the scoreboard to a 3-point lead. Same thing, but he challenged himself basically by giving himself up for the foul to make the free throws, and he made the free throws.
Crazy.
I mean, he wanted to dribble out more clock,
right?
But Jaden McDaniels has 9-foot-long arms and was able to foul him.
Yeah, but he just calmly made both free throws with 6.3 seconds left, and that's a sign of a baller, man.
Yeah.
There are little moments in every NBA game, especially high-leverage games, that separate players, and making key free throws is one of them.
Yeah, Colin Gillespie is just ridiculous.
Yeah, he's
got
been
this
fantastic.
praise from Jordan Knott.
Yeah, huge. The last time he played Minnesota, he was huge as well. So, again, this is just who he is. We want the ball in his hands, especially there. His free throws, the pass from Royce in a tight space to get to him shows the amount of trust that his teammates have in him as well. So, yeah, Colin just continues to set new standards for himself.
And another big night for Colin Gillespie gets capped off by Tracy McGrady on Peacock saying, he's my favorite player in the league right now. And then during his interview with Tracy McGrady and company on Peacock, here's what Gillespie had to say about this team in big moments.
I don't know, man. There's a good energy about playing on TV. We don't have a lot of them, so you got to make them count when you're on TV, and then we were down some guys. But the group expects to go out there and win every night, no matter who's out on the floor, next man up. So we had a lot of guys step up tonight, and it was a good road win for us.
Yeah,
that's funny.
They won 3 straight games
as if they're not
Peacock.
as if they're not on TV every night.
Well,
that's so cute. It's like
local doesn't.
Right? No, I know. He means the national audience. I get it.
3 straight wins on Peacock. They lost their first game against the Rockets here in town, but or maybe I got my chronology out of order because they won in Portland. They won last week in LA without Booker for most of the game. They win last night without Booker. There's just something about this team, and how sustainable is this? Because they're outsized in every single game. That remains to be seen, but it is shocking that the DNA can be this defined this early with a brand new
I'm stunned by
basketball
it.
team.
I'm absolutely stunned by it. Props to Matt Ishbia. Props to Brian Gregory. Props to Jordan Knott. Props to everybody over there who said that they were going to create this culture and did. I was a staunch critic of it, saying you just can't wish and will things to be so on a basketball court.
No, but I mean, where it started, I totally agree with you, but by defining it as clearly as they did verbally, that kind of set the tone. And it set the tone for a bunch of players who were, maybe part of a team that disappointed last year, or maybe part of a team. There's not really anybody left from. There's a couple left from 2 years ago, but another disappointing team. And then you hear this, and do you roll your eyes? No, they went to work. They're so much fun to watch.
No, they really, really are.
Brian Scalabrine said it on Peacock too. If you don't like the Phoenix Suns right now, you don't like the game of basketball.
Yeah, that's very well said.
And you know who doesn't like the Phoenix Suns? The Minnesota Timberwolves. History about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota will collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl. It's Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be a part of the action. Just text BOWL to 620-620 right now. That's BOWL, B-O-W-L, to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets and field passes. Coming up next, Jonathan Gannon addressed the Kyler Murray situation. Kinda. We'll let you know what the Cardinals head coach had to say next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are we sleeping on Hayden doing something? Are we sleeping? Are we just thinking about Marte trade and closer? And are we sleeping on like the Josh Naylor, Gino Suarez move?
I will never, after last year's Corbin Burns move,
Eyes are up.
I will never sleep on a Mike Hazen move. This organization's capacity to surprise us the last 2 years cannot be underestimated and cannot be forgotten.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sonic. If you're heading into work already, congratulations. You've got a great work ethic, and later you're going to be hungry. Highly recommend you head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic, where you're going to find a whole bunch of great stuff. Real cool experience. You pull into a shaded parking spot. You do not have to move a muscle. You put your car in park. You order from this great menu right outside your driver's side window. You kick back. You relax. The service and the food comes to you. You're being served curbside by an iconic car hop. Great side items like tater tots brats and onion rings, a drink menu that is legendary, tens of thousands of different combinations of sodas and slushes. People love the ice cubes at Sonic, even buy them in bulk. Me, huge fan of the Sonic selection of burgers, and they've added an MVP to the lineup, the brand new pretzel bacon Sonic Smasher. Make sure you check that out. That is as delicious as it sounds. When lunchtime rolls around, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar for dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The commercial truck super sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
I'm Sammy Savolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The frisky, the surprising, the gritty, whatever you want to call this Phoenix Suns team, they found a way to get the job done in Minnesota on Monday night. Despite Anthony Edwards' 40 points, the Suns defense won it for him down the stretch, and they left with a 108-105 win. Next up for the Suns, an NBA Cup quarterfinal game against the NBA's best in OKC on Wednesday night, ideally with Devin Booker back, as he'll be reevaluated tomorrow. ASU head football coach Kenny Dillingham wishes quarterback Sam Leavitt nothing but the best for he and his future, but he did seem pretty confident in ASU's quarterback position moving forward.
You know, I'm very, very confident that we're going to have a really, really good quarterback at Arizona State. I can say that I'm very, very confident we're going to have a good quarterback at Arizona State.
Tonight over in Tempe, ASU and Bobby Hurley will host NAU. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who do we want to see as the Cardinals quarterback next season?
we'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
When it comes to Kyler, I know you gave us the update last week, but is it surgery on the table at all?
Not to my knowledge right now.
Tyler Boom Boom Drake asking the question of Jonathan Gannon at the press availability yesterday. Is surgery on the table for Kyler Murray? Not to my knowledge. The obscurity of the information continues with Kyler Murray, who last Friday, after we left the airwaves, Bick, for the weekend, it came out that Jonathan Gannon announced Kyler Murray will not play for the rest of the year. Imagine our surprise. I almost drove off the road.
Yeah, you and me both. You and me both. Yeah. No, that was certainly to me not a surprise at all in the obvious end game of this whole thing. Well, but if you cover sports and you see these kind of public divorces, you know how these things play out, and this one had all the trademark elements of it. So it's going to be interesting, really, to me. I wonder what other examples we've had of watching a former Arizona player leave and then watch him flourish or not elsewhere. I'm not sure there's ever been a comp like Kyler Murray. Yes, we watched DeAndre Ayton when he went to Portland. We've been watching, and by the way, did you hear him after the game?
Oh my gosh.
You've got to hear the soundbite from DeAndre Ayton.
I haven't heard it.
Oh, dude. It is all time.
It's
I'll
all
send it to you.
Just get it. We're going to play it on air. The density factor, the denseness of DeAndre Ayton is in full bloom. I don't know if we'll ever have or we've ever had an experience like the one we're about to have with Kyler Murray. Right? Because this is a former number 1 overall pick. And yeah, DA was as well, but it's different.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly different because it's football. It's certainly different because quarterback. I mean, there's more eyeballs on quarterbacks than there are centers in the NBA, let's be honest. But I think this is also going to turn into a situation where everybody's going to have their theories, and I think everybody already does have their theories on what's going on. We heard some of them during our open phone time yesterday. But I think we're going to get the details, and I think we're going to get the real story about this pending separation once Kyler Murray has a new jersey that he's holding up after a press conference this offseason.
Are you breaking? He's going to New Jersey? He's the next Jets quarterback? Is that what you were saying?
I did not say that.
Oh, okay.
Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. Did Kyler suffer a setback?
I wouldn't call it that. Like I said, they're all kind of different. What we were doing, how he was rehabbing, all those things. We just stalled out a little bit, and then he looked at it, and then he got another opinion, a couple other opinions, and he needs rest. He's trying to push to go, we're trying to push him to go. As far as doing everything with movement, and that's a tricky injury for him on his foot there. And we had to end up shutting him down so he can rest and it can get fully healed.
All right, so the timetable for recovery and how this has affected Kyler, is this a surprise to Jonathan Gannon?
Well, I wouldn't say surprise because no injury recovery timeline surprised me. You know what I mean? It's just the facts. You know what I mean? And you just interpret the facts as they are. I obviously had high hopes, but it didn't turn out like that.
As the front-facing figurehead for any organization, this is a tough spot for a head coach to be in because you don't want to give away too much information. You want to protect the player. You want to protect the organization. And I know people get frustrated by Jonathan Gannon's responses on this and on other things, quite honestly. This is a very strange situation.
Well,
and quite honestly, it's way more interesting. Even though it's played out, it's still way more interesting than what's happening on the field with this team.
Well, sadly, that is accurate. But I think where I get frustrated is these questions about Kyler Murray, that they're tap dancing around a lot of stuff. Yeah. So it's not really the most transparent of exchanges. Because, like you said, they want to cover for the player, they want to cover for the team, they want to cover for the process, they want to cover for whatever mistakes they've made.
Yes.
They want this divorce to be quiet.
And they want to protect the best-case scenario for his exit, ultimately out of town, which is completely understandable.
Which is getting draft capital in return via a trade.
It will be interesting to see when in the offseason he magically becomes healthy. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like
he's
when
going to heal. It's not. I mean, his career's not going to end from what looked to be a minor foot injury.
Well, again, it's everything.
Well, I'm just saying, like, when the reporting.
All the optics, everything we've seen with the eyeballs do not match what we're hearing about this injury. Let me finish. The injury, when it happened, a football doinked off his face mask. He planted his foot. He didn't seem to limp going into the tent. That does not to say he didn't injure himself. We just didn't see visual signs of injury or pain.
There was a lot of people wondering why he went into the tent.
Yes.
The joke, did he get a concussion from getting hit in the face mask with and it was a play that was so goofy that we hadn't seen before. People watched it over and over and over again. And then when that's where he got hurt. Let's see if we can pinpoint where it happened. It was very hard to pinpoint.
And I think that listen, had he gotten hurt diving for, that loose football right there in front of him that he just watched, that people, I think people would be a little more forgiving of this. But you didn't see the injury. We did see the ramp up to return when he was on the practice field adjacent to Jacoby Brissett.
Yes.
We saw all that.
They're refusing to call anything a setback, so it confuses everything further.
So nobody can tell the truth about anything in this story.
And if you're supposed to be taking them at face value, okay, then why wouldn't Kyler Murray come back next year? If he's truly only not playing right now because he's too injured to play, and this whole season they've been wanting him to come back and waiting for him to come back, and they love him, then there should be no question he's coming back next year. Absolutely. He's their starting quarterback.
That's very accurate. But if you didn't know any better and you were just going by what has been said, you'd go, wait a minute, why isn't he not back in next year? What's going on here?
Right.
Can I tell the truth on something, though?
Please.
That loss to the Tennessee Titans, I said it in real time. You were right on board with it. For all the football you've watched of the Cardinals, and I've been watching this team for 38 seasons, it was the worst loss I've ever seen this franchise go through. And now it's very clear there was nothing resembling recovery from that loss. And that was one of the plays. Kyler Murray taking that ball off the face mask and hurting his foot was one of the plays. The Amari DiMercato play, those two plays in the context of that game absolutely derailed this entire season, all the efforts to be a playoff team, and might cost Jonathan Gannon his head coaching position.
Yeah.
That's how bad that loss was.
That was the sideline altercation between Jonathan Gannon and Amari DiMercato as well. And you remember how weird that was? Half the fan base thought the Cardinals were whack and fining the head coach because why? He should be able to hit a player for being so stupid. And it's like, what century are you living in? But you remember that. Half the audience were like, oh, that's soft. They're fining the head coach for that? That's weak sauce.
He's lucky he didn't get his butt kicked.
Yeah, exactly. Right? But I think you're right on the money. Nothing has ever been recovered from that day. You're absolutely
They should have packed it in at that point.
Right. Right.
Because there was a couple of other close losses mixed in there too. But, man, that just sapped everything out of this organization.
Sure did.
Coming up next, Kenny Dillingham is confident ASU will have a great quarterback next year. Whether it's – I don't understand the way this is written, Jaron. You want to read it for me?
I meant to erase something and I hit it wrong. Just whether it's Sam Levitt or not.
Oh, okay. It's spelled capital L, capital E, equals EAVITC.
Sorry.
Welcome to my nightmare, people. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2. I know that you have a chance. I don't care who is hurt. I don't care who's injured. I don't care what quarterback you're running out there. I know if you step in between the white lines, you have a chance to compete.
The thing I can't get past is I understand injuries. That's a real thing. In year 3 of what they're doing, they didn't have the depth to handle those injuries and make the playoffs, especially in this division. I get that. But one win in 10 games, you still have to win some games.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford.
Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OAC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Your financial freedom is most determined on how you finance your home. Get that one wrong and you'll spend your life indebted to the mortgage company. The Life Changer loan allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage. So every dollar you earn attacks every dollar you owe without fear because you keep access to all of your equity. That's real financial freedom. It's not magic. It's just math. Your debt sentence ends today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775, Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-576-5457 by December 11th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made an addition to their pitching staff. How many more can we expect? And what's the latest buzz around Ketel Marte? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, well, from that perspective, I'm going to leave that to Sam's team, out of respect for him, for how they want to, progress from that. I love Sam. Sam grew so much here, and, he really did. And I grew so much learning from Sam. And I wish, whatever his future holds, I wish him nothing but the best. I absolutely want to see him succeed. And I can sleep really well at night knowing that we helped him progress himself along his journey. That is now the craziness of college football. With that, I'm very, very confident that we're going to have a really, really good quarterback at Arizona State. I can say that I'm very, very confident we're going to have a good quarterback at Arizona State.
Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, talking about the status of Sam Levitt. This is the day after Sam Levitt did not attend the year-end banquet. And people who attended the banquet, there was no media availability, but media was there and obviously able to report on what they saw. Kenny Dillingham announced the captains for Arizona State, did acknowledge there was one captain that wasn't there. It was Sam Levitt, and also gave an emotional kind of a send-off to Sam Levitt. We wish him luck and kind of did the same thing in that soundbite there. That was Kenny yesterday during some Sun Bowl media availability. The end is where we'll start there. The last 15 seconds.
The grin that you can hear over the radio?
You can hear the smile, and it's a certain kind of eating smile.
Yes, it is. Very
that
much.
Kenny Dillingham has when he's talking about the future of the quarterback position.
Yeah.
And I said it yesterday, Bick. Like, does this suck? Yeah, it's the reality of college football. But if you're an ASU fan, are you going to lament the fact that you lost your quarterback because it looks like he's on his way to the transfer portal?
Right.
Are you going to put your trust in Sam Levitt, or are you going to put your trust in Kenny Dillingham? And I think if you're an ASU fan, it would behoove you to put your trust in Kenny Dillingham over any single player.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that would tell you that he has either already gotten a verbal commitment or he knows where he's going to get his quarterback. You don't say that and repeat it with the tone and the smile that's in the words if you don't feel really good about who's coming in here next.
Yeah.
But you hit it right on the head. That's where you put your faith, because what we have to do as football fans, especially the editor of the Pollyanna Gazette over there, what you have to realize.
You're the publisher.
Well, you're letting him edit something?
Yeah, no, I'm not. Get away from the computer, Ferret!
Did you not see my tease?
Yeah.
I'm an excellent editor.
Okay. So to me, what you have to do as a sports fan, you have to understand there are some things that are really fundamentally different about sports now. And there are a lot of people who are put off by the fact that Sam Levitt did not go to this banquet or to this dinner. And I heard the afternoon show kind of bang on Sam Levitt a little bit. You know, the least you could do is send a video. People have to understand, in this brand new world of commodification of your own brand and the moneying of your own brand, okay? Say Sam Levitt has struck a deal with Georgia. Say he struck a deal with LSU, okay? Maybe in theory they've agreed $5 million for next year, okay? So Sam Levitt, he's gone. The school that's bringing him in is not going to want him to go to that dinner. In fact, they're probably going to insist that he doesn't. Listen, Sam, we love you. You want this $5 million. You can't go. You can't expose yourself to that. We can't have you. We can't be sitting here worried that they're twisting your arm and changing your mind now that we've committed this money to you. So you got to realize that in this era of transfer portals and college athletes becoming instant millionaires, that the rules of engagement have changed. And thankfully, Kenny Dillingham understands that, because Kenny Dillingham gave no smoke to Sam Levitt. He gave nothing but encouragement and praise and good wishes. And that's the way you got to be. You got to stick and move now.
Yeah, I think from the way this situation exists in college football now, and I think you're right, Kenny Dillingham, he's willing to play all the games that are being played in college football, and he knows it takes a lot of effort and a lot of energy. But the bottom line, if you're a head coach right now, this doesn't apply to the players as much. Loyalty to players will get you killed.
Yeah.
In today's college football landscape. As a head coach, if you're counting on your players coming back because, oh, wow, he's got a great relationship with his teammates. Let's look at it. Sam Levitt transferred as a seldom-used freshman quarterback at Michigan State. He comes to Arizona State. There was no guarantees here. He blows up in his redshirt freshman year, wins a Big 12 championship, becomes an NIL millionaire, and everybody lauds him for the fact that it should be lauded. It's very, very commendable what he did. He shared a lot of his NIL funds with teammates. But what it looks like right now is he's got a better financial situation. We don't know if the football situation's as good. The better financial situation. Let's use LSU. Let's use your example. $5 million from LSU. He doesn't have any pre-existing relationships with anybody on that roster.
No.
He doesn't have to share that. He doesn't feel compelled to share it.
That's a great point.
And And I don't want to. Sam Levitt was wonderful last year, and mostly as a Sun Devil, a great Sun Devil career. It's not going to end here, it doesn't look like. But let's look at the most recent sample. He was a C-plus quarterback maybe this year when he played.
I totally agree with you. And I think what Sam Levitt is also proof of is that are we ever going to get that kind of college athlete again, ever, anywhere, that goes to one school for 3 years and kicks backside and is a legend because of what they do collegiate? What?
It rhymes with Moa Mamita. Noah Fafita.
Okay.
Did do 3 seasons at U of A, 2 of which were really, really good.
I didn't know that Noah Fafita was in the legendary category.
I mean, having 2 10-win seasons potentially at U of A is pretty good. But I know what you mean. He didn't get to a playoffs or anything.
Yeah.
Or win a championship.
Right.
Okay.
You got to realize the quarterback bar at that particular institution is very
it's very low, and luckily he's very short, so he can walk right under.
He's on the verge of replacing Willie Tuitama as the greatest quarterback in Arizona history, baby.
Right?
That and Keith Smith.
I think it matters where you start too, because if you start at, look at Jeremiah Smith, that guy's not going to go anywhere. He's going to start and end his college career at Ohio State. But if you start at a program, a lower program in terms of college football, like an ASU, what Cam Scadaboo did is wildly praised here in the Valley because he did it for
he came out of nowhere.
Exactly. And he came from another school.
Yeah.
So I think it really matters where you start.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. If you start at a top school like Ohio State, then there probably is no reason to leave.
You're doing your time and you're moving on.
Yeah, that's right.
In the Sam Levitt thing, real quick, it's the writing is on the wall of probably him going to maybe an SEC school or a powerful school. Would it rub you the wrong way if he stayed in conference and went to like Texas Tech?
Definitely.
That would be a little bit worse, honestly. And I know elsewhere is elsewhere, but I think there's levels to elsewhere. And I think that applies to any school in any conference. You don't want to see somebody. I mean, it stinks in baseball when a player that you root for ends up in the division. I mean, how many great Diamondbacks have ended up wearing Dodger blue? A.J. Pollock still sucks. So you don't want to see that. And look, Texas Tech is in a position where they could maybe make Sam Levitt a richer man than he is right now. But I can't get over the fact that Kenny Dilling, the grin on his face, and when he reiterated the fact about his confidence that they're going to have a quarterback, you wonder what he's cooking up.
Yes,
it's going to be it's going to be something big. At least that's the feeling you get right now.
Oh, without a doubt. Look, I mean, how could you not have that feeling?
Yeah.
So that's very encouraging. I mean, let's be honest. That's very, very encouraging.
But like I said yesterday, I mean, and that was before the Josh Adkins news broke, the Javen Robinson. Staying magical in college football, it's fleeting, man. And ASU had a good season, all things considered, but it doesn't measure up to 2024. And you're going to see those players cash in on their opportunity. And what's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's the new rules of engagement.
Yep. Coming up next, the Phoenix Suns had every reason to lose last night. Instead, they found another way to win in Minnesota against the T-Wolves. We'll explore straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investorday.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Hi,
everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside. I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Want to help feed your neighbors in need? Just order pizza. On December 9th, Barro's Pizza is donating 100% of its sales to St. Mary's Food Bank. That's 100% of sales from every order at every location all day. Available for dine-in, takeout, or delivery. Get your order in on December 9th to benefit St. Mary's Food Bank and help fight hunger in Arizona. Love thy pizza, love thy neighbor. Find a location near you at barrowspizza.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, despite no Devin Booker and still no Jalen Green, found a way to win last night in Minnesota, 108-105, and it was a group effort Monday night. The Suns had 6 guys in double figures, led by Mark Williams with 22, and here was Suns' big man on the team finding ways to win.
It's just what we've been about all year, playing tough. No matter who's out on the court, just doing what we do well, playing hard, being connected on both sides of the ball, and we find a way to win.
The Suns will head to Oklahoma City now for their NBA Cup quarterfinal game on Wednesday night. NFL Week 14 wrapped last night in LA with the Chargers turning the Eagles over 5 times in their 22-19 overtime win. And the NFL turns the page to Week 15, where your Arizona Cardinals will be in Houston for the red-hot Texans on Sunday. In college hoops, ASU will welcome NAU tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with the recent college basketball AP poll released yesterday, the Arizona Wildcats, led by Tommy Lloyd, down in Tucson, are the #1 ranked team in the country. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared in Minnesota and wonder who will be available for the Suns when they face the Thunder on Wednesday. The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
You know, we go in mind to try to help him with his minutes best we can, and I know, you know, we wanted to match him up there with Randall as well, so his sub patterns were different tonight. He gave everything he could. Shoot around, I wasn't sure he was going to play, and where we would be without him, I don't think any of us want to even think about, you know, even on the season, just how competitive his fire, his grit that he brings every single night, whether he feels 100% or not, it is something unique in the NBA.
That's Jordan Ott on Dillon Brooks, who gutted through. And look, the first time we talked about the Suns today, I very plainly stated Dillon Brooks didn't have a good game, and he didn't, but you kind of corrected me real quick and said, well, he gutted through an injury.
Yeah, he did.
And
in today's NBA, that means something.
Especially when you're talking about an Achilles. Achilles soreness is not something to mess around with in today's NBA. So I would, you get a pass, Dillon Brooks.
I agree.
To gut through 18 points on 7 of 20 shooting. And there was a stretch in the fourth quarter where he was not helping the effort very much. And I give Jordan Ott all the credit in the world, and maybe he can fall back on the fact, hey, Dillon Brooks wasn't himself and was trying to gut through an injury. But he pulled him out with about 4 minutes and 42 seconds to go, let him catch his breath, let him for the stretch run. And that one maneuver might have saved the Suns' lead.
Might have. That's a very good point.
I think it was a great substitution. To go back to Goodwin, who started the fourth quarter as part of that unit that really opened up the lead and got it to double digits for the first time. What a tremendous win for this team.
Listen, I'm trying to be a little restrained when talking about a rookie head coach, but I could not be more impressed with Jordan Ott than I am. In any number of different ways. For instance, his ability to have his basketball team always prepared for the opponent. Check. That's pretty obvious to me. They are not, aside from their discomfort against the Rockets, they have not been in awe or out of place or out of sorts against anybody.
No.
Number 2 is sideline demeanor. He walks and looks like a head coach. And that might sound really elementary and stupid, but you never know how first-time head coaches are going to handle this. And he's handled it like he's been waiting his whole life for this moment.
Yeah, and when he does get on the officials, from what I've been able to gather, it's very, very measured. It's not loud. It's not demonstrative. It's almost under his breath, but they can hear it. But he gets his point across, and he communicates as opposed to berates.
Yes, that's a great way of putting it. I think maybe he's missed one challenge this year. He's generally right on the money. That might not be the head coach's purview, though. That's probably support staff. But more to the point, there is something about Jordan Ott that is speaking to these players and allowing them to want to be coached. And that's another thing that sounds very elementary in basketball, except on the NBA it isn't. In the NBA it isn't.
I think we saw a very, very clear example of what a talent-laden NBA roster that doesn't want to be coached looks like. But, they had something in common because I don't think the coach wanted to coach them either.
Perfect relationship.
Yeah, it was perfect. All right, perfect symbiosis, right?
The synergy was unbelievable.
Listen, let's go back to one of the more unseemly anecdotes from last year. When Mike Budenholzer took a lot of flack for telling Bradley Beal, why don't you be more like Drew Holiday? Now, you can debate the intelligence or lack thereof of a head coach approaching a player like Bradley Beal like that, but you can also, and I did, pushback on the player, because clearly Bradley Beal took more offense at the insinuation than the idea of listening to the head coach and maybe trying to do something or be better. Last year's team did not want to be coached.
No.
Kevin Durant does not want to be coached. Bradley Beal did not want to be coached. And we got what we got. This year's team wants to be coached.
Another conversation that we had off the air, and let's have it on the air now.
All right.
One of the things that stands out to me on a nightly basis and really stood out to me last night, in a game that was chippy and physical and back and forth and close the whole way, the Suns took tremendous care of the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
They had 9 turnovers. And what did we say the last 2 years? And this started with Frank Vogel. And remember Frank Vogel in about game 80 of his season here? He finally just threw his hands up at the podium and said, I don't know what to tell you. We're not a good passing team. And last year it continued with Mike Budenholzer. The Suns were a lousy, dumb passing team.
Yes, they were.
They covet the basketball now.
Mm-hmm.
They want it when they don't have it on defense, and when they have it, they take care of it.
Nice turn of a phrase there, Vinny. You're right on the money. You're right on the money.
It's so refreshing to watch.
It
and
really
again,
is.
To consider, this is 24 games into a first-time head coach coaching a largely new roster after you give up on superstar talent. I mean, this is one of the stories of the NBA so far. Yes, Oklahoma City being 23-1, defending a title, that's unheard of because there's been no complacency that's set in. They're setting a standard that might be untouchable in the league, but the Suns are not far down that list.
No.
And let's go to the opposition last night. Let's start here. Rudy Gobert is
the worst.
The worst. What an absolute scourge on the game of basketball.
He's a dirty player.
Last night, that exchange went. Yeah, he got hit hard on the head by Mark Williams, who was going for. I was surprised they called that a flagrant because he flailed and he missed trying to play defense. Okay, flagrant one, whatever. When Rudy Gobert got hit, his first reaction was, I'm going to go kill somebody. And then he was like, oh, wait, Mark Williams is bigger than me.
Right.
It was Eddie Johnson's words were ringing through my head. And for what he did to Mark Williams, kudos for, you don't see a lot of flagrant twos. That was the definition of a flagrant two. He sucks.
Yeah.
And I don't even think his teammates
I think
like
Mark
him.
Williams sold it a little bit too, but good for him.
He did.
Good for him.
But that's a dangerous play.
It was a stupid play.
Yes.
This guy never stops, man. First he started the COVID pandemic. And now he's committing hard fouls like this.
And you know who could have used Rudy Gobert last night?
The Minnesota Timberwolves.
Oh, yeah.
Because Mark Williams was fantastic.
Yes, he was.
Changed. There was no fear to take the ball in the paint.
It's
at
amazing.
That point.
And that's another thing about Jordan Knott. It's a real obvious adjustment, but not all teams would do that. The minute Gobert gets ejected from that game, they're stop shooting threes or attacking the paint.
Yes.
That's a smart, coherent, functioning in the moment basketball team.
The other player I want to zero in on is Anthony Edwards, who for most of the game was remarkable. And he gutted through an illness and he had 40 points. And I think that if Anthony Edwards played against the Suns and only the Suns, he'd be up there with Michael Jordan already. He's that good. But this is two times in 2 games where Anthony Edwards was unstoppable against the Suns. And when the game is in the balance,
Where is he?
nowhere to be
Where
found.
is he, Vinny?
He took 2 shots in the last 6 minutes of that game. There was a crucial 24-second shot clock where the ball was in his hands late in the clock, and he froze, and he kicked it to the corner, and they turned it over. They're down 3. He took the layup. Might have been the right play. It didn't work out for them. But isn't he supposed to be the guy?
The guy. And he's the guy that...
else, I mean, who else played well last night for them? Jaden
Nobody.
McDaniels
He was terrible.
not good. Nas
Jaden
Reed
McDaniels
was not good.
has to be facing Devin Booker to play well against the Suns. That's what was one of my takeaways last night.
Maybe. Dante DiVincenzo, not good.
Nope.
Those guys combined to take more shots in clutch time than Anthony Edwards did. And there's something wrong with that.
Yeah, we said earlier this has become one of the low-key pleasures of the Suns season is handing that team its backside twice now. Anthony Edwards has scored 81 points in 2 games against the Suns and has 2 L's to show for it.
Yeah.
And this is the guy that did all the gyrating, all the punking, all the yapping, all that stuff. Remember, it was 8 in a row that team had won against the Suns.
And it wasn't as pronounced last night. He just kind of faded last night. In the game in Phoenix, in clutch time, he did everything wrong.
Yeah, smoked the free throws.
After having that game.
Yep.
Yeah. Coming up next here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Notre Dame continues to be mad at everyone, which, to be fair, makes sense because they're not the agreeable Irish. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I know that you have a chance. I don't care who is hurt. I don't care who's injured. I don't care what quarterback you're running out there. I know if you step in between the white lines, you have a chance to compete.
The thing I can't get past is I understand injuries. That's a real thing. In year 3 of what they're doing, they didn't have the depth to handle those injuries and make the playoffs, especially in this division. I get that. But 1 win in 10 games, you still have to win some games.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When it comes to supporting the lifestyle of Arizonans, Southwest Gas is proud to do it. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for showers, or creating ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, and cooking meals. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes, but natural gas is more than an essential home ingredient. It helps support community growth and economic development. And for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made an addition to their pitching staff. How many more can we expect? And what's the latest buzz around Ketel Marte? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good morning and thank you. And a tip of the cap to our listeners, followers, viewers in Tolleson. All the way out in the West Valley, we appreciate you in Tolleson today here on the Bickley and Murata Show.
We have no gripes about any of the schools in the ACC, but we were mystified by the actions of the conference to attack, their biggest really business partner in football and a member of their conference in 24 of our other sports. And I would tell you, Dan, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they have certainly done permanent damage to the relationship between the conference and Notre Dame.
What do you mean?
Just we didn't appreciate the fact that we were singled out repeatedly and compared to Miami. Not by Miami. Miami has every right to do that. But it raised a lot of eyebrows here that the conference was taking shots at us. And
that's Pete Bavacqua, the athletic director of Notre Dame.
Whine a little louder.
On the Dan Patrick Show yesterday, doesn't understand the conference, ACC taking shots at Notre Dame. Let's start there.
Okay.
What is not to understand? It was a comparison between two football programs jockeying for a position in a 12-team playoff. Of course, the ACC is going to side with its full member as opposed to its, hey, we'll play who we want to play when we want to play.
Right, exactly. Other than its partner in everything but football, right?
Yes.
And so what did the ACC do that angered them so much? They put out a social media post that just basically highlighted Miami beat them head-to-head. That's all it did. And was that a tacit endorsement of Miami? Of course it was. But as Vinny said, they're a full-time partner.
And this started a month ago, basically. There was another tweet that went out, Team A or Team B, let's look at the facts. And it was a comparison of the two, which clearly at the time of the posting, November 10th, gave the edge, resume-wise, to Miami, the full-time member of the ACC. There were also irked, Notre Dame was, that the ACC network, run and financed by ESPN, replayed the Miami Notre Dame game more than a dozen times on Thursday and Friday leading up to the weekend. Look, maybe they don't have original programming. How many times has MLB Network shown the Bad News Bears over the last 20 years? A lot.
Listen, don't you as sports fans have a lot more respect for the schools that when dealt with adversity or when dealt with getting hosed by the system or whatever, that you just stand up and say, okay, this is terrible for us, but we're gonna act with dignity. We're not going to lash out at everyone in sight. Don't you have more respect for people like that?
I mean, time was, and not that long ago, in a much different landscape of college football, a team like Notre Dame would be left out of the playoff, and you know what they would do? They would accept their bowl bid, and they would go unleash hell on whoever they had to play in that bowl game
to show,
strengthen their cause, see what you could have had.
Right.
And look, do I agree with Notre Dame and their stance? We were playing our best football. If you look at their scores, and their opponent list wasn't the most impressive, but they were just killing teams. Could they have got hot and made a run in this? Absolutely. They did it last year, so I understand that. But you lost to Miami. Here was more from Pete Bavacqua on the Dan Patrick Show.
And again, we have no problem with any of these teams. These are all great teams. You look at those teams, Miami, like I said, great season. They beat us. You think about Alabama, nobody's had more success in college football over the last decade than Alabama. But Dan, you follow this sport so closely. Everybody was saying that we were one of a handful of teams that could win this whole thing. Yeah. And now we have 0% chance. Even Nick Saban, nobody knows more about college football, maybe in the history of the world, than Nick Saban. And he said it yesterday, like, how is Notre Dame not in this? I mean, everybody is just kind of confused and perplexed, and we don't have good answers for the kids on our team, for our student athletes.
Are you going to reevaluate your relationship with the ACC, the overall relationship?
I would just say it's been strained.
Wow. Permanently damaged to strained. Okay, look, I find this to be really, really over the top, and it's almost as if, how dare you do that to us?
Don't you know who we are?
Don't you know who we are? It's definitely got that kind of energy to it, and the fact of the matter is, they should not be angry at Miami. They should not be angry at the ACC. They should be mad at the SEC for successfully getting Alabama into this, and for Alabama not moving despite losing a conference championship game very handily.
Yeah, and look, their kids are losing out in a number of other ways. They were tied into the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to see that human mascot get toasted? That's a treat.
Get eaten alive?
Yeah,
By the
quite
way,
literally.
Notre Dame is not the only team that turned down a bowl game. They were blanket across the board. We're not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They were the only team to do it under the guise of, well, we feel like we've been wronged, so we're not going to play in your games. There were 10 teams that turned down bowl games.
That's crazy.
And, we were talking about it yesterday, and I just kind of asked the question, are bowl games going to survive this? And the answer appears to be leaning towards no. There was articles yesterday that I ran across that said, hey, bowl games can survive player opt-outs. Hey, I'm gonna use this time to prepare for the draft. It's a meaningless exhibition game, but I'll be there to support my team.
Mm-hmm.
They won't be able to survive teams just looking at the good and the bad and deciding it's not worth it.
Yeah.
With the travel that gets involved, with the injury factor, with the transfer portal. When the meaningful games stop, these players are going to look for their own best interests.
Without a doubt. And I think that's a sad reality of it. There's so many players who are going to opt out and not play in meaningless bowl games that teams are like, what's the point? What this is more work than what the reward happens to be.
Over the last 30 plus years, bowl games have gone from a reward to an obligation, and now they're a drag.
Now they're a drag, and soon to be dead. I mean, we all see it coming. But again, I think that this whole Notre Dame thing, they're finally paying a price for always rigging the system to their benefit, because they've got nobody feeling empathetic for them. They've got nobody waving a. Do you know what I mean?
Except for their alumni base and their fan base.
Well,
but other than that, there's a lot of people that are just kind of disgusted with how they've operated.
Yeah. Well, listen, and it's one thing to have your own television network, which they did for decades, which gave them a great advantage, and their refusal to join a conference for decades because they don't like the idea of sharing their revenue. That they've got a kind of like a Dallas Cowboys syndrome to them. That if we're worth so much more than you, why should we be sharing with you?
Mm-hmm.
And now this memorandum of agreement that they've got with the college football playoff, that rubs people the wrong way, especially when you play a schedule the way Notre Dame just played.
Do you remember, definitely you guys growing up, but even me growing up, there was more independent teams. Penn State was unaffiliated.
Yeah.
BYU was unaffiliated until fairly recently. Yep. And as times changed, even those major programs with major fan bases realized they had to evolve and join conferences.
Yeah, I mean, who are the independents now? Notre Dame is a half independent. Even Army and Navy are in conferences now.
Right. Mm-hmm. I think they might be the only one.
Yeah. Wow.
They're special.
Wow.
And him saying
singling out themselves, that's weird.
Him saying everyone all season long have been saying we're one of the few teams that could win the championship. I never heard anybody say that Notre Dame was as good as those really, really top teams.
I mean, they had 2 opportunities to beat playoff teams, and they went 0-2.
Mm-hmm.
And they were close games. And, yeah, if you want to cry about the officiating at the end of the Texas A&M game, I'll listen to that because there was an egregious call that was missed on a big play by Texas A&M. But, this is just everything about college football is kind of gross right now.
Yeah.
I say that every year, and I keep watching. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Waits, he shoots a 3 over Gillespie. It's around the rim, no good. Rebound loose underneath. DiVincenzo backs it out, and it's too late for Naz Reid. The Suns win it. 108-105, the final score here at Target Center. Suns improved to 2-0 against Minnesota this season, and they win here in Minneapolis for the first time since last April.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, if you want to wrap the year in peak performance, head on down, see my friends at Chapman BMW, driving off in the ultimate driving machine. Never been easier. Got some great things happening at Chapman BMW right now. Talking about 0.9% APR financing for 5 years. On select models, you'll find payments as low as $379 a month. You'll get no payments for 90 days. Great incentives to head on down to Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you are going to get the best selection you're going to find no matter what you're looking for. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience from Ted Chapman all the way down to the technicians in the garage. Everything they do is next level elite. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, will ensure your vehicle receives expert care. Finally, remember, you got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, so go take a test drive, find what you like. Get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Super cool dude, personal friend of mine, hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro, offer ends 12/14. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Have you eaten today? Your donation to St. Mary's Food Bank can help someone else eat too. Many of our neighbors in need are going hungry. Others are struggling to choose between paying bills or buying food. Through the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit, you can donate and get it back on your state taxes. Up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Your kindness pays back. Donate at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The frisky, the surprising, the gritty, whatever you want to call this Phoenix Suns team, found a way to get the job done in Minnesota on Monday night. Despite Anthony Edwards' 40 points, the Suns defense won it for them down the stretch, and they left with a 108-105 win. Next up for the Suns team, an NBA Cup quarterfinal game against the NBA's best in OKC on Wednesday night, ideally with Devin Booker back, as he'll be reevaluated tomorrow. ASU head football coach Kenny Dillingham wishes quarterback Sam Leavitt nothing but the best for he and his future, but he did seem pretty confident in ASU's quarterback position moving forward.
I'm very, very confident that we're going to have a really, really good quarterback at Arizona State. I can say that I'm very, very confident we're going to have a good quarterback at Arizona State.
Tonight over in Tempe, ASU and Bobby Hurley will host NAU. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Don't worry, the Cyber Monday deals are still happening at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off right now in store or online at brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Sammy Sabolka, young Sammy. Reboot us.
Good morning. Yes.
And Jesse texted me that UConn is also independent in football.
Yes.
Who cares?
Who cares? Who knew?
Exactly. Who cares? Who knew? All right. The
Let me
reboot.
guess. Jesse's a huge UConn football fan.
He must be.
They're not that bad
He's
this
going to
year.
come in wearing a UConn hat on his giant head.
Okay, so the Phoenix Suns went to Minnesota last night without Devin Booker, without Jalen Green, and they walked out with a 108-105 win. In ESPN, they do their daily awards. You know how I like to go look at them. The Hero Award, so the player that gave the most win probability added last night, was Colin Gillespie.
Love that guy.
Where would this team...
What is up?
Where would this team be without Colin Gillespie?
Lower in the standings. Look, I think you can make a real strong case for they have 2 losses against Minnesota,
right?
If not for Colin Gillespie.
Yes,
he's meant everything, man. But so is Mark Williams.
He was next.
And so is Dylan Brooks. This season is like it almost is starting to feel like a supernatural spiritual reward for all of us.
Yeah, and again, when you get that fourth quarter push. That really, I think, won the game.
Right.
Because it gave a little bit of cushion. But that spearheaded by Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, and Oso Ighodaro. Yep. That's the definition of good team building right there.
Yeah. The only thing that he's so good that is he going to start too many games to win 6th Man of the Year this year?
I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
let's focus on most improved.
And yes, I would also agree. So Vinny, you mentioned that little spurt offensively from that group winning them the game early in the fourth quarter. Down the stretch in the fourth quarter, it was really their defense that won them the basketball game. What's it say for this team to win a game like that defensively, given the last couple years? You never saw that.
Yeah, if you would have told me that in a close game the Suns were going to have 3 points in the last 4 minutes of the game, I would have told you, all right, you're going to lose. But they didn't. I thought Bick illustrated it very well earlier. When you're up 3 after a timeout and Jordan Knott empowers his group to make a stop. Now,
it's a fascinating decision.
You're playing with fire there, obviously, because if McDaniels hits that 3, but how about the ball funneling to McDaniels in the corner? McDaniels had a terrible game.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so that defense funneled that basketball to probably who you want shooting the ball.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I thought that was one of the more interesting singular coaching decisions of the season. That, along with that lineup to start the fourth quarter, which was quite interesting. And they went on a 7-0 run with that lineup.
How about it?
Jamari Bouye has given this team a lift every time he's come off the bench.
He's got some campaign energy to him.
He does.
I was looking at his plus minus is very good.
But he's a lot more efficient than campaign. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
As the Suns announcer, exactly. As the Suns announcer, do you go full Stuart Scott when he makes a shot? Do you have the license to do that? Booyah!
I'd have to go back, and I don't know if I've had like a real impactful Jamari Bouye hoop at home.
Right.
He's done most of his damage on the road.
Yeah. Well, he's got a great 3-syllable first name. And a great last name.
It's a great PA name.
Oh, it's fantastic.
All right, so at the end of our show last week, it came down that Kyler Murray will be shut down for the Cardinals this season. So what is the timeline with this Cardinals team if they were to then get a new coaching staff? Would it be figuring out Kyler Murray and then the coaching staff, or the coaching staff and then Kyler Murray?
I think they're done with Kyler Murray, regardless of what happens with the coaching staff. So you have to focus on the coaching staff. If that's the direction that they're going to go down. And when's the last regular season game? What's the date? January, whatever it is. The day after that.
January 4?
Yeah. I think there's going to be change on the coaching staff on that date.
Mm-hmm.
How widespread the change is remains to be seen.
Okay, so Bick, I'm going to play the DeAndre Ayton sound from Sunday.
I hope this is the full-blown clip.
So it's the first half, because the second half he has some cuss words. We had to get rid of those. But this is DeAndre Ayton after their win Sunday against the 76ers.
Okay. It was just talking about your defensive effort tonight, and can you take us through with the game plan, what stood out?
I'm gonna be real. I don't know what he's talking about.
You played well defensively.
Yeah, that's it. I don't even know. I was asking him, what do you mean? I don't know.
Did you feel like you played well defensively?
No. So you said I don't know. I don't know. I just do what I have to do. I thank him. But I didn't know what I did out there.
Okay. Let me ask you about LeBron in that fourth quarter. What did you see when he got in the rhythm?
Clutch Gene. Felt like a movie. Yeah. That's about it.
What kind of movie?
It's like a movie. What do you mean? You ever watch a movie and it was like, damn, I'm watching a movie? I feel like a movie. I was in the movie.
Was there a point in the game when you're like, oh, okay, this is going to be one of those nights for him? We're all going to be watching this movie.
Nah, it was just me watching the movie. It was just me, honestly. It was a GOAT moment. And, yeah, he had his moment, and the fans felt him, and, yeah, he just, you know what I'm saying? Just let that marinate, and the fans was loving it.
What
Stay
are we
off
doing?
the weed, man.
Wow.
And when you watch the presser, or him at his locker, it makes it worse because you can see his facial expression and him genuinely not knowing what he did well defensively, and then him talking and saying the word movie 15 times.
Whoa. It's really a very, very odd. It's a jarring clip that makes you realize Chris Paul should be elevated to sainthood in Phoenix for the work he did with DeAndre Ayton.
St. Paul.
Oh, look at that.
Look, we knew this about DA. He's out there.
Yeah.
Normally, this is weird, though, because it's kind of flipped on its head. Normally, when he doesn't play well, he thinks he did well.
Right.
This is weird because he played well and doesn't know what he did.
He's not used to it.
It's mind-blowing. And
he's shooting like 72% from the floor.
He is genuinely playing well for that Lakers team, but I had to play that for you. And it's if you have the chance later, go back, watch the full thing. It's remarkable.
He is such a child.
It's still mind.
It's mind-blowing to me. It really, really is.
And on the way out, our quick little update from our 3 season-long games that we do. The spreadsheet, each week we draft spreads, and I did 2. I'm on track to get back to 500. 2-1. I'm 18, 27, and 2 for the year. Dan Bickley 1-2 last week. Still a game above 500, which is
that's with the bad beat. I suffered that bad beat, that Raiders-Broncos game.
You demanded investigation.
Awful beat.
And how about Dave Portnoy, who saying that Pete Carroll should be murdered in that clip?
Go to prison. Vinny 2-1, 19 and 28.
Yeah.
Respectively, climbing. Jarrett 1-2, moves your record to 22, 24, and 1. I have news. 3 out of the 4 of us are going to the fantasy football playoffs.
Except that dummy didn't set up the playoffs to start this week.
No, they do start this week.
Are you sure?
I'm almost 100% positive.
Well, you better be 100%. Oh, I don't want to. I don't want to say by name. No, That's a little harsh.
I can go back and double check, but the sleeper app kept giving me a countdown.
I apologize to anybody by calling names.
All I know is I
finished
finished with a flourish. Michael Wilson,
big win,
powered me to another victory.
And all three of us needed wins pretty much to get into the playoffs, and all three of us got big wins to get into the playoff. Vinny, you're the 6th seed out of 6 teams that get in.
Oh, right where I want to be.
Right where you want to be. And then, go ahead, Jarrett.
No, I'm the dummy.
I appreciate you breaking the news that I made the playoffs to me.
You're welcome. And then stacking wins, I'm at 55.
Well, wait, hold on. What seed are you two?
I'm the 4 seed.
You're 4, and where's Jarrett?
He's the 5. So we're 4, 5, 6. We're the last 3 in.
Are you apologizing to the person you called the dummy?
I am apologizing. I am the dummy.
I'd like to make a huge announcement
because the stupid app doesn't update until until Wednesday, where it shows you. I was looking at last week's matchups.
I'm going to be the bigger person here.
Yeah.
I'm going to give up my 6th seed, and I'm going to give it to Notre Dame.
Oh, nice.
I think they're more deserving.
Call Pete Bavacqua. Let him know.
My goodness. So big stakes. Jarrett still has a chance at the belt that he's won it all season.
Oh, I'm cheering for you, Jarrett.
I could tell how badly he wanted it by just his level of preparation for the draft. When he asked 13 times, who's that guy? Thanks, Sam.
Yeah.
We're all rebooted on this Tuesday. Coming up next, a headline from last night's game in the NFL. Jalen hurts the Eagles. Big loss for the Eagles. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Man, the gap between them and everybody else in this division has never felt wider.
No.
It has never felt wider. It has never felt like you know how every year when these websites that we like to talk about when we're looking for material to talk about on our show, and in the spring, in May, and June, they'll put out these most likely team in the NFL to go from worst to first in their division. Nobody's going to pick the Cardinals. The Cardinals aren't going to finish 3rd on that list or 4th on that list. They're going to finish last on that list because the gap is so wide between them and everybody else in the NFC West. That's where I'm feeling the frustration today.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All the way back in the 70s, Spinato's Pizzeria started as a small family-owned single-shop business in Phoenix, and now in the 2020s, Spinato's has grown to have 6 Valley locations and is a Valley favorite. Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you more. Yes, Spinato's has grown, but they're still focused on all the things that made them great in the first place. Fresh, quality ingredients, time-honored recipes, and consistency, meaning you'll always enjoy the same great signature taste at any Spinato's location. They've got something cool they've rolled out, too, that you can be a part of and cash in on. It's called the Spinato's Secret Sauce Society. And it comes with some delicious perks because every time you visit Spinato's, you earn points. You can turn those points into your favorites. Members also get special deals, surprises you won't find anywhere else, and birthday treats, plus early access to new menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. You can join at any Spinato's location or online at spinatospizzeria.com. Always delivering the delicious. Spinato's has 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert. And they are the proud official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for more than half a century.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-576-5457 by December 11th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Hurts keeps, throws, batted up and picked off. Intercepted. And the Chargers win the ball game.
Yeah, that's the way it ended last night in overtime in Los Angeles. The Chargers hang on for a 22-19 win over the Philadelphia Eagles. I've watched football for a really long time, and look, being a Cardinals fan since 1988, you're very in tune with how many visiting fans are in the stadium.
No doubt.
I've never heard a louder visiting crowd anywhere than what I heard last night. Philly fans took over that stadium as expected, but they didn't get the win. They went home unhappy after Tony Jefferson. He had a good night last night.
Can you believe he's still balling out? That is unbelievable.
Game-sealing pick on Monday Night Football, and his beloved Phoenix Suns got a huge win on Minnesota.
Huge night for Tony Jefferson. Yeah. For those who don't know, Tony Jefferson is a former member of the Arizona Cardinals. Loved talking basketball, more specifically the NBA draft. He was an NBA GM wannabe, and he's pretty good at it.
Yeah.
And that's Tony Jefferson.
He stuck through this with the Suns through some lean times.
Yeah, he did. So. Yes, he did. And so good for him. This was a cautionary tale to all Eagles fans and to A.J. Brown, who, by the way, did not have a good game either. He had drops all over the place. One of them led to an interception. He was not very good at all. But careful what you wish for. If you want Jalen Hurts to start slinging the ball all over the yard, this might be what you get.
21 of 40 for Hurts, 240 yards, 4 interceptions, 5 total turnovers. It went viral last night. It will be talked about for years. There was a play earlier in the game where he had 2 turnovers on one play. Throws the pick. The Chargers fumble. He recovers. He's trying to move the ball down the field and fumbles it again.
Yeah.
Just a nightmare of a night for Jalen Hurts. Here he was on his game-clinching interception.
I knew it was going to be a tight window throw. I'd have to watch the film to see it from the eyes, film's point of view. Ultimately, it's a play that I didn't make. He got a hand on the ball, and I didn't make the play.
Yeah, didn't make the play, didn't make many plays last night. And on the other side, Justin Herbert, that was you look at his numbers, 12 of 26, 139 yards, a touchdown and an interception. Not great. 59.6 rating. 66 yards rushing. And playing with basically a broken hand. He got pins and plates in his hand. That was
Tough
a
kid.
studly performance
Yes, it was.
by Justin Herbert
Yes,
to be
it
out
was.
there for his team.
Yes, it was.
And on the flip side of it, it was gauging a lot of the reaction from Philadelphia on social media through some media outlets and fan reaction.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all scratching their heads now because Jalen Hurts, who you could count on if you're a Philly fan, you could count on him to do whatever it took to win.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's refusing to run the football at this point. Jalen Hurts had 8 yards rushing last night.
Yeah. And that is an interesting element to all of this because there have been over the past couple of weeks in Philly a lot of stories written and topics discussed over that very element. Why won't Jalen Hurts get back to punishing defenses running the football?
Yeah.
And you're right. It's almost as if he's like, nope, I'm done with that. I don't know. It's that team is got really weird 2023 vibes all over it.
It does. Seems like every other year.
Every other year.
Yeah, they're going to be good, then they're going to be disappointing. Here's Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni, still confident in his team. Why is that?
The people that we have, in there, won a lot of football games right now. We've lost 3 in a row. So, again, I saw great week of preparation. And I'm confident in the coaches that we have, the players that we have, the owner that we have, the front office that we have, that we're built to overcome. And we know how to do that. And again, but it's going to start with the week of, this week, getting back late tonight or whatever tomorrow and get back at it, right? And so we'll drag ourselves through the mud on the plane ride home, look forward to watching the tape, see what we need to fix. And then you don't have a lot of time to feel sorry for yourself. You got to have that same confidence, that same joy that you come in every single day. And I'm looking forward to getting back to work.
Yeah, the Eagles do have a short week, but they also have an opportunity to get healthy. Sirianni mentioned the 3-game losing streak, but they've got a home game against the Las Vegas Raiders coming up. So a chance to get healthy and a chance maybe for Pete Carroll to infuriate gamblers all over again. My reaction to that story again was I don't gamble. I don't really care that much about that element. But when it's that egregious, it is of interest to me. Has there been any talk from Pete Carroll and his reasoning?
Yes. He said he was trying to win. He said that the only way to win would be to kick the field goal there and get the onside kick.
There was 4 seconds left.
I know. He said that he thought that they could have 1 second left after they kicked it.
He was counting on a hometown timekeeper.
Did Pete Carroll address Dave Portnoy saying he should be murdered? Just curious.
That might be more privately addressing that with.
But can a media personality really get away with saying that?
It depends on who the media personality
I guess
is.
you're right. I guess you're right.
There's certain guys who just don't. I mean, they're above.
You can get away with saying
media
anything.
law.
Yeah.
Portnoy is one of those guys.
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
But listen, there are many fans, probably people who have lost money on that game, demanding an investigation. Of
it is funny. It's the Vegas team that did it.
Yeah, right. That is funny.
That Eagles lost too. Everybody was throwing dirt on the Cowboys after their loss to the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
That Eagles loss last night keeps the Cowboys relevant for at least another week, and with a very favorable schedule down the stretch.
Yeah,
for Dallas.
Listen,
they might not be dead just yet.
Yeah, but that loss to the Cowboys does loom even larger now because of that. They'd be right down the Eagles' neck.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
yeah.
What a weird year in football, man. I'm telling you, you're gonna get Tampa. Tampa's what, 7-6, and they're leading a division.
7-6, tied with the Panthers.
Oh boy,
and they still play twice. Them two.
Do they really?
Yes. Week 18, I believe, is the
one of the worst losses of the year by Tampa Bay to fall to.
New Orleans.
The second coming of Archie Manning and Tyler Shuck. With 2 long touchdown runs in that game for New Orleans. That was a bad loss at home.
Yeah. Is there any team in the NFL that doesn't have a really bad loss this year? I don't know.
I don't know. Who did New England lose to?
Maybe not New England, yeah. I don't know.
I'd have to go back and check, but yeah. I mean, there's a lot of parity or mediocrity, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
Coming up next, Bick kicks off the second half of the Tuesday show with
Fire!
The Blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns hound the Timberwolves for another stunning win. Kenny Dillingham wishes Sam Levitt nothing but the best, but is confident in ASU's QB outlook. And ASU left tackle Josh Atkins is among those entering the transfer portal. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and having goals is nice and all, but sports fans know better than anyone. You need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team. You need a really good game plan, which is why if you are thinking about retirement, if you are seeking financial independence, if you are not 100% confident that your current plan is going to pay off in the end, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion. Get a plan that's going to assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated. They are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options, and they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interest at all times. When I met with Trajan Wealth, super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk. And when you meet with them, you'll see it all begins with relationships, and I'm talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them today at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, despite no Devin Booker and still no Jalen Green, found a way to win last night in Minnesota, 108-105, and it was a group effort Monday night. The Suns had 6 guys in double figures, led by Mark Williams with 22 points, and here was the Suns' big man on this team finding ways to win.
It's just what we've been about all year, playing tough. No matter who's out on the court, just doing what we do well, playing hard, being connected on both sides of the ball, and we find a way to win.
The Suns will head to Oklahoma City for their NBA Cup quarterfinal game on Wednesday night. In college hoops, ASU will welcome NAU tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with the recent college basketball AP poll released yesterday, the Arizona Wildcats, led by Tommy Lloyd down in Tucson, are your number 1 team in the country. And that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
State Farm Stadium has been great for Arizona, hosting Super Bowls, college playoff games, and national basketball championships. Unfortunately, it's not had the same effect on the Cardinals. At the moment, the Cardinals' career record in their dome stadium is now 81-77-2, which means one more bad season, and the Cardinals might be underwater in a building that was once described as their key to a new era of winning, a new era of competitive football. By contrast, they went 64-80 in 18 years at Sun Devil Stadium, where their failures were too easily blamed on the collegiate vibe and the metal bleachers. And after 20 years in Glendale, it appears the new stadium has been worth about 1 victory a year. Now, granted, this has way more to do with the builders than it does the building. The Cardinals are going to finish in last place for the 5th time in 8 years. They haven't won a playoff game in over a decade. They've lost 45 of their last 64 games, and in a harsh twist of fate, the vibe in State Farm Stadium on Sunday was way too reminiscent of the dark years in Tempe, a dull and obnoxious brew of Cardinals fans, opposing fans, and empty seats, and the empty seats grew the more the Rams scored and the longer the game went. Now maybe the Cardinals can find inspiration from the Suns, who changed their culture overnight, going from the least honorable team in the NBA to the most honorable team in the span of one offseason. And if they want to get out of their current hole, the least the Cardinals can do is stop the digging. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Kind of the same thing, Craig. You know, you got to be a pro about it and you got to move on. You know, it does me no good to be thinking about it right now, you know. I always go back and, you know, as I start watching the next opponent, I'll typically at some point during the week buzz it again, just to make sure the more you watch something, the more you see kind of deal. And then just talk to the certain players about certain things, you know, and give them a little cheap point here or there. Make sure they're doing the right things and are on point.
It's Jonathan Gannon yesterday addressing the media, talking about whether or not it difficult to flush this game. But if there's one thing Jonathan Gannon has experience at, it's
flushing?
Flushing.
Just like Jarrett. What does Jarrett and Jonathan Gannon have in common? A lot of experience flushing.
For different reasons.
Oh, man, I had lentil soup last night.
I'm pretty sure Jarrett's never run into JG at a Chinese buffet in the middle of the day. But the brew, what was the phrase you used? The
dull
brew?
and obnoxious brew of Cardinal fans, opposing fans, and empty seats.
Yeah, and look, the Rams don't have the most passionate fan base. There was a lot of them. They weren't there
very
Sunday.
loud.
They weren't very loud. It was just kind of It was a crowd devoid of electricity, especially from the home folks. And you had your super fans that were there, and then I think you got a lot of fans who were there out of obligation and because of investment. And then there's other fans that were probably given tickets to go to a game that they don't normally go to.
Yeah, probably that.
The big factor is where the Cardinals are in their own playground, in their own sandbox. They're the team that's getting their lunch money stolen in the sandbox by the likes of the Rams and the Seahawks and the San Francisco 49ers. And Burns and Gambo have Jonathan Gannon on every Monday, and he addressed and was asked by the guys about that big talent gap in the NFC West. Does it exist?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the games all kind of came out a little bit different. Just, with playing complementary football, either, those 3 games that you just mentioned, we've lost the double positive. I would say, though, our winning edge for those 3 games, which is the winning edge is all different for each game. We have not executed that well enough. And we just haven't done enough to win those games. But yes, they're good teams, but it's disappointing because that's our division, and we haven't played well versus those teams. So we got to get back to business.
I mean, really, in the 3 games, they were competitive against the Rams for a quarter. Other than that, wasn't a whole lot of competition going on.
The first game of the Seahawks was a domination by the Seahawks until the fourth quarter, where the Cardinals suddenly put 2 drives together to tie it. Then they lost it.
Yeah.
So there was this illusion that that was a close game. We nearly had that, and they nearly did. But it was not really that competitive for much of the game. The first 49ers game, the Cardinals kicked away.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was
you like. There's been so many ridiculous losses this year. You forget about that one. What a silly way to lose.
Yeah. Jonathan Gannon also. Look, we talked about the possibility during the Rush Hour reboot of change on the coaching staff. Will it start at the top? Will it involve assistants? I think there will be some level of change. I don't know what that is, but Jonathan Gannon was asked by Burns and Gambo too. Do you think you have the right coaches in place?
Well, I'm in the meetings and I hear exactly what I want being talked about. It's just we got to just fine tune throughout the week, keep harping on the details of all our guys, what they need to do with each play, with what technique they're in. And it's unfortunate because we had a couple, there's times where we have some really good snaps of really good technique, but it takes all 11 to do it on a consistent basis.
So is there miscommunication somewhere? Is it
I don't think there's miscommunication. It's easy for me to say, like, it's so black and white, but they, like I always say, they have a say too. And, you're playing an opponent with good players and they're using their technique on you. We just got to use our technique and get to our technique a little bit quicker than them more consistently.
When things go as wrong as they've gone for the Cardinals, there's a lot of focus on front office and drafting, and we've talked about that. And then there's a lot of focus on coaching, and are these guys getting the right messaging? And you see the results, and you start to wonder, and that thought starts to grow. But tying those 2 things together, and we can all agree that the silver lining, the bright spot of what has been a very dark year for the Cardinals has been Michael Wilson's performance at wide receiver. And I think when you consider both of the things that I just mentioned, the front office, the drafting, and then into player development, it's fascinating / frustrating. Michael Wilson is in his 3rd year. He was a 3rd-round draft pick. He had glimpses in his first 2 years. This year, in games that Marvin Harrison Jr. has not played, Michael Wilson has been one of the most unstoppable forces in football. He's averaging 16.3 targets, 12 catches, 148 yards, and he scored 2 touchdowns in those 3 games.
It's unbelievable.
His numbers with Marvin Harrison Jr., 4.5 targets per game, 2.5 catches, 26 yards, and a touchdown.
That's got to change. And Luke Lipinski, you ever listen to Luke Lipinski, Jarrett?
My doctor advised against it. I went rogue once.
Yeah? And how did it work out for you?
I'm still recovering.
Best nap of his life.
Yeah. Luke Lipinski brought up a really good point that it's as if this Cardinals offense can only function by throwing the ball to one wide receiver.
Yes.
And Trey McBride. But it's like anything else is just too much. They don't have the bandwidth for it.
My point being in all of this is a lot of people respond to Michael Wilson and say, wow, this guy's pretty good. He's been here for 3 seasons.
Yeah.
And the coaching staff is just figuring this out.
Yeah, I know. This is there is an alarming side about it. Now, there's a chance that Michael Wilson has just flourished in year 3. But there's also a real good chance that they've been sitting on a very, very good weapon.
I am interested to see how it goes consistently when Marvin Harrison Jr. is back in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
The one game he underwhelmed during this huge stretch was when they were both in there.
Right. Right. When Marvin Harrison Jr. returned to the lineup and every pass seemingly went to him.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So is it
the Tampa Bay game, Michael Wilson had 7 targets, 3 catches, 36
is it a Kyler thing? Is it a
I'm firmly convinced that the wide receiver element was a Kyler thing, but now getting an offense that can vibe around these wide receivers. Look, people, you have to also notice that the loss of James Conner and the inability of this team to run the ball has dramatically changed the way this offense has to move the football. They have gone from a really heavy run-first team to a pass-all-the-time kind of team.
Yeah, they had a stat that flashed up on the board Sunday that the 7 games that Jacoby Brissett had played, the amount of yardage he had in that 7 games was a team record for any 7-game stretch for any quarterback.
Yeah, does not
because they throw the ball, predominantly throw the ball. They have no ability to run the football.
The passing attempts are insane. The amount of times he has thrown the ball, Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah,
it's been crazy.
Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets, plus be among the first 25 fans to join Arizona Sports Friday at the Safeway on Hayden Road in Chaparral between 4 and 6 p.m. Claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. Coming up next, we'll continue to talk Cardinals and NFL with Mike Sando from The Athletic. That is coming up here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are we sleeping on Hayden doing something? Are we sleeping? Are we just thinking about Marte trade and closer? And are we sleeping on like the Josh Naylor, Geno Suarez move?
I will never, after last year's Corbin Burns move,
Eyes are up.
I will never sleep on a Mike Hazen move. This organization's capacity to surprise us the last 2 years cannot be underestimated and cannot be forgotten.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Mike Rowe here with a name everyone should know. Groundworks. The foundation and crawl space repair experts are coming soon to Phoenix. So if you've got a musty crawl space or cracks in your walls, these are the guys to call. And right now, Groundworks is hiring for all positions. If you're looking for a career, Groundworks is the place to do it. You can go from installer to foreman in under a year and become an owner of the company you work for. Apply now at groundworks.com/careers.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Across the painted desert to
where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who do we want to see as the Cardinals quarterback next season? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings with a good morning shout out. Thank you to our listeners and viewers and followers in Buckeye. We appreciate you out in Buckeye. We also appreciate our next guest for joining us. It's always a good conversation when we're joined by NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando, who checks in via video right now. Mike, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing good. You probably heard the look ahead from our own Ron Wolfley. Who do we want to be quarterback next year for the Arizona Cardinals? It's looking like it won't be Kyler Murray, and we were focusing on the weirdness of this whole injury timeline with Kyler Murray. And I'd like to get your perspective as somebody, obviously with knowledge of the situation, but not entrenched in it here in Arizona. What do you make of this whole Kyler Murray saga?
I think they're turning the page, and it's a little bit similar to what happened with Derek Carr late in his tenure with the Raiders, where, he was still arguably maybe their best option, but there's a lot of money at stake. So, you're turning the page, and you don't want to get, there's situations with the guaranteed money nowadays where if it's guaranteed only for injury, and the guy gets hurt, you can be on the hook for many millions more. So that's what it looks like to me, just kind of the way they've handled it. And it's not a comfortable situation, but it does happen.
I've got one last Cardinal question for you, Mike, because you know the NFC West better than anybody, and you always have. The Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Rams, they are a combined 29-10. The Cardinals are 3-10, which by my math has them 26 games behind everybody in the division. Knowing what you know about those three teams that the Cardinals are chasing, where do they have to get better? Because organizationally, where do they have to get better? How do they narrow this gap?
Wow, all of those teams you mentioned have been to Super Bowls with basically their current owners. Paul Allen died in Seattle, but his sister's taken over, and so I think that's a very hard question because we do see teams. Some of these teams flip it quickly, and so you don't necessarily have to have a whole organizational overhaul. I have thought that. Monty Austinfort's generally done a fairly solid job there, other than they haven't had a quarterback. So I think you start there with probably a quarterback, but you have to evaluate everything. I was just looking at this. this season, the Cardinals have played 9 games against teams that had a winning record at kickoff, and it's tied for most in the league. They're 0-9. And, some of these other teams, I think the Giants are 2-7, Cincinnati's 3-6 in those. They've got to find a way to just win some of these. And I don't know if that's a whole organization-wide thing, but you do have to probably reevaluate everything. With Seattle turning it, they were never really down, but like to be a top 5 team in the league, I think they are right now. I think that's got to get your attention.
Yep.
And I don't, if I had the answer in terms of any one thing, I think I think we know that the organization hasn't been great, right? Just as an organization, and it's hard to turn that. So, do you need a dynamic leader? Even more dynamic than what they've got? Maybe you do. Maybe you need someone in there strong enough to just put the whole thing on their back. Those people are just really hard to find.
Yeah. They've certainly been hard to find.
No, you're right. And Bruce Arians did it for a while. It's a very good analogy.
Bruce did it, and I think, I think through the force of the personality of some of these guys, if we look at the other teams in the organization, you would say like Pete Carroll had that till he kind of did and it got stale, but he was that type of a guy. Mike McDonald seems to kind of have it a little bit. I think they've gotten a ton of good players in Seattle. I really do. They've made great personnel moves. I mean, they have a really good team now, but I think Kyle Shanahan's one of those. Shanahan and McVay are sort of the league pedigree guys. They've like been around in the league forever, right? They inspire confidence because they just know how this thing works. There's not as much learning on the job learning with those guys. So I think those are really dynamic people. And I think the Cardinals have hired some good people, but they hired a really young staff that, hey, you're going to probably have to grow for a while, right?
Yeah.
And I think at this point, you're just saying, okay, we saw some results along the way. This year's been an abject disaster with the results. Some of it's the schedule. Some of it's they want to do a different quarterback. But the fact is, they're 0-9 when they played good teams.
Yeah.
And so they're going to have to totally, I think, to me, just evaluate that in terms of what they need.
Mike Sando of The Athletic, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. In terms of the separation between the Cardinals and the rest of the NFC West, I mean, they just got housed by the Rams, who did whatever they wanted, basically, on Sunday. Mike, are we looking at the best team in the NFL when we watch the Rams, and are we looking at the future MVP in Matthew Stafford? Because what he's done at age 37, starting the year with an injury the way he has been remarkable.
He could be the MVP, yeah. Now I think Drake May's in it. I think Josh Allen can be in it too. But I agree. I think Stafford's having that type of a season, and it's interesting. I talked about the schedule, so I keep track of this kind of little metric on my own of all of these teams, and basically the way you do it is you rank every team's point margin against each opponent. So if you beat the Rams by 50, you'd have the number one game against the Rams this year, right? If you lost to them by 50, you'd have the worst, right? The number 13 or something. So the number one team, when you average those out together, is the Rams. And then it's the Seahawks, and then it's your Houston Texans, who are on the schedule this week. So these are really, really good teams. And Arizona's actually they're better than their record in this thing. You would think Arizona with their record would be way down there, but Arizona's like 22. Yeah, Arizona's right after Chicago and Carolina. Okay. So what that tells you is, other than this game the other day, which the Rams have blown out a lot of people, this is what you feel. It feels like they're closer than they are, but we're so tired of the results that we don't care. Is that what you kind of say?
That's well said. That's very well said.
We know it's close, but we don't want to hear that it's close. We just want to throw everything out and say, close doesn't count enough. We got to reset this thing and be better than close. But that tells you that there's a combination of this thing here they are kind of close, but they're playing the toughest teams. And you can have really bad results. So like eventually, the Giants were one of those teams too. They played 9 teams with winning records, and they got tired of it with Daboll. They just said, you know what? Brian Daboll's probably a good coach, and we're just not going to do this anymore. Now he was, I think, tougher in the building, and you see him on the sideline. I mean, JG's got some saltiness to him, but I don't think anybody has Daboll.
Yeah, right.
So, that's what that calculus always goes in when you get far enough down the road of like, okay, at what point do we not care about the nuance? And it just depends where you're at with Arizona. Do you not care anymore? Because there is nuance. Like I said, they're between Carolina and Chicago, and you win a couple of those games like those teams have. You know, you have Carolina's record, but they don't.
Exactly.
All right, love all your stuff on The Athletic, Mike. The pick six this week was very interesting to me because it deals with the reality that the Patriots and the Broncos might be for real. And for the people who don't think that they have the pedigree to go off and win, you're talking about a Mike Vrabel coach team and a Sean Payton coach team. Do you think this is really going to be sort of one of these changing of the guard years in the NFL when we get to the end of it all?
A little bit. I mean, I still think the Kansas Cities and the Buffaloes, and we'll see about Baltimore. I suddenly don't feel as great about what's going on there, but I think Kansas City will regroup and be fine. I think Buffalo's still going to be good. I think, Cincinnati's going to be what they are. But I do think that New England's only played 2 games against teams that had a winning record at kickoff. So that's different than 9 for Arizona, right? And they're 2-0 in those. So there is a little bit of a, hey, we have to see, them against good opponents. But I think the vitals are there. I think we know they have a good coach. So that quarterback's going to be really good. And so I think they are on their way. Denver, I don't know. I don't know what to think of Denver. I think in some ways, Sean Payton's kind of an old school coach who's tough on folks, which is fine until it's not. I think their defense really keeps them in the games. I'm not sure where they're at offensively. I think they have some good personnel, but they've really won all the close games. Their first 12 games, they trailed in all 12, and then they won 10 of them. So I don't know about them, but I think with Sean Payton, they're going to be competitive. So I do think those teams are in it. And yes, we are seeing some kind of a morphing, but I don't think those top teams are just going to go away.
Yeah. Mike, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for making time for us today. We appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike Sando, NFL writer for The Athletic. He joined us via video here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. The Sun season has been defined by heart, toughness, grit, and chemistry. And last night they showed it all to get a big road win in Minnesota. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the locals.
Relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore damaged joint tissue, to repair and restore what has been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It is your body's own comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics, by the way, has a 92% patient satisfaction rate. That includes me. I've leaned on him twice. It includes Emmett Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him. They deliver long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Get a free consultation. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Football fans, get ready. On December 14th, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly comes to Talking Stick Resort for a live Q&A that you won't want to miss. Hear inspiring stories of leadership, perseverance, and unforgettable moments from one of the game's greats, all in an electric atmosphere. This is your chance to see a true football legend up close and personal. Don't miss Jim Kelly on December 14th. Visit TalkingStickResort.com for more details. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The frisky, the surprising, the gritty, whatever you want to call this Phoenix Suns team, found a way to get the job done in Minnesota on Monday night. Despite Anthony Edwards' 40 points, the Suns won it on the defensive side of the ball with a 108-105 win. Next up for the Suns, an NBA Cup quarterfinal game against the NBA's best in OKC on Wednesday night, ideally with Devin Booker back as he'll be reevaluated tomorrow. ASU head football coach Kenny Dillingham wishes quarterback Sam Leavitt nothing but the best for he and his future, but he did seem pretty confident in ASU's quarterback position moving forward.
You know, I'm very, very confident that we're going to have a really, really good quarterback at Arizona State. I can say that I'm very, very confident we're going to have a good quarterback at Arizona State.
Tonight over in Tempe, ASU and Bobby Hurley will host NAU. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And in Arizona Cardinal news, left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. has been diagnosed with a sprained MCL, and he's considered week to week at this moment. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Suns fare in their second straight game without Devin Booker? We'll be reacting to Suns Timberwolves at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, we needed all of them. Everyone that came in the game contributed. Thought really that start of the fourth quarter really helped us, put us in a good spot. Up, I think we might even got to double digits there to start the fourth quarter, but that start of the fourth quarter really helped us save some minutes, and then our starters were able to put it away. But collectively, everyone that was out there did a heck of a job to grind out a win.
Jordan Ott, head coach of the Phoenix Suns, after they did grind out a win last night, 108-105 on the road in Minnesota. They've beaten the Timberwolves now twice in 2 meetings, once each in Phoenix and Minneapolis, and they withstood another storm from Anthony Edwards. He had 40 points on a really efficient night, 15 of 21. There was a point where Anthony Edwards missed a shot. It was in the fourth quarter, I believe. He missed a shot from inside the three-point arc, and Noah Eagle pointed it out on Peacock. That was his first miss inside the arc all night.
Wow.
He was cooking. He was doing a little cooking hand gesture. But it didn't matter because the Suns had the resolve to get it done again. And Jordan Ott talked about that stretch at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and it was enormous. An 84-84 game going into the fourth, and a 14-3 run by the Suns to get it up to 11. And it was fueled by Jordan Goodwin, Colin Gillespie, and Oso Ighodaro.
This was not a game that was won on a series of three-point shots or great shooting. This was a game that was won on possession-by-possession defense. Now, that might sound silly on a night when Anthony Edwards popped for over 40 again, and he's got 81 in 2 losses against the Suns. But this was another one of those games where and Jarrett said it earlier, I can't believe I'm complimenting Jarrett this much in one day, but he said that this basketball team, you seem to trust who's ever on the court because they're all doing the right thing. No one, have you heard anybody on this Phoenix Suns team even complain a little bit about their role, about their playing time, about anything? No, you haven't. And it's been quite a revelation. It really has. I thought last night was kind of hysterical because who knew Dylan Brooks liked to chuck it as much as he does? Who knew Dylan Brooks had some ball hog in him?
I think we knew that.
I think we kind of did know that.
The first game of the year against Sacramento, when we all kind of viewed it, like what's going to happen in this game?
Yeah.
And Dylan Brooks took a ton of shots, and it didn't look great. And the first 5-game stretch for the Suns, they went 1-4. And I think it took Dylan Brooks a little while to find his comfort. And then he found his comfort. And, his role changed again with Devin Booker being out the last week. Dylan Brooks has been a godsend for this organization. For this particular group, he's fit in perfectly.
He has the most shot attempts on the team per game.
And last night, he took 20 shots. He made 7. And he did so on a night where I was genuinely surprised he played. When you're listed
you and me
as
both.
questionable with Achilles soreness. And look, we poke fun at the NBA Emirates Cup a little bit, but there's a little bit more juice with that game tomorrow night, the quarterfinals against Oklahoma City. I joked with you off the air. The Suns have the chance to pull the biggest upset in the history of the NBA Emirates Cup.
Come on, let's go. Let's go, Sammy.
Come on. Give me a Booker is back, and it's appointment television.
So, you're right about that. Vinny pointed this out earlier. The thing that there were a lot of things that blew my mind last night. I'm going to highlight 2 of them. The starting lineup to start the fourth quarter of Colin Gillespie, Jamare Bouye, Jordan Goodwin, Ryan Dunn, and Oso Ighodaro. What? And they went on a 7-0 run to start the quarter. Do you know what that must do to a team? To roll out a lineup like that you'd be like, oh, come on. What are you trying to punt this game away? And these guys responded. It's the Grayson Allen Euro step inside the 3-point line was also quite something.
Oh, it was remarkable.
And then he made that shot on 1 foot.
And I was watching it live, and I couldn't tell if I should be shocked in that the refs didn't know what to call, or if it was a travel, or B, that he did it in an NBA basketball game and made the shot.
Yeah, I know. I've never seen that move from that far out on the floor before.
No, that was something. And
I've seen LeBron do it, but he usually adds 2 more steps at the end of it.
There was a lot of reaction on social media like, that can't be legal. I guarantee you it was probably the 12th or 13th most egregious travel not called last night during the course of the game. But let's give credit there, too, to Grayson Allen. 5 of 16 last night, 1 of 8 from 3-point range. It was a frustrating evening for Grayson Allen. And he was way more demonstrative against the officiating than he's been. There was a challenge to keep him out of foul trouble that they actually won. But he had 5 fouls last night, and he was, by the end of that game, he was worn. So for him to make that shot in that circumstance was really big in the context of the outcome.
I thought he also made a great feed to Mark Williams for that dunk late in the game.
Yeah.
That was a very heads-up pass.
Very, very heads-up play. And Mark Williams made his first career three-pointer in a game the Phoenix Suns won by 3 points.
There we
Mark
go.
Williams
there
with
we
a
go.
game-winning 3.
There we go.
That guy, man. We talk about it all the time, and it comes from me a lot. I cannot say enough good things about Mark Williams. And you kind of look at the career arc. When the Suns acquired Mark Williams right before they drafted Kaman Malawach, it was like, what are they doing? And B, Mark Williams never plays. But then the third thing was, okay, when he plays, he's actually really good.
Yeah.
And the Suns are seeing that third thing come to light more than the first two combined. He's so good.
I'm still wondering what they're doing.
Yes.
That still doesn't make sense. But the first part of it is working out tremendously, right?
Yeah. No reason to pick nits with Common Malawach right now. No reason to do it.
Well, and Jordan Ott, for a good portion of this 24-game start to the season, has been reliant on three bigs in the rotation. And it's not a three-big rotation right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that may have been affected last night by Gobert's ejection in the third quarter, but we hadn't seen Nick Richards and didn't see Nick Richards last night.
That's a good point.
Now, Nick Richards is in a situation where he has to stay ready because Mark Williams on the back end of back-to-back games probably isn't going to play, but even he's not griping about it. And Oso Ighodaro, outside of the free throw shooting, it's hard to find something to gripe about now. It was pretty rough, a rough start to his second year for Oso, and he's settled down, and he even made some big shots last night.
Yeah, so it's all working, and the beauty of the Suns team is that we watch with our mouths agape that they're able to do this, that they're able to go into Minnesota, a team that they upset and stunned and embarrassed in their first meeting of the season, a game that you would think the Timberwolves would have a lot of angst over, that, okay, you're gonna feel our wrath the next time we play. The Timberwolves were completely healthy. The Suns didn't have Devin Booker, or obviously Jalen is still hurt, obviously, but no Devin Booker. And to go in there and beat them a second time on the road, it's stunning to me. It's incredible. But this team doesn't feel at all the way we do. They're not shocked that this is working.
No.
At all.
They expect to win
They expect to win these games.
This team is the exact right team at the right time in the Valley right now.
Mm-hmm.
It is exactly the kind of team we need after this last several seasons of sports we've
Several seasons, several decades.
Right.
What are you talking about?
And I think after a win like this, in unity with the Suns community,
well, that rhymed. You're a poet, you don't even know it.
I didn't even mean to do that. I think it would be very, very unifying if at some point during the day, if you are a Phoenix Suns fan, just find a few seconds to extend a middle finger towards Rudy Gobert.
Or you can do like Dylan Brooks and put up your pinky. Minnesota challenged a call. They didn't think the ball went off their guy. Dylan Brooks knew better. Yeah. And when the Timberwolves lost the challenge, he off his pinky. You gotta love Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks, what is up?
Suns in OKC to take on the Thunder.
The Thunder.
Tomorrow night in the quarterfinals of the Emirates NBA Cup. Coming up next, ASU in action tonight on the hardwood, hosting NAU. And coming off a big win over Oklahoma, we'll be joined by the head coach, Bobby Hurley, for his weekly visit. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I know that you have a chance. I don't care who is hurt. I don't care who's injured. I don't care what quarterback you're running out there. I know if you step in between the white lines, you have a chance to compete.
The thing I can't get past is I understand injuries. That's a real thing. In year 3 of what they're doing, they didn't have the depth to handle those injuries and make the playoffs, especially in this division. I get that. But one win in 10 games, you still have to win some games.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So artificial turf has become all the rage in Arizona. I want to give you a heads up to a great special happening with my friends at Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Through the end of December, you get 15% off all new turf jobs. This is their best deal of the year by far, and if you've always wanted that green, sparkling lawn, it's a great time to get that done. At Turf Monsters, their artificial turf is of the highest quality, built to stay cool, vibrant, and durable year-round, backed by industry-leading warranties, pet-friendly, kid-safe, it drains fast, it never gets muddy, so everybody can enjoy the yard without the mess. It's also an eco-friendly option where you save thousands and thousands of gallons of water every year. Now, if you're a golfer, Turf Monsters blends a variety of turfs to create incredible custom-made putting greens. They can also create dog runs, poolside turf, outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days, all at 15% off. And once installed, they're offering 25% 20% off their turf cleaning service that will keep your turf fresh and smelling great. Visit turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Mitch Vareldas here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The commercial truck super sale is live at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, chassis cab, and specialty upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Is your roof ready for Arizona's extreme weather? Trust the experts at MultiPro Roof Solutions, the Valley's top roofing team with over 40 years of experience. From quick repairs to full replacements, they bring championship-level service and premium materials to every job. They're also excited to announce they're a proud partner of Sun Devil football, supporting the Sun Devils on the field and your home off of it. Call MultiPro Roof Solutions today for a free inspection or visit multiproroof.com, your roof's strongest line of defense.
This is the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break is presented by Arizona Ford Dealers.
Sun Devils coming off a win on a neutral floor against Oklahoma last week. They've got a game tonight against the NAU Lumberjacks in Tempe. And here to talk ASU basketball with us is the head coach on his weekly visit. Bobby Hurley joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Bobby, good morning. How are you?
Bobby.
Pretty good. Good morning, guys.
You guys pretty much own the SEC this year. Beat Texas and Maui. A very solid win against Oklahoma. I mean, what stood out to you about what you liked the most about the win over the Sooners, Bobby?
Well, I mean, the SEC had 14 teams in the NCAA tournament last year, so we had to do our part of chopping that number down a little bit.
Nice.
But it's look, they're a really physical team. They were coming off a really good win at Wake Forest by 20 points. Wake Forest has had a really good season up to this point. Losing by 1 point to Michigan, so they were a good team. Oklahoma took them apart. We knew we would have our hands full on Saturday. But we wanted to address interior defense and rebounding, and that's what we focused on all week in practice. And it's two areas that hurt us and most likely prevented us from winning, a tournament championship in Hawaii. So I love the way the guys responded to that challenge. We blocked 7 shots. We altered shots around the basket. We got a lot of 50-50 rebounds. We had the guys executed our scouting report very good, from a defensive scheme standpoint, holding Nigel Pack to 7 points is one of the top scorers in our game. So we needed to make progress defensively. We held them to 34% from the field, and so we got to continue to make strides at that end of the floor.
I mean, you guys jump out by 20-plus points in the first 10 minutes of that game, and I in years past, it seems like that had been the case, maybe in recent years, Bobby, and the teams would find ways to creep back in. But I'm looking at the log and watching that game. I mean, Oklahoma never really got back in the game. How pleased were you with the steadiness of that performance after the first 10 minutes of the game?
Yeah, I felt like we were the aggressor, that we delivered the punch, that we were more active on defense. We were getting after them. We were pressuring them. We were making them miss, and then we were in attack mode. Getting the big lead at the half, I thought we responded coming out of the half very well, hit a couple of threes to extend the lead. And then it's going to be on me a little bit. I think I got too conservative, trying to work the clock too much, and I might have taken us a little bit out of our rhythm that we were in on offense, but we have not played really with a lead like that against an opponent like that. So I think it was a learning situation for me with this team to figure out what's the best path in a game like that. I think I got a little bit too hesitant with some of my play calls, but the guys did a great job of just preserving the lead and never allowing them to get within striking distance.
All right, since the start of basketball season, Vinny and I and basically every basketball fan in the Valley has been raving about this new culture the Phoenix Suns have exhibited and basically formed overnight. But your team looks like it's a real tight-knit group, and now I've been reading things that sort of overhauling and refitting the culture has kind of been something that's important to you. Could you elaborate on that, and how have you made that happen?
Well, I think it starts with, getting good people. Like, I think we have good human beings, like guys that genuinely, come to work with a good attitude. If I take them out of the game, there's no, looking at me sideways or, having a conversation with an assistant coach about it. Guys just go to the bench, whether it was me taking the whole group out 2 minutes into the game the other day, and the second unit came in and performed very well right away. The first unit that came out was very supportive of the rest of the group. And it's really character and having the right people. And so that's where it all started. But we don't have guys that are entitled or guys that think that they're better than they are. We have a lot of guys that have something to prove, that have high hopes to play in postseason, and they know that you got to do it day in and day out, and that's the approach that we've had.
Talking with Bobby Hurley, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils. They host NAU tonight in Tempe. Going back to Mo Odom and what he's brought to your team so far, and in reading about this team, before the season started, and you hear some conversations, Bobby, a lot of it was, hey, this guy's really experienced. He's a great pass-first point guard. He averaged 7.5 assists, and he put up some good scoring numbers at Pepperdine last year. But what he's done in terms of carrying the load offensively in crucial situations as a scorer, is there any element of surprise that he's got that in his game, or did you know that the whole time?
I saw it, and then the video that we watched after the season and just evaluating point guards in the portal, I liked his fearlessness. It seemed like he doesn't have like the ideal size, prototypical, new age, 6'3", 200-pound athlete at the point guard spot. But he's wiry. He makes up for it with his will and determination. He's got a natural feel to the game and how to play and make people better. And then he's got a big, he's got big heart, man. He's got guts to take big shots, make big shots in key moments. And, we've run a lot of different actions for him, getting him in ball screens in different areas of the floor and moving him around quite a bit. And I think one of our assistant coaches asked, like, hey, is there one play that we could go to with you, like down the stretch in a key spot? He's like, nah, just anything works. It's like that's his mentality that he has. He's got a tremendous amount of belief in himself. But some people have belief, and it's kind of misguided because they don't do anything to work hard to put themselves in a position to truly believe in themselves. And he's the kind of guy that works on his game relentlessly after practice. He's one of our last players to leave the floor just about every day.
So what's next for the basketball team? I know you've got a couple of tests coming up. You've got that UCLA road game that's going to kind of be big for your net ratings and all that. And then you get into conference play where the Big 12 coaches weren't really feeling your team when they were predicting outcomes for this coming conference season. What are the next steps for this team to continue to ascend, Bobby?
Well, we have to continue. I told the guys we can't be like a one-hit wonder, like in terms of rebounding and protecting the basket. Those were deficient areas that stood out, that were the reason that we weren't able to take a bigger step against a quality opponent like Oklahoma, and we did those things. Now we have to continue to do that. We realize that's the formula for us. And in addition to, we shot 13 of 24 for three. That's great. We're not always going to shoot that well, but, we have great shooting on our team. I think that's a strength of our team. But, we have to do those things, the dirty work around the basket. We got to keep doing it. It's got to be a part of our DNA moving forward. And we have we have the game tonight, which is, a local game, really a quality coach, local coach. It's going to mean a lot to NAU, so we have to be ready to play tonight, certainly. And then Santa Clara has already had good wins this year coming up, and UCLA and Oregon State. So we have a few non-conference before we hit the conference slate. And I don't really take it personal about the rankings because we didn't have like this magnificent 5-star player or one of the top 5 players in the portal and all this nonsense. So we've just collected like a lot of good players, some international players that were maybe not as well known, and that kind of some mid-majors going up. So we took a different path, and so far we've been successful, and we're just staying in our lane with it.
Well, Bobby, as always, thanks for the time. Best of luck against NAU, and then up in Vegas against Santa Clara, and we'll talk to you next week.
Very good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Bobby.
Bobby Hurley, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, joins us every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Every morning at 9 o'clock. We go through some social studies with
fire.
Sammy.
Oh, wait.
Still fire.
Sometimes it's fire.
What a fun basketball season it's been in the Valley, huh?
I know.
Surprisingly fun.
What did we do to deserve that?
Right.
Overlook that for the sake of positivity. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break was presented by Arizona Ford Dealers. More Bickley and Murata next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up knocking at your front door. This is one of many reasons you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and that is because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which means they are all licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed background checks. They've all passed drug tests. They're the company you can trust in your sacred space. Give them a call. You can get an HVAC tune-up in advance of winter to get your home holiday ready. And remember, for 50-plus years, Parker & Sons has been helping Arizona homeowners and businesses stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated, fast and reliable when you need them. They'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. All you have to do is call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey Sun Devil fans, college basketball is back, so grab your friends in a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Whether you're at the bar with fellow Sun Devils or watching with your friend who went to that other school, Dos Equis is there for it all. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and get those forks up on game day. Dos Equis, proud partner of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
When you invest in a swimming pool, don't settle for ordinary. Choose PebbleTech, the world's most trusted pool finish. Our Pebble Sheen finish leads the industry for its beauty, durability, and timeless appeal. Each PebbleTech surface is crafted with premium materials and applied by authorized applicators for a lasting, high-quality finish. So when it's time to build or remodel your dream pool, go with the best. Go with PebbleTech. Visit pebbletech.com to find an authorized installer near you.
Get a debit card with real class. Desert Financial is now the official retail banking partner of ASU. When ASU fans open a free checking account, they can show their Sun Devil spirit and their Arizona pride with one of 3 new ASU debit card designs. Stop by one of our new branches at ASU Tempe and downtown Phoenix campuses, or visit desertfinancial.com/sundevils.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-576-5457 by December 11th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, despite no Devin Booker and still no Jalen Green, found a way to win last night in Minnesota, 108-105. It was a group effort Monday night. The Suns had 6 guys in double figures, led by Mark Williams with 22 points. And here was the Suns' big man on the team finding a way to win.
It's just what we've been about all year, playing tough. No matter who's out on the court, just doing what we do well, playing hard, being connected on both sides of the ball, and we find a way to win.
The Suns will head to Oklahoma City for their NBA Cup quarterfinal game on Wednesday night. The NFL turns the page to Week 15, where your Arizona Cardinals will be in Houston for the red-hot Texans on Sunday, and potentially without left tackle Paris Johnson Jr., as he's been diagnosed with a sprained MCL and is considered day-to-day. In college hoops, ASU will welcome NAU tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with the recent college basketball AP poll released yesterday, the Arizona Wildcats, led by Tommy Lloyd, are your #1 team in the country. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
The questions have been posed. The answers have been offered. What do we got today on Social Studies, Sammy?
Yes, good morning. If you're wondering where you can find those questions every single day that we post,
I often wonder about this.
Yes, and if you are, I can tell you we post them on our X at Bickley_Murata, and occasionally we'll post them on our Facebook and our Instagram, which are the same handle, at Bickley and Murata. And I try to post them every day in the YouTube chat, which can be found at Arizona Sports on YouTube. And that first question is for Suns fans. Who is your favorite team to beat right now other than the Lakers, and why?
I think it's...
Had to say other than the Lakers.
No, I know. I'm glad you did.
The Lakers are not only the Lakers. Right now they have DeAndre Ayton, Luka, and LeBron.
Yeah.
So how could that not be the top end?
Coached by J.J. Redick.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm glad you separated them, too, because the Lakers are in a different category for longtime Suns fans, and I put myself in this category, too. I don't care if the Lakers were winless on the season. Yeah. Beating them is always awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, right now it's Minnesota.
Yeah, it's got to be. And first of all, I didn't expect the Suns to win last night. Right. And I didn't expect to feel the way that I did afterwards, where I'm like, oh, beating this team is suddenly, because I'm a big Anthony Edwards fan, much more so than Vinny. Vinny doesn't like anything about that team.
I really don't.
I know.
I mean, he is a remarkable talent.
Right.
Again, I think he shrinks at the end of games.
Well,
we've seen that twice so far.
That's been somewhat alarming for all the people who think he's the next face of the league. But yeah, I just think it's what they did to the Suns in the playoffs recently was so emasculating, and the gestures and the way they freely punked the previous iterations of the Suns. Mm-hmm. This has been beating them is really, it's hit the spot for me.
Mm-hmm. For me, it's a team that I despised when I was growing up, and they still have a collection of the same. I love when the Suns beat the Warriors.
Okay.
Because
I love that too.
Because they have still Steph and Draymond, and they still have those guys from the great teams. Mm-hmm. And I did not like them then, and I respect Steph and Draymond, but I love when they lose, especially to the Phoenix Suns.
When I was growing up, and it's a team from 5 years ago. He's so young.
Well, their start was really...
I know.
I'm just saying. Almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
A lot of Minnesota. Thomas says Minnesota. They've had our number for a while now, so it feels good to overcome that obstacle. And
I like beating Denver.
A lot
say that.
Yes, a lot of Dallas as well. Bruce said, with this group, it honestly is the next one on the schedule. They're so fun to watch, give max effort, and it looks like it matters to them. Historically, over the last decade, I'd say beating the Mavs is the best. And then Darryl Lee said, I think it would be OKC, but I'm still waiting to test that theory.
Several votes for Houston because of the past with the Suns, and now they have Durant. Several votes for the Spurs. Still, and
it's not like it used to be.
I know that. I was wondering if that hatred was still lingering with sort of a different regime.
Yeah, and there's
there.
not even
I don't think it has
connection anymore. I mean, he's still involved somehow, but he's not very visible.
That was so hyper focused on Popovich and Duncan and Ginobili and Parker and Bruce Bowen,
Robert Horry.
Robert Horry
sucked. Sorry.
Thiago Splitter.
All right, so
Malik Rose.
Our next question is, with the news, obviously Kyler Murray's done as a Cardinal this season. Where will Kyler Murray play next, and why? Will it be A, for the Cardinals? Will it be B, another NFL team as a starter? C, another NFL team as a backup? Or D, the A's?
I think it's going to be B. I think if he ends up signing with the Raiders, there might be a chance of doing the dual thing, if he so desires, but I don't know if he's really ever wanted to do that.
I mean, that gets talked about so much still.
I know.
He hasn't played baseball in 7 calendar years. He's never really talked about it. If he wears an A's hat, everybody starts speculating.
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote for 2. He's gonna be an NFL starter next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And people, how could you say that? Have you seen the list of quarterbacks that gets resurrected year after year after year? He's not nearly that unworkable.
Oh, his upside is miles beyond any of the guys you can get off the scrap heap. Miles above.
You know who's trying out for quarterback for the Colts?
Yeah,
Phillip Rivers.
Phillip freaking Rivers. So, yeah.
The old folks home had to drop him off at the Colts facility, and they got to pick him up when the workout's done.
That's right.
And the results of the poll question wildly indicate our answers. 71% of the vote goes to another team NFL starter, 14% as a backup, 9% as in Las Vegas A or Sacramento A, and 4% Arizona Cardinals.
More people think he's going to play for the A's next year than the Cardinals.
Yeah, the A's, by the way, are leaning into the Sacramento thing. They're going to wear jerseys that say Sacramento.
Oh, they are this year.
Yeah.
Good for them, you know. Okay, so our last question. I played the raw clip of DeAndre Ayton post-game on Sunday in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's all time. So that kind of led to this question. What is the best or most memorable sports interview or press conference of all time, and why?
Of all time?
Oh, my goodness.
Ooh.
There's a lot of
The
repetition.
Allen Iverson one was very, very famous. The practice soliloquy.
I mean, it's so famous, and people can recite it now. It's so annoying to watch because of how many times he says practice.
Oh, yeah.
The first one that popped into my head was Ryan Leaf.
Oh, what's
in front of his locker? Don't talk to me, all right?
Yeah, that was a good one. Who was the one that said, "Gotta have the dogs, not the cats"?
Oh, that guy's the best. Coastal Carolina coach.
A ton of Dennis Green.
Oh, yeah,
of course. A ton of Dennis Green. Eddie said Dennis Green. I was there in person watching the Cardinals blow that game. And then there's a couple. Steven Ruiz had some good ones. Mike Tyson saying that he refused to fade into Bolivian instead of oblivion. And then Tayshaun Prince carefully explaining what a rebound is in his time as a Baylor Bear. That's an all-time
That was Torian Prince.
Torian Prince.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I'm a man. I'm 40.
Crazy.
A few classic Tommy Lasorda ones.
Yes.
And then one of your favorites, the Jim Rome getting attacked by
What is up?
Jim Everett.
Yes. And then Chazinator, because this one made its rounds after the Diamondbacks beat the Phillies in 2023. They were interviewing Philly fans post getting sent home on their way out of the stadium. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's one of the funniest clips of Philly fans just, oh, man.
It was fantastic.
So frustrated.
Rhett Reese chimed in with Tim McCarver soaked head to toe. Remember? You're a real man, Dion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Dion was a little sensitive back in the day.
What is weird, and maybe it's just because we're living in it now, it doesn't feel like there are a ton of maybe memorable post-game press conferences like in the last 5 to 10 years.
No, they're rare because Coach Speak is just...
Coach Speak is such
It's
a thing.
permeated everything. Yeah.
But every once in a while, you'll get a DeAndre Ayton and...
Would you like to go back and have access to just like stuff from the 70s and 80s post-game press conferences? They've always done post-game press conferences. They're not archived anywhere. I'm sure the answers were much more telling.
Oh, listen, I think I sent you that famous just a media gathering that Jim Mora had much earlier in his prime that was just unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, where he just threw everybody
Throwing
on his team
everybody under the bus. All right, thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
Sammy.
Coming up next, Sam Levitt might be on his way out of town, but that has not shaken the confidence of ASU head coach Kenny Dillingham, who's smiling about something. I'll tell you more about that next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I know that you have a chance. I don't care who is hurt. I don't care who's injured. I don't care what quarterback you're running out there. I know if you step in between the white lines, you have a chance to compete.
The thing I can't get past is I understand injuries. That's a real thing. In year 3 of what they're doing, they didn't have the depth to handle those injuries and make the playoffs, especially in this division. I get that. But 1 win in 10 games, you still have to win some games.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and a question for you. What are you doing on Saturday? If you want a free lunch, if you want to see a free concert, if you want a chance to win some really cool stuff, come and join us Saturday at Waltz TV and Appliance for their annual Teddy Bear Drive. This benefits Team Emory, a local charity that delivers those bears to Valley hospitals during the holidays. And here's the super cool part. You get 1 raffle ticket for every teddy bear you donate up to 20, and then you can put those individual raffle tickets in play for a multitude of great prizes. Talking about a 4K QLED television, surround sound bars, hi-fi stereo speakers, premium Bluetooth headphones, and all sorts of sporting event tickets and memorabilia. I've done this a few years now. People walk away with a armful of great prizes. Plus, they fire up the barbecue, which means you're getting a free lunch and you're getting a free musical performance from my band, Whiskey's Quicker. The event runs from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We're going on stage around noon, so bring a teddy bear or 20 to Walt's. You'll find Walt's right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, and hopefully we will see you there.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person. Or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic! Let's sing it again! Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made an addition to their pitching staff. How many more can we expect? And what's the latest buzz around Ketel Marte? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, all you people in Goodyear listening to the radio or watching on YouTube or on the stream, we appreciate you. All the support in Goodyear. A thank you from the Bickley and Murata Morning Show.
You know, I'm very, very confident that we're going to have a really, really good quarterback at Arizona State. I can say that I'm very, very confident we're going to have a good quarterback at Arizona State.
That was what people are focusing on. From Kenny Dillingham's press availability yesterday, ASU starting to get ready for the Sun Bowl, the much-anticipated rematch of the 2014 Sun Bowl. ASU and Duke. Devils on both sides.
Oh, how about it?
This time it's personal.
That's it. Yeah, listen, I do think that I'm not sure how many Sun Devil fans are going to be incentivized to go to that game, given the opponent. You know what I mean?
That's the ACC champion. What more do you want?
What more could you possibly ask for?
I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say the city and not the opponent.
Well, it's that there have been so many trips to the Sun Bowl.
Look, nobody. I've never spent time in El Paso. I know people from El Paso.
Do you?
Yes, and I'm sure it's a lovely city. I can say beyond equivocation.
Uh-huh.
No college football team wants to spend the time around New Year's in El Paso, Texas.
No.
And by all accounts, the people with the Sun Bowl, they do a great job. They really take care of their teams because they know they have to.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Hey, ASU's the only team to beat Texas Tech, right? The Big 12 champions. They could also beat the ACC champions. Just go around beating all the conference champions.
Hey, that's a good point. But yeah, that was questions about Sam Levitt's status. The latest is Sam Levitt didn't show up at the team banquet.
Right.
And Kenny Dillingham spoke specifically about that, too.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Sam. Like I said, I'm not going to get into our conversation. Sam and I have a really, really good relationship. That's never going to change. When I sign players, when I recruit players, when I coach players, my goal is to help them be successful individually, and hopefully me helping them be successful individually helps them be successful as a team. But Sam's is and will always be my guy. I love that kid. I saw him grow from a dude who, wasn't playing at a prior school to a guy who got to hold a championship up and then be, hyped for the Heisman, and the guy who was hyped for a first-round pick. I got to be a part of that growth process, and I'm just blessed that I got to be a part of that process. So how will I remember him? I won't have to remember him because I'm always going to stay in contact. I don't need to remember him because I'm going to have a lifelong relationship.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Yeah, very smart. But I saw a lot of reaction to, and nothing's official yet. There's reports that Sam Levitt has entered the transfer portal, or will when it opens on January 2nd. And who knows? He might have a deal negotiated already. But I saw a lot of reaction like, why doesn't Sam Levitt recognize the important place he could hold in ASU football if he came back another year? And that's all well and good. I just don't think that's anywhere present on the list of priorities for college football players anymore. Is to stand out as a legend at such and such a school. It's about brand. It's about
getting paid,
and
it's
getting
about to the show.
Financial future.
That's exactly what it is.
And I think all of those things could be fortified by Sam Levitt here, but I mean, it's just the reality of a bad situation.
I understand this is not the ending that people want, because the good moments with Sam Levitt were incredible. The Big 12 championship game, the college football playoff, in which he was sensational, single-handedly keeping that team in the game until they got their legs underneath him. A couple of games this year that he was very, very good. Sam Levitt had the arm, he had the guts, he had the running ability, he had all that fire. He held up a championship trophy. He came with incredible accolades, no less of an authority than Jake Plummer and Jeff Van Raphorst agreed that this guy might become the gold standard of ASU football quarterbacks. That's a little redundant, of ASU quarterbacks. But this is not the tone or tenor of how this sport operates now, and I understand the fans who are disappointed that he didn't show up to this banquet. I would say give Sam Levitt a break, be quite honest, because first of all, he's not making these decisions in a bubble. He's got a team. A very powerful team at CAA, which hires and represents some of the most famous actors and people in the world. And so they're all charting a future for Sam Levitt. And there's probably a chance for him to show up at a team that is going to be in the national championship conversation next year, whether it's LSU or whether it's Georgia. Who else there's any number of big name schools that will need quarterbacks next year.
But I mean,
essentially every school nowadays needs a new quarterback every year.
That's basically it.
But what you just said, he'll end up at a school that could be in the national championship conversation. 3 months ago, that was Arizona State.
And that to me is the one thing it's just the reality that ASU is kind of in the conversation, but they're not quite there yet. And I think that if Sam Levitt's people were looking at this with a very cold, calculated eye, because they didn't expect him to be coming back for another year. Let's remember that I can see every reason why they would be mapping him to finish elsewhere. Now, it might be something he regrets. Down the road, it might not be. But I think that I'm sure Sam Levitt he probably has a deal with somebody already. Jordan Simone on this radio program told us how it works. There's any number of people at universities who do these cold calling, who get in touch with players and players' families and float offers and what will it take and so I'm quite certain he's already got a place. I'm quite certain he's already got a number, and I'm fairly certain he was told by his next employer, don't go to that banquet. Can't have you doing that. Can't subject you to maybe changing your mind or feeling wistful or nostalgic. And it's just part of the game now. I thought about this when we had our conversation with Bobby Hurley. I was going to ask him a question that, hey, is this hard on you to kind of create this new culture and this great vibe you got going now that you're a lame duck coach? That doesn't matter anymore. Kids don't care. The kids don't want to know that you're going to be there for 4 years because they're gone in a year.
They're not going to be there.
They're not going to be there.
And the recruiting pitch to parents now is like, I will take care of your son for the next 4 months. He will be in great hands.
For the next 4 months. It's true.
It's time for our Character Counts presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And today's scholarship finalist, Sunny Slope High School senior Ryan Chaukalis, and I hope I'm pronouncing that name, Ryan. I apologize if I'm not. Ryan competes on the school's volleyball, track, and wrestling teams, is the team manager for the basketball squad, and is a 3-year star on the varsity football team. As impressive as that, somehow his life out of sports is even more impressive. He's a 6-year participant of boys team charity and was his class president in 24-25. He served meals for the Ronald McDonald House, working with families who had kids living at Phoenix Children's. Ryan was also a counselor in Prescott for a camp of 6 to 9-year-old attendees who live with spina bifida. He built houses in Tijuana, Mexico as an altar boy for the Greek Orthodox Church and leads meetings for the National Honor Society. Dang. After high school, Ryan
everything.
I know. Ryan wants to attend college as a biochemistry major with the ultimate goal of becoming a pediatrician. Congrats to you, Ryan. And remember, Character Counts presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, we're going to roll something out special, because it's 25 years coming to an end. As we close out the year, we close out the first quarter of the century of the 2000s. We'll take a look back with some awards. What do you say, Bick?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So they call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages the home buying process has remained archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying it off. People reconcile it because they think they might have a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack, who, before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, figured out it wouldn't be until year 22 of that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage when he was actually paying more principal than interest, and when it was all said and done, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. There is a better way. On Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all of your debt, and you do it without any worries or trepidation because you always have access to your equity. That is how you never change a dime of your spending habits. You get 24/7 access to your equity, and the average length of time a Life Changer Loan client pays off their home, 5 years, which obviously does a lot of great stuff. Now, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. You got to be good with money. They'll be upfront with you if you are not a good fit, but if you are, I can tell you, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. This Phoenix Suns team continues to find ways to win. They got it done in Minnesota on Monday night. Despite Anthony Edwards' 40 points, the Suns' defense won it for them down the stretch, and they left with a 108-105 win. Next up for the Phoenix Suns, an NBA Cup quarterfinal game against the NBA's best in OKC on Wednesday night, ideally with Devin Booker back, as he'll be reevaluated tomorrow. In Arizona Cardinals news, left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. was diagnosed with a sprained MCL and is considered week to week ahead of their matchup against the Houston Texans. And tonight in Tempe, ASU and Bobby Hurley will host NAU. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is winter meetings are going on in the MLB, so we talk a little baseball. Who needs more of a bounce-back year in this Diamondbacks rotation? Is it Brandon Pfaadt or Eduardo Rodriguez?
Who needs one?
Yes.
To me, it's Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon Pfaadt. He's an interesting case study, but I will say Erod as well.
Okay, 52% of the vote actually going to Brandon Pfaadt, 48 to our guy Erod. And you guys, I'm sure, saw Edwin Diaz, the Mets closer.
Oh, we're going to get into that off the grid.
Okay, good. Still all time.
That's pretty good, Jarrett.
Well, I'm known for my mouth trumpet.
Great. Mm-hmm. All right.
Your mouth drop.
Jared, let's do this.
That is
Today's
bizarre.
Anderson Ford
All right,
poll question.
let's do it.
Vote on it now at ArizonaSports.com.
In the year 2025, if man is still alive.
Barely.
25 years. I got 25 years.
I'm 25.
Okay, it is the first edition of something we will do all week if this goes well. The Quarter Century Awards, where we will look back a team per day at stuff that has happened over the last 25 years. We are a quarter of the way into the 2000s. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, and look, we've been doing the show not quite that long, but for a good portion. We've been doing the show together of this 25 years, and we've both been independently working in the sports media for the whole duration of these last 25 years.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I feel very qualified right now.
Wow. I am definitely qualified.
Now, we all lived in the 1900s. Sammy barely lived in the 1900s, but I was thinking about my nieces and nephew will most likely be alive for the year 2100. Isn't that insane?
That's crazy.
When you think about it that way. All right, so here we go. There's 4 categories.
So will Keith Richards.
There's 4 categories, and we've Sammy and I came together. We've narrowed it down to 4 options for each category. There's obviously a lot to pick from. I'm sure we've missed some. So any honorable mentions you want to throw in, or if you disagree with any of them, feel free to discuss, add in your own options, all that stuff. And we're going to start with one with accompanied audio, because we're going to do with the most. Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting with the Phoenix Suns today.
Yes,
the Phoenix Suns.
On the Suns today.
25 years of the Phoenix Suns, and we're going to start with the most memorable moment from the Phoenix Suns. That was a weird way, cadence to say that. The most memorable moment of the Phoenix Suns in less than 5 years.
Yeah.
And we'll start in reverse chronological order. So the most recently one, and we'll start with this play.
Crowder waiting with it, lobs it underneath.
Yes!
It's good. DeAndre Ayton scores the basket over the rim and in. DeAndre Ayton put it over the rim and in. The players are out on the floor.
The
Valley-oop.
The Valley-oop. It's going to be hard to beat. Valley-oop in the playoffs from a few years ago. All right, here we go. Next one.
6 seconds left in the game. Out to Booker. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Booker on the drive. Goes up. Here's the shot. Shoot! He got it! He got it! And the Suns win the game. Oh, brother.
Devin Booker's bubble buzzer beater in one of the darkest times in sports gave us something very fun to cheer about there.
Over Paul George and Kawhi Leonard.
That was great.
The next nominee.
Wow. The next one would be 70 points. It is up. Good. 70 points.
Devin Booker scores 70 points versus the Celtics. And remember, this category is most memorable moments. This is your last category.
Here is Nash being chased.
Nominee.
And they had him. Oh, look out. As Ori sent Nash flying and Bell goes at Ori. Nash got up. He wants to go at Ori. The Suns did not appreciate the foul by Robert Ori.
That was the hip check from Robert Ori in the playoffs versus Steve Nash.
Yeah.
Of those 4,
I think that latter one belongs in a different category, to be honest.
Most memorable moment.
Most memorable moment for me, it's the Valley-oop. Everything about that play was just stunning, right down to waiting for my man Vince Marotta to declare the basket good.
I didn't want to make it about me,
but it was.
I had that thought because, again, I've described this moment.
Yeah.
I knew because the Suns ran a play a few years earlier with Jay Triano as the interim head coach where I didn't know the rule at that point. And a lot of people in the NBA don't know that rule.
Or forgot that rule.
The Suns did know that rule, and they took advantage of it.
Yep.
I think there was a lot of people in the arena waiting with bated breath on whether or not it was going to count.
Right.
And the way it shook out was just kind of classic.
It was fantastic.
But, I mean, that was the most impactful of the moment.
Okay. Now, the next
Positively,
the next category, which also could include the Robert Ori hip check, but I tried not to double up. Most Arizona sports moment. in Phoenix Suns recent history of the last 25 years.
I think that's where this one belongs.
That was my point. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jared.
Well, all right. So for the most memorable moment, I could have included the Amari Stoudemire dunk that made Stephon Marbury make that face like this. It's possible. Anyway, most Arizona sports moment. Here are the nominees. Eric Bledsoe tweets, "I don't want to be here." The Suns cannot stop Steve Nash's nosebleed.
That was a good one.
The Suns finally get a number 1 pick and don't draft the generational player. And Kobe airballs a game winner only for Ron Artest to put it back for a playoff win.
That last one is really, really good. As somebody who covered that game live in person, I still couldn't believe that the Lakers benefited and the Suns' misfortunes pinned on a Kobe Bryant airball. But I think the overwhelming vote for me is the hip check and what followed after that. The players leaving the bench, Boris Diaw, Amari Stoudemire getting suspended, ending the Suns' best ever chance at a championship.
I'm going off the ballot too, and I agree with a lot of what Bick said. But I'm going to go with Joe Johnson hand slipping off the rim and breaking his face.
That's right.
In the postseason, because I'm convinced that team would have won.
That team would have.
Championship.
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
a great call.
Lots to choose from there. Okay, what was the biggest storyline, big picture overall storyline of the last 25 years? Was it the Suns making the unexpected finals run in 2021? The 7 seconds or less team continuing to fall short in the playoffs? Robert Sarver being forced out as owner, so to speak, and Matt Ishbia buying the team, or the recent Big Three era being a complete disaster?
Ooh, those are some great nominees. I don't know if you can find a bigger storyline than the trade for Kevin Durant and what it meant.
And
but at the same time, I have said fervently that as a sports town, you are sunk if you are stuck with a bad owner, just completely sunk. And for the Suns to get out from underneath one and have Matt Ishbia, that's equally huge. I don't know where to vote.
It seemed no way out also from the Sarver thing.
I don't know where to vote. I might say that. I might say the biggest storyline was Baxter Holmes.
I tend to agree with you, because Jarrett hit on a phrase. It seemed like there was no way out, and that article and that investigation, if you will, led to a way out.
Yep.
And what's on the other side of it, we're still that's all unfolding. But I think that was the biggest story. The Durant trade / Big Three was a close second.
Okay, and finally, Mr. Arizona Award for the most important sports figure of the last 25 years for the Phoenix Suns. Was it Steve Nash, Devin Booker, Mike D'Antoni, or Matt Ishbia?
I think the answer for me is Steve Nash. I think Devin Booker probably is the fan favorite athlete, but I think that, in my opinion, the most important Phoenix Sun of the century is Steve Nash.
Hard to argue with that. Steve Nash, and still having an impact now, back with the organization in a role. Yeah, I would agree with Steve Nash.
All right, well, there you go. That's a look back at the last 25 years. Lots, obviously, we didn't cover.
Now, there was one question that I wouldn't mind chewing on at some point. I know we don't have much time left here, but the media moment. Is there one that stands out? Because I don't recall. Well, we can talk about this on the other side, or not.
Absolutely.
Or not.
Let's talk about it on the other side.
Let's do it.
We also have to talk about the damn Dodgers on the other side.
Do we really?
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's go replace all the windows in our house. But if you're a homeowner and you've lived in your home about 15 years, I'm sure you're quite aware of the damage the sun can do to your home, especially your windows. And if you need them replaced, great opportunity for my friends at Advanced Window Products, staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. It's a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home. lower your energy bill all at the same time. I took advantage of this exact same offer. I can't say enough good things about this company, my experience, how beautiful my new windows look. From installation to cleanup, the whole process was fantastic. Advanced Window Products, a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public, no middleman markups. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they will build your windows, they will install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. That warranty, by the way, is transferable if you sell your home, and there are great financing options available. Give them a call at 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain. Also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
All right, we're going to do dueling gambos here.
Should have queued it up better.
Thunder! 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 Sorry, I came in a bit too early, Vinny.
Now, you've said this is not one of your favorite.
No, it's not.
It's so. This is one of their more catchy songs to me.
It's catchy. It's like one of those songs. It always struck me as like, hey, if we write this song, they're gonna play this in arenas forever.
Right. I think that's all of their songs they thought.
We're just doing this because of.
By the way, while you're listening to the musical stylings of AC/DC and Angus Young, I love our listeners. Ryan Stadler pointed out that we've already been a quarter way into the 21st century, which began in the year 2000, which means 2024 marked the 25-year mark.
I believe there's an alternate school of thinking on that
there was no year zero, so it didn't start till 2001.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
That's the
There was
alternate
no
thinking.
year zero.
The year 2000 doesn't count?
I don't know.
It's just a
We're
question of
25
whether
years.
the year 2000 is at the beginning of the century or the end of the century.
Right.
It's the beginning of a century, right?
I've heard both
Listen,
theories.
it's just a technicality.
Yeah.
No one's criticizing you. It's a good idea,
it's-
and you guys executed it
no,
well.
I
and I'm really
actually-
looking forward to the next teams we do.
Yes, we're still going to do the Cardinals, Diamondbacks, and then ASU.
All right.
All I know is that 25 years, and my life is still trying to get a great big hill of hope.
I could put that in.
For a
I could add that.
destination.
Did you recognize that second
No.
clip?
What was it?
I don't know. It was. I just Googled songs that say 25. I missed that one.
AC/DC. First time they've ever been featured on Song of the Day. Thunderstruck, today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
More songs? What? Disgusting.
One of the greatest entry songs by a baseball pitcher in history.
In 2022, Edwin Diaz, then of the New York Mets, rolled this out. This is Narco by Timmy Trumpet as his entrance music, and it caught baseball by storm.
It really was such a great vibe at that time.
Yeah.
Then you started hearing it everywhere in arenas.
Yeah.
Other people use it as their walk-up music.
Now they'll be playing it at Dodger Stadium because Edwin Diaz, free agent, signing what is being reported as a $69 million deal with the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Wow.
My response to this is mixed.
Mixed?
It's mixed. He's really good.
Mine too, but he's on the decline.
He's on the decline, and I was convinced, well, I mean, the Dodgers have won 2 straight World Series, so I guess it's worked out, but my thinking at this point is when the Dodgers get somebody for big money, it's always going to work out.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't always work out. Like Tanner Scott has been a disaster for them after
Yeah.
they signed him in the bullpen.
Mhm.
But they've got 2 straight World Series.
Right.
Yeah, it's so true.
Their own manager, Dave Roberts, says, I support a salary cap. I can't stand the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And Kyle Schwarber, who
If
the
the
Cubs...
Minnesota Timberwolves played the Dodgers, I would root for the Timberwolves.
I was going to say, Kyle Schwarber, who the Cubs gave up on like 5 years ago, thought he was done.
One of the dumbest things a very stupid organization
Just
has ever
signed a
done.
five-year, $150 million deal to stay with the Phillies.
Yeah, he's staying with the Phillies. There's a lot of teams sniffing around. Baltimore, Pittsburgh was in.
The Pirates were actually
They
in.
were sniffing around Kyle Schwarber. Do they want to sign him and then trade him midseason along with Paul Skeens? So we'll see. It looks like it's heating up. The Hot Stove League heating up. We'll see if the Diamondbacks do anything else besides Michael Soroka. Okay. What we didn't get to, media moment of the last 25 years.
Right.
For the Phoenix Suns.
Just one come to mind?
I was going to say that anything... I thought about it for a little while, and I couldn't... I mean, the Eric Bledsoe tweet is technically, I guess, maybe
That's
a media
moment.
thing.
And I guess...
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, I could nominate a couple from this very radio station. Cam Johnson?
Oh, that's a great
Or
one.
Jamal Crawford?
Crawford? Oh,
Sorry,
the phone.
sorry,
The phone. Those are great ones, Vinny. My bad.
The press
Cam
conference.
Johnson. Cam Johnson?
That's unreal.
That is
I just had somebody
fantastic.
ask me that like 3
That is
weeks ago.
fantastic.
Where is that from? Why do you guys always do that? And that's why.
Do we have James Jones, Jarrett?
Oh, he's searching.
Jamal Crawford?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, the phone.
That will never not be funny.
The first one that came to mind was that weird media day press conference with the Morris twins when Lon Babby just kind of said, "Here, we're just giving them a big chunk of money, and they can split
split it
up
how they
see
how
fit."
they choose."
That was kind of strange.
That was very odd. I remember
once
once
the Baxter Holmes article is a media moment.
Oh, definitely.
True.
My famous Jerry Colangelo story, there was a time way back in the day when he promoted his son Brian to general manager, and I may have used the word nepotism in a harsh column, and Jerry didn't like that. He called the Arizona Republic, "Hey, where's Dan Bickley?" "Oh, he's in Australia covering the Olympics." Paper gets a hold of me. They say, "You better call Colangelo. I think he's going to give you some breaking news." I called him. He said, "Bickley, where are you at?" I said, "Jerry, I'm in Australia." He said, "You're lucky, because if you were here, I'd punch you in the nose."
You thought you were going to get
So
some
that was
good
in-
stuff?
They did. They
That
thought
was
they were
right
going to
at
give me Buck Showalter info.
That was in 2000 then.
Does that qualify?
I don't
if
know.
the
Who
century
knows?
started
Yeah.
in 2001?
Who cares? Who knows?
We got to scrap
Something
this whole segment now. That's going to do it for us on this Tuesday. Thanks to Mike Sando and Bobby Hurley for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen holds between the circles. Now he starts to drive, gets around Randall, flips to Williamson and jams high. What a drive and dish by Grayson Allen. Mark Williams the finish. He's got 22 to lead the Suns, and they're back up 6.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best, family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering a special holiday discount. Get 15% off now until December 31st. Just text GREEN to 62620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Another accident? What happened? Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Nugget bells, nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Honey, look. 4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah. They're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, despite no Devin Booker and still no Jalen Green, found a way to win last night in Minnesota, 108-105, and it was a group effort. Monday night, the Suns had 6 guys in double figures, led by Mark Williams with 22 points, and here was the Suns' big man on this team finding ways to win.
It's just what we've been about all year, playing tough. No matter who's out on the court, just doing what we do well, playing hard, being connected on both sides of the ball, and we find a way to win.
The Suns will head to Oklahoma City for their NBA Cup quarterfinal game on Wednesday night. The NFL turns the page to Week 15, where your Arizona Cardinals will be in Houston for the red-hot Texans on Sunday, and potentially without left tackle Paris Johnson Jr., as he's been diagnosed with a sprained MCL and is considered week to week. In college hoops, ASU will welcome NAU tonight. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with recent college basketball AP poll released yesterday, the Arizona Wildcats, your #1 team in the country. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf. What's going on, Kellen?
Hi, buddy.
How are we doing? Wow,
How you doing?
Look at that energy. Oh,
Hello.
I'm just so great.
How can you not bring the energy after last night, buddy? Come on now.
I tell you what. I mean, thank whatever sports gods are out there for the Phoenix Suns this season. The exact opposite of last year's Suns, the exact opposite of this year's Cardinals. How great is it to have this Phoenix Suns team that wins games they shouldn't win routinely?
I feel like we should really start there. Yeah, they have really been a blessing to watching Arizona sports every day for this calendar year, because the line that I've always said, and I don't mean this, sometimes I'll, as a U of A fan, bring up ASU stuff to hurt you. You got your ASU merch on that. I'm not doing it.
That's fine.
But ever since Quinn Ewers checked a blitz, it's been a nightmare pretty much all year.
That hurt.
Locally in sports. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But that's been the reality, because to address that part of the game, it was a magnificent ride for 3.5 quarters, and it looked like everything was going great. Okay, now I'm doing the thing.
I wouldn't say three. The first quarter wasn't a magnificent ride either.
I'm doing the thing a little bit.
The last time any of us smiled when talking about sports in this city, and you're bringing that up.
So in the last 6 months, we've had Kevin Durant leave, Sam Levitt leave, Ketel Marte could join them. So we've, on top of everything else, there's that. So we've really needed something to latch onto.
Kyler Murray
and if
might
for
leave.
some reason you are not, that's a good one to add. If you're for some reason not latching on to this basketball team, like even if we've got listeners right now who aren't really into the NBA for whatever reason or basketball as a whole, I think that's the thing that's so perfect about this basketball team right now is that the most casual non-sports fan in the world could watch this team and love them just because of the way they play.
That's a great point. And I understand it, even if you're not a casual sports fan, if you've just been burned too many times, you feel like in 2025 in particular. I mean, you're not wrong. The ASU-Texas game that ASU should have won was January 1st, and it's kind of been all downhill since then. So I understand if you're like hesitant, like, and I'm sure you're getting these tweets probably 1,000 times more than I am, but I'm getting big deal. They're not going to beat Oklahoma City in the playoffs. Yeah, probably not. Nobody is. But this is what sports are all about to a certain extent. They weren't supposed to be anything, and they keep beating teams they shouldn't beat, and they're doing it without their top 2 point scorers, and they're doing it on the road now. And they are a group of players that are easy to root for and that you just kind of trust are going to do everything they can to win every night.
Yeah, I'm running out of ways to describe it on ArizonaSports.com, but for now I'm going with they just are defying traditional thinking right now.
Yeah.
If you look at the 5 most talented players in that game that played, I think all of them are in a Timberwolves jersey, but that just doesn't really matter right now with this team, and it's supposed to matter. And I say this in no way to disparage at all what the Suns are doing because it more should be viewed as a compliment to what they're doing when I say this. They have this way of playing so hard that the other team is like, oh, this is not just a regular season game, a regular season game. We're going to have to try as hard as possible, like it's a playoff game, like it's game 7, in order to make sure that we win this game. Like we're going to have to lock in on a possession-to-possession basis. What we saw with the Lakers, we're like, what are our plans tonight? We're good.
Yeah.
No thanks. Yeah. What did we see with the Rockets? They snapped into place immediately after that Udoka timeout and really got to it. Minnesota, it took a little bit longer for them to get there in this game. They get it tied, start of the fourth quarter. What do they see? They see Colin Gillespie, Oso Ighodaro, Ryan Dunn, Jordan Goodwin, and Jamar Bouye come out of the timeout. They take their foot off the gas. They relax again, and then they're down 11. It's like you just cannot do this with this team.
They would know better.
And again, I'm kind of doing the Moneyball thing, like how can you not be romantic about baseball, basketball, whatever? It's really more about the team than the player at this point.
Yeah.
Like what the Suns are doing is you're going to have to really start to respect like what it means to play against the Suns right now, or this is going to be you no matter who is in or out, because the fact that they're capable of this type of win when Minnesota played this physical, and honestly, Anthony Edwards was exceptional in this game, but it didn't matter. And it didn't matter with Devin Booker out, which is just unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
And they're going to continue to stack up wins like this. I think like a couple of weeks ago, it became clear to me like, everything that we thought about this team in March and April, which was like, okay, they don't have their draft pick. They're going to keep everyone. They're going to keep trying to win. They're going to get some free wins along the way. They're getting not some free wins, but some extra wins along the way right now because the regular season is a grind that teams kind of take it easy with from time to time, and this team never takes it easy ever.
This is great. Command and Control can weigh in on this too. How many years have we seen Kellen Olson have to cover either just bad Suns basketball teams or really disappoint? Like last year, was
underperforming.
Just sucking the life out of you.
He's covered like 2 good years.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the most just fired up I've heard you to talk about basketball since the run to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And it's not, I mean, I don't know. I don't believe this team's making a run to the NBA Finals, but they are easy to get behind and root for. I feel like this is one of those teams where if you're watching an NBA game on a random Wednesday night and it doesn't involve your team, like let's just say that you are a Hawks fan or whatever, or you're a Bucks fan and you flip on Suns T-Wolves or something, you find yourself rooting for the Suns. And honestly, Kellen, I want your thoughts on this because you cover the NBA so closely. I think part of it is you don't typically see stories like this in the NBA. You see it in the NFL. You even occasionally see it in baseball. There's always like 1 or 2 teams that wasn't supposed to be good that is making a little bit of a run. You see it in hockey a ton. But in the NBA, over the course of the year, it's just kind of the teams you thought were going to be good to great at the beginning of the year that make their run. And you don't typically see a team that was supposed to be bad be legitimately good.
Their starting lineup last night, to your point, let's call it for what it is. Let's call it for what it is. And I'm going to preface by saying all 5 of these guys are having excellent seasons, and they're very good basketball players who have proven wrong what I'm about to say.
Yes.
Colin Gillespie was just a throw-in on a two-way, essentially, that was toiling towards the bottom of the league in that really tough position where he's trying to latch on and make a name for himself and make a career out of being in the NBA.
Yep.
Is a year or two away from going to Europe. Like, that's just how it goes for those guys in those positions sometimes. Grayson Allen, no one wanted on the trade market. Royce O'Neal, no one wanted on the trade market. Mark Williams, a team nixed the deal because his medicals were so scary. And then Dylan Brooks, who was the salary to make it work in their big trade.
And they all
and
know
they
it,
just
and they
beat
love
a
it.
fully healthy Minnesota Timberwolves team that has made the conference finals 2 years.
They just beat
out of 3
Minnesota
years.
again. I like when we were looking at the stretch of, okay, you got to go play Houston in Houston, then you got to go play Minnesota, and then your reward for making it to the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup is another game against Oklahoma City. I don't think anybody expected them to go into Houston minus Devin Booker and Jalen Green and win. Oklahoma City, nobody beats that team. But even Minnesota, considering what they did to Minnesota last time they played them, where they came back in the last minute, I thought for sure Minnesota would be on their absolute A game, and it just doesn't matter with this group.
It's just too hard to do what they're doing, apparently. It's too hard to focus this much and play with this much effort every single night. And to you bringing up like the last couple of seasons, the best part about this season is it has confirmed everything that we believed to be true last year, which is just that when everything is going well with your team and it connects together, you can outperform everything because that's what makes basketball the best sport in the world, in my opinion. But if you guys don't gel together, if you don't connect together, if you don't play together, then you're just not going to play well, no matter how talented you are, because that's what makes basketball, again, the best sport in the world, in my opinion. And this is a perfect example of it. Like, you look at some of the best stories in the league right now, Toronto is going to get a shout out. Brandon Ingram is an incredibly talented basketball player. Like, they've got Scotty Barnes, they've got Emmanuel Quickley, they've got a ton of great players who are super athletic and long and like buy into what the league is all about. They're throwing out an undersized point guard, 3 undersized wings, and a guy nobody wanted because he was hurt too much, and they're beating the Timberwolves.
Yeah, here, real quick before we go to break, this is Anthony Edwards was asked after the game, what made this game difficult?
What was making this one difficult?
Number 12, pretty good at basketball.
Ant doesn't even know who Colin Gillespie is, and the Suns are beating the Timberwolves. That's incredible.
Put him in the Austin Butler category of like, who is this guy? This guy that's just torching your team. It's a little bit worse for Anthony Edwards because he's on the floor.
Let's start making a running list. So Austin Butler now knows who Colin Gillespie is.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards now knows who Colin Gillespie is. Who's going to learn next?
I don't know, but
how does that pecking order
it's
work?
got to be somebody with an acting career because, as we all know, Ant has a pretty amazing acting career.
Should have been Oscar nominated.
The
He got
Timberwolves
robbed.
seem to have problems with number 12s.
Yeah.
Jake LaRavia, now Colin Gillespie.
That's true. All right, when we come back.
Are you sure? Do we have to? We have to stop?
Oh, I forgot you have a show sheet and you're looking at it. Well, I'll tell you what, Tyler Drake's going to join us, though. So we
Okay,
can
now
put
I'm
it
a
on
little
him.
more happy. There you
What
go.
is the rest of this Arizona Cardinals season all about? You know what? Kellen and I aren't even going to try and figure it out. We're just going to dump that all on Tyler Drake, our Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter. He's going to come in and give us a definitive answer on how to fix the Arizona Cardinals forever going forward. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Waits, he shoots a 3 over Gillespie. It's around the rim, no good. Rebound loose underneath. DiVincenzo backs it out, and it's too late for Naz Reid. The Suns win it. 108-105, the final score here at Target Center. Suns improved to 2-0 against Minnesota this season, and they win here in Minneapolis for the first time since last April.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar for dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The Patriot All-America returns to the Wigwam Golf Club, and the Thunderbolt is back at Sterling Grove Golf and Country Club. Festivities begin December 28th with opening ceremonies and family on the fairway, followed by tournament play starting December 29th. Enjoy concerts from Mark Martell on December 27th and Aaron Nichols from The Voice on December 30th. General admission is free for everyone. For tickets and information, visit westvalleymavericks.org today.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Suns hound Timberwolves for another stunning win. Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. expected to miss time with an MCL sprain. And Mike Hazen says the Diamondbacks are going to try to add as much pitching as we can. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today, and Tyler Drake is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. Tyler, no pressure, but as we went to break, Kellen and I decided that you were going to fix all of the Cardinals' problems in the next 10 minutes. So how are we doing?
Oh, yeah, I kind of heard that as you guys were heading out of that segment, and I was trying to really rack my brain to give you an immediate answer, and I don't have one right now.
What?
It's just get through the end of the season at this point. Let's get through it. Let's not have some crazy injuries. I know we just got the news of Paris Johnson being week to week, so hopefully that's not going to hold him back too much or linger past any of the season. So I think right now it's just try to stay as healthy as you can, get some evaluations, and be ready for a lot of chaos in the offseason because that's what's coming and it should be.
I just worry about you, Tyler, because you and like the 17 other people in the world who are Arizona Cardinals and Sacramento Kings connected in some way right now.
Wow.
It's like how are you supposed to function on a day-to-day basis right now? You're a hero. Your look says it all. Like I don't know what like, again, what sports does to us.
Tyler, have
So,
you tried hockey? We have a great team here in town. Oh, no, wait, they're not here. But you should still try.
Oh, you know, the worst part about that, Luke, is that I took my daughter Brady to a Coyotes game like right before everything happened, and she had one of the greatest experience she's ever had at a sports event, and then had to go tell her, oh yeah, we can't go to those again.
Yeah, well, that's why it's always good to kill the growth of a sport in your major city with 5.5 million people.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Tyler, how about we try this? Let's kind of go to fantasy land here for a second, okay? If you could just fix like 2 or 3 things with the Cardinals this offseason, you know, don't worry about salary cap or whatever. Just like, what would they be? What would be your top 2 or 3 priorities?
I mean, I think the biggest priority, and I'm going to just say this as 1, 2, and 3, is offensive line. I think we need to see better traction on a consistent basis, and it just hasn't been there. It's been a huge step backward this year. Obviously, we just talked about Paris Johnson. He's been their best player, and now he's going to be on the sideline for, it says, week to week. So from there, I mean, you really need to see some growth from the guys that are coming in, like the John Gaines of the world, the Isaiah Adams of the world. But when you get to the offseason, you have got to hit it hard. Like we saw last year with the defensive side. The offensive side needs a lot of love this offseason, and it's got to start from the trenches and work your way out from there. But that's where I'm looking. You've got to go get younger. You've got to go get some legit free agents. You've really got to push the needle if you want to really continue to be what this offense wants to try to be. But you also got to throw in the equation that, hey, who's going to be calling the plays? Who's going to be the OC? I mean, we're headed for a lot of chaos, like I said, guys. The change is coming. I don't know where it's coming from exactly just right now, but just be ready for it because it's going to happen. But when I look at personnel changes from the player standpoint, offensive line is number 1 in my eyes.
So, Tyler, you know my bit, and Luke knows my bit with Nick Rawlis, which is I would come on air and just talk about how much he sucks at his job, so no one would hire him to be a head coach. So, hand up, my bad, because it appears he actually does suck, or at least this defense sucks. What's going on with this defense right now in the last 5 games, and how much do you attribute it to Rawlis directly? And I don't mean to be like snide and cruel with the way that I'm referencing it in that kind of way, but this is a guy who was like the bright star of this coaching staff, in my opinion, the last 2 years with everything he was doing, and it seems like it's even getting to his element of the game where he affects it the most too.
Yeah, and I do, as much as I don't want to fall back on this, I think injuries play a big part of that because you see who's not out there, Mack Wilson Sr., and I think he's a huge part of keeping that defense doing what it does on the field, getting the plays in. Nothing against rookie Cody Simon because I think he's the next guy in line with how everything's going. But when you look at that, Mack Wilson, he was that other quarterback for the defense. And yeah, I mean, you've got to put more on Nick Rawlis. Things just aren't going the right way. And I think a lot of that is player execution. I think when you look at last week, Will Johnson probably had his worst game as a pro. I mean, he was getting eaten alive by Puka left and right. So I think it's also, you've got to have guys take that next step. So I think guys are getting figured out as well by the offensive side. I mean, you've got a rookie out there in Denzel Burke. You got a rookie in Will Johnson. And I think we all know the pedigree of Will Johnson and Denzel Burke, but still they're young guys with inexperience. And I think that's another part of it. You've got to see guys take that next step. Walter Nolan, he's still not playing after going down again. So that's another big one. He was so impressive getting back on the field, and losing him. And, you know, Darius Robinson still has to take his steps, and you want to see guys just make that next step, and we're just not seeing it. I mean, look at Budda Baker. It seems like they're playing him a little bit different than they did last year when he had a career year. So how do you get back to that? How do you get back to him consistently being a presence more in the box as opposed to staying out back and trying to make a play on a ball? Like it's little things, but it could be the big reasons why this team's falling backwards.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, this is going to sound like I'm looking for a silver lining to the season, and I'm really not. But I genuinely am wondering about this. We've seen Michael Wilson over the last 4 weeks when he was the guy. And I mean, the week where Marv was back, his numbers went way down. But the weeks where he's been asked to be the guy over the last 4, he's absolutely broken out. I mean, he looks like a true number 1 receiver in these games. Is there anybody else on this team, because they have 4 games left, that you look at and say, over these last 4 games, they could make a, maybe not that big of a jump, but a significant enough jump where we'd feel differently about them going into next year? Because I think we all feel differently about Michael Wilson now.
Yeah, 100% with Michael Wilson. He has really shown a lot. When I'm looking to expand that a little bit more, I mean, Denzel Burke, I just mentioned him, but can he really prove that he can be one of the other guys moving forward as a younger, kind of later round pick that has kind of shown out? I mean, he's tied for the team lead in interceptions right now. So he's got a lot to work on. I'm not saying that there's not a lot to work there, but looking at him, I'm looking at a guy like Jordan Birch as well. Can he really take that next step and really show a little bit more? I think he's got the athleticism. I think there's been some clips where it's like, holy cow, that dude can move for as big as he is, but can he do it more on a consistent basis? And honestly, like, I'm going to look at Jacoby Brissett. Can you continue to have the kind of games that you're having? Can you continue to move the ball down the field? Can you continue to have, 300-yard games, 2 touchdowns? Can you continue to keep the ball out of the other team's hands? I mean, that's something I'm definitely looking at from him. It just seems like the turnovers are starting to pile up a little bit. But can you prove that you can be a bridge guy? Can you prove that you should be the starter for 2026? Because I think we can all agree that the Kyler Murray situation looks murky at best. Don't believe he's coming back. So what is the next step for quarterback? And can Jacoby Brissett really answer that this last little bit before the season's over?
Tyler, there's a lot I'm struggling to grasp about this season, but maybe the biggest thing, honestly, is on defense, where we talk so much about the pass rush going into the year. Pass rush. Go get a pass rusher. They get Josh Sweat. He has 11 sacks. They have 3 players with more than 1 sack, and Baron Browning is one of them, and he has 2. What has happened with this pass rush to where Josh and Calais have been so good, but no one else can seem to benefit from it? Like, what have you seen on a week-to-week basis that has led to this group somehow underperforming when they added 2 guys who were great in this specific category? Again, like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing is Josh Sweat's just the dude, and they need somebody else that can take the pressure off of him a little bit more. I mean, 11 sacks, I think, what's the next one? Calais at 5.5 or something right around there. Yep. So you can't have you've got to have another pass rusher that is dedicated to doing that you've got to have another one. And I thought Baron Browning was going to be the answer. I thought early on he could be. And obviously he's had that concussion. He's had to deal with that, some missed games. But that is one thing is like, yes, you have a legit pass rusher, but so does the offense. They know that is the main.
I think Tyler's gone.
He at least freeze framed at like a good, like aesthetically pleasing kind
that's
of
true.
frame. Like he looked like a normal human being.
Oh, he's back.
I'm back.
He's back, but we can't see him. It's just a voice now.
Oh, there we go.
Right. Sorry, go ahead, Tyler.
Okay, yeah, basically they need more complementary pieces around Josh Sweat. I think that's really the big thing is you need another pass rusher that can get after the quarterback that they have to game plan for regularly, and you also have to look on what's going on in the secondary. I think the ball's getting out fast, and I think offenses know who they have in the back end that they could probably target, and like I mentioned earlier, getting some of those inexperienced players, just targeting them. I mean, that's the end of the day. That's what it is. You got to find the weaknesses. And I think that's another thing of it. So yeah, it's a long-winded answer, long-winded question, but I think that's kind of where I start with it.
Tyler, we appreciate this as always, man. Thank you.
No problem. See you guys.
Good luck getting through the final 4 weeks of the season. You're right. That's a skill to have if you're going to get frozen on camera to, be in a at least reasonable.
Just such a good-looking young man.
He pulled it off.
Yeah.
All right. That was Tyler Drake joining us right there. I think we solved most of the Cardinals' issues. Well, hypothetically, at least. When we come back to the Suns, what does Dylan Brooks playing hurt show us about this Suns team, and what does it say to his teammates? That's all next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Man, the gap between them and everybody else in this division has never felt wider.
No.
It has never felt wider. It has never felt like you know how every year when these websites that we like to talk about when we're looking for material to talk about on our show, and in the spring, in May, and June, they'll put out these most likely team in the NFL to go from worst to first in their division. Nobody's going to pick the Cardinals. The Cardinals aren't going to finish third on that list or fourth on that list. They're going to finish last on that list because the gap is so wide between them and everybody else in the NFC West. That's where I'm feeling the frustration today.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, brothers, Ron Wolfley here. When it comes to getting a great night's sleep, there's only one name I trust, and that's Brooklyn Bedding. As someone who knows the importance of rest and recovery, I can tell you that Brooklyn Bedding delivers the comfort and support you need to wake up feeling refreshed and ready to tackle the day. Whether you like a firm mattress or something a bit softer, Brooklyn Bedding has a wide range of options to suit your needs. Brooklyn Bedding expertly designs and engineers all of their mattresses in their very own state-of-the-art factory and have sleep experts ready to help you find the perfect fit. And the best part? You can try their mattresses risk-free with a 120-night trial, and the shipping is always free. Get ready to sleep like a champion. So why wait? Visit brooklynbedding.com or stop by one of their 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders, it's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson has a sprained MCL and is week to week. Despite being down Devin Booker and Jalen Green once again, the Phoenix Suns beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 108-105 last night in Minneapolis. Mark Williams had 22 points and 7 rebounds for the Suns, who improved to 14-10 on the season. For more on the victory, head on over to arizonasports.com. And Arizona State men's basketball is home tonight for a matchup with Northern Arizona. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared in Minnesota and wonder who will be available for the Suns when they face the Thunder on Wednesday. The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, thanks to Tyler Drake for joining us. Welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Tuesday morning. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf. And Kellen, I will say this, and I don't mean this should not come off as a negative towards the NBA or the era of load management, even though I hate load management. But when you see any player playing through a bruised Achilles, I'm not a doctor, That seems painful, and that's what Dillon Brooks was playing through last night. And he made an impact on the game as you would expect, and there was no small contribution to the Suns winning that game in Minnesota last night.
It's been amazing to watch him game by game and how the size of his real estate varies, but he owns an occupation in everyone's head in the league.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of if it's like a studio apartment or like Disneyland in someone's head. But you saw Julius Randle like getting not frustrated, but like amped up by him.
Yeah.
And then that led to like, remember, they got like tangled up, and then Julius Randle got a stop on him. Like he actually got a positive outcome out of it. Like he was so mad at Dillon Brooks thinking he was better than him that he denied like a 20-foot fadeaway from the baseline, and then he went down the court, did a move, got into the key, and then zipped this pass that almost gave someone on the front row a concussion. Yeah. Like it didn't hit it didn't come close to its target. There was a game here when Indy was in town, and Siakam was just not in the mood for it immediately. It's like, man, we're like 1-12. Can you relax, please? Like, I'm going through a lot right now. Hallie's out. Like, everyone is out. I'm the only guy out here that's not hurt.
I don't need you in my face for the next 48
And remember,
minutes.
TJ McConnell saw it. Like, this is what, I don't know if the broadcast, like, saw it this way, but what happened was TJ saw it, McConnell did, and was like, enough. I'm going to go make a beeline for Brooks, get in his face so he can just lay off my guy.
Yeah.
And I've seen it game after game now, where his antics are just in people's heads and they know what to expect, but it just really frustrates them and bothers them. Like the only guy I've not seen it work on so far is Steven Adams, and even if they weren't former teammates, it wouldn't work. But there was one time where like Steven Adams got like an offensive rebound or something and then fell over and got fouled. And like Dillon like went over him like this, like hunched over him and like got on top of his head. And then Steven Adams like didn't even look at him, didn't even look bothered or whatever because he's Steven Adams.
Don't make eye contact.
When Minnesota was coming back out of the huddle, Dillon Brooks offered a fist bump to Anthony Edwards. Did you see that?
Yes.
What's he doing?
It's so great, man. And here's why. I know he is the quintessential, oh, you'd love him if he was on your team and you'd hate him if he wasn't. Normally those players, when somebody says that, it's usually after that player cheap shotted somebody on your team. And typically I'm like, I don't know that I would love him. Like I would not love Patrick Beverley on the Phoenix Suns. But I think there's a lot, maybe nuance isn't the right word because Dillon Brooks is not subtle. He's pretty blunt. But I think there's intelligence to what he does. But even setting that aside, the Suns just got pushed around so much last year, it felt like, by the whole league. It was like, oh, we'll just push the Suns around. Oh, we'll just whatever. We'll just shove Kevin Durant. We'll just shove Devin. Who's going to do anything? The rest of the league deserves Dillon Brooks being on the Suns. And every time he gets in somebody's head, I'm like, good, that's payback for last year. That's what you all get for pushing the Suns around last year. You get Dillon Brooks just relentless for 48 minutes.
And a big part of, sports in general, here I go like doing the whole like how can you not be romantic about stuff, but we watch it across sports all the times, like specifically in baseball and basketball, I think, where even hockey, like I'll toss hockey in there, sure, I'll toss a little hockey in there for you.
Unprecedented.
But if you watch a guy, I'll stick with the hockey thing just for you, buddy.
Oh, okay.
If you watch someone on like the fourth line just have an incredible back check for 12 seconds and then like he gets a deflection, blocks a shot or whatever, what's the bench doing? They're going nuts for the guy who's on the ice for like 6 minutes the entire game because he just played and then that gets the guys on the first line more motivated. That's not who Dillon Brooks is per se. But I think the way this
He's Canadian, though, so this reference works.
It works a little bit. The way this started was they watched Dillon in person. They're like, oh, he's really like this. This guy's completely out of his mind. And then they started to like love it. And then it started to affect everyone. Ryan Dunn has never played like this in his life. He's a psychopath right now. Like he's trying to kill anyone that is under the rim right now when he gets the ball to his own detriment. He missed multiple games because he tried to dunk on Rudy Gobert. And I really don't think that happens if Dillon Brooks was not his teammate because he's just lost his mind this year. I don't know what's wrong with him.
It's kind of nice. He's only in year 2, though. They might need to rein it in just a little bit.
And Dillon, this was one of his worst games of the year. He was 7 of 20, 2 assists, 2 turnovers. He was clearly hobbled by the injury. Not hobbled, that's the wrong way to put it, but Ott clearly took precautions in the fourth quarter. I think Dillon played a little over 2 minutes and then got pulled back out when a couple of his jumpers came up short. And then he came back in for the end of the game as well. But he's just so dialed in all of the time that it's like you want to say like it sets the standard or whatever. But I think what works is I think that he would eventually downtick a bit if other guys weren't with him.
Yeah.
But if
he was the only guy, it would be
everyone's with
around.
him.
Yeah,
and he even has nights. Like he's had a couple of nights this year where he's let off the gas a little bit. Like there was a loss. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. Golden State. In Golden State, him and Book were like out to lunch, and it's just going to happen to everyone. It's totally fine. But pretty much every night he brings it to this insane degree. Like if you go to a Suns game this year, just watch Dylan. It show up like 20 minutes early. Like just get there on time. First of all, please, everyone, come out. It's a sporting event. Like get there on time.
They have good parking down
Try and show up 15 to 20 minutes early and watch the Suns come out for warm-ups. At some point, Dylan will just stare in a straight line for like 12 seconds, 15 seconds straight to mentally prepare himself or whatever, and then go about his way. It's crazy. You got to see it.
When he does that, when he's just staring off into space for 10, 12 seconds before the game, do you ever look at some random person in the crowd who might think he's just staring them down? Are they like getting uncomfortable? Like, what is this? This guy's going to fight me?
There's been a few times when he's been warming up like before the game, like 2 hours before, when I'll go sit out there and I'm like, is he looking at me right now? And he might have been. I don't know if he was or not, but like there were a couple of times where that happened. Yeah.
Just to finish your fourth
He's
line.
in my head.
Your fourth
I don't even
line,
play.
Your fourth line analogy, you know what the motto of fourth lines in the NHL is, right? Forecheck, back check, paycheck.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were just going to bring up our boy Vernon Fiddler in some kind of way, but whatever.
Wow, was not ready for that. Here's Jordan Ott on Dylan Brooks after the game yesterday.
We go in mind to try to help him with his minutes best we can, and I know, we wanted to match him up there with Randall as well, so his sub patterns were different tonight. He gave everything he could. Shoot around, I wasn't sure he's going to play, and where we would be without him, I don't think any of us want to even think about. Even on the season, just how competitive, his fire, his grit that he brings every single night, whether he feels 100% or not, it is something unique in the NBA.
They do need to be smart with him, though. Obviously, the Suns can't afford to lose any other contributors, but I think in order of guys they can't lose this season, it's Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks, and then kind of everybody else down a tier. So you can't lose Dylan Brooks. So you can, if he has to miss a game or two. I know he had to miss a couple games earlier in the season, but you know what I mean. You got to be careful with this injury or ailment or whatever you want to call it.
I distracted myself. I've been just thinking of my favorite fourth liners in Coyotes history. Like shout out Kyle Chipchura, shout out Lawson Krause, who like elevated himself beyond that role.
That's true. All right, more fourth liner talk when we come back.
Please,
no, actually,
let's rank the top 5 power plays in Coyotes history.
I think
shout out Ray Whitney, the Wizard.
It was definitely the 2012 team. We're going to talk about though. Kellen is the Cardinals, so brace yourself for this.
Okay, all right.
When we come back, does Jonathan Gannon need to make some changes to this coaching staff? You're going to hear what he had to say about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday amidst the fun, our weekly visit. Talking NFL with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Did you capture it? Just let it slip. Yo. His palms are sweaty.
All right, Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Flipping back to the Cardinals, Kellen. And I've got some JG.
So we're not doing Coyotes fourth line talk?
Well, we have been during the break.
Can we, producer, please?
No, we should talk Cardinals here. But I just wanted to bring up Liam O'Brien having 153 penalty minutes 2 years ago, and he played like 700 minutes in the entire season in total.
We were talking about Brad Richardson in the break as another name that I forgot off the top of my head, and you said like you didn't really have a relationship with him, but he like randomly came up to you at a game 2 years ago just to say hi because he's just the best vibes guy in the
excited.
world.
I mean, I knew him a little bit, but we weren't like buds. You know what I mean? We weren't like hanging out. But now he's like a scout in the NHL, which is the greatest job. When the Coyotes were here, it was the greatest job. All these teams would have a scout that just lived in Phoenix because they would not have to travel. They just scout from Phoenix.
I love hockey.
Guys naming dudes. Don't you love it?
Well, I don't.
Now I'm feeling like you, where like I hate hockey because of how much I love it right now as a person in the state.
It is hard for me to watch hockey right now. I go back and forth actually on whether or not we should talk Cardinals or something else right now, because I think people are so beaten down by this Cardinals season. But I do have some JG audio from Burns and Gambo yesterday that I think is worth. It's worth reacting to.
Let's hear it.
So first, he was on with them yesterday, as he is each and every Monday throughout the season, and they asked him, did he think the defense gave half effort, is the way it's phrased?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. We got beat on a double move, and that was the one touchdown, a contested catch, to Will, to Puka, and then the one run, we were out of our gap, didn't fall back, hit the ball, and he outran the pursuit.
Let me ask you this, Kellen, because we haven't really done a show together since this season unraveled completely. Jonathan Gannon, I understand it's a tough spot he's in. How do you feel like he's handling this season publicly when he talks? Because you want your coach under control. I get that. You don't necessarily want your coach throwing players under the bus. And I'm not basing this on that answer to that question. I'm just saying, they lose games. Everybody's frustrated. You hear JG after the game. He's like, oh, we were close. We're doing the right thing. Love the call. We were close. Just didn't quite work out. Part of me is like, yeah, he's got to do that. You don't want to be throwing players under the bus. You don't want to be blaming coaches. You don't want to be losing your mind up there. But on the other hand, people are so frustrated. I understand. It's almost like the Torey Lovello thing from a couple years ago. Fans want to see their coach as angry as they are.
So if we're working with a 1 to 10 scale, 1 being the gaslighting that Drew Petzing does every week, and 10 being like handling it in the best way absolutely possible, it's somewhere in the middle road. Like there are a few answers from him, particularly I think 4 to 6 weeks ago, that were kind of just rubbing me the wrong way with what I was watching. And it's like, again, like the word is gaslighting. It's an aggressive term to use, but these guys know the sport far better than I do or ever will. But there are very simple things like effort where you can just see it at the same time. Now, this is a specific instance I really struggle with going in on that specific point because he's still got to get through 5 more weeks. And when we had him on Burns and Gambo, when I was filling in with Gambo last week, Gambo's like opening the interview joking with him about Netflix shows, and he's like, I don't know, like, yeah, give me a Netflix show, but like at the end of the season, like I got a game to worry about. And I really do think that it would be interesting to talk about him, ironically enough, when his obligations are done in terms of talking to the media, once the season is actually over, and just kind of take him through it a little bit more and see if there's more there to talk about, because he's just so focused on the week-to-week thing that football guys deal with that I in trying to interpret where his head is at right now, it sounds like a guy who hasn't really been able to get his head around it because he won't allow himself to, because he's so focused on the week-to-week right now.
Yeah, which, I mean, you're in that spot. I go back and forth on Gannon. Wolf and I talked about this yesterday. I know a lot of people have been talking about it. It's like, if you fire Jonathan Gannon, are the Cardinals suddenly good? I don't believe they are. I don't believe he's like the biggest part of the problem, but I'm disappointed that he hasn't been able to get them some wins. Some of that, this season with these injuries in this division, you're just not going to make the playoffs. You're just not. But that doesn't mean you have to go 3-14. You could get to 7-10 or 8-9 or something. I'm not saying they can now. They can't mathematically get to 8-9, and they're not going to get to 7-10 either. But I'm a little disappointed that he hasn't been able to find a way to grind out some of, like the Jacksonville game. They should have won that game. The Tampa game, they should have won that game. There's enough close games where, a couple calls, it's just like, let's get these right. Let's take some of these games. All right, here's more from Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo. He was asked if he thinks he has the right coaches in the right spots with this team.
Well, I'm in the meetings and I hear exactly what I want being taught, talked about. It's just, we got to just fine tune throughout the week, keep harping on the details of all our guys, what they need to do with each play, with what technique they're in. And it's unfortunate because we had a couple, there's times where we have some really good snaps of really good technique, but it takes all 11 to do it on a consistent basis.
So is there miscommunication somewhere? Is it
I don't think there's miscommunication. It's easy for me to say, like, it's so black and white, but they, like I always say, they have a say too. And, you're playing an opponent with good players and they're using their technique on you. We just got to use our technique and get to our technique a little bit quicker than them more consistently.
I mean, at this point in the season, there's only so much to say. Because it's been so repetitive, and they've realistically been out of it since what, like the second Seattle game. And that's just, I don't remember a time, even with the Cardinals, even with their rough history of making the playoffs, where they were realistically out of it that early. And so then you just basically, it's just rinse and repeat each week right now.
The results don't lie. Like this is, we talk about the National Football League all the time, and how many times did you and Wolf early in the year, or even just like a few weeks ago, be like, well, it's a National Football League, anything can happen. They could win on any given week. Like, look at the teams that have like 8, 9, 10 wins right now. Are you kidding me? Like, this is the NFL, where it used to be, not even this year anymore, like, oh my gosh, the game last night, which we're going to talk about, Those are supposedly two of the better teams in the NFL, record-wise, right now. It's like that level of competitiveness that the league has that really is what makes it so special right now is just been completely absent in these games. And it's something that I talked about with the Suns last year. Is like, okay, you guys seem like you're a great vibe to be around, that it's not locker room stuff, but we're watching these games and watching you guys quit every night, and that just doesn't lie.
Yeah.
And the level to which they don't execute on a maddening extent for the last 3 months does not lie, that there are serious, serious problems with, you want to call it the coaching staff connecting to the players, you want to call it the players not connecting to the coaching staff, whatever it is exactly, it's players, coaches, whatever. The level of execution has been so low in a sport that is all about execution that like it's just like it's clean house time. It really is.
It's brutal. I'm trying to let me see if I can get you a reference point here. Do you remember? Man, how about this? Do you remember the Diamondbacks series against the Minnesota Twins? They went to Minnesota. They won 2 of 3. You remember this? Just play along with me for a second.
I'm with you.
The Cardinals have won 1 game since that series. That Diamondbacks Twins series feels like it was a year and a half ago. The Cardinals have won 1 game since then. So I'm saying, like, there was always a scenario in my head where what you just said doesn't have to happen. The Cardinals missed the playoffs. They were supposed to make it this year. Okay, progression's not always totally linear. Maybe you go to 8-9, and this year, you know what? You kind of leveled off at 8-9. You're in a tough division. You have these injuries. Puts everybody on the hot seat for next year. The clock is ticking, like JG said after the Tennessee game. They've won 1 game since the middle of September. It's almost Christmas. I haven't started my shopping. Like, this is stressful. Now this has kind of moved into a personal thing. I need to start my shopping, but you understand what I'm saying.
Can I cheer you up before we go to break?
You can.
Daniel Winnick, Rob Klinkhammer, wow. Lori Korpikoski.
Wow. The Corpedo. Wow.
Loved the Corpedo,
Beast
man.
on the
Victor Tikhonov?
Wow, Teak.
Yeah. I miss that.
Good times. All right, when we come back, let's flip back to basketball. Speaking of good times, how high should Jordan Ott be in the NBA Coach of the Year race? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. has a sprained MCL and is week to week. Despite being down Devin Booker and Jalen Green once again, the Phoenix Suns beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 108-105 last night in Minneapolis. Mark Williams had 22 points and 7 rebounds for the Suns, who improved to 14-10 on the season. For more on the win, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU Men's Hoops is home tonight for a matchup with Northern Arizona. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday season. Get $1,000 off all on X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO to 620-620.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fan in Minnesota and wonder who will be available for the Suns when they face the Thunder on Wednesday. The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today. It is Wolf and Luke. And Kellen, let's talk some Suns basketball and a point you brought up before the show, which I'm double-checking now because I had looked it up a couple days ago. Jordan Ott, and I know it's relatively early in this season, although we're coming up on, like, the third of the season mark.
We're officially, like, in the season.
Yeah.
It's time to let your takes fly. Go ahead. Spread your wings, my son.
He is currently 5th in NBA Coach of the Year odds.
Too low.
I agree. Have you looked at this yet? Do you want to try and Family Feud the top 4?
Wasn't referencing Troy Tulowitzki, to be clear. He's too low.
You can Wolf has this strong anti-Tulowitzki stance for some reason.
Lore, drop the lore, please.
To the point where he just actively roots against the Rockies, like the only team he roots against.
What did he do? I don't remember Tulo being like a dirty player or something.
But it's great. Like when we do the standings updates.
Like if he said Manny Machado, I'd be like, that makes
Tulo.
sense.
When we do the standings updates.
Sorry, Jesse.
Like,
do you hate Machado?
No, he's one of my favorite players of all time.
Okay, well, that's a horrible take for a favorite player of all time because he's the worst.
He's actually not. I'm gonna really go to bat for him. Like he is really
great guy off the field, great teammate. He's the worst.
Incredible guy off the field.
Okay, he's the worst.
One of the best players off the field.
Still the worst.
Now I remember what I was going to say because we're dangerously close to getting into a Tom Wilson fight on the air, but we're not going to do that. Do you care to family feud the top 4 that are ahead of Jordan Ott right now?
No, but I would love to see him coach Christian Fisher on a back check. Should we just try to keep doing this bit?
JB Bickerstaff is currently the favorite for Coach of the Year from the Pistons. I think Jordan Ott, when all is said and done, if this continues, is got to be one of the top 3 at the end of the year. Probably should win, honestly.
Let's really break this down. Okay, the Pistons are 19-5. They look like they're the best team in the Eastern Conference, and that is why Bickerstaff is getting all of this attention, rightfully so. If I would have told you, like, coming into the year, the Pistons will be 19-5 and they'll lead the Eastern Conference, you would have been like, oh,
yeah,
like, it's possible. It's a surprise. I didn't expect it, but, they've got Cade Cunningham. They've got Jalen Duren. They've got Ron Holland. They've got all this young talent, and they already outperformed expectations drastically last year, which is when he should have gotten the award.
True. The only guy I will listen to an argument of being ahead of Ott is Dagnall, just because Oklahoma City might go 80-2.
If they win 70-plus games, it should be Mark Dagnall again. Yeah. But awards are so stupid. It's like, why doesn't Michael Jordan win the MVP every year when he was in the league? Like, why didn't LeBron? Why didn't Shaq? Like, all these kinds of names. Why didn't Kobe? Mm-hmm. It's something that happens with award season. OKC is 23-1, so I think Dagnall is the guy in the way. Eric Spoelstra has this great narrative where Miami is 14-10, which like that's kind of like where they should be, honestly. Yeah. Like they're not like around 500, slightly above 500. Their roster, it kind of matches that, but he revolutionized the offensive approach to what they're doing this year, and he's never won Coach of the Year, which, again, like, why weren't you giving Eric Spoelstra Coach of the Year when he had the best team in the
Coach
NBA?
Of the year, yeah.
Like, when he should have been Coach of the Year. Again, Miami, not that surprising. Darko Rajakovic, the former Suns assistant, has the Toronto Raptors at 15-10. They're the second biggest surprise of the season.
Behind the Suns, though.
But the Suns are 14-10. I consider myself fairly knowledgeable about basketball. I thought they were going to be worse than the Pelicans, who are 3-22. Their over-under for the year was 31.5, and right now they're minus odds to win 40-plus games.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have had Jalen Green for 1 game and a quarter, 5 quarters.
And it's his first year as the coach, and it's very clear that he is a major reason they're doing
I'm glad
this.
you took it here, yeah.
Yeah, it's not just like, hey, you know what?
Dylan Brooks' career year.
Yep.
Mark Williams is staying healthy.
Booker's putting up 34 a night because he's the only scorer. They haven't played anybody. It's not any of that. They've beaten good teams. I would say they have 3 clear-cut signature wins, and a game like last night is up there for another signature win, honestly, and a lot of it is him. If you sliced up the pie, we usually have the pie of blame with Arizona sports teams.
Ooh.
But if you were doing the pie of credit for the Phoenix Suns, Jordan Ott gets a huge portion of that right now. Like Dylan Brooks would get a lot, Book would get a lot, Colin Gillespie would get a lot, but Jordan Ott's got to be right there. And yeah, if you're doing Coach of the Year voting right now, if you want to give it to Dagnall over him, that's fine. Dagnall's not even favored. Oklahoma City's 23-1, and they're a couple inches away from being 24-0.
Awards are so stupid.
I'm not going to argue if he wins, but Jordan Ott should be second.
My favorite possession of the game last night, can I tell you?
Yes, tell me.
Suns are up 3. There's 26 seconds left. We know the drill here. Mm-hmm. Just no threes. Mm-hmm. How many times are you saying no threes at your TV as a sports fan, as a basketball fan, and how many times does a 3 get up, let alone go in?
I feel like 8 out of 10
all the time.
Yeah.
What do the Suns do in the moment?
Basically, let him just take a nice little
just deny 3 after 3 after. We know Ant's going for the step back, the side step, something like deny that space, play up, let them in the paint. That's totally fine. And Minnesota tries to find that 3 about 3 or 4 different times before eventually they're like, oh, like shoot, just take the 2.
They just took the 2.
That's fine. By then, the Suns were screaming foul from their bench, and you could see Dillon Brooks was actually going to go foul because they were playing the clock game. Like, you'll let them have the quick 2. You don't want to foul that early. Monty used to do it because they had Chris Paul and Devin Booker, 2 of the best free throw shooters on the planet, and they were such a just an incredible machine at executing that they could do that. Suns don't quite have that level just yet, but the numbers, it worked out perfectly. Ant takes the quick 2. Gillespie gets it back, makes both his free throws. McDaniels actually got off a pretty good look, but the execution there in the moment, that is the type of stuff where you're like, oh, this is one of the best coaches in the league right now.
The attention to fundamentals, the moments where they go out there and beat San Antonio and Victor Wembanyama has what felt like the worst game of his basketball career. These things are adding up. And what Jordan Ott, like you and I were talking before the show, their record in games where they've already seen a team once this year is 6-2. And the 2 losses have been to Denver and Houston. And, you know, I understand there's only 8 games, but there's a certain level to me of like, we've seen these 2 teams. Chances are the Suns are now on this other team's radar, so it's probably going to come back to bite the team that talent-wise is the lesser team, and instead the Suns are winning more when they see a team a second time. That, to me, says something. I don't know exactly what yet. We have to see it over the course of the whole season. Like, they're going to see Oklahoma City for the second time tomorrow. I'll be honest, I'm not necessarily expecting the Suns to go in there and win that game tomorrow. But if they do, it just adds to what Jordan Ott's doing.
Something to really understand here, too, and I'll bring up another local team here, unfortunately, which I don't want to do when we're not obligated to talk about them like we are next segment with the Arizona Cardinals. But remember how much, I mean, the guy who sits in this chair normally, 12 personnel, 13 personnel. 2 years ago, it was all the rage for the Cardinals. They were ahead of it because look at the Rams this year. Look at so many teams this year. What are they doing? 12 personnel. Like, the Cardinals were ahead of the curve, and they understood the direction that the league was going offensively. They have to execute it is the problem, and they can't do that. The Suns and Jordan Ott understand where the NBA is going. Possession battle, offensive rebounds, forcing turnovers. It is one thing to know that and try to implement that. It is another to execute it, one, and execute it very well. Fred Katz has a new story on The Athletic. I highly encourage people to check it out if you want to get a little nerdy about basketball and you want to know, like, okay, pace and space, threes, yada, yada. Like, the new thing is the possession battle. We talked about it a ton going into the year. And if you look at offensive rebounding rate, if you look at the opposing turnover numbers, like their first in steals per game, right now, the Suns are managing to win this possession battle. I would argue, Luke, with personnel that shouldn't really be capable of this. No. Like, Dillon Brooks is a very good defensive player. They have a bunch of heady, smart defensive players. But do they have Oklahoma City's level of talent in terms of defense? Nowhere close, not even in the same galaxy, and yet they're nearly forcing just as many turnovers as OKC. I think Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia deserve a lot of credit for that, but I think top credit should go to Jordan Ott, and there needs to be more of a push for him right now to just be more than a really frustrating thing about Devin Booker early in his career. People would talk about the Suns for 6 seconds, and they'd be like, I like that Devin Booker, though. And people are doing this thing where, like, Suns are having a good year. Jordan Ott's doing a great job, and that's it. No, let's really expand on how great of a job he is doing and talk about how he should be a nominee for Coach of the Year, because he should be.
Because you look at this roster, like you read off the starting lineup for last night's game earlier, you were kind of going through who they had, and it's just, you could even have a situation where, hey, Dillon Brooks is on this team, and Dillon Brooks is going to take this moment, and he is going to make this his team. And you could have Colin Gillespie has this opportunity to play more than maybe he would have gotten if he ended up on Oklahoma City or Houston or something. And you could have these guys putting together really good numbers. You know, credit to those players. Hey, they're putting up numbers. They're taking advantage of this opportunity. And normally in the NBA, it would not translate to wins. You know, Colin Gillespie could be putting up career numbers. Dillon Brooks could be putting up career numbers. And the Suns could still be 5-18 or something. But that's not what we're seeing. They're winning the games. And it's really hard to not think Jordan Ott is one of, if not the biggest piece of the puzzle so far. I'm 100% with you. I think if they keep doing this, though, he's going to be one of the top 2 or 3 by the end of the season. All right. You alluded to this. It was foreshadowing by you. When we come back, how exactly...
Mike Sullivan?
Yes. Should the Cardinals approach the offseason? And is there a way they can rebuild the offensive line and get another quarterback all in one offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen holds between the circles. Now He starts to drive, gets around Randall, flips to Williams for the jam time. What a private dish by Grayson Allen. Mark Williams the finish. He's got 22 to lead the Suns, and they're back up 6.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro, offer ends 12/14. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday amidst the fun, our weekly visit. Talking NFL with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Shout out to Queen Creek right now. Thanks to everybody listening in Queen Creek. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today, and Kellen Olson's in because he wanted to talk about this specific topic.
Can't wait. Let's get into it.
We actually
My enthusiasm is just vibrating through the microphone right now.
We kind of got into it with Max Starks a couple weeks ago. We got into half of this conversation because you watch the Cardinals play this season, and I think a lot of things are becoming clear, but two in particular. They got to revamp the offensive line. There's varying opinions. I think the consensus would probably be you're good at left tackle with Paris Johnson Jr., and you're fine at center with Yelda Froholt, but everything else is a question or desperately needs to be upgraded on the offensive line. But then there is also this looming issue of who's your quarterback for next year, because it doesn't seem like it's going to be Kyler Murray. I mean, it just does not look like that's going to be the case. And I like what Jacoby Brissett's doing, and I want him here, but I find it hard to believe he can lead them to the playoffs next year. I don't know. I think you pretty clearly are going to need to add another quarterback too. So the question is, how do you do both those things? And you only have so many draft picks, and there are only so many free agents worth adding. So that's kind of the dilemma in front of this team right now.
Does it feel like I'm being too dramatic when I say this really feels like a first-round pick they have to nail? Like, if they get this one wrong, it would be catastrophic. Just with how many needs they have on the roster.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
It really feels like the Malawatch pick to me when talking about the Suns, where it's not like the Suns where they have so few assets that they have to nail it. It's just the Cardinals have so many needs that they can't afford to miss on this. Because if we go through the entire team, there's quarterback, there's running back, there's wide receiver beyond the first two guys, there's 3 offensive linemen. There's at least 1 or 2 defensive linemen, which is crazy to me because that's the best part of the team
they addressed
right now.
Last year.
Linebackers not named Mac Wilson. Can I leave corner off? Is that okay? I don't know what to say about corner anymore.
I think with the Cardinals, considering all the other needs you just rattled off, I think you're good in the secondary.
The secondary might be safe, which is a blessing.
And if we could see Trey Benson play this season and play well, I think you could push running back down the list, or if you knew James Conner would be back fully healthy. But yeah, I think everything you just named there, those are legitimate needs. And
so with the top 10 pick, like if you draft you have to hit on it, but also if you hit on it, it would make such a world of a difference. Because just imagine like a multi-time Pro Bowl off-ball linebacker to play off of Mac Wilson. Imagine a multi-time Pro Bowl pass rusher. Imagine a multi-time Pro Bowler left tackle. Also imagine using this pick on an offensive lineman, and that guy is a Jonathan Cooper. You know what I mean? That is what they cannot afford to have happen because of how much they need this pick to work out. And I think more importantly, I really want to see this player be excellent, please. One of my real irks about this football team over the last couple of years is that when they are quote unquote hitting on draft picks, it is good players. Great players exist. I'm just not aware that they do through the draft. Paris Johnson Jr. is a good football player. He's pretty good.
And really a need. I mean, if they didn't have him, I think maybe these quarterbacks would not even go out there and play.
Is he great? Is he one of the best tackles in football? No. Marvin Harrison Jr. He's good. Is he one of the best wide receivers in football? No. Garrett Williams, one of the draft picks they've hit on.
Yeah.
Good. Pretty good. Is he one of the best nickelbacks in football? Maybe.
He could be. But I think where I agree with what you're saying is so far I think Monty's done a good job finding good value picks later in the draft. But you're right. He hasn't hit on just like a bona fide, this guy is a game changer in the first or second round.
What about the first draft that he did in the trade that he made that involved one of those kinds of guys that they're going to see this Sunday who might actually perform things on a football field we haven't seen
Will
before?
Anderson's name on the look, since you brought him up, and I know we're going to talk about him a lot this week because the Cardinals are playing this Houston defense, and this Houston defense is terrifying for an offense, and Will Anderson's
best wishes to whoever's playing quarterback this week. Holy moly.
I remember doing the shows leading up to that draft, and that was definitely the name that Wolf and I zeroed in on. I think probably a lot of people did, of hey, I sure would like Will Anderson, though. When they made the trade that night, I'm not going to pretend I was like livid that it was some horrible trade. I still don't necessarily think it was a horrible trade because
it was good in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you needed an offensive lineman. They need Paris Johnson Jr., and he has been good. And they got Darius Robinson out of it, and we got to wait and see on him. But in hindsight, like in the moment, I'm not going to pretend I was trashing that trade. That was good maneuvering and philosophically probably the right move. You weren't one defensive player away from fixing the Cardinals. In hindsight, you would take Will Anderson now. Because the problem is he went on to become one of the best defensive players in the entire NFL. We all knew he was going to be good. He's great already.
And then Devin Witherspoon was the next defensive player off the board too, and he's pretty darn good too.
Well,
so
these things work.
It's really challenging to just be a Cardinals fan right now with that in mind, because to expand on that a bit further, it looked like, remember like 4 weeks ago, Cody Simon was making plays. They beat the Cowboys, and it's like, oh, look at this draft class all of a sudden. Like Denzel Burke's out there. He's playing well.
Mm-hmm.
That momentum has faded a lot. Mm-hmm. And I just look at organizations. Like, I know the Eagles are a tire fire right now. I know the Bucs aren't that great. But you look at what they do with their draft consistently. And it's like, oh, well, the Eagles, they're losing all these guys to money or whatever. And, like, they're losing. They're just going to draft Jahad Campbell because he's really good at football.
Somehow it just drops to them.
Kobe Dean's going to, like, they're just really good at football. It's like, yeah, like, they're just going to draft all these guys where it's like, oh, yeah, Cooper DeJean, like Quinyon Mitchell. It's just going to keep working out for them with who they're drafting. And I say it in that kind of tone because it is something that we should realistically expect from our football team here, but it seems so crazy to say. It's like, what if they drafted 4 starters in this draft? You know what I mean? Doesn't that sound insane to say out loud? Like 4 contributing starters.
And a Pro Bowler in the first round. I mean, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head.
But teams
right
do
there.
this. They do this.
A Pro Bowler, and I know some of this is injuries, but a Pro Bowler that we're not in 3 years being like, hey, he's almost there. Like, how about an instant impact Pro Bowler next year? Or if it's a quarterback, you're a franchise quarterback and you know it by the end of next year. The Patriots knew Drake May was their franchise quarterback by the end of last year. He wasn't this, but they already knew. Like, you could just tell. It was pretty obvious. Honestly, I didn't necessarily think he was going to be this good. I just thought he was good. He's amazing. Now there might not be a Drake May in this class, but that leads into my other question for you. You're talking about how they have to hit on that top 10 pick. Doesn't it pretty much have to be an offensive lineman or a quarterback? You have these other positions, but there's at least a chance you could get a strong middle linebacker in the second round, or you could address some of these other needs. I don't know who I hate more. The fact that for the fact that I have to look at mock drafts right now, the Cardinals for putting me in this position where I've been looking at mock drafts since October, or the fact that people are making mock drafts in October. They're readily available, but everywhere I look has them taking offensive linemen from Utah, basically. Except I'm looking at Athlon right now, it has them taking Carnell Tate. They don't need another receiver in the first round.
Is this a safe space, Luke?
Well, yeah, let's make it a safe
Jesse?
space.
Safe space?
Sure. Jesse's response was go to break. So
Jamal,
yes.
safe space?
Jamal ran out of here because he's not sure
Jamal's
how safe
not here.
of a space this is.
I just want an awesome football player.
Okay.
So if you're telling me Jeremiah Love's an awesome football player, he's on the board, take him. I don't care. I don't care what position this guy plays. I just want the best football player on the board. Like, I'm going to be really broad and not be specific at all. I don't care about need. I just want a awesome football player. And again, looking at that 2023 draft, did they need a running back at the time? No. Bijan Robinson, one of the best players in football. Jahmyr Gibbs, one of the best players in football. Like, I just want an awesome football player. So if that's Jeremiah Love, if that's Caleb Downs at safety when they don't need a member of the secondary, I just want the best football player on the board because I'm sick of watching good to great guys. Like, I want to watch one of the best players in the league, one of the best players at his position on my football team again, please.
You know where I think you would get a lot of support for that too is when you lose close games like this, it's very, and Wolf's been banging this drum for a while, you keep losing close games. Well, what's one of the problems? You don't have a guy stepping up in the key moment and making a game-altering play. Or in a lot of the cases of these Cardinals games early in the season, a play that closes the game out. Calais made one, Buddha made one. Those aren't the guys that are supposed to be making them. Like, give me somebody on offense. So to your point, just get me an elite player on offense that ends a game when you're up and doesn't leave it to chance. Because as we've seen with the Cardinals, and some of this isn't their fault, they don't have good luck when it comes to chance.
I'm not the U of A guy doing this, but they might pick 8th. T-Mac went 8th this year, and look at him. Like, he's a difference maker immediately.
He is, yeah.
Just give me a difference maker. I don't care where he plays.
All right, we come back. Should we be expecting playoffs for this Suns team already this season? We're going to ask lead NBA writer for NBC Sports, Kurt Heelan, joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Right, whose backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026? Because that was us at Casa Galvisi before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation. Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pools end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. has a sprained MCL and is week to week. Despite being down Devin Booker and Jalen Green once again, the Phoenix Suns beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 108-105 last night in Minneapolis. Mark Williams had 22 points and 7 rebounds for the Suns, who improved to 14-10 on the season. For more on the victory, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball is at Desert Financial Arena tonight for a matchup with Northern Arizona. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. The Window Depot, proudly manufacturing and assembling windows right here in Arizona. Get factory direct prices and big box selection at thewindowdepot.com.
Back, it's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today. We've been talking a lot of Suns basketball, and you know what, Kellen? We're not going to stop. Why would we stop talking Suns basketball after another impressive win last night, this time in Minnesota? Kurt Heelan, lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com, joins us right now in the Arizona Sports Line. We talked to Kurt before the season to kind of get his thoughts on where the season might go, and now the season's going places none of us expected. Kurt, thank you for the time. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Well, how about let's just start big picture. When you see the Phoenix Suns and what they have done so far this season, how big of a surprise are they in your mind?
Look, they've been one of the best stories in the NBA, and it's Isn't it fun to see them with a real identity this year? Like
Yes.
you know who they are and how they want to play and what they want to do. And that's, obviously we hadn't seen that for a couple of years, just playing hard every night. But the opportunities Ott has given guys like Dylan Brooks and Colin Gillespie to kind of shine in a way they haven't before. It's been a fun story, and it's great to see them kind of get the glow they're going to get tomorrow, or I guess Wednesday. Yeah, tomorrow on the national stage with the NBA Cup, and just kind of getting a lot of spotlight because of that.
Kurt, when you look over Dylan Brooks' career, whether it was Memphis, Houston, or now, like clearly can be a culture driver when he arrives somewhere. What about him, either on the floor or off the floor in your time covering the league, have you seen that really allows him to consistently be that no matter where he goes?
Well, first off, he's just authentic, which goes a long way, right? He's not posing as a guy playing hard and being serious and being intense. He is a guy who plays hard and is intense. And he is a culture setter in that way. And he's great for a team like this because he comes in and, look, you're not messing around. You've got to be serious if you're going to win NBA games. And, going into beating the Lakers, going in and doing some, winning last night against a good Minnesota team. You've got to go in and play hard in those games and just be, again, be who you are. And he doesn't put up with the nonsense. And you need those guys in the locker room unless it's Chris Paul, apparently.
We're talking to Kurt Heelan, lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com. Kurt, you brought up Jordan Ott, and I'm looking at a Suns team that's 14-10. Devin Booker's missing a little bit of time right now. Dylan Brooks missed a few games. Jalen Green has played 5 quarters of basketball this season, and they're still winning these games. How much of this credit, in your mind, goes to Jordan Ott, and what is it that he's doing to unlock players that were kind of afterthoughts on a lot of teams?
Look, Ott deserves a lot of credit. I think the front office gets credit here. This was a system that, look, it's a situation that clearly wasn't working before, and bringing in guys like Brooks, who are culture setters, is a start. But Ott has given guys, not only brought in identity, hey, this is who we are going to be. And I know that started, Matt Ishbia wanted a team that was just hard to play against, right? Played hard every night. Something, very, very Tom Izzo, Michigan State, right? Ott is executing that and has executed it at an NBA level where he is getting the guys to buy into that. So I think just look, on some level, if it's really working for a team, Steve Kerr doesn't work without that Curry guy being and Draymond Green like in the locker room, right? Greg Popovich doesn't work without Tim Duncan as a leader. You need those guys in the locker room, but you've also got to set the tone and set the structure. And Ott's done that, and he's going to be in the NBA Coach of the Year conversation on some level and deserves to be.
Kurt, we made so much about the Western Conference coming into the season, rightfully so. Like, the top has been as advertised, but it's been really surprising to me, at least, to see the bottom half and just teams like you mentioned, Chris Paul, the Clippers, Dallas, Portland, Memphis, even Golden State really struggling right now. Like, what have you seen in the conference overall that has led to, like, the depth that we saw coming not really come to fruition yet?
Well, it's just that. I think, Father Time caught up with a couple teams. The Warriors are one of them. Their timeline thing never really worked. Steph Curry is still great. Draymond Green can still do what he does, but, Jonathan Kuminga is not the third guy. And Jimmy Butler's been Jimmy Butler. He's going to be great when there's 16 games left to win in the playoffs. Like the Warriors are going to be tough then, but they're not night in and night out right now. The Clippers are a whole different story. That's a whole combination of perfect storm of things gone wrong, but a lot of it's frankly just guys got old really fast. Guys that they counted on got old really fast, and they might have needed Norm Powell more than they thought. He's looking like an all-star in Miami. Another great story. Another team in the NBA Cup, and they are. I will tell you, just look. I'm LA based. That locker room is like distant. You hear the guys talking openly about energy, and frankly, it feels a little bit like last year's Suns locker room.
Not great. We're talking to Kurt Heelan. Kurt, when you look at the top of the Western Conference, and this maybe doesn't affect the Suns so much, other than I think they play them 5 times this year, but is anybody beating Oklahoma City? I mean, for the Suns, the goal right now is get in the play-in, get in the playoffs, see what you can do. But if I'm Denver or Houston or the Lakers, I'm looking and saying, I don't. Oklahoma City could easily be 24-0 right now. Or is anybody beating that team in a 7-game series?
Let me put it this way. I already have a hotel room booked for the first week of June in Oklahoma City. I'm not kidding. Like I've already booked my hotel room there. I don't see it barring an injury or something else, unfortunate and catastrophic that I hope doesn't happen to them. They are not only deep, but just well-balanced. Another team that obviously plays to its identity, but they have the youth and the legs to not have the hangover that other teams have had. They're all so young. And then shout out to the Gauchos and UC Santa Barbara. They go find AJ Mitchell and pull him in, and he looks like a 6th man of the year candidate. They keep finding guys. Stuff is going to catch up with them, by the way. You kind of nailed it, and I don't think this is applied directly to the Suns this year, but it kind of does when you get to all the talk about Antetokounmpo and maybe Houston or maybe San Antonio. If you're them and you're looking at the situation right now, are you like, yeah, we're going to be really good in a couple of years when our young guys get really old? Do we want to go all in on this, going against this Thunder team this year, or do we want to wait?
Yeah. With the Thunder, I'm curious because you covered the league at the time when the Warriors were going for the record. They got the record, but we saw how much it wore on them. Do you get the sense that the Thunder will be interested in going for it? Do they even need to have that mindset? Could they get to 73 without that? Like, what do you think about this number?
I'm really curious what they do because for people who don't remember, but I think everyone does, that was the year that, they blew the 3-1 lead to the Cavaliers in the playoffs, in the finals. And look, a few things played into that. It wasn't just them being tired, but they did say later that they think, going that hard at that record, which they wanted, meant something to them. I don't get the vibe from Oklahoma City right now that they're focused on it, but that time will come and they'll have to decide how they want to go about this, how hard they want to go with this. The thing is, guys, they might get to 70 wins without really trying. Like they won 68 last year. I don't know that they need to drill down to win 70. So how hard do they really have to go? But I don't think they have to play their guys extra minutes or extra long. They can get some guys, again, give Shea a night off and they still beat Utah by 30.
Yeah. Kurt, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you, circling back to the Suns, how much of what you've seen do you believe is sustainable? Because 24 games isn't nothing. This is good, but there's still 58 more of these.
Yeah, there's a lot of season left, but I think this is absolutely sustainable. Being a little above 500, you get to the playoffs, you get to test things in that crucible. Look, Devin Booker's in his prime. He's not old by any right. He's not old by any stretch. You can keep him as a core piece and start to build around that and build to the identity you've got. And Phoenix is a place where, look, it's a city and a team that players want to come to. If it comes down to getting free agents and making some moves on the margins, you'll be able to get guys. This isn't one of the markets where guys bulk, right? So I think that there is a real path forward for this. It's going to take a few years. You're going to be up against San Antonio and Houston are also built for the future, but I love the path that the Suns have been on. It's been one of the great stories of the season.
Kurt, we appreciate this as always, man. Thank you so much.
Take care, guys.
All right, you too. That's Kurt Heelan, NBA lead writer for NBCSports.com. When we come back over to college football, what is the future of the quarterback position for ASU, and could we potentially get a glimpse of it in just a few weeks in the Sun Bowl? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Man, the gap between them and everybody else in this division has never felt wider.
No.
It has never felt wider. It has never felt like you know how every year when these websites that we like to talk about when we're looking for material to talk about on our show, and in the spring and May and June, they'll put out these most likely team in the NFL to go from worst to first in their division. Nobody's going to pick the Cardinals. The Cardinals aren't going to finish third on that list or fourth on that list. They're going to finish last on that list because the gap is so wide between them and everybody else in the NFC West. That's where I'm feeling the frustration today.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds like the perfect situation, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. And here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to plan your life around a bunch of strangers' schedules. You can just start moving forward with this plan. You don't want to do double moves. The Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you as well. Then the Orchard agents take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right kinds of buyers, because Orchard agents really are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products that allow them to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers do this, so it's not like it's something new to them. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Toyotathon is on. Shop all your favorites like the class-leading Tacoma, amazing Tundra, or the all-new 4Runner or all-hybrid Camry. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, ask you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow as we continue discussing our amazing NBA team in their pursuit of an Emirates NBA Cup. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Thanks to Kurt Heelan for joining us there. Lorenzo Alexander is going to join us today in the 1 o'clock hour.
Shout out Zoe.
Kellen Olson's in for Wolf.
I'm going to try to be like less of a fanboy next time Zoe's in, because that was my first time doing something with Zoe a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, can you tell me Sean Taylor stories, please?
This is going to be amazing because you were the guy that asked Zoe the question a few
I didn't realize
ago,
what I did.
And you were just like, and it was I thought a good question and an innocent question, because this was early in the Kyler Murray had just gotten hurt, but Jacoby Brissett had looked really good in a couple games. This might have even been after the Dallas game. I don't know, but it was like, hey, if you had to win a game next week, who would you start? And Zoe completely set it up. He gave the context. He's like, look, I don't have any skin in the game. I'm not making this decision, but if you're telling me I got to win a game next week, I'd probably go with Jacoby. Which, by the way, the majority of people who are watching this and taking emotion out of it would say, and what the Cardinals ultimately did. And Zoe just got lit up on Twitter to the point where he's like, I'm never answering another Kellen question again.
Oh, no.
And now he's coming in to do an hour with you. Jordan Simone is going to join us at 12:30. That'll be interesting. And I mean, it's always interesting with Jordan, but especially with what's going on right now.
Yeah, and he kind of teased on Twitter that there's like a lot to this Levitt story, and I'm curious to hear his perspective on it, and that's kind of why we're having him on today, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Jesse
pretty much
nodding along.
talk about
Yes, and there's layers to the Levitt story, according to him.
Yeah.
Let's unpack those layers.
Just get ready for that. Kenny Dillingham spoke yesterday. The Sun Devils going to the Sun Bowl on December 31st, so he's talking about that. Obviously, he's going to get asked about Sam Levitt, though, and so this is what he said. Is everybody making too big of a deal about Sam not being at that banquet the other night? It does look weird. I mean, Kellen, before I play this cut, I've noticed two schools of thought on this. There are the people that are like, big deal, he didn't go to a banquet, it's 2025. There are a lot of people I've seen who are like, hey, I get it. You might transfer. It's 2025. Him not going to this and not at least sending a video or explaining it or something makes it look like he has a problem with ASU, which is he's the last guy I ever thought would have a problem. Jordan Tyson's the last guy I ever thought would have a problem with ASU because Jordan Tyson's like the nicest dude in the world. But I didn't think Sam Levitt would have a problem with ASU either. And maybe he doesn't, but he has to know the optics look like it right now. Here's Kenny Dillingham on Sam not being there.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Sam. Like I said, I'm not going to get into our conversation. Sam and I have a really, really good relationship. That's never going to change. When I sign players, when I recruit players, when I coach players, my goal is to help them be successful individually, and hopefully me helping them be successful individually helps them be successful as a team. But Sam's is and will always be my guy. I love that kid. I saw him grow from a dude who, wasn't playing at a prior school to a guy who got to hold a championship up and then be, hyped for the Heisman, and the guy who was hyped for a first-round pick. I got to be a part of that growth process, and I'm just blessed that I got to be a part of that process. So how will I remember him? I won't have to remember him because I'm always going to stay in contact. I don't need to remember him because I'm going to have a lifelong relationship.
Where do you come out on all this?
Let's start with he's a kid.
Okay.
He's a kid.
Yep.
Did a stupid thing. Shouldn't have done it. Kids do stupid things. I did stupid things when I was a kid. He did a stupid thing.
I'll probably do something stupid today.
I think like what you can be blind to here that is particularly damaging with the sport that he is in and the turn that college football has taken, especially in the last 5 years, is how it's almost like hired mercenary status. It can really take out the human element of the sport because, again, it's kids, one.
Yeah.
And two, like how it ingratiated into the community that Sam was. Like he was when he was here.
Mm-hmm.
He was around. He was active. You could see him around. And now for him to just like not show up like this, I think it was a naiveness to how damaging that could be, and also just the perception that it could create. Because if he goes to the banquet, says hi, even if he doesn't want to be there, even if he's got bad blood with former teammates or like whatever it is, I'm purely speculating here, of course.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's the case, but I'm just saying like what circumstances could lead to him not showing up.
Yeah.
You just go. You put on a brave face for 90 minutes, 2 hours, whatever it is. Or positive spin, you embrace like being an Arizona State Sun Devil for the last time.
Yeah.
And just let everyone know, hey, I'm out of here. It's been great, but I got to go do something for me. And you know what? I'm sure most of his teammates would have supported that. But now it's like, how does that leave the taste in the mouth of his teammates? Again, we don't know like the circumstances behind him leaving and what really went on and what led to the decision. But especially with what college football is right now, it paints him in this negative light. And the guy that I always think of is Jay Crowder is my favorite player that I've covered for the Suns because of like talking to him, but what he was as a player and how he was a guy who averaged like 12 points a game. And I thought was worth 40 points a game with what he did on the floor and what he did for the younger guys on that team like Chris did. And most people think of Jay negatively because of how he left him, because of how everything happened. Now, sitting out half a season and then getting traded is not quite what Sam did.
Yeah.
But it's going, I think this little thing, like a banquet, is going to affect how some people think of Sam. And maybe they had already decided how they had felt before the banquet thing. But the banquet thing is like, anytime you guys talked about Kyler or Jacoby, it was like agenda season. It's like, this confirms my Kyler take.
Yeah.
This confirms my Jacoby take. It's like, oh, I always knew Sam Levitt was a bad apple. This is why. It's that type of thing. And again, the optics of it, he's a kid. It's okay. But I wish the people around him would have been a little bit more aware of like what this situation could have been. And just be like, Sam, go to the banquet.
It does
suck it up and go to the banquet.
It feels like a missed opportunity. I think you kind of hit it right there. Somebody around him should have just been like, dude, you are on one of the most memorable and beloved Sun Devil teams of all time. And you are...
You don't have to buy a drink. He's going to have to pay for drinks now. He did not have to pay for a drink.
He has to pay
I think
for
he
a
has to
meal
pay
and
for
tipping.
drinks now.
I mean, I understand Cam
Maybe if he's
Scadaboo.
on Cam's tab, he'll be okay.
I understand.
They might make for him get a separate tab to pay now.
Sorry, Cam, you don't have to pay for anything.
Cam, move his drinks to the other tab. Sorry about that, Cam.
I just feel like...
Anything else you need, Cam?
I understand Scadaboo was the face of that team to a lot of people, but they don't win some of those games without Sam Levitt. And Sam was right there. Sam and Jordan Tyson were right there as like the co-faces of that team. And then for him to come back this year and I mean, to spread his NIL money around the team, like he had the opportunity to be maybe not on the all-time Mount Rushmore of Sun Devils, but like on the runner-up Mount Rushmore. Like he was an all-time face of ASU football potential coming into this season. I don't think anybody was going to hold it against him that he got injured or that they didn't achieve, winning the Big 12 championship again this year. In this day and age, he had the opportunity to be an all-timer, an all-time fan favorite. It doesn't take away from what he did last year. It doesn't take away from what he did for this program. But to your point, I said this a couple weeks ago, if he transfers, man, I didn't expect him to be on the team in 2026 anyway. I thought he'd be getting drafted right now when the season started. As long as he doesn't go to U of A or like maybe Texas Tech, I'm not going to think I'm not going to be rooting against him. Yeah, I know you'd love that. And I'm not going to root against him now because of this, but it's an unnecessary weird question mark on his legacy.
Will you root for him though at the next school he's at?
As long as it's not in the Big 12.
As long as it's not Lane Kiffin at LSU. The most hateable man in college football right now.
That's a whole different thing. I don't think it's a good move for him to leave Kenny Dillingham unless he ends up in like Indiana or LSU. I still don't think it's a good move to leave Kenny. But if you're going to go play in that Lane Kiffin's offense makes anybody look amazing if they're a quarterback. So I understand it, but now it almost feels like he's just going to end up on some random school because he just wanted to get out of here. And I don't think that's the case, but that's what it looks like right now.
I think there's a blind test right now where I could not see how Arizona State performs at all next year, but how Sam Levitt performs will tell me everything about how ASU does next year. Does that make sense?
I have to process that during the
break.
If
Sam is the man, then I'm a little bit worried about ASU because maybe Sam is just like that transcendent of a talent. But if Sam's struggling, that tells me that Kenny is the quarterback whisperer and whoever they brought in is effective at quarterback.
I mean, Kenny's track record with Bo Nix and even Jordan Travis in college and some of these guys.
Sorry, you just gave me Cliff PTSD. Whoa.
That's what I was going to say quickly about the bowl game is it sounds like we may see Cam Dyer for a little bit in that bowl game potentially. And
Let's see him.
I think we want to see that because is it him? Is it Jake Fetty? Are you going to go get somebody in the transfer portal? Jeff Sims not going to be here next year. So I know they said he's going to start the bowl game against Duke, but he's not your answer, big picture. Coming up next, we're going to take you through all the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. How dare you compare Kenny Dillingham to Cliff Kingsbury? You leave. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
AQ Shipley, our guest, buying into messaging and playing hard every Sunday. That got called into question. How much of that did you see, if at all, on Sunday, AQ?
Yeah, listen, I think you can easily say that whenever the wheels fall off, right? I think that's the biggest thing, but I think it still comes down to execution. I think the effort's there. I think they're just outmanned. I think that's just what it is right now. There's been some injuries. Again, can't use those as excuses because everybody's had injuries. I remember in 2017, we go up to Seattle, and Larry Fitzgerald and myself were the only training camp starters left in the huddle, and we end up beating them and still finish 500. So it's the nature of the NFL. Injuries are going to happen. You still have to execute.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. The Basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, maybe you're into that, and hardscape solutions as well. If you're like me, your outdoor space, man, it's everything. And right now, thanks to my friends at Legacy Green Solutions, our backyard of the Wolfley compound is a true oasis, man. They came out to our place and completely transformed it. The artificial grass, it looks incredible. It feels great as well. And our dog, that's right, Baron, absolutely loves it. It's clean, it's cool, and it's built to last. What a difference, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are simply the best. Visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com or text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620 today and save 15%. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts at helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey, Cardinals fans, game day just got tastier. Spinato's is serving fresh-made Chicago-style pizza inside State Farm Stadium at 4 concession stands in sections 113, 132, 416, and 440. Spinato's and the Arizona Cardinals teamed up for the ultimate game day pie, the Cardinals collab, loaded with roasted red peppers, zesty pepperoncini, Canadian bacon, mozzarella, and our signature spinach spice. Get it now at all Spinato's locations and at State Farm Stadium. Spinato's Pizza, fresh, bold, and made to win.
Across the painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Degas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling
selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. has a sprained MCL and is week to week. Despite being down Devin Booker and Jalen Green once again, the Phoenix Suns beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 108-105 last night in Minneapolis to improve to 14-10 on the season. And ASU men's basketball is home tonight for a matchup with Northern Arizona. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. The Window Depot, proudly manufacturing and assembling windows right here in Arizona. Get factory direct prices and big box selection at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Tuesday. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. And it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf, and Rick is here. Rick,
what's up, guys? So, the Phoenix Suns, despite being without Jalen Green and Devin Booker once again, beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 108-105 last night. Here's Suns head coach Jordan Ott after the game.
Yeah, we needed all of them. Everyone that came in the game contributed. Thought really that start of the fourth quarter really helped us, put us in a good spot. Up, I think we might even got to double digits there to start the fourth quarter, but that start of the fourth quarter really helped us save some minutes, and then our starters were able to put it away. But collectively, everyone that was out there did a heck of a job to grind out a win.
Who was the player of the game yesterday for the Suns?
You know what I love about this is there's not a clear-cut answer. There really isn't.
Can we ask Anthony Edwards? I just want to play the cut. I just want to
let me see if I have the cut where it's here. This is what Anthony.
What was making this one difficult?
Number 12, pretty good at basketball.
Even Austin Rivers on the broadcast was like openly admitting, I did not know Colin Gillespie had this in his game. Well, hopefully the Suns are going to have more like nationally televised streamed games, whatever.
Yeah.
Because so Austin Butler, check. Anthony Edwards, check. Austin Rivers, check. Like who is going to learn next? He's my pick just because not only of the soundbite, but Dillon was clearly not going to be able to play for much of the fourth quarter. They needed some shot making at some points. It faded completely in the last couple of minutes of the game, but he offered them just enough at the start of that fourth quarter. They really needed it.
It's got to be Gillespie. I think you can make a case for like Mark Williams too, but I just think Colin Gillespie is turning into something for him to be a consistent threat. And that was like that's the quintessential Suns game. They didn't have Booker. They didn't have Jalen Green. Nobody went off in terms of points, but they played 9 guys and 6 of them were in double figures. And it's got to be Gillespie. I mean, can you imagine if they actually do beat Oklahoma City tomorrow? Like, I don't typically care about the NBA Cup, but if you could somehow beat Oklahoma City, that would be unreal.
I would love that because I'll be going to Vegas.
Yeah, look at that, Vegas.
Would love that.
Over to the Arizona Cardinals, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Cards left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. is week to week with a sprained MCL. Should the Cardinals shut him down for the rest of the season?
I would lean towards being cautious. I mean, if we get to week 18 and he's 100% or something, which doesn't seem like he will be, then I'm not going to just not play him for no reason. But if he's dealing with any sort of he might be compromised. You get to stuff like with that sort of injury where it's like, even if you can go, are you going to hurt something else in your leg because you're overcompensating? He's been like the one thing you feel good about on the offensive line. I would just want him. I don't want him rehabbing all offseason. I want him getting ready for next season.
If Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis went to Cardinals HR and reported that this was a health hazard to work in on Sunday, I would understand.
Oh, against Houston without Paris Johnson?
Yes. I think their health is at risk.
Yeah, that's the one thing that holds me back from shut him down is they kind of need to protect Jacoby for next season potentially. So let's get Paris out there to protect Jacoby.
I guarantee you Jacoby Brissett's vote is do not shut Paris Johnson Jr. down.
Yes. It's the mentality of let's get a look at Keaton Slovis, but to Jesse's point, you might just need to protect Jacoby at this point.
Yeah. Over to the Arizona Diamondbacks. It is no secret that Eduardo Rodriguez and Brandon Pfaadt were at best inconsistent members of the rotation last season. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. And I believe Kellen made this poll question.
Great poll question, probably.
Your answer has to be perfect.
So, who needs more of a bounce-back year in the Diamondbacks rotation? Brandon Pfaadt or Erod?
Look at me 4D chessing baseball into this show somehow. Man, isn't that impressive?
That is crazy. You wanted to talk baseball.
The stove is heating up.
And you decided to
Schwarber, Diaz? Soroka?
A baseball question on the website just so we would talk about it on the show. This is a tough question.
It is.
Because...
Well, so while you think on it, this kind of goes to my overall take about their rotation this year, which is that at its best, I don't know how good it can be, but the gap between the ceiling and the floor for this starting rotation, especially when you read up on Soroka, see that he basically didn't pitch for 3 years after he was really good, and then since then he's been a starter, moved to the bullpen, and then been a starter, moved to the bullpen, so he's probably going to be a starter that is moved to the bullpen again. Ryan Nelson is the most consistent guy in this rotation, and that's a compliment to who he's been, but also he was a different guy at the start of his career. Pfaadt, obviously, up and down. Erod's just been straight downs, but has had ups in his career before. So, this could actually be a pretty good starting rotation, depending on who the fifth guy is who's at it. I hope it's Merrill Kelly. Or it could be really brutal. It goes a lot of different ways. My answer is Pfaadt.
Yeah, I've been going. So my answer is Pfaadt for this reason. When I first heard the question, I was taking it as who do the Diamondbacks need to have a bounce back year? I'm actually going to take it, and they're both signed for a little while. Pfaadt is signed longer, but I'm going to take it for the individual. Brandon Pfaadt's career ERA is 5.13.
Crazy.
He was great in the playoffs that year. He's been great in big moments before, but I think he just needs a good year. This is year 4 now for him, and his ERA each year has been 5.72, 4.71, and 5.25. I think he just needs a strong year to take that next step. So I'm going to say Pfaadt.
Baseball is the sport that turns me into an old man the most, because for so much of the season it was his FIP and all this other stuff, and it's his ERA is 5. Eventually that just matters more than any of the metrics that suggest he's a better pitcher than that number.
Yeah. All right, you know who I'm going to vote for.
You gotta fight for your right to
I haven't got to play that in a while.
Yeah. All right. So I'm
Bring
going
back baseball.
Brandon Pfaadt. Brandon Pfaadt leads 53% to 47%. So pretty close it was yesterday as well for the poll question. Yeah. Last one for you guys. The latest, and this is, again, I'm just appealing to Kellen here, basically.
Appreciate that.
The latest AP men's college basketball poll was released yesterday, and Arizona is number 1 in the country. They've looked incredible so far this season, so I'm going to ask this kind of wild question, but is it national championship or bust for this team this season?
Easy. No, we just need to make
Final Four.
What? Well, hold on.
Okay.
Slow down. Easy. Tommy Lloyd just needs to make a deep run in March, first of all. This has been my take on him. I think that he has done an incredible job coaching this year, and I was someone who was incredibly critical of him over the last 2 years, even in the regular season. they need to make a deep, sustained run first. And then second of all, I would like to see a Final Four that exists outside of my childhood for my basketball school. So I think right now my expectations are at Final Four. We'll see how the rest of the year goes. The crazy thing about their season, Jesse, is that Cole Pete had this unbelievable first game to start the year. He's kind of just been okay the rest of this time. Braden Burries hasn't really gotten going yet. They have this great trait about them that Lloyd teams always have, it seems like, where who's their best player, like people argue, is Jaden Bradley. I don't think it is. Anyone can step up for them and be their best player any night. In the 30-point blowout, it was Ivan Karchenkov, who's like maybe their 5th or 6th best player. They just have a really, really good 7 or 8 guys, and we'll find out here in like 3 months if that kind of statement can be true and we expect national championship. I'm not there yet.
You're saying that as a fan. I'm obviously not a fan, but I appreciate what they're doing, or I respect what they're doing. What I was double checking, and this is going to sound like earlier in the show when you brought up ASU not covering Matthew Golden in the college football playoff, but they really haven't been to a Final Four since 2001?
Yeah. I've told Frank Kaminsky to his face that he ruined
your life.
2 of the worst days of my life, Frank Kaminsky directly contributed to. And you know what Frank did? He was like, sorry, but not sorry. He actually said that. I told Nigel Hayes Davis. He kind of said the same thing to me, too. If Sam Decker ever signs with the Suns for some reason,
he's going to say
I might
the
just
same
not
thing.
speak to him, actually. Maybe I'll just decline.
They need to make the Final Four from my perspective with this team. And I'm not saying that like, oh, it's a cakewalk, it's right there. I'm not saying that. But, dude, come on. Like, you got to make the Final Four at some point. At least the Elite Eight with this team.
I'm so glad, Luke, that we're in the Big 12 now so we can really be battle-tested throughout the season, because the conference schedule in the first half actually isn't that bad. But then it's like Iowa State, Houston, Kansas, BYU, Texas Tech. Like in the back half of the schedule, it's particularly brutal in a way that is going to make us much better as a basketball team, and thank goodness that we got to this conference.
Well, my honest suggestion for you would be to lose to Bucknell in the first round. That would be my suggestion, but I think you're probably gonna
I'll make sure to text you when we're up 60 on ASU.
No, I'll just shut my phone off.
Okay.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, which offseason move is proving to be the best that the Suns have made? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are we sleeping on Hayden doing something? Are we sleeping? Are we just thinking about Marte trade and closer? And are we sleeping on like the Josh Naylor, Gino Suarez move?
I will never, after last year's Corbin Burns move,
Eyes are up.
I will never sleep on a Mike Hazen move. This organization's capacity to surprise us the last 2 years cannot be underestimated and cannot be forgotten.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know, when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow as we continue discussing our amazing NBA team in their pursuit of an Emirates NBA Cup. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, quick shout out to Glendale. Thanks to everybody out there listening in Glendale. Wouldn't mind going to watch a hockey game in Glendale right now. This is the song that Rick plays where Wolf's like, you might want to go out on the dance floor and start dancing. And then Rick says, hey, this is my dad's name.
Yeah, my dad's name
I
is
just had to
Mark
hear that
Morrison.
part of the song. I was worried that you were going to turn it down before that part of the song. That's my favorite part of the song.
So you're
like
good
5
now?
seconds ago.
Kellen didn't hear anything we just said. He was just dancing to Return of the Mac.
At least I wasn't thinking about fourth liners on the Coyotes. I was a little bit more productive.
Which is amazing since I said the word Glendale. I figured that would take you down this
I
path.
think it's at
Shout out
least
Danny
a
Breer
top
before the
100
Flyers
song
years.
of all time.
Top 100. Okay, let's name them all off in order. All right, so.
No, we're supposed to talk Suns here.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. If we're
I
talking
think you
Suns.
should simplify it. Like, this is just a perfect song. There's a lot of songs that are perfect, and this is a perfect song.
Perfect. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty good song.
There's a lot of
Nobody's
perfect
gonna
songs. There's not just like 100. There's several thousands, I think. and
Several
this is one of
thousand
them.
perfect songs?
Like we're going all the way back to like Mozart, Beethoven. There's a lot of ground between Return of the Mac and Mozart and Beethoven where we can get in some.
What is it?
perfect songs.
Beethoven's Ninth? I think that's the one that's perfect.
All right,
Sure.
so let's
There
put
are real
together-
ball knowers listening right now that are really frustrated at our lack of orchestral
Let's
knowledge.
put together a bracket, and in the first round, we have Beethoven's Ninth versus Return of the Mac.
Got Return of the Mac in 4.
The ultimate
It's a sweep.
rivalry.
It's a sweep.
I can give you a bunch of songs, not a bunch, but a few songs I can't stand. But I'm not going to go on my rant about
Okay,
Thunder by
negative
Imagine
Nancy.
Dragons. Let's talk Suns
It's
basketball.
time to begin.
I'm
going to try and work in Imagine Dragons lyrics for the rest of this segment and see how many times you
But I'm
notice.
not anti-Imagine Dragons. I'm just anti the song that sounds like they had a 2-year-old mash buttons on a toy and they were like, this is a hit.
Man, playing against the Suns, it must feel radioactive in some ways, huh?
I don't have a problem with that song. This is a good...
Really? Of all the Imagine Dragons songs? Oh, I can't stand that song.
There's at least instruments being played. It's not just somebody chanting thunder and hitting a sounder on a Fisher-Price
That
toy.
song sucks.
Yes, it does.
That
That's
song
what I'm
is the
saying.
worst.
That song is not even a song. The
No.
worst song of all time. Now, back to this. And I think this is actually a good topic that hasn't been talked about enough. So, Kellen, I'll give you where my stance was in the summer, even though you already know it because we did shows together. I was interested in what Jordan Ott could do. I got on board with that within a few days of them hiring him. I was not real confident in the Brian Gregory hire because the Brian Gregory hire felt like, hey, this guy's my buddy, and he went to Michigan State. I'm going to hire him to be a GM, and he didn't really have a whole lot of impeccable lines on his resume to take that job. Jordan Ott, it was inevitable he was going to be a head coach at some point. Brian Gregory was like, man, fingers crossed. Hopefully this works. So far, it is working.
The results do not change the circumstances for how he was hired. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
But something I talked about a lot and I brought up on your show is like, what if these guys are just good at it?
Yeah.
Like, what if like it's Matt Ishbia time is good time?
That's
And
what it
so
looks
far,
like right now.
It's good time. I asked you in a prep email, like, what's his best move that he's made? And I think that everyone has their own unique answer, which speaks to the outstanding job that him and his staff did in assembling this basketball team. I think number one overall, over all of them, was identifying players that fit within their system.
Yeah.
Because, like, there was a Chris Paul thing that came out, like, a week or two ago. And it's like, oh, would the Suns take him back? Do they need on top of, like, not needing a point guard, it's like a stylistic nightmare in terms of how fast the Suns play, what they do defensively. It just doesn't fit with who Chris is as a player right now. And what he's done is, like, even Jamari Bouye comes in and is just seamless. Like, it looks like he's been playing with the Suns for 6 months. It's easy to forget that he wasn't even on their roster, like, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Seriously, and with one of the greatest basketball names ever, Jamari Bouye is fantastic.
Awesome.
If you're a play-by-play guy or a color guy. This is – I want your thoughts on this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Brian Gregory's biggest moves, like he got handed a real rough to-do list. Hey, you've never been a GM before. Okay, here's your list. You got to hire a coach, and you got to trade Kevin Durant. I would say his biggest moves we're not even really seeing the results of yet. You know, like Dylan Brooks, okay, acquiring him was great. He was trading Kevin Durant. He was going to get pieces back. Most of the pieces he got back aren't even playing right now, really. Dylan Brooks was good. But I don't know that he went into that trade and was like, well, I have to get Dylan Brooks. You know, Jalen Green's potentially a nice acquisition. He's played 5 quarters. These, you know, his move to jump up and get Rasheer Fleming, I like that. Mark Williams is working out. I still don't know if it was worth 2 first-round picks, but right now it feels like it was. I think, honestly, you probably nailed it right there. It was his ability to put pieces together that work and make sense and not do something ridiculous just for a headline that doesn't make sense.
I think the best move that he made to like give you the definitive answer, though, was not trading Dylan Brooks, because I was saying at the time, okay, time to trade Dylan Brooks, because
like get him and quickly flip him.
Get him and quickly flip him because someone would give you something for him, because Dylan Brooks is very valuable in the NBA, as we have come to know and see in a Phoenix Suns uniform for him specifically. There is just inherent value to what he brings, which would bring other interest. And at the time, like the salary and all that kind of stuff, even coming into the year, I was like, okay, like flip him in February. And like, can you imagine them flipping him in February? There'd be a riot.
They better not.
Like, yeah, and it's
I don't care what you get back.
It's the smart long-term move, but sometimes that doesn't matter. And I wasn't of this mindset even a month ago, but now it's just kind of a different thing where like you've got such this great thing cooking, and Dylan is so integral to it that he can't really go anywhere. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that when Jay left, like things started going south in the locker room as well. Craziest thing about this whole discussion, the biggest thing that Brian Gregory had to do in the offseason, you could say like hire a coach, right? It was nail the number 10 overall pick.
Yeah.
And Kaman Malowich hasn't played. Derek Queen dropped 33, 10, 10, and 4 last night. He went 3 picks after Malowich, and no one cares right now. Locally, it's awesome. Like, can you imagine if the season wasn't going as well, how much we'd be talking about? Like,
our minds.
Oh my gosh, Cedric Howard, Derek Queen, did they screw this up? Like, Malowich is in the G League right now, and these guys are going crazy. No one cares. And that's awesome.
But that's what's kind of crazy about this when you really look at it, is there's not some definitive move that Brian Gregory has made where it's like, oh yeah, he went out and did this and that's why they're winning. And that, other than, you know what? Hiring Jordan Ott. That's probably his best move. I mean, I hear what you're saying of his best move might have been not flipping Dylan Brooks. So that's it. I'm not going to disagree with that. But if you're talking about somebody he brought in specifically, maybe Jordan Ott is the best move so far. You know, going back to the Dylan Brooks thing, you're right. Philosophically, for a basketball team who doesn't really have a whole lot of picks, moving a veteran who is setting a career high in points and is a culture builder for a team for more picks philosophically is probably the quote right move. But you can't do it. Yeah, I mean, you just unless somebody's going to give me like a top 3 pick, I can't do it because of what he's building for the foundation of this team. There was no guarantee you were going to get that foundation built, and he's building it faster than anybody.
And I think fans of other teams who hired a head coach in the offseason are pretty like livid watching what the Suns are doing. Like the Knicks are off to a pretty good start with Mike Brown, but even teams like Memphis, Sacramento, who made head coaching changes in the offseason are like, man, we could have had that guy, or like, why weren't we interviewing that guy? Like the Suns having that guy is really impressive and a testament to everything that they have done so far.
Yeah. All right, we come back. We're going to talk a little ASU football. Sun Devils are actually losing players to the transfer portal. Like, not a ton, but they're actually losing some. That didn't really happen last year. So is there anything to read into that and or the Sam Levitt story? We're going to ask former Sun Devil safety Jordan Simone. Guarantee you he has stuff to say. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Waits, he shoots a three over Gillespie. It's around the rim, no good. Rebound loose underneath. DiVincenzo bats it out, and it's too late for Naz Reid. The Suns win it. 108-105, the final score here at Target Center. Suns improved to 2-0 against Minnesota this season, and they win here in Minneapolis for the first time since last April.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-576-5457 by December 11th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Want to help feed your neighbors in need? Just order pizza. On December 9th, Barro's Pizza is donating 100% of its sales to St. Mary's Food Bank. That's 100% of sales from every order at every location all day. Available for dine-in, takeout, or delivery. Get your order in on December 9th to benefit St. Mary's Food Bank and help fight hunger in Arizona. Love thy pizza, love thy neighbor. Find a location near you at barrowspizza.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. has a sprained MCL and is week to week. Despite being down Devin Booker and Jalen Green once again, the Phoenix Suns beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 108-105 last night in Minneapolis. Mark Williams had 22 points and 7 rebounds for the Suns, who improved to 14-10 on the season. For more on the win, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's hoops is home tonight for a matchup with NAU. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. That is what is trending now.
All right, looking forward to this. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf right now. We had Jordan Simone on every week throughout the season. The regular season now is at least over. The bowl game's coming up in a few weeks. I jump on X yesterday, and I see our next guest, Jordan Simone, who's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line, saying he's got some stuff to talk about. A couple people are like, hey, when are you going to go on Wolf and Luke to talk about it? Well, the answer is right now. Jordan Simone joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jordan?
Hello, Brother Luke. I got the same cold that my dad has. For those of you that don't know, I'm Ron Wolfley Jr. We both are sick. It just ran through our house. I think they're calling it the black lung this go-round. I got it, and Pop's got it too, so that's probably why he's out. He's on vacation in Hawaii. Either way, it's not good.
It's one of the two, right? Hawaii or have a cold. All right, well, let's just start here, and then we'll see where this conversation goes. What do you make of Sam Leavitt? There's a lot of stories out there that he's entering the transfer portal. What do you make of him not showing up to the banquet the other night? Are we making too big of a deal of it or not a big enough deal? What are you thinking and hearing about this?
Well, my morning, I woke up yesterday with the cold, so I was already, an uphill battle. The wife said, try some Dayquil. I said, no, that's going to make me shaky, especially if I drink a coffee. And then I pull open Twitter and get this kicked right in the gonads that Leavitt has entered the transfer portal. And then, we find out that he didn't even go to the banquet to celebrate with his boys. So, man, oh, man, there's so much to unpack with this Leavitt transfer. All I will say is I put my trust in Kenny Dillingham. I really do. I trust Kenny. And if Leavitt went to him and met with him and said, hey, look, I'm getting some offers from these schools and it's interesting. And I could just see Kenny going, hey, great, good for you. If you want to go do that and you don't want to be a Sun Devil anymore, all the best to you. We've loved you. It's been great to watch you grow, and I hope you much success. If you don't want to be here, I'm not going to fight to keep you here. And if $3 million last year isn't enough for you this year, I get it. Go get your money. Good luck to you. I hope you play in the NFL and have a great career. That's, to me, that seems like the attitude of our head coach, and I love that. Look, if you don't want to be at Arizona State, we don't want you to force to be here. If you can go get money, go ahead, buddy. But we'll find a quarterback that we can develop that'll be just as good, if not better. So that's the attitude that I think our coach has. And yes, it's unfortunate. It sucks. I would have loved to see Sam stay another year. I think that he'll look back on this and he'll regret it because he already won a championship at Arizona State. He would have been a potential first-round draft pick if he stayed at Arizona State. You could argue that it would have been easier to put up bigger numbers at Arizona State based on playing in the Big 12 versus the SEC. It is different, contrary to what people think. We'll find out here in the playoff. But, man, I think when he looks back on this and he's older, he'll regret having transferred just because he could have been a Mount Rushmore name at ASU. Yeah. Won a Big 12 championship. I mean, the legacy that he could have left behind, it would have been special. So it's a bummer.
Jordan, in the tweet that we referenced here on the show as you joined us, you tweeted that there are layers to the Sam Leavitt story. What are some of those layers that are top of mind for you right now?
I think I think the tough thing for me is, I always try to put myself in the player's shoes, right? And I was talking to my dad the other day. Shout out to Ronnie Simone, class of '86, Arizona State, walk on.
Nice.
Love you, Dad. You're probably not even listening. Probably didn't even care what I'm doing today. But he asked me, he goes, Jordan, if you were at ASU going into your senior year and somebody offered you $6 million, what would you do? And I said, Dad, I wouldn't even pack. I would just start walking to the destination, because that is life-changing money, boys. $6 million is no joke.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, not that anybody would have given me $6 million. I mean, I would have been lucky to get cold cuts at DeFalco's Deli down there in Tempe. That would have been, I mean, I would have all-you-can-eat meatball subs would have probably been the best deal I would have got. But, I mean, it's a lot of money, guys. I mean, and every one of us can think about, okay, if I was Levitt, what would I do? And we would all probably go, that money looks pretty good, because you never know what can happen. He could hurt his shoulder, he could hurt his knee, he could not be a first-round draft pick. So you got to try to get that money while you can. But this is just the state of the game, and I heard Kenny talking about this. It's such a mess. It is a mess because, excuse me, I told you I got this cold, guys. I'm battling. Everything's fine. But it is just a mess, man. I mean, it's, there's no loyalty. It's chase the check. But I think when these kids get older, they'll realize that the legacy that they leave behind is more important than any money that they receive while they're playing football. And Sam had a real opportunity to leave a legacy like a Jake Plummer, where every time he comes back, it is roll out the red carpet. You are our guy. We love you. You're a Sun Devil for life. And Kenny took a chance on him, to transfer here when he transferred from Michigan State. And, it's just, you hate to see how quickly people forget that, how quickly they forget where he was when he was transferring from Michigan State and came to ASU to a 3-9 team. So I hate it. But, obviously it is what it is. It's just the state of college football today, and something's got to change. Look, here's the other point. You talk about the layers. Right, Luke, I got like 4 more segments to go, okay? So just buckle up, push the commercials out. And if you're in your car right now, turn on the seat heat, get comfortable.
Perfect.
I go these tangents. I completely forget what I was going to say. But if you're a booster at ASU and you got a call last year saying, hey, I need $1 million. We're trying to get Sam to $3 million to keep him happy. We want to keep him a Sun Devil, keep him happy. And the booster goes, yep, okay, I'm in. Here's my $1 million. Like, let's go, another Big 12 championship. And then Levitt comes out and gets hurt and plays, 4 games healthy this year, and then transfers. You're sitting there going, wait, I just gave $1 million, and guess what? They're going to go back to that same booster and go, hey, we need that $1 million. They're going to go to this guy. That well's going to run dry, boys. They're not going to keep giving money to players that are just going to bounce. So there's going to have to be some type of contracting where, hey, if you want to transfer, that's fine, but you're paying us back, 70%, or, hey, it's a 2-year deal. You got 2 years left, and here's your $3 million over 2 years. So something's got to change, because it's just the well's going to run dry from these boosters that are paying all this money.
Yeah, we're talking to Jordan Simone. You're spot on. Kenny Dillingham had a quote yesterday. I think it was like, "Don't blame the kids for playing in the system. Blame the adults who made this very flawed system." Because you're so right, and this is happening at a lot of schools, most schools really across the country. Jordan, just as far as I think people, if you're not watching closely, you see, oh, Sam Levitt's going to leave. They're doomed next year, and then they have a couple other players entering the transfer portal that are names. They didn't really have to deal with that last year, but I maintain that as long as you have Kenny Dillingham and a lot of this coaching staff, and they're still going to have a lot of players back, they can weather this. I mean, they're going to have to find their next quarterback. But where's your confidence level that they don't have to take a step back without Sam Levitt? They didn't really have him for half of this year.
Yeah, I mean, what they did with Jeff Sims was really impressive, right? And we got to speak highly of Jeff Sims here. This is not. The season's over. This is not the time to talk about 50 turnovers since 2020, okay? We're not going to bring that up. Okay. Jeff Sims stayed at ASU when he could have left. He was loyal to the program, and that's what we love. So we cannot talk about the turnovers and the Territorial Cup. We just are not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about any potential booster money being, from U of A handed to Sims to fumble late in the game. We're not even going to bring that up, okay? We're not talking about it. But you'd love to see a kid like Sims who stayed loyal to the program and got a chance. So, if they're able to win some games with him, I mean, let's see what Cameron Dyer can do. Let's see what this new kid, Jake Fetty, can do coming from the great state of Texas. He is super West Texas, El Paso, but he's technically Texas. So let's see what they can do with those guys. And I would bet everything I have that Kenny is hounding the portal right now for a good quarterback, for an experienced quarterback that's a little bit older, so we don't have to put a freshman in right away.
Yeah, that's a great point. They've got some really high-end talent at the position, but they're very young. They're going to have to get a vet as well. Jordan, it's always great to talk to you, man. We'll talk to you again before the bowl coming up, too.
Yeah, please do, Luke. I got to tell you, it has been great coming on here with you every week. It has been the joy of my week. And if I can shamelessly plug myself, I'm an insurance broker, working commercial business insurance at freestoneinsurance.com. If you need any help, if your premiums just skyrocketed this year, I'm not going to tell you I can help you, but we've got a great team, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with you. Luke, you're my boy. I love you. Go Devils. And I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Jordan. That's Jordan Simone joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. A lot of moving parts right now with ASU, more so than last year. Last year, it just didn't feel like anybody was leaving. It felt like they just brought the whole team back.
Feels good to have the best quarterback in the state.
Then they all got hurt. Are you saying that from a U of A perspective?
Correct.
How much longer do you have them? One more game?
Well, all of this year for one. Probably next year, too.
All right, on that horrible note, are teams overlooking the Suns still? And if so, when are they going to stop doing that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
There's just something about this team. And, how sustainable is this? Because they're outsized in every single game. That remains to be seen. But it is shocking that the DNA can be this defined this early with a brand new
I'm stunned by it.
team.
I'm absolutely stunned by it. Props to Matt Ishbia, props to Brian Gregory, props to Jordan Ott, props to everybody over there who said that they were going to create this culture and did. I was a staunch critic of it, saying you just can't wish and will things to be so on a basketball
Bickley
court.
and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax to its sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fan in Minnesota and wonder who will be available for the Suns when they face the Thunder on Wednesday. The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
That's amazing. You're going to play this song, Wolf. This is going to conjure Wolf out of thin air if we play Alice in Chains. Wolf is not in today. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf. Thanks to Jordan Simone for joining us last segment. Always good to talk to Jordan, get his
he was great.
His passion and his thoughts on ASU.
Yeah.
And we will talk to him again, I think, before the bowl game on December 31st for sure, if we can make that work.
Isn't it crazy how much news has to happen before they play another game? You know what I mean? Like the amount of portal stuff that's going to happen between now and when they play in a bowl game. College football is kind of like bad right now. Like, what are they doing?
It'd be like if right before the NFL playoffs, they were like, by the way, free agency, and anybody can go anywhere. Like if Patrick Mahomes got into a fight with Andy Reid, he could just leave before the playoffs.
Graham Rossini, I was filling in when he was on Burns and Gambo, and he was awesome. And it was just like he totally went to bat for Kenny, and it was like, think about what Kenny has to deal with on a week-to-week basis. Mm-hmm. And now he's like getting ready for the end of the conference schedule, and he's already got to worry about like getting ready for the portal.
Yeah.
Because like Kenny's not like, okay, the season's done. Now it's time to go. Like they're prepping for the portal for months and months.
Yeah.
And he has to do it in like week 8 while he's getting ready to like play Cincinnati on the road.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
And they've been in the race to get to the Big 12 championship each of the last 2 years going into the Territorial Cup. So I mean, they make it one year, they don't make it the next year, but either way,
in
you're
what
in
game?
It. The Territorial.
What happened in that?
Well, last year. I mean, we're talking about last
year.
Your
fan base threw peanut shells at me for me telling them that they should stop making fun of a player for being hurt.
If there's anything you can look back on, it's the class of the Arizona State fan base. That's for sure.
Only Rick could go to a football game and get peanut shells thrown at him.
Yeah, I literally said, so you're making fun of an injured player
that I can throw at you right now, or no?
What'd you say? Sorry.
Do you have any leftover peanut shells still left over from the ones they threw at you, so I can throw them back at you now too, or no?
No, but they were terrible fans.
It would have been funny if you just picked one up and
go O's, Jesse. Good Helsley signing. It'll work out.
Even if it was
nice to have a closer.
All I really wanted to say is I'm gonna miss Javen Robinson, who's entering the transfer portal. Who I
it's
understand
kind of a sneaky big deal. Look, I know that
one of
he
the
was
best tacklers in the Big 12 in the secondary for sure.
I know that he was the guy that caused a bit of frustration for the fan base just because of how often that he was picked on. But what I brought up to you in prep is like this is like the guy who had to play corner opposite Patrick Peterson.
Yeah,
because Keith Abney was so good that especially U of A was like, we're not throwing that guy's direction. Are you out of your mind?
Maybe that's why he's transferring. He doesn't want to have to play.
So let's keep throwing it to the other side of the field,
it.
And that's where Javon Robinson had to play. And even if you think that he's not a good, like a starting caliber cornerback in the Big 12.
He's a good tackler. I didn't want to lose him.
I think that he is. But even if you think that he's not, this defense needs like some level of continuity right now.
Yeah, it's going to be weird because ASU really didn't lose players last year until the season started. Then they all got hurt and they lost all of them. We'll follow that. Like you said, there's a lot going on here now this time of year when your football team is relevant. But I want to get back into the Suns because I'm not sure we're going to get back into them again this show. Lorenzo Alexander is going to join us at 1. You brought up this question, Kellen, before the show. And when you first said it, I was like, man, our team's still doing that? But then it's like, yeah, probably to a certain extent. You know, are teams still overlooking the Suns at all in these games? And if so, when is that going to stop? Because if any team is still overlooking the Suns, and I'm guessing Minnesota wasn't after what happened the first time they played, but if any team's going to overlook the Suns, that works in their favor so much with the identity they've carved out.
It's even terrible teams that are doing it. Like, remember the 41-16 first quarter in Sacramento? And it's like, you guys are the Kings.
Should be
Apologies to
overlooking
Tyler
anybody.
Drake, but hello. You're the Kings.
Tyler.
You need to play hard already as it is. And then you see teams like the Lakers, which are like, okay, but it's the second night of a back-to-back. We've played 3 games in 4 days. We're tired.
Not like
Meanwhile,
the
the
Suns
Suns
had
have
played 3
played
games in 4 nights.
7 games in 11 days, and they don't care. So then they mentally check out in the mid-second quarter, and then they think like, oh, we're going to get hot in the fourth quarter. And there was a brief spell of the fourth quarter where it looked like the Lakers were getting going and were maybe going to make a game of it again, but then they couldn't. The Rockets did it. The Timberwolves tried to, and then they briefly, again, lost focus at the start of the fourth quarter, underestimated the guys in front of them, and then they lost the game because of that stretch at the start of the fourth quarter led by Colin Gillespie. I don't know, because something that we talked about with Kurt, who was great earlier on the show, is the regular season is naturally designed in a way where you are not going to be able to lock in and give your best every single night. It's just designed that way. It's always going to be that way until we go down to 65 games. But all the money, Luke, we'd lose so much.
The NBA would fold.
We'd make this many $1 billion instead of the $1 billion more we're already making. We can't get rid of 10 games for everyone's safety.
Pretty sure they would end up making the money back within a year anyway.
We're going to expand to Europe because we need their money, too. We can't just have the billions of dollars we're making over here. We need the billions over there.
Do you remember when college football was like, we can't possibly have a playoff because what we do with the bowl games like the Rose Bowl? Well, those would just be the playoff games. That would never work. And now they're like, let's just print more money. I
but
don't remember what my initial question
point,
was.
Oklahoma City.
It'd be nice if they would overlook the Suns.
Yeah, and what they're not going to because, again, money is on the line, and we love money. Money, money, money. Capitalism, greed. Woo! Winning 70-plus games.
Be a promo for Kellen Olsen
winning
right there.
70-plus games is extremely difficult, and we saw the Warriors. There's a great cut from, sorry, Suns fans. Draymond Green said something intelligent. I'm sorry. He's a pretty smart guy. Pretty smart basketball player. Pretty great basketball player.
You've offended everybody in one second.
Sorry. He mentioned and was asked, like, do you think OKC can do what you guys did? And he was like, kept saying, like, he wanted to compliment OKC as much as possible. Like, yes, absolutely. But it's really, really hard. And then he went on to say he feels like that year took years off his life with how much he had to buy in to that. So that's like OKC going for like 75 wins, basically, and focusing and trying as hard as they can every single night at that level. So that's what the Suns are doing in their own version of it by playing this hard pretty much every single night. So look, they play Golden State December 18th, December 20th. In one of those games, you're going to see the Warriors who just aren't mentally interested in the game. It's just going to happen. Like you're playing against New Orleans in a back-to-back in New Orleans, a baseball series, December 26th, December 27th. At least one of those games, New Orleans is just not going to look interested at all in that game. Like it's just going to happen throughout the season, and it's just so impressive that the Suns are rarely been that team. I think there's only been like 2 or 3 games they've played this year out of the 24 where I've counted them as one of those teams.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that Wolf was really focused on at the start of the season. It wasn't so much would the Suns give effort, it was just could they keep the games competitive, and I think he was going to kind of drop that metric as long as they were competitive in 1 or 2 games of this 3-game stretch at Houston, at Minnesota, at Oklahoma City, because they have been competitive in pretty much every game, and they've won more often than they've lost. The Suns have. Just going to your point, I'm trying to do the math too on what Draymond Green was saying about Oklahoma City. So they're 23-1 right now. Okay, they would still to get to the record, they would have to go
51-7, I believe, is what they'll have to do.
51-7 would tie it, right?
The record
73.
The record would be 74, so they would have to go 51-7.
Yeah,
the rest of the way,
which is crazy.
Which is insane, and yet they might do it. But if they decide to do it, but to your point on like when will this stop? It stops on Wednesday because we're at the point now with NBA Cup play where the group stages, like money's on the line, sure, but the individual game, each player gets more money if they win.
Yeah.
So we're at the point now where just a game-to-game basis, you make more money all the way through to the final. So even if we weren't talking about the Thunder, who play hard every night anyway, it would matter. Like the Lakers, perfect example. They're going to be playing their asses off when they look like they could care less 2 weeks ago. It's technically the same kind of game, but it's not.
And just based on what J.J. Redick said about his team's effort against the Suns the last time they played, I'm guessing teams that have seen the Suns once already, although as you pointed out, Sacramento never seemed to lock in, but they're not really locked in general this year. But I'm guessing any team that has seen the Suns is going to be fairly locked in the second time they play.
Oh, and you would love to see the Spurs win too. So if you lose, but the Lakers lose, and it's like that one game in 8 days, they're mentally checked out again.
Yeah, cool.
That'd be great for them. Yeah,
because you also need these wins for the chance to get into the playoffs this year.
Oh, that thing.
All right, which is very real to talk about now. When we come back, Lorenzo Alexander is going to join us, and you kind of hinted at this earlier in the show, Kellen. What's going on with the Cardinals defense? We're going to start there, and we're going to talk to 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander, who knows a thing or two about defense. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We love money, 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 money. Capitalism, greed. Woo!
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Man, the gap between them and everybody else in this division has never felt wider.
No.
It has never felt wider. It has never felt like you know how every year when these websites that we like to talk about when we're looking for material to talk about on our show, and in the spring, in May, and June, they'll put out these most likely team in the NFL to go from worst to first in their division. Nobody's going to pick the Cardinals. The Cardinals aren't going to finish third on that list or fourth on that list. They're going to finish last on that list because the gap is so wide between them and everybody else in the NFC West. That's where I'm feeling the frustration today.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake, limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. has a sprained MCL and is week to week. Despite being down Devin Booker and Jalen Green once again, the Phoenix Suns beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 105-108 last night in Minneapolis. The Suns are now 14-10. For more on the win, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball is home tonight for a matchup with NAU. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com today.
All right, the show flew by today. We've got an hour left, but Lorenzo Alexander is here to close it out. I don't know that we've ever closed out a show with you before, Zoe. This is crazy.
Not in recent years, but I'm pretty sure I've closed out a show, once or twice.
Well, you and I used to do shows like 6 a.m. filling in for 4 hours. So
yeah, for sure. So, different time.
Kellen Olson's in for Wolf.
I got to apologize for all the heat that I brought on Zoe without even knowing.
Are you apologizing? Because I feel like you're going to do something very similar today. After a loss, coaching stuff, changes.
I was very laissez-faire too with when you brought this up to me in the hallway. I didn't even remember what you were talking about until I was later like, oh yeah, like I did ask him that one question. This is very like journalist like covering a game of me to like ask some question.
I definitely reminded
receive
you
some answer that
like an hour or two
receives
ago.
a ton of criticism and all this like and meanwhile I'm just like I just asked the question.
Right.
I apologize.
No, you're fine, man. Yeah, we're good. So, I just know what to expect now.
Yeah.
That part of me does come out. The post-game press conference guy does come out of me every now and then. Yeah, it comes out.
You answered the question, by the way. the same way most people would have answered it.
Right.
That's why I didn't remember, because it was just such a normal answer. It was fine.
Kind of been proven to be right, too.
Yeah.
But whatever. That's fine. We don't need to go back there. I want to ask you about the defense. So the Cardinals defense, I had really high expectations for them this year. I'm not like writing them off as a lost cause. I still think they've done a lot of good this year, and I do think maybe they got leaned on a little too much with the injuries too. But at the same time, that was a pretty rough performance against the Rams, and we've kind of seen some cracks lately. What do you make of this defense?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of different things. Guys have been in and out of the lineups all year. When you think about, Walter Nolan, D-Rob not being up front, when you think about Mac Wilson, it's probably one of the most significant ones currently right now, especially when you play a Rams team that makes everything look the same, but things can be extremely different. They do some cool things with their run game, with insertions of whether it's Terrence Ferguson or if it's Puka Nacua that changes where you should fit. They try to make corners tackle. And so this last game, I don't know if it's their worst. Is it a new low? I mean, they've given up 40 points, it's all the same.
They're all low.
I think from this standpoint, and I know some people have brought up like it was an effort thing. When I rewatched it, it wasn't an effort thing. It was a execution, right? Guys being in their gaps. So if it's two guys in one gap, the running back was finding the gap that the guy wasn't in, or a guy not falling back or just running to the wrong gap. And I think a lot of that had to do with, eye discipline, understanding where you need to fit in the scheme, because it was multiple guys. We say this every week. So whether it's the middle linebacker, the weak side backer, the safeties, a D lineman being out of a gap, right? It was different guys at different times. And when you're playing an explosive, efficient offense as we've seen in the Rams this year, you just can't do it because they're going to expose you. And every time someone was out of a gap, they were able to find it. And then you couple that with poor tackling, arm tackling. We saw what had happened. Several explosive run plays. I mean, I think the only thing that the Rams ever gifted them was when they decided to pass the ball on that first drive in the red zone and had 3 incompletions, so they had to kick a field goal. That was really their only hiccup. After that, I mean, they were rolling the rest of the game, and there was never a time where the defense stood up and created negative plays to where the Rams felt like they were starting behind the stick. So when you have that, and then you have the offense not doing what they need to do to kind of keep you in the game too, you're going to get the type of result that you see or that we saw on Sunday.
So with the mistakes that you're talking about, from my perspective, it's so easy for me to just say, well, that's coaching. Like, they're not coached up well enough to be executed. But from a player perspective, when you look back on your career and when you had a game where, like, you didn't like the tape at all, you were in the wrong gap a couple of times, what does that lead to? Like, what leads to that as a player for you to have a bad game execution-wise?
So it's not necessarily coaching. It can be, and I'll kind of start on that part. I thought that they were trying to disguise. So they had 3 safeties in the game, so and all 3 of them were off the ball. And I think they were trying to confuse the offense in terms of who, and most of the time it's Terrence Ferguson, who is he going to be cracking on, right? And so they all were off, and they didn't get, and then they would sometimes almost scissor and switch gaps with the middle linebacker, whichever safety was down in the box. Mm-hmm. I think that got him a little bit. So I think schematically it was coaching at some points. The other thing was just poor eyes and where you needed to fit. And sometimes when you add in a new scheme like they had this week, because I've never seen them do this, especially when you have a young linebacker and Cody Simon in the game, right? It can confuse him. And once they have success, you're like, man, I must be doing something wrong. I got to try to make something happen. And one time he ran through a gap. He could have he didn't make the play, but then the running back ended up running in the gap where he should have been. So, and those are just little things that I'll see that is correctable, but it's just a young player trying to make plays. And it was other guys outside of just Cody. I don't want to make it all on him, but those are just odd things. And then when you're in it, sometimes you think something happened and it didn't actually happen. And it's really hard to get out of that when you're in game and it feels like it's just a fire hydrant just hitting you in the face.
Because that's just in your head for the rest of the game.
Were you encouraged by them trying something new? Because to your perspective, again, I didn't notice they were trying something new, but clearly you did. Were you encouraged that they were mixing it up, or is that something we should expect when things aren't working?
I don't think they needed to do it.
I'd say Wolf was baffled by this.
Yes, right. And I heard Wolf, and so and this also, you got to think about personnel group, right? The safety group on paper and what we've learned, and I would say just the way they play is probably the best group that's still all healthy, right?
Yeah.
And so would I rather them on the field or the backup linebackers on the field, right? So I'm going with the personnel. So I get that. I just didn't like how they implement it, and it could have just been the right call for the Rams versus the wrong call for the Cardinals as far as where they were trying to do based on whatever they saw watching film. It just was really hard for them to overcome that when you have a young guy in there. So I don't know if I would have done all that with a young linebacker group. And then you got to think about Pat Poe, who hasn't really played at all.
Yeah.
Right? And then Zaven, they moved him off the ball at some times, and he really hasn't done that much. That's his history, but he hasn't done that over the last 2 or 3 years. So when it rained, it poured, and every time they were out of their gap, it seemed like the Rams were finding those holes and, getting 10, 15, 45 yards. And, once that happens, then you're just trying to, fix something, but not really knowing what it is you need to fix. Almost like your golf swing, right? Yeah. They need to move the ball back and move the hands down, hands forward. Man, what is wrong? Rotation. They just couldn't figure it out.
It was my hips that time.
Yeah, it was my hips, right. And you're going through all the wrong things when I think they just needed to play a physical ball. You got your gaps, and I also think that the corners need to be better as far as tackling. But a lot of that was off the play action, so they were a little hesitant. But when Terrence Ferguson is out at wide receiver, and he's going in, he's most likely cracking. So I think it was some self-awareness, a lack of self-awareness, or awareness of what the offense was doing and what the personnel grouping was, and who was doing the cracking.
Doesn't help that it was the Rams either, where if you make any mistake, it's just a touchdown every time, whether it's their first string running back or their second running back or any of their receivers. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join us this Friday at the Safeway on Hayden Road and Chaparral Road between 4 and 6. Claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. When we come back, big picture, how damaging has this Cardinals season been to their overall plan? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen holds between the circles. Now he starts to drive, gets around Randall, flips to Williams for the jam time. What a drive and dish by Grayson Allen. Mark Williams the finish. He's got 22 to lead the Suns, and they're back up 6.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime. And a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't. And leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside, I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
they're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up. Just what I needed. Real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Arizona sports.
Here we go, fellas.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, quick shout out to Anthem. Thanks to everybody listening in Anthem and everywhere else right now. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf, and Lorenzo Alexander here for an early edition of the Lowdown this week. Look, so this is this is definitely a big picture question, but we know this season has unraveled, and it probably unraveled a while ago. So I guess where I want to go with this is how much does this derail their big picture plan? Because I think reasonably people coming into this season thought the Cardinals had a direction. It was a matter of can they actually follow through. I mean, taking the jump from 8 to 9 or 10 or 11 wins is obviously the toughest jump. You know, if they were just going to win 8 games again, you kind of be like, all right, maybe they're close. A lot of 4-point, 3-point losses. Maybe you just stick with this. But it has gone so badly, especially in the division. Yeah. It feels like this could just completely change course entirely.
I mean, it has. I mean, I think it's a significant setback when you think about the totality of the year. I mean, number one, you're moving away from K1, right, to Jacoby, who we know is not going to be the long-term answer. So that in itself, right, has shifted everything when you think about long-term plans. Didn't think that the offensive line would be as underwhelming as it has been this year as far as consistency. And so now you have to start figuring out, okay, where do we plug the holes? Where's the most valuable guys? So then you got to worry about that as well. And so, you got the offensive line, who is probably outside of QB, one of the most important groups on a football team that you also have to worry about. James Conner being hurt. There's a lot of guys just being out. And so, yes, to your point, I thought they would be a playoff team. I thought K1 would take his next step in his development in terms of being the guy here. And now it's almost like a reset. And depending on how the rest of the season goes, I think now you're in jeopardy of now you have to switch up coaching. So is that head coach? Is that position coaches? Is that coordinators?
Yeah.
Right. And then when you start doing that, that's a whole culture shift depending on who the new caller is coming in or who the new head coach, whatever that looks like. And then obviously that's a big reset. So all of that I think is now on the table, especially when you think about how the season is progressed and it's gotten worse, and you got these divisional losses that are just like glaring. I think all of that stuff is more on the table now, and I don't think this team is nowhere near where they want it to be. And so now, obviously the decision makers have to figure out, okay, do we have enough here to continue to go forward, or do we need to hit the big time reset button again and then go in a whole different direction? So I think it's definitely more in play than I ever thought it would be at the start of the season.
When you look at these defensive outings in these divisional games and giving up 40-plus in all 3 of these games, I think the Seattle game is one where you can look at with, like, the Lawrence plays and just be like, okay, we'll flush it, happens, whatever. We were in Seattle, they're on fire, whatever, it's fine. And the Niners game happens the next week, and then 3 weeks later this happens against the Rams. From the player perspective, what's the mentality like where you're just trying to – because whenever we hear from Gannon, he's just so laser-focused on, like, week to week that he doesn't even want to look back that often. But have you been in situations like that where it feels like things are like kind of stacking up on top of each other in a negative way?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on plenty 3-13 teams, when I was in Washington, and it just snowballs on you, and you're kind of in this washing machine and really can't get out of it. And so all you can do is be in the moment, be present, because when you do allow other thoughts, all the failures that you face, if you have, you want to learn from them, but you don't want to dwell in the emotional bondage that can weigh on you. So you almost have to compartmentalize and move forward. Like, okay, it's a new week, right? I know it's cliche, but that's really how you have to be, because if you bring all that with you, you can't focus. You're not going to be emotionally ready to play. And it's just draining, because then when things happen in games, you start thinking about, well, here it goes again, right? And that's the worst thing that you can do. So you have to be that way. You have to be built that way. I know it's not great media. I know that's not what fans want to hear. They want to hear reasoning and be able to, nah, man, I'm right here where my feet are at today. What's the new scheme? Who am I playing against this week? I know I messed up last. I can learn from those, but I'm not dwelling on the whole picture of what I just went into. And so, I mean, you heard some of the leaders talk about it. I mean, you have a job to do, and at this point, you're playing for your job. Everybody is. You're coaching for your job. You're playing for your job. In terms of, am I still going to be Arizona Cardinal next year, or do I have an opportunity to be somewhere else? Because if you do, kind of just let things go, the league is very small, right? Everybody knows everybody, and if you're one of those people that are going to take your foot off the pedal at this point in the season, that's going to get out there pretty quick, and you can find yourself quickly out of the NFL.
Yeah. One of the most encouraging things to me from last year was that they were 3-3 in the division, which is not your ultimate goal, but you were winning division games last year.
Yeah.
Now you look at it, I mean, it's not even exaggeration, they are 6 games out of third place in this division. So I guess my question is, how quickly in this league can you turn it around? You look at the top of both conferences right now, you see teams that weren't anywhere near that last year.
Yeah.
But the Cardinals, A, have a bunch of work to do, and then B, even if they do all that right, they're still not going to make up. They're going to need some help from some of these teams coming back down to earth.
So, I mean, obviously we're in a point where it's just like, oh, man, this is just, I feel like we're getting blown out every week. And we all know that they've lost several close games.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to win the league, and it's a thin line from winning and losing every week, right? So this team could be a whole different feel if they win 3 or 4 more of those games, which were winnable games. It's not a hard stretch. So what is it? Some of it is just being able to create a winning culture and getting off to a better start. So when things are going poorly, you expect to win, kind of like Denver, right? They've been behind, I think, 12 games, have won 10 of them.
Yeah.
So they expect to win. That mindset is everything, right? It could be adding a piece or two in the offensive line in the offseason. So now you're back to having the ability to run there. And then, I would say, starting the season off, whether it's Jacoby or not, but having the presence that they are as far as effectively moving the ball down the field with Michael Wilson and Trey McBride and whoever that may be, MHJ next year too, starting at the beginning, moving the ball like that, all those things are going to add to this team being able to find ways to win some of those close games, and then it doesn't feel like you're that far away from other pieces. So, and then I would say lastly is just getting healthy from a defense. You can't have Walter Noden and then Robinson in and out. Will Johnson missing a week, Garrett Wilson missing some time here, Mac Wilson out. Yes, injuries are a part of NFL, and the injury rate is 100%, but if you have that many guys out all at the same time, missing multiple games, you can never just really create a rhythm defensively either to really be having your best on best out there week in and week out.
Even if this trend in team performance continues, there are going to be individuals that step up. We've seen Michael Wilson the last couple of weeks, and there are going to be a few more guys who end the year strong. How real is that carryover as a player where the season's sort of lost, but you yourself find momentum that can carry over?
It's a lot. I mean, because a lot, especially for younger guys who are not right. You always think you belong, right? You've been one of those dudes every step, and you want those opportunities, but you really don't know until you go out there and showcase it week in and week out, making the adjustments, seeing how people are going to attack you, going through some of the ups and downs. So for a guy like Cody Simon, this time right now is invaluable as far as his growth and ability to learn and his ability to grow and build confidence in his ability to be able to lead the defense, play the run, make adjustments in game, right? He's struggling right now, but that's part of your growth process in the NFL. And so as he learns how to do that, you can take that going in the next season and hit the ground running in terms of, okay, this is what I expect. I know how they're going to do this. And that sense of confidence, because if you experienced it and learned from it, is huge. I mean, I was one of those guys that helped me. When guys got hurt, I got in there late or the season was down and guys got benched because of contract stuff. People didn't want to get paid and I got extra reps. It helped me become the player I always wanted to be. But I really didn't know because if you're just watching or put into a box, you really don't know until you know. So I think it's going to help out a lot of those younger guys. Obviously, it's helped out Michael Wilson, right? He's probably always thought he was a good dude. Yeah. Well, now he know I am a dude, right? I can give you 100 every week. Yeah. And that changes your mindset and your expectations. And so it's a valuable time for a lot of guys that can use this to catapult their career for the Arizona Cardinals and beyond.
Yeah, those 3 games that Michael Wilson's played, so 3 of the last 4 where Marv wasn't playing and Jacoby Brissett was, 36 catches for 445 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's pretty good over 3 games, right?
For sure.
From Michael. It's basically 12 catches for 150 yards and almost a score every week. All right, when we come back, we go around the NFL. Last night's game had some major implications around the league on arguably 2 of the top teams. And so Rick really wants you to come back, and he's going to tell you why when we come back. He has a reason now to try and talk you into coming back and playing football. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are we sleeping on Hayden doing something? Are we sleeping? Are we just thinking about Marte trade and closer? And are we sleeping on like the Josh Naylor, Geno Suarez move?
I will never, after last year's Corbin Burns move,
eyes are up.
I will never sleep on a Mike Hazen move. This organization's capacity to surprise us the last 2 years cannot be underestimated and cannot be forgotten.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. Let's sing it again. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, Let's go places.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. has a sprained MCL and is week to week. Despite being down Devin Booker and Jalen Green once again, the Phoenix Suns beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 108-105 last night in Minneapolis. Mark Williams had 22 points and 7 rebounds for the Suns, who improved to 14-10 on the season. For more on the win, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball is home tonight for a matchup with NAU. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports.
It's crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
Yeah, Lorenzo Alexander is here right now for the Lowdown. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf, going around the NFL here. We're going to get to this Monday Night Football game, but Rick, I know you want to talk about Phillip Rivers and how that somehow means Zoe should have to come back and play this weekend.
Yeah, so here's my case. So
I already know Zoe's answer. This is great.
Phillip Rivers is 44 years old. We have 3 weekly NFL guests on our show. Mm-hmm. One is Zoe, who is 2 years younger than Phillip Rivers. One is Max, who's 1 year younger than Phillip Rivers. And one is Patrick Peterson, who is 9 years younger than Phillip Rivers. So then the Cardinals needed a lot of defense and offensive line help. So what I'm saying is our weekly guests, Zoe, Max, Patrick Peterson, they all make a comeback this weekend to play for the Cardinals against the Texans.
Except they all play impact positions. But sorry, Zoe, go ahead.
Versus Houston?
Yeah. That's the end of that.
Good luck, Max.
Good
luck, Max. Hey, I don't know if people probably see this on IG. I think it's on IG, where they have like these old school football players. I'm actually going to make a video of this. So I'm going to be a little bit of a spoiler. So, doing a spin move, and then it flashes back to what I used to be able to do. Spin move, get a sack, right?
Yeah.
Hit a dummy bag and blow somebody up in real life. And then I'll have a little bit of movement drill, and then going to go get a football and picking it off like I did a couple of Thursdays ago in my turkey ball, right? Yeah. So I'm still a pretty good athlete. I'm not that good. I'm better than most people listening, but I'm not that good to play in the league.
You still had teams trying to get you to play for a couple years after you retired.
I did, but I knew, and the crazy thing about that, right, when I got done, I was still working out like I was playing, which was dumb. I actually tweaked my back, and I think the Bills called me, and then a couple of weeks Steve had hit me up for the Cardinals, and I'm like, man, should I go back? I might be trying to steal some money because I was actually hurt.
Yeah.
And not telling them, but just kind of listening. I was like, nah, I'm good. But if I was probably 100%, I might have tried to do it. But yeah, it's just too hard. So it tells me a couple of things. It just tells me Phillip can't let the game go. And then, two, that it shows you how well protected the position is to think at 44 after not playing since, 2020?
I don't even remember last
Yeah,
time.
Right.
2020 with the Colts.
With the Colts, that shows you if you have the gall to be able to step out there at that age and haven't played that long, that the position is really protected and you just haven't been able to let the game go and transition into just coaching and being a dude that helps the next generation be greater than you were. So I have too much respect for what the dudes do to even think about trying to step back on the field and pass rush somebody.
And he signed, didn't he? I think he signed
He's
with
on
their
practice squad. Yeah.
I mean, if I was Phillip Rivers' friends or family, is a very large family, I would point to the Week 18 game against Houston and be like, "Do you really want to see Willie Anderson in Week 18 when Houston has to win? Do you really want to deal with this guy?"
Maybe he's gonna just hand the ball off to JT the whole game. You know what I mean? He can do that probably. You know, but I just couldn't. There's no way. There's no way that that's a viable thing outside of him understanding the game really well and maybe coaching up whoever they're going to put in there. Because physically, I mean, and we've seen this a little bit to some extent with Calais this year, right?
Yeah.
Good player, hasn't missed any seasons, right? Really started off really fast, but having been in that position, your body, after a while, you feel it. So the recovery it's not getting ready. It's the recovery from being out there, hitting the ground, getting up, that you then like, dang, man, I really don't feel good until Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Now, you haven't played in 6 years. I guarantee you his body will be in shock. It's not going to let him go out there if he hits the ground one time.
Yeah.
I don't mean to ask you such a deep question, but twice you referenced letting the game go. Do you remember when you had finally let the game go?
I was okay with not playing, and I had time to process this because I told my wife I probably retired like 4 times. I remember sitting on the bench 2018 before the game started in Minnesota, kind of looking it in after I warmed up. I would always kind of just take it in, and I was like, I would be okay without all this.
Oh, wow.
And so I still played one more year after that because the only reason I did that because I'm not leaving money on the table. I had signed a 2-year deal.
Of course.
But they had offered me, hey, you want to play there? At that point, I knew I wasn't. I didn't want any more after 19. So at that point, I knew I was okay not having to experience that every day of my life. Now, has that been a hard transition? In some ways, yes, because you're used to doing the same thing. But from a mental standpoint and me feeling purpose in my life, I don't need it because I found purpose and impact in other places. And for every guy, it's a little bit different. Some guys never kind of do that, and it's sad in a lot of ways. And that's why I work with the league now in the Legends department, is trying to help guys change the framework and perception of maybe who they are and what they place value in, so that you can move on and find other ways to give back and be impactful and still feel fulfilled. But there's never going to be a replacement for 60,000 people going, ooh, you're going to search for that the rest of your life.
Yeah. Well, that's incredible that you got it before the end of your career,
You were
because
ahead of the
so many
curve,
guys have their career end and they can't have it anymore. They want it so bad, but they can't have it anymore. That's amazing that you got it before it ended.
And I was blessed. So I'm probably one of the very few people, when you think about the entire league, having played 15 years and having the time to make that decision for myself and not being injured, not being priced out because I'm too old and cost too much, or not being good enough, right? People still wanted me. So it was more of my decision and me coming to peace with not wanting to have it versus someone else making that decision for me.
That is ahead of the curve, though, right? I mean, a lot of guys are not able to just kind of be. I know I wouldn't if I was ever that good. Like, I wouldn't be able to be like, okay, yeah, you know what, it's time to go. I feel like that constantly pulls you back because, like you said, that's a rush that not only are you going to be chasing forever, but 99.9% of the population never even experiences once.
For sure, and I think the only thing at that point that was keeping me in the league was trying to win a championship. And it's just, they're too hard to predict unless I was going up to New England. Yeah. Right. And being a Bills guy, I was like, I can't go up there with Tom. Right. But it's just, you have to find value and have to be real with yourself. And I had a lot of great people, a lot of great mentors that went before me. London Fletcher, I was up there with Kyle Williams. Talking with Fitz, a lot of guys that I've got to see to kind of operate and do it the right way as they transitioned out of the game that really helped me have perspective. So it wasn't like I was in this vacuum and made this smart decision by myself. I had other men kind of show me what that looked like through conversation and actually them doing it.
Yeah. I want to get to this before we hit the break real quick. Philly loses again last night. Philly's fine as far as making the playoffs, but something has looked wrong with them pretty much I don't know, since like October. And then also in the shuffle of that, Zoe, they lose. The Chargers are 9-4. It's getting real tough to find a way the Chiefs make the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think they get in. I mean, it's just too much that has to happen for them, where you have to have a couple of teams, lose multiple games. And so, obviously, as a Bills fan, that's great for us because Pat Mahomes is typically the person that knocks us out of the playoffs. And I think we're pretty secure sitting at, I think, the 5 seed after the win Sunday night. So it'd be interesting to see what happens. But, I saw this little montage of, A.J. Brown crying for the ball. And he had like 3 or 4 drops last night. Damn, man, at the end of the day, man. So, hey, when you ask for something, when your opportunity shines, we used to always have a guy what was my man's name? It was, special teams coach. Can't think of his name right now. But he was like, hey, you always going to get exposure. It's going to be up to you whether it's going to be good exposure or bad exposure, right? So you keep asking for it. Eventually it's going to come. Danny Smith. And so last night, obviously, he didn't show up when he had those opportunities to catch the ball. That could have been a huge difference in the outcome of that game.
Do you enjoy chaotic games like that, or are you such a purist with like execution that it drives you crazy that teams are making that many mistakes?
Yeah, I don't like the craziness. And I mean, you put all that work in to go out there and execute, not to hope and wish, and they make a mistake, we make one, and then you wanna be the driver of the outcome of the game.
We come back, final segment of the show. Cardinals getting ready to play Houston this weekend. So what has made the Texans defense, pretty clearly the best defense in the NFL? We'll talk to 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander sticking around for one more segment next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Thank you, Shipley, our guest. Buying into messaging and playing hard every Sunday, that got called into question. How much of that did you see, if at all, on Sunday, AQ?
Yeah, listen, I think you can easily say that whenever the wheels fall off, right? I think that's the biggest thing, but I think it still comes down to execution. I think the effort's there. I think they're just outmanned. I think that's just what it is right now. There's been some injuries. Again, can't use those as excuses because everybody's had injuries. I remember in 2017, we go up to Seattle, and Larry Fitzgerald and myself were the only training camp starters left in the huddle, and we end up beating them and still finish 500. So it's the nature of the NFL. Injuries are going to happen. You still have to execute.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey,
Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
We're Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com today.
All right, final segment of the show on this Tuesday afternoon. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf. It's Wolf and Luke, and Lorenzo Alexander is here to help us close out the show today. Zoe, I've wanted to get your thoughts on this next topic for a while, but it just made sense to do it this week because the Cardinals, maybe unfortunately, are facing this Houston defense on Sunday. I double-checked to see if they were the team allowing the least points per game, because even if they weren't, I was still going to say that, at least by the eye test, they look like the best defense in the NFL, but they are also only allowing 16 points a game, the Houston Texans. And we all look and we say, well, yeah, Will Anderson, and he's a huge part of it, but if it was just one guy, this defense wouldn't be this good. So why are they so dominant? They just shut down the Chiefs with the Chiefs season on the line.
Yeah, I think they shut the Chiefs out. It felt like last night in the first half. I mean, I know it was 10-0 maybe going into halftime. I mean, with the Kansas City Chiefs, right? They had a ton of
Mahomes 3 times.
Ton of drops, right? They had some. They went had them 3 and out several times. I think they're just extremely efficient, and I think even the Chiefs, they dropped the ball. You can put that on the player. I think it's also their physical mentality in terms of how they attack the football and how they play defense. Yes, it starts up front. Will Anderson. Danielle Hunter, Mario Anderson Jr., who actually played with the Raiders. So I've seen his evolution of his career. But being able to stop the run and impact the QB with the front four is significant. And being able to, so then you can drop back. And so what does that mean, right? We talk about on the offensive side being able to run the ball and play action. So on the defensive side, if I only need 4 really to be impactful in the run game, maybe I can have a lighter box and 6-man box and feel comfortable with those guys, and then also don't feel like I need to blitz on known passing downs because I have 3-4 guys that can get after the passer and win one-on-one matchups. That allows me to play more coverage. And so even when you watch Pat Mahomes on Monday night, right, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, he's holding on to the ball because they are matching routes extremely well. There's nowhere where to go with it. And then you get a great rush, and then he's running for his life. And I think he was actually, we talk about Jacoby Brissett being the number one rusher. I think Pat Mahomes was the number one rusher Monday night, right, running for his life. And so that's kind of what we have to look forward to, I guess, in some ways. And so, I guess the question is, how do you stop him? You have to be able to run the football, which I don't know how we do it. It's very similar to how I felt for the Rams coming in here last week offensively. Now it's just switched to the defensive side of the ball as far as I don't know where the plays are going to come from. Obviously, I'm always going to have a lot of respect for what McBride has been able to do. He always gets his. Michael Wilson has been stepping up in that regard as well. But they matched, and I know Kelsey's not Kelsey who he is, but they have really physical DBs, safeties that feel like they can win one-on-one and be in your face and meet your intensity. And if they don't, they know they're going to have someone else that's going to be coming over and making it a bang-bang physical place to make them think about, do I really want to catch this football or not? So it's going to come down to, I think, staying ahead of the sticks, finding ways to stay on track, not getting to these third and long downs, and then you're going to have to be somewhat creative in how you slide your protection and chip guys on the outside, which, in the past when we played the Packers, we didn't do the best job at that.
With Micah Parsons.
So hopefully we can figure out a way
Yeah.
to figure out to slow these guys down just a little bit. Right? Some of the screen game, trying to figure out a way. Hopefully we can run the football. Because you have to take advantage of that. Because like Seattle, when the Cardinals played Seattle, they didn't respect the run game at all. So even on play actions, they were just running by it. So you have to stay to it. And then I would say this is also going to help them. Wolf is not here, so I'll say the word, complimentary football.
He's going to drive in now.
Yeah. Houston's offense isn't great.
Yeah.
Right? So defensively, if you can find some ways to take the ball away, keep the game within reason, right? 7-3. 10-7, 10-3, then you allow the offense of the Arizona Cardinals to kind of still run the ball and try to keep Houston honest defensively. So it's going to really, I think, matter more about what the defense does to C.J. Stroud and that offense versus what Jacoby Brissett and the offense do to the defense.
Who's the guy on their defense you love to watch right now?
Petrie. I like hard-hitting safeties, DBs coming up, hitting him, and then obviously the pass rushers coming off the edge. And what's so unique, they remind me of a DeMarcus Ware type as far as them getting off the rock, watching that timing. Like, it's something in their film study each week where they're seeing it and being able to react that this, as a pass rusher, that's one of the things you really want to be able to do because you can get a head start on that offensive lineman and make them feel extremely uncomfortable. And so I know they're going to be coming in with that in mind as well. But big-time safety play is people that like Petrie that I can turn on the film and have my son who plays safety. Hey, watch how this dude play. Watch how he runs. Watch how physical he is. Watch how he covers. Watch how he plays the run. Those type of things, that is really cool. And then see that interception, right? Tips it and locates it in the air, turning, going the opposite way, and go. So then he has that it factor about him as well as playmaking ability. So it's just really fun to watch those type of young players come up because then I can show my son, hey, this is what it looks like, man. So yeah, I would say those three guys.
I feel like Jalen Petrie's been doing this really since day one, since he got here too. But it's like, we were talking about Will Anderson earlier in the show, and it's the Cardinals. Could they have had him if they didn't trade for Paris Johnson Jr. in the first round pick the next year? Yeah, they could have. And I get in the moment that trade. Hindsight, yeah, I would rather have Will Anderson because Will Anderson's one of the best defensive players in the NFL now. How much of it, though, for a guy like Petrie or a guy like Will Anderson is the fact that they are surrounded by other talent, too? I mean, they went out and got Danielle Hunter when other teams really didn't do that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of it. And then Ryan's being the head coach, right? Being a defensive guy and in the whole scheme and having guys around you and you breed a culture, right? Because you can have, like, for example, our defense isn't great this year, but you have a guy like Josh Sweat that's on it, right? Would he be better if he was on Houston? Yeah, probably, right? Because you got other guys around you that's eating too, and you can't stop everybody. It's just like being on a great offense and having a good one, a good two, and a good running game. And so it adds to it. Will is still a generational player where he would still be productive wherever he's at. It's just much better when you got a whole crew of guys that you can come to the party with because then you're winning on defense. Not everybody's not just looking at you to kind of carry the load.
Yeah. To your point on Houston's offense, for anybody that wants hope for this weekend, if you look at Houston over the last 5 weeks, they've won all 5 games. But the last 4 games, they've won 16-13, 23-19, 20-16, and 20-10. Now, in there, 2 of those games, they basically shut down the Chiefs and relatively shut down the Bills. But like that 16-13 game was against Tennessee. It's not like, in theory, as long as you're not turning the ball over too much, it's not like the Texans are going to go out there and put up 35 on you. They're not the Rams offensively. It's just you're probably not going to be able to score a whole lot on them. That's kind of where this is going.
Field position game, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be a big part of it.
Yeah. They need to win. At this point,
that would alleviate some things.
Kellen, you have 15 seconds. Do you have any final thoughts?
Dallas Drake, the original.
I was going to say, I figured you would have some former Coyote that you're going to throw out at me. All right, Zoe, thanks for doing this again, as always, man. Always appreciate it. Wolf's going to be miserable that he missed you. And
all good, man. Let my guy. I'll hit him up. I'll text him.
Okay. All right, well, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Kellen Olson, thanks again for filling in for Wolf Buddy. For Lorenzo Alexander, I'm Luke Lipinski. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Gatos, when's the last time you won an award? I mean, won anything? Fantasy football championship? No, doesn't count. Doesn't count. No, how about America Roofing winning? And this is why we love America Roofing, because everyone is realizing what we know. They just won the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the great state of Arizona. Even better, they have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau. That means thousands of homeowners are happy, whether it's a full replacement or or just a leak that needs fixing, America Roofing gets it right the first time. And I've had them do both at Casa Calvisi, right? First it was a leak, then it was time. We had our roof replaced, and man, the confidence that comes with over 20 years of experience, you know you're getting Arizona's best. Trust your roof to the name people know. America Roofing, the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Go to AmericaRoofingCo.com. Get a free estimate at AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing, where quality meets trust every single time.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Arizona Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. has a sprained MCL and is week to week. Despite being down Devin Booker and Jalen Green once again, the Phoenix Suns beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 108-105 last night in Minneapolis. Mark Williams had 22 points and 7 rebounds for the Suns, who improved to 14-10 on the season. For more on the win, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball is home tonight for a matchup with NAU. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up. Still working on it. 2 o'clock. You want me to do it? No, I got it. On this Tuesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
It's a little struggle in the beginning there. You know, little pitchy. But we figured it out. How you doing, Gambo? Good to see you.
I'm good.
How are your biceps? Are they good too? Do I need to start referring to them in addition to the one, the only? I need to start referring to that.
I did more of a full body, high intensity training thing today. I did like 100 burpees. I'm half dead right now.
Answers the question.
I'm half dead.
Absolutely none of our listeners right now who
100 burpees.
Workout, but yes.
100 burpees.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
So do you need to go home?
Yes, good night, everybody. It's like maybe one of the worst inventions in the world, but it's so damn good for you. But
burpee?
A burpee, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal.
They're brutal. They're absolutely brutal.
Enough of them, they're brutal.
5 sets of 20, and I literally could barely breathe as I was walking out of the gym. I almost was gonna point for the ambulance.
Really? They have one standing by?
I don't know. I was gonna can you get one here?
At your gym with all the other old guys, they have an ambulance there just waiting, just in case one of the old guys needs the ambulance. Is that how it works?
We actually had an old guy die at one of my gyms.
Oh no, I shouldn't make jokes about that. I'm sorry. That's not funny.
Like we did. We actually did.
That's not. I shouldn't.
I'm actually somebody you know too.
What?
Yeah, I don't want to say the name out loud, but yeah, somebody you know.
Tell me off the air?
Yeah, I'll tell you off the air. At the gym. It's crazy.
Right? Like the kids are. I know. Yeah, hit the thing. Quick. Okay, hit the thing.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Waits, he shoots a three over Gillespie. It's around the rim, no good. Rebound loose underneath. DiVincenzo bats it out, and it's too late for Naz Reid. The Suns win it. 108-105, the final score here at Target Center. Suns improved to 2-0 against Minnesota this season, and they win here in Minneapolis for the first time since last April.
Favorite win of the year?
Oh, geez.
Favorite win of the year?
No, the one over them the first time was.
Because the one where they were down 8 in the last minute, and they got the last second from Colin Gillespie.
Because they were chatting and they were screaming and they were reckless in their enthusiasm for beating the Suns.
Reckless enthusiasm.
It was reckless enthusiasm.
I don't know if I've ever heard that phrase before.
They were mocking Phoenix, and then the Suns punked their asses. So that was my favorite win of the year. This was probably the most unexpected win of the year. So I think this one was more unexpected. no Devin Booker. You're on the road. They've won 5 in a row. They've righted their ship. They've won 5 in a row. They want to get revenge on you because of what you did. And then you go into their building, and they barely led. I mean, the Timberwolves led for about a minute in the basketball game. The Suns just played a really good basketball game last night.
They played a really good
They played a really good basketball game from start to finish.
A really smart basketball game, a high-energy basketball game, one where they just pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, and they never let up, and they forced and demanded that the Minnesota Timberwolves, not necessarily from a pace standpoint, but from an effort standpoint, like, hey, guys, what you're doing isn't enough to beat us tonight. We're going to do a little bit more. And we're going to do a little bit more, and we're going to do a little bit more. And we're going to force you to match our effort level all night long. In Minnesota, there were times, I mean, especially, we'll talk about it specifically a little bit later, that quick little 7-0 burst at the start of the fourth quarter was just like a punch right in the nose, right? It's like,
they had Mo, Larry, Curly, and Abbott and Costello on the court. No, I'm teasing because they had good ball players
and 4 bench guys out there.
But
and and they just
that group right
Minnesota
there,
right in the nose.
That group right there, like if you would have said this is the group that's gonna take down the because that was it. That run took them down.
Yeah,
just really impressed. Really impressed by this team. This fan base is loving this team. I mean, they are absolutely loving it.
No question.
They cannot get enough. I mean, the reaction on social media is through the roof right now. They go into Minnesota. They punked the Timberwolves again. They've won 2 in a row. They had lost 8 in a row to them before they beat them this year. It's a win that nobody really expected with no Devin Booker on the road. And they got there and they get that victory. It was a physical game. It was a hard-fought game. They never really pulled away until that little fourth quarter, but then Minnesota came right back to make it a game. The interesting thing was they really did not execute very well down the stretch in the fourth quarter. Like, they had a lot of, they did not execute well.
Scored 3 points in the final 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it was almost
after the Mark Williams dunk, they only had 3 made free throws the rest of the way. They didn't execute well offensively down the stretch. I thought the defense they played with about, 27, 28 seconds to go.
The shot clock violation.
When Minnesota, no, the one that ended up with the layup. The one that ended up with the layup with 9 seconds to go.
By Ant.
Where the Suns denied not 1, not 2, but 3 different three-point looks and kind of forced Minnesota basically, all right, screw it. There's nothing else we can do here. Let's take the layup. Let's take the layup and live to fight another day. I thought the defensive execution, first of all, they had to burn 20 seconds of clock, right, to just
from
settle
29
for the layup.
seconds down to 28, down to 8.9.
So
You're so right.
The offensive execution was not great. I thought the defensive execution down the stretch was phenomenal for them.
And I love
that
Gillespie. And listen, you don't want to foul a 3-point shooter. Gillespie in the corner with a good 3-point shooter. McDaniels, a lot. They were saying on a broadcast they thought it looked good. It didn't go down. And then that was it. They weren't able to get off another shot. Yeah, down the stretch, Allen misses a 3. I thought he rushed the shot. Ant drives for a layup to make it 106-101. Dillon shoots an air ball, but then Reed misses a 3. Gillespie misses a mid-range shot with 29 seconds left, and then Ant got the layup that you were just talking about. But then Gillespie gets fouled and hits the 2 free throws. Clutch as could be. Hits the 2 free throws. Didn't leave them a whole lot of time. But their late-game execution offensively was not good, but they were able to get the win because they were able to build the lead up, and they had a little bit of a cushion right there, and they played good defense.
Their main 3 players last night combined to shoot for 35% from the floor. Dylan Brooks, Grayson Allen, and Colin Gillespie didn't have great shooting nights on the night. It was, but they just play with such relentless energy. I mean, it's just going to take more than, and so for that I would still put, honestly, the Lakers win is probably my favorite win of the season so far. One, because it's the Lakers, even though Minnesota is kind of the new hated rival to a certain extent of the Suns.
Second.
I get that. But you lose Devin Booker, midway through the first quarter, at the end of the first quarter. Man, you got to adjust on the fly. You got to figure out how, and they destroyed the LA Lakers. I mean, it just destroyed them. That's probably my favorite.
Okay, I'd go Timberwolves 1, Lakers 2.
I still love it when they beat the Lakers. And then it's a toss-up to me which one of the 2 Minnesota Timberwolves wins I like the best. Either the one where they were down 8 and they rallied to win. Last night was a thoroughly the kind of win that, again, it's these moments.
You just enjoy every part of a 2-hour meal. That was it. You're at dinner with your and just everything's good.
Every
the
course
salad,
is good.
The
Yes.
appetizer,
the wine is good. It's all good.
The main course, the dessert, the coffee, like everything's just like wow. That was really satisfying.
It
was a great meal. Compliments to the chef.
Satisfying meal. Jordan Ott after the game.
Yeah, we needed all of them. Everyone that came in the game contributed. Thought really that start of the fourth quarter really helped us, put us in a good spot. I think we might even got to double digits there to start the fourth quarter, but that start of the fourth quarter really helped us save some minutes, and then our starters were able to put it away. But collectively, everyone that was out there did a heck of a job to grind out a win.
And like the Minnesota game prior, or like the Lakers game a couple of weeks ago, it's and we'll talk about this later too, but just give you a little foreshadowing on this one. It's another one of those moments that kind of redefines what's possible for the Phoenix Suns in 2025-26, right?
Yes.
That causes you a little bit to look at it. And I mean, like the bet, we haven't even brought up the bet yet. Forget the bet. We're talking about things that even you on your best day wouldn't have thought that they were capable of suddenly is on the horizon a little bit. And you look at it and go, okay, wait a minute now. If they're 2-0 against Minnesota, and they're 2-0 against San Antonio, and they're 1-0 against the LA Lakers, right? You're 5-0 against three teams that we assumed were part of the elite collection of the Western Conference. And they're still 0-2 against the Rockets, and I think they're 0-2 against the Nuggets. And, of course, they got Oklahoma City again tomorrow. So I'm not saying it's perfect or we should start thinking about championship. We shouldn't do that. But last night's win, without Devin Booker, without Jalen Green, with Dillon Brooks playing 4 minutes in the fourth quarter. He played 4 minutes in the fourth.
We're going to talk about him later.
Okay? To still go there and do that against them, it causes you to kind of redefine things a little bit.
Last year at this time, the Suns were 13-11, but they were about to lose 7 of their next 9. Okay? They were about to go to 15-18. These Suns are 14-10, and it's probably the opposite, that they're going to go on a little bit of a run here because after the Oklahoma City game and then the LA and San Antonio game, they've got some winnable games coming up. But these Suns are 14-10. Last year's Suns were 13-11. But like I said, the 13-11 Suns then lost 7 out of 9, and the season kind of got away from them a little bit there. That I don't see that happening here.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we'll turn our attention to the Arizona Diamondbacks and the latest when it comes to Ketel Marte, the latest when it comes to the bullpen. 2 things that we'd like some answers on next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Waits, he shoots a 3 over Gillespie. It's around the rim, no good. Rebound loose underneath. DiVincenzo bats it out, and it's too late for Naz Reid. The Suns win it. 108-105, the final score here at Target Center. Suns improved to 2-0 against Minnesota this season, and they win here in Minneapolis for the first time since last April.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-576-5457 by December 11th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday amidst the fun, our weekly visit. Talking NFL with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Back here on the Birds and Gambo Show on this Tuesday. El Mirage. Happy Tuesday to you, El Mirage. El Mirage. El Mirage.
Wouldn't know how to get there, but I've heard of it. I wouldn't know if it's north, south, east, or west.
Yeah, you put it in your maps, you'll find out. You'll find out. Troy Lavello on the Ketel Marte rumors. This was today at the winter meetings in Orlando.
I know the Ketel question is probably a big one for everybody, but he's a good player, and I'm sure that teams want him and ask about him for every right reason. So on that, I haven't gotten that far. I'm not going to allow myself to because he's a great player. He's continuing to work hard. I've been in touch with him through the course of the off season, and it's just everything's business as usual for me. But I know that there are some rumors, but I don't really know much about those. But I'm not surprised that teams are smart. They want good players on their team, and I'm not surprised that people are asking about them.
Yeah, we're into day 2 of the winter meetings right now going on in Orlando, and It's pretty clear that Ketel Marte is one of the most talked about players, certainly, on the record, in the media, things like that. I can only imagine what the conversation is going like behind the scenes right now.
Sure. They are not close on a Marte trade. That is, as of this morning, I checked in. They are not close on a Marte trade. I did mention a relief pitcher that they like, which we'll talk about in a little bit here. But I think with Ketel, the thing that you look at is you do look at the ability to kind of take that money and move it around to other places of need. You look at $15 million and you say, okay, the Diamondbacks don't have the money to, by the way, the Dodgers, geez, Edwin Diaz, come on. Just come on. How many Dodger dogs are they selling over there? Come on.
It doesn't matter.
So you look at them, and it's a good way to look at it. And I know Nick Pecoro, brought it up too. If you look at the money and you say, distribute it differently, where you could take $15 million and say, I could put some of this towards the bullpen, which I need, or some of this towards starting pitching, which I need. That could be better suited. You still have good offensive players. You'll clearly miss Marte. He's a star player in this league.
Sure.
So you'll miss him. His offensive production is terrific at the top of a lineup. So you will suffer offensively, but if it can strengthen your starting pitching and your bullpen and land you a couple of prospects for the future, it might be something that you have to explore.
You're betting on your ability as an organization to continue the offensive success that you've had, and I think maybe the window to this was open in the second half of last season after they traded Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez. They were still one of the best offenses in baseball the last 2 months of the season. Remarkably, even without those guys, they were still, I think it was like top 7 or top 8 in baseball in terms of all the metrics, including the most important ones like runs and things like that. So I think maybe that gave them a glimpse in terms of their offense's ability. Now, Corbin Carroll's got to have another great year, and Geraldo Perdomo has to follow up what he did last year with another great year, and they still have to address probably guys 5 through 9 in the lineup because last year they weren't very good. For throughout most of the year, the production they got from 5 on down, especially after the trade deadline, was really, really poor. And it's amazing they put up the numbers they did. But yeah, you're dealing from a position of strength. We've got all this money allocated towards our offense. Let's take some of it and reallocate the funds and redistribute the funds to see if we can get our pitchers. The word out of the whether it's Ken Rosenthal or Nick Piccolo is that the Diamondbacks are driving a very hard bargain when it comes to Ketel Marte.
Yeah, give us what we want and we're not trading them.
Exactly. It's coming from everywhere. Nick Piccolo, quote, sources with rival teams say the Diamondbacks' asking price has been high, including asking for an established, well-regarded starting pitcher plus multiple other pieces in discussions. This is from Ken Rosenthal. It might take time for teams to warm to the Diamondbacks' asking price for the switch hitter, which one rival executive described as, quote, a superstar-type return, close quote.
Right.
Because they've got the asset. They've got and Mike Hazen would be wise to be patient with this because at some point, somebody in free agency is not going to get what they want. And when they don't, and when they have designs of competing for World Series next year, Ketel Marte could be the guy who puts them over if they're willing to meet the price.
Yeah, Ketel Marte is a guy that, if you could solve multiple challenges, like 3 players for 1 coming to your team, you're going to do that. Now, people could say, okay, does this have anything to do with the offseason and what happened and everything? Look, Ketel was never going to be a leader, be that guy. That's not him. You just have to consider if you could kill 3 birds with 1 stone, you've got a bunch of position players. You've got ADC, and you got Tawa, and Blaze, and Jake, and Alec, and all these different position guys, and Lawler. And so, you have a lot of position players. Even you start to go to the outfield, and you got Barossa there, right? So I think there's a lot of guys there, and you've got some guys coming up in this system as well. You got Tommy Troy, you got Schmidt. So I do think that there's options for you if you move Marte. You're just not going to get as good a player at second base. But if you can help your starting pitching and you can help your relief pitching and you can help your farm system, it's something that you absolutely have to consider.
Here's one more for Mike Hazen. This is on the MLB Network Radio on the antics this season and if they matter or not.
Who knows? It's hard for me to even understand what it is. What do I think? I think he's a superstar player. He's on a good deal relative to the industry. I think that makes him very attractive to a lot of teams that think that they can just go get this guy and that we're in this position, we're a 500 team and we have a lot of, whatever they think we are, where we're at financially. And I think that spurs some of the calls. I do. And when I don't just shut down talks on day one with any of these guys, I think maybe that becomes the narrative. What I hear out there is about teams that are interested and teams that we've talked to. There's reports out there of teams we've talked to that we have not even talked to. So I don't even know how to. When I start to refute that stuff, then I'm engaging in the conversation, So you guys know this. It's a very tricky game to play. I'm not trying to hide the ball or play games. I just say he has always been our most asked about player every single offseason.
That being said, you mentioned they weren't close to anything. There was a report that the Boston Red Sox reportedly, there have been at least a conversation about swapping names with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Right.
That there's been discussions are in early stage. The Red Sox and the Diamondbacks have had talks which have included some exchanges of names by the 2 teams. Now, if that's true or not, I have no idea. It doesn't mean they're close to anything, but that's one team that with the rumor mill has kind of risen to the top a little bit. You mentioned the bullpen.
They'll tear him apart in Boston.
Ketel?
It's not a good spot for him.
It's
not a good spot for him.
If he's got thin skin And if he's overly sensitive
They'll eat
to
him alive.
the environment, that's a really tough place to play.
They will eat him alive.
New York would be a really tough place to play. Chicago would be a really tough place to play. Boston would be a really, really tough place. Philly would be a really tough place
Boston's
to play.
a really tough place to play when you're fighting for something and you need a day off and you're like, I just don't want to play today.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I want the day off. I don't want to play.
You mentioned
good luck
bullpen
in Boston.
Edwin Diaz signing with the Dodgers. We'll talk about that during the reset. But there was another name that kind of cropped up in the rumor mill when it come to the Arizona Diamondbacks and solving their bullpen woes.
Yeah, they're looking for bullpen help in the worst way. It's something that's a priority for them, is to try and address the bullpen and try to get some help there. Pierce Johnson is a guy that's been a good reliever. He's a guy that they look at, the Diamondbacks look at and say he could fill a 7th or 8th inning role. He could be what a Ryan Thompson or a Kevin Ginkel was for them. So, yes, that is a guy they like. They're interested in Pierce Johnson. I checked on it a short time ago, and I just, was anything close? Nothing was close, but they do like him as a guy, not as a closer, but as a guy that could fill, one of your 3 most important innings late in the game, either the 7th or the 8th inning. They don't look at him as a closer, but they look at him as a guy like the Ginkel Ryan Thompson. That's the guy that could help get me to the closer.
He turned down a $7 million option with the Braves last year. He had a very good 2-year run with Atlanta as their primary setup guy. Last year, 3.05 ERA in 59 innings. He struck out 59 batters during that time. A great curveball. He throws it like 72% of the time, according to our website, ArizonaSports.com. They did the homework on him. Strikeout rate is good. His batting average against in high leverage situations is very good. It's under 200. He certainly wouldn't be a closer type, but if you're talking about rebuilding your bullpen and working backwards, right?
He's
still need a closer, but he's probably the next guy after the closer if you're working at it backwards.
Right. Starting pitching and bullpen is the main priority for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They'll address first base and other issues in a different way, but starting pitching and relief pitching is the priority.
I just hope this means with the Dodgers getting Diaz. I mean, the one positive is that maybe this takes them out of the reliever market. I know
they've got 4 guys making like $70 million or something.
Four guys who are making
58.
more than the entire Miami Marlins payroll is.
It's like $50 to $60 million for 4 guys.
It's absurd. Yeah, it's absurd.
Jeremy's upset that you're bashing on the Miami Marlins right there.
Sorry, dude. Tell me when I'm wrong. Stop me when I've made a mistake. All right? Yeah, sorry.
4 guys making all that money.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, he led the Suns in scoring last night. He's been a great addition to the Suns basketball team. Mark Williams, the big man, joins us exclusively next here on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Thank you, Shipley, our guest. Buying into messaging and playing hard every Sunday, that got called into question. How much of that did you see, if at all, on Sunday, AQ?
Yeah, listen, I think you can easily say that whenever the wheels fall off, right? I think that's the biggest thing, but I think it still comes down to execution. I think the effort's there. I think they're just outmanned. I think that's just what it is right now. There's been some injuries. Again, can't use those as excuses because everybody's had injuries. I remember in 2017, we go up to Seattle, and Larry Fitzgerald and myself were the only training camp starters left in the huddle, and we end up beating them and still finish 500. So it's the nature of the NFL. Injuries are going to happen. You still have to execute.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for the Lund Mortgage team. Rates have dropped. Refinancing could save you some serious cash. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily, and they will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance it by now, there's no payments until 2026. So if you're interested in possibly refinancing, if the rate gets to where you'll like it, let the Lund Mortgage team do the shopping for you. Very simple. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Mitch Vareld is here to tell you about Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. They just turned up the heat with brand new daily especiales every single day of the week. You can enjoy $10 food deals and bold drink specials that keep the week moving. Kick off Monday with a smash burger and fries for $10. Dig into $2 tacos on Tuesday and score buy 6, get 6 wings every Wednesday. Plus, there's daily drink specials that you won't want to miss. With 4 Arizona locations, your daily go-to cantina just got even better. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
My Deuce Backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026, because that was us at Casa Galvisi before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation. Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pools end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise, and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday. Peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Hot Stove League starting to heat up in Major League Baseball. As far as the Diamondbacks are concerned, our John Gambadoro has reported that there is club interest in right-handed reliever Pierce Johnson. Gambo says that they would look at Johnson to be a late innings reliever. Speaking of late innings relievers, Edwin Diaz, has agreed to a 3-year contract with everybody's favorite baseball team, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Deal is worth $69 million. That averages out to about $23 million per season. And the best bat on the market, Kyle Schwarber, he's re-upping with the Philadelphia Phillies. That one for 5 years, $125 million. Per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. suffered a sprained MCL in his knee on Sunday. He is considered week to week and could miss time, including this weekend against Houston. And Arizona State men's basketball back in action in Tempe. They host Northern Arizona at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:30 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What do the Phoenix Suns need to do to upset the mighty Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Cup? We'll ask Amazon Prime NBA analyst and former Sun Jim Jackson tomorrow at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo show. Scheduled to have Mark Williams on the show.
The big man.
Any second. Just
how good has he been?
Rapidly climbing up my list of my favorite Suns.
How
on
good
this
has
team.
he been?
He has been so good.
You think about the diamonds in the rough that they have found this year. And I'll include Colin Gillespie, even though he was last year, because he's actually playing this year, because Budenholzer wouldn't really play him. So many guys have just contributed that weren't here last year.
Let's talk to one of them right now.
Home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Coming off the court, you hear it straight from a Suns player with Burns and Gambo.
22 points, 7 rebounds. His first career made three-pointer. Mark Williams joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show after last night's win against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Mark, welcome to the show. I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Appreciate your time today. How we doing?
Yeah, appreciate it. I'm good.
Yeah, Mark, I used to box. Do you need me to beat Rudy Gobert's ass for you?
I mean, if you want to.
Okay, all right. I'll do that. I will, yeah. I just got to get inside. He's got a long reach, but if I get inside, it's over.
I was going to say, Mark, I don't know if you know, Gambo's not the tallest guy. I think Rudy's got a big reach advantage on this one.
5'10", but I pack
sure
a big
about
punch.
this.
I pack a big punch, Mark. I can take him.
Hey, man, it's about the heart.
That's right. That's right. Unlike you guys, it's about the heart. Listen, we didn't watch a lot of Charlotte Hornets games over the years here in Phoenix, Arizona. But, we've seen you play a couple of times, and I always say this. Once you get a chance to see a guy play day in, day out, you get this newfound appreciation. And, my goodness, the appreciation we have for how hard you play the game is through the roof right now. I am so impressed with what you've been able to bring to this basketball team. And I got to say, it's really been a joy to watch you play night in and night out.
Appreciate that, man. It's been great since I got here. And I'm just trying to show that every single day.
What was it like for you when you found out, it was late June, when you found out draft night, I believe it was right there, that you were getting traded to the Phoenix Suns? Did you have any inclination before that you were getting traded here?
Not to Phoenix. After the season ended in Charlotte, I kind of already made the assumption I was going to get traded since I was supposed to get traded the first time at the deadline.
Right.
So for me, I kind of already was in that mind space of I'm not going to be in Charlotte anymore. So I was kind of already past that once that happened the first time. But Phoenix in particular, no. I knew there was a liking of me, but I didn't think I would actually go.
Yeah.
And then the KD trade, too, I was like, maybe I'll be thrown in that. Like, I was joking with my agent, maybe they'll make me part of that trade. Once that happened and that wasn't the case, I kind of thought it was over with. I didn't know where I was going to go. But, that I ended up being here was pretty cool. It's been great. Obviously, a whole bunch of turnarounds, staff-wise, players-wise, but it's been great.
I wanted to ask you about it, but since you brought it up, I'll go ahead and ask you about it now. What was that whole experience of being traded, not traded to the Lakers like in real time? How did you kind of process all of that when it was and then when it was not going down?
Yeah, it was crazy. I had no idea that was going to happen. That one came out of left field. And, at the time, I was excited. I thought it was an opportunity for me. I thought I could contribute to that team. And then, obviously, when that wasn't the case and I came back, I just wanted to, prove it to them every time I got the chance to play them that they made the wrong choice. And, I'm continuing to do that now. But obviously I love it here in Phoenix. It's felt like home since I've been here. I've just been working super hard. And, the staff's done a great job with me, keeping me on the floor.
I want to play something here for you. This is last night, your post-game interview in the locker room.
Nah, I just got the win. Did you guys know that Mark hit his first three today? we discussed that? Yeah. How did it feel, bro? Felt good, bro. Good pass. And you gave my, probably about my 500 assists. Yeah, see? You know what I'm saying? Come on, appreciate you, Zach.
Dillon Brooks crashing your interview. How did that feel, that first three-pointer that you took and you made last night, Mark?
Felt good. I've been working on it for a while. Dillon hit me. Obviously, it felt good, and he's definitely lying about 500. He's definitely past 1,000. I think I got him his 1,000. I think it was a lob to me.
Was it?
To be honest.
His 1,000th
so.
career assist was a lob to you? I'd love to look that up.
Yeah. Y'all might need to backtrack it, but I'm pretty sure I was his 1,000.
I think that was your first attempt, too, right? Wasn't that your first attempt at a three-pointer?
Nah, I took a couple in Charlotte. They were like grenades, like end the clock. But I didn't, that was probably, I'm not even joking. I might have taken one with like time, but that was my first one where I was like in time and rhythm, and it wasn't like rushed.
Wow. You did not get the rookie extension. Obviously, I think with the injury history, they felt like let's play out the season. And if you know Matt Ishby at all, if you stay healthy and you play well, he's going to pay you. He's not going to let you leave. So tell me about Phoenix, how much you like it here, and do you feel like you would want to stay here long term?
Yeah, for sure. It's somewhere where I'd want to be. Since I've been here, it's definitely felt super inclusive. Like I said earlier, the staff's done a great job, putting the plan in place, keep me on the floor this summer, preparing my body, to endure a full season. Obviously in Charlotte, just, a bit of unlucky injuries that happened, stuff that was really out of my control. But like I said, since I've been here, I've been feeling good. I feel like I'm, producing and I'm only going to continue to get better. So it's been great here.
Do you agree with the plan to rest you on back-to-backs? I think it's smart to play the long game and make sure you get through this season. But what's your thought on sitting out the second night of the back-to-backs?
Yeah, it was obviously something we discussed heading into the season. I would also say I don't know if that's going to be for the whole year. I think that's an ongoing conversation, with the medical staff and, the coaches and everything. But that was definitely what it was going to be to start out the year, just, especially because I missed those first preseason games, just getting into a flow. But, yeah, I think that's fluctuating. That's not something that's going to be completely
permanent.
The case.
How much of a say do you think you have in that, and that you will have in that moving forward in terms of your ability to, for lack of a better word, negotiate your way into the second night of a back-to-back?
I gotta say for sure, I'm obviously the one that's out there, but at the same time, it's a group conversation. You can't, do something like that without having a plan in place. Obviously understanding, my minutes, my intensity, and then obviously, them knowing what I've had in the past, making sure that I'm the best version of myself on the floor and maintaining that, because I think, I bring a lot of good things to this team, and I want to continue to do that all year.
Yeah, a lot of good things to this team. Give me a thought on Dillon Brooks, because, again, newcomer to the team. We know about him. His leadership. Have you ever been around anybody that exemplifies that type of leadership before in your career?
I don't think so. A guy like him, it's different. When you're on the other side, you're like, oh my gosh, we're playing this guy again. Like, you hate to play him, but when he's on your team, like, you love him. His energy is super infectious. He makes you want to play harder. He's bringing that intensity every single night. Sometimes his shots, he's just, blacking out. He's in that mode. Defensively, he's, taking on that challenge, usually guarding, the matchup. But yeah, it's infectious, how hard he plays, his competitive edge. It's just something you want out of, a leader on the team.
All right, now take me inside. Take me inside. What did Gobert say to you after you fouled him and hit him in the face? And then what did you guys have any words after he elbowed you in the ribs?
He didn't say anything to me when I hit him. Obviously mine. I thought he was going to go up right away, so I tried to block it. Obviously, he pump faked, so I missed. I got him in the shoulder. I might have grazed him on the side of the face, but it, wasn't intentional. I have no history of anything like that. And then when I went to the other side, he got me in the ribs. Like, there's nothing I can really do. I was on the ground. He didn't say anything to me after the fact. He kind of just walked off the floor, so that's kind of on him. But I was just glad we were able to get the win.
Did you feel like something like that may be coming? Did he seem like he was angry after your foul on him?
Nah, it's not like he said anything to me. I thought it was just basketball. I thought it was just basketball. We just kept playing. They're a physical team. We're a physical team. Nobody else seemed to have that sort of problem. So, I'll just leave it at that.
Mark, we appreciate the time. Congratulations on
Great having you on
great
this team.
start to the season so far, and we appreciate the interview and the conversation. Best of luck tomorrow against Oklahoma City in the NBA Cup, man. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mark. Mark Williams, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Suns and the Thunder coming up tomorrow.
How do you not love that guy?
I like that guy.
How do you not love that guy
a lot. College football has problems, and when the head coach of the local college football team says as much, you pay attention. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Coming off the court, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Suns just got pushed around so much last year, it felt like, by the whole league. It was like, we'll just push the Suns around. We'll just, whatever. We'll just shove Kevin Durant. We'll just shove Devin. Who's going to do anything? The rest of the league deserves Dylan Brooks being on the Suns. And every time he gets in somebody's head, I'm like, good, that's payback for last year. That's what you all get for pushing the Suns around last year. You get Dylan Brooks just relentless for 48 minutes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about one of my favorite places to go, V's Barbershop. Huge fan for the 26 years now that they have been around, not only because they've got the best barbers in town, not only because you are absolutely assured that you're going to walk into V's with a smile because you know what's coming. You're going to walk out of V's with a smile because you're going to know that the haircut you got is exactly what you wanted, exactly what you're hoping for, and you're going to get that boost, right, that comes with a great haircut. But in addition to that, at V's Barbershop, and it's always been like this, whether it was one store in Arcadia or a bunch of stores across the valley like they have now, you walk into V's and it is a little bit of a break from the world. It's a little bit of a respite, if you will, where you walk in and you do feel like you're transported to another time and another place, and you can just kind of chill and get away from the stresses of the world out there. That's what V's Barbershop, in addition to being a great haircut, that's what V's Barbershop is to me. Book your next haircut, your next hot lather shave. That's awesome if you've never had one. Go to vbarbershop.com for your next haircut at V's.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Another accident? What happened? Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, poll question today. I don't have the first idea what it is, but Lauren's here to educate us all on what it is. What is it?
Why do you want to say that with less of a scowl on your face?
Who would you take, me or Rudy Gobert?
Rudy Gobert.
You take Rudy Gobert?
Yes.
Basketball players can't fight. Like basketball players are kind of fake tough guys.
They are.
They're kind of fake tough guys. I mean, who you got? He's just so big. He's big, yeah. And you're just so not. So, I think I would take Rudy. Oh, wow. I
think it would be a good fight for what it's worth.
I think you'd both fight dirty. Yeah, you'd both fight dirty as hell. It'd be a good fight.
I don't know how this would ever materialize.
Yeah, I know, but if we could make it happen somehow.
French. I wouldn't lose to a Frenchie.
That's funny. That's really funny. What's our poll question today? What do we got?
Sadly, our poll question has nothing to do with fighting.
Oh, that's a shame.
I know. It is instead, which of these teams do you think would be the best fit for Kyler Murray next season? The Falcons.
Okay.
Oh, this is good. Okay.
The Raiders. The Vikings. Or other.
The Raiders.
It's either the Raiders or the Falcons. Just to be different, I'll say the Falcons, but I think it's one of those two.
The Vikings is leading the way with 41% of the vote, 35% going with the Raiders, 11% going with the Falcons, and 13% going with other. Those write-ins look like the Colts, the Steelers, and the Jets.
We're going to have this conversation a little later because there's a story on our website, arizonasports.com, that suggests because of the Daniel Jones injury that perhaps the Colts should be added on to the list as well. You know?
I don't know if you want to live in Minnesota, man. It's cold. Did you see it last night?
Yeah, the snow. They were showing.
I like the cold
during
some
the commercial breaks. Yeah. All right, thanks, Lauren. That's the poll question. It's a good one. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. This is Kenny Dillingham from yesterday on the state of college football, the college football playoffs, the rankings, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, there's no right answer. I could give you an answer, and it's going to be a wrong answer still, right? There is no right answer here. We've created a mess. Point blank. The whole industry is a mess, right? The only thing that's not a mess is the dollar signs. Those are still pointing up. Everything else is a mess. The dollar sign, the business of it, that's skyrocketing. Everything else is a mess. That's just being transparent and honest. There's not, other than the ratings, the dollars, the money involved, it's a mess. Yeah. So this is just another piece of the mess.
It's a mess. It's a mess. It's just a mess.
I love the honesty.
It's a messy mess.
Look, I think I've told you this before. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if I've said this on the air, but I've certainly said it off the air many times. Over the last 5 years, since the pandemic and since the shutdown and things like that, college football has been the one thing for me that really has never come back all the way in terms of my fandom of it or my love. And I'm not talking about ASU and I'm not talking about U of A. I'm just talking about the sport in general. Ooh, like it went like everything else. It went away, and when it came back, it was the one. It was, and I'm being honest here, like really brutally honest.
That's a personal preference.
It's a personal preference. It was the one thing that I found I missed the least.
Okay.
It was the one thing where I'm like, on Saturday, honestly, I'd rather go hike. I'd rather go hang out with my wife. I'd rather go do this or go do that.
I would rather watch a good college football game than an NFL game.
Okay. It's just,
I watched Indiana, Ohio State, and I was glued to my seat, and my God, I loved it. Okay. I freaking loved every second of it.
That's a personal preference. Because
I mean, an ASU being good last year, man, they had me on the edge of my seat the entire season.
ASU was different.
I know.
ASU's different. That's a different deal. I just think the sport as a whole, is a mess. It's a mess. I mean, watching them fumble about with the college football playoffs and the rankings. You see this story today out of the University of Utah? This private equity firm that's infusing the University of Utah athletic department with $500 million. Yeah.
What?
A private equity firm is stepping in to help Utah manage their own athletic department, and their buy-in is $500 million. So another team in the Big 12, you got to deal with Texas Tech and their $27 million with their oil guy. You got to deal with BYU and all their money. Now Utah gets a $500 million infusion from private equity.
Man.
And you're seeing the whole way college football works just getting transformed before our eyes. And Kenny's right. It's a mess.
ASU's got to stop making journalists like you guys and get some more big money people out there. Well, I've seen Mitch and Lauren spending any money at ASU.
Hey, would you like to put your name on one of these new buildings, Gambo?
Man,
we just need like a $20 million investment. Can you do that?
Plus, I think the games are they're 4-hour games because they've got to play all these commercials to make up all the money that they're getting in the ad revenue.
Okay.
It's just, to me, it's the sport that just never came back all the way for me.
Okay, that's true. I will say this. Yesterday, I spoke with one of the great Sun Devils of all time, Juan Roque. So much respect for him. He was such a great Sun Devil. Stayed here even after his NFL career was over. He made a home here because of like all the ties and everything with Arizona State. He's truly one of the great Sun Devils. One of the things we talked about is just like there's a difference now. Like when Juan told me, he goes, look, when we were in the huddle, we were all equal. Me, Jay, Keith, Paul, we were all equal. Everybody was equal. We were all there. We all got a scholarship. We all got room and board. We all got books. We were all equal. But now it's not. Now there's a difference between the have and have-nots because you got 105 kids and 7 or 8 of them are making money and the rest of them aren't. And so you do have a difference. You're in a huddle with one guy making $2 million and you've just got a scholarship. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it does make for a little disparity there. So the sport has changed a lot. It has changed a lot. You look at a quarterback and he's got $2 million and he's living a hell of a different life than you are. Sure. You're in a dorm with 3 other guys or, you rent an apartment or whatever it is, and that guy's living the life of Riley. So, driving around a brand new car worth $100,000. So there is a difference now with the have and have-nots. I don't know if it's what it's done to the sport. What I don't like is I don't like the ability just quit on yourself and leave. Like, hey, things aren't going my way. I'm hitting the portal. Oh, I'm a third-string quarterback. I'm hitting the portal. Oh, I'm not going to play. I'm going to hit the portal. Like, instead of working hard, work hard. Yeah. Figure out how to get into the starting lineup. And if you don't, you don't. But what happened to working hard to beat somebody out?
Yeah, and it was refreshing to hear Kenny. That's one thing, at least publicly, he doesn't mind. Like hey, look, we get it. Like if you don't want to be here, fine. You don't have to be here. You can go.
Right.
And if you want to go, but still want to practice with us and play with us in our bowl game, that's fine too. You can. I understand it. This is college football in 2025, 26. It was. I appreciate Kenny's honesty. I really do because college football right now. The whole thing is just rapidly changing in front of our eyes. And I don't know if it's going to be for everybody after they get done with all their changes. I don't know if it's going to appeal to everybody. When we come back, Dylan Brooks, the toughest SOB the Suns have seen since ... Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-576-5457 by December 11th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
57.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. One of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. Mm-hmm. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Picture it, your holiday table. The family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice T-Bone Steaks in the Super Value Pack are on sale for $7.99 a pound with your digital coupon. Limit 5. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Hot Stove League starting to heat up in Major League Baseball. As far as the Diamondbacks are concerned, our John Gambadoro has reported that there is club interest in right-handed reliever Pierce Johnson. Gambo says that they would look at Johnson to be a late innings reliever. Speaking of late innings relievers, another big one went off the market today. Edwin Diaz agreed to a 3-year deal with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Deal is worth $69 million. That averages out to $23 million per season. And the best bat on the market got signed as well. Kyle Schwarber, he's re-upping with the Philadelphia Phillies on a 5-year, $125 million deal. Per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. suffered a sprained MCL in his knee on Sunday. He is considered week to week and could miss time. And Arizona State men's basketball back in action in Tempe. They're hosting Northern Arizona at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Get Black Friday deals all month long, only at Freeway Chevrolet. It's off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Luke. What's in store for a very depleted Arizona Cardinals offensive line this weekend against a pretty scary Houston Texans defense? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You got blood all over Is that your blood? Whose blood is that?
Oh, that's my blood. They're scratching me and stuff. I got a whole bunch of cuts and stuff. But, people want to play physical with me, and, I'm up for the challenge.
You didn't even have your headphones in for that.
I did.
I
heard the interview last night
live,
with the blood. Whose blood is that? It's my blood. They're scratching me. They're clawing me.
Channeling his own Ben Stiller from Dodgeball that made me bleed my own blood.
Yeah.
That was Dillon Brooks after the game yesterday. Let's just call the next 10 minutes of the show an ode to Dillon Brooks, which feels like a weekly segment on the Burns and Gambo show. An ode to Dillon Brooks and what he has meant for the 2025-26 Phoenix Suns.
He changed everything. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you take Dillon, if you got Jabari Parker instead of Dillon Brooks, this team is not that good. It's not. It's not where they are right now. You say, who's the better player? Well, Jabari. I mean, there's no way. This team was desperate for leadership. They're crying for somebody to lead. They needed somebody to be the leader of the pack. And Dillon Brooks comes in here, and he's just a different level of leadership. He's a different level. He was not supposed to play in that game yesterday. The day before, so that was Sunday, right? Today's Tuesday?
Yes, that was Sunday.
Sunday, he's not playing. He's not playing. He's got a sore Achilles. He's not right. He goes through treatment all day Sunday, all day Monday. And even Monday morning, it's like, I don't think he's going to play. They didn't think he was going to play. But he was doing everything he could to play. And then he said, I'm gonna give it a go. And he played. And they needed him. I mean, they don't win that game without Dillon Brooks. And I know he didn't have the best of games, but his presence on the court is something that you just can't. There's no value. You can't put a monetary value on his presence just being out there and what he does. I tweeted out last night. This guy has literally changed everything about the Phoenix Suns. He is the ultimate leader, the ultimate warrior. The ultimate, all I care about is playing and winning. I just want to play and I want to win. And whatever it takes, I'll do. And he has blown us all away. We're all blown away by just how much he has meant to this basketball team.
Yeah, it's undeniable. And it's why he's quickly vaulted, I think, to the top of a lot of Suns fans' lists when it comes to their favorite Phoenix Sun. Dillon, he's already immensely popular with the fan base. It's in some ways, I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Like when Chris Paul and Jay Crowder first came to the Suns a few years ago, right? Like they were both credited for infusing the team with that leadership and with that kind of that grit and that hustle and that grind.
I like where you're going here
but I think like Chris to call Dillon Brooks Jay Crowder, I think does a little bit of a disservice.
He's a combination of the both.
That's exactly where I was going to go with it.
He's a combination of both of them.
To just say that, he's like the most grittiest Phoenix Suns player since Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder was a good offensive basketball player.
Three-point shooter.
But it's not, he was a 3-and-D guy. But yeah, it's just not enough to say that.
Dillon's better.
Because Dillon, especially now with Devin out, is carrying so much of the offensive load.
He can score.
I've got this. You know the usage stat? Are you familiar with usage in the NBA?
Yeah, I know it.
Okay. Usage rate estimates the percentage of a team's plays that a player finishes. Okay, so imagine the ball is in John Gambadoro's hands and it ends with a shot, a free throw, a turnover, or whatever. Dillon Brooks I got this from Kellen Olson and from Dan Devine over at Yahoo Sports. Dillon Brooks' usage rate when Devin Booker is not on the floor is just a tick below Michael Jordan's usage rate in 86-87. So, think about pre-NBA Finals Michael Jordan and how often he had to be the guy at the end of every possession for the Chicago Bulls. That's what Dillon Brooks is when Devin Booker isn't on the floor. And I'm not saying he's having the success Michael Jordan is. I'm just saying the amount of times that he takes it upon himself or they put it on Dillon Brooks to finish possessions with a shot or a decision is roughly equivalent to Michael Jordan of the late 80s. That's nuts.
It's nuts.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's how much he's been shooting the basketball and ending these possessions.
He's not as good a player as Chris Paul, but he's a better player than Jay Crowder. He's a better leader than Jay, and he leads differently than Chris because he leads with physicality and intimidation, and where Chris was a vocal, right place, right. Chris would move you around. Chris would make sure you knew where you had to go and what you had to do. Yeah. And Chris would motivate you to be great because he'd call you out. Dylan is more of a physical, intimidating, enforcer type leader than anybody else. He got a technical foul early in the season for being on the bench and chirping, and one of the guys had to put his hand over Dylan's mouth. Remember that? To try to get him to stop. I can't remember which guy it was, but he's got incredible leadership capabilities. But you really can't be a leader unless you're going to play hard. You have to play hard all the time. Dylan Brooks plays hard all the time.
He's not the best of Chris Paul and Jay Crowder all rolled into one, but he's perfectly in the middle.
He's exactly what they needed.
Between Chris Paul and Jay Crowder. And they have not had that player on their team.
No.
Since Jay Crowder left, since Chris Paul left, they haven't had anyone close to that kind of presence in the room or in the locker room or on the floor since Chris and Jay left.
And
they just haven't.
And I don't know that Dylan could have done this if Beal and Durant were here. I just don't.
That would have been interesting.
I just don't because some of those guys and they're just different, right? They're different. You go to Houston, and you're Dylan Brooks, and you're with another leader with Van Vliet. But you're around young guys. You're around Şengün, who wants to be led, and Jabari, who wants to be led, and Thompson, who wants to be led, and Easton, who wants to be led, and Shepard, and all those guys, right? You didn't, and you were able to lead that team, and it was the second best team in the damn Western Conference, and Jalen Green, who's young. You bring him here, and this team is starving, right? They're starving for somebody to be the leader, starving for it. They haven't had it in years. Nobody. I mean, that was the biggest problem that the Suns had with their roster last 2 years. They had nobody to lead. He comes in here and he's around a bunch of guys that look up to him and respect him. And you heard what Mark Williams is just 23 years old. You hear what he said about Dylan Brooks when he was on with us?
Yeah.
He's never been around anybody like that. But I think it's harder to do if you're on a team surrounded by, a bunch of superstars all making $50 to $60 million a year.
Because I think half the room would reject him. Half the room would just reject him outright. Would say, no, we don't need that here. We don't need that here.
I'm not going to listen to you.
And then
I
he wouldn't react well to not being listened to and not being needed. You know what I mean? I think a Kevin Durant and a Bradley Beal probably outright reject Dylan Brooks and his version of leadership, and I don't think Dylan Brooks would have reacted very well to that.
It would have been a bad mix.
It would have been a horrible mix. It would not have worked. And not only would it not have worked, it would have led to even probably worse chemistry than we saw last year out of this basketball team. It would have been really bad in that locker room. Really, really bad.
If you're surrounded by a bunch of egotistical guys, who I'm going to do it my way, and I know, you got to be. He needs to be around guys that really want to be better. They want to be better, and they look to him and they see what he's doing. He has been more than I think any of us thought he would be.
Oh, not even. The one thing I will say. And I mentioned this earlier briefly. He only played 4 minutes in the fourth quarter last night. No. I'm talking about tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
I'm talking about future. They
were going to wait. I talked to them last night. They're going to wait 36 hours and see how it is. You got 36 hours from last night. So it was I think the feeling is he's going to play, but he gets some time now to rest and he gets some time to heal up. I'm me. I'm in favor of giving guys days off against Oklahoma City. That's a good game to take off to me.
It's an NBA Cup game.
I don't care.
It's all on the line.
And I don't care.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what he's able to do tomorrow night because the fact that he only played 4 minutes in the fourth quarter I thought was not concerning, but just noteworthy. He was barely out there in that game at the end. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, apparently your favorite player's favorite basketball player is Colin Gillespie. I botched that, but I'll get it better next time. I'll make more sense in the next segment, I promise. On Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. If you're an ASU football supporter, who is your faith in? Is your faith in Sam Levitt? Is your faith more in Kenny Dillingham?
It's in Kenny Dillingham. There's no doubt about it.
And I think the majority of Sun Devil fans would feel that way.
And listen, and we went into the season, and a lot of people from Jake Plummer to others thought that Sam Levitt could be the new gold standard for quarterbacks in ASU history. That did not happen.
No, he took a step back this year.
And by leaving and going somewhere else, that will close the book on that whole thing.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. And yes, he is the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns. He's out there at all the games. When something happens, he is right there. Dr. Jay Schwartz can take care of you and your family for all of your eye care needs like he has done for me and my family. We all go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I had LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center about 15 years ago. And I tell people to this day, one of the absolute best things that I ever did for myself was having that done. Why? Because I'll be 60 years old next year. Crazy, right? I know, I don't feel it. But I don't wear glasses, and I don't wear contacts, and I don't wear readers, and I see great in the daytime, and I see great in the nighttime. I see great up close, and I see great far away, because I've trusted my eyes for decades to Dr. Jay Schwartz. Give him a call at 480-483-EYES or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow as we continue discussing our amazing NBA team in their pursuit of an Emirates NBA Cup. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm only going to tip jar Queens of the Stone Age. I like this song, but I love it because of Guitar Hero on the Wii with the kids. When they were younger, we would play Guitar Hero.
I played Guitar Hero
all the time, and this was one of the songs. On whichever version of the game we had, this was one of the versions on it. Threes and Sevens, I think, is the name of the song from Queens of the Stone Age. So I remember this one.
Paralyzer by, was it Finger 11?
Finger 11, yes.
Paralyzer
that was
on there.
I think Barracuda was on that one.
Barracuda by
I
Heart.
remember right.
Great song,
Slow Ride by Foghat, I believe, was another one.
Oh, one of the first groups I saw in concert was Foghat.
And then the finale was You Had to Beat the Devil in Through the Fire and the Flames by Dragon Force, I think, was the name of the band, and it was like an 8-minute guitar solo, and it was the hardest thing in the world.
There was a song by the Ramones on there too. There was a Ramones song on Guitar Hero.
I Want to Be Sedated. I can't remember.
Yes,
I think it was
I Want to Be Sedated. The
yeah.
Ramones.
Santan Valley. Hello to you.
Yeah, they like the Ramones in Santan Valley.
They do. I've heard
big Ramones fans.
The Ramones that put on a concert every year out there in Santan Valley,
Yes.
and they come from all across the valley to see the Ramones.
They got a cover band out there in Santan Valley, a Ramones cover band.
No doubt about it. So what I meant to say awkwardly going into the break was your favorite player's favorite player is Colin Gillespie. After last night, your favorite player's favorite player.
Your favorite actor's favorite player, or your mom's favorite player.
Tracy McGrady.
Phoenix Suns are for real, on the road, hostile environment. Gillespie! Colin Gillespie. My favorite player, man, in the league, Gillespie. Favorite player in the league. He's one of my favorite players. You need to tell him that.
Anthony Edwards.
What was making this one difficult?
Number 12, pretty good at basketball.
Number 12 is pretty good at basketball.
What a compliment right there. I don't know your name, but you're pretty good at basketball.
Right now, if you're Colin McGrady or Colin Gillespie, Anthony Edwards is saying, yeah, that's 12. He's pretty good at basketball. Tracy McGrady saying Colin Gillespie is one of my favorite players in the NBA right now.
Right.
Your favorite player's favorite player.
And Mike Budenholzer's sitting somewhere.
Oh, God.
God. Why didn't I play that guy?
Seriously.
Why didn't I play that guy?
Why didn't you play that guy, Bud?
Was I with it at the time? Why didn't I play that guy?
Bud, why weren't you playing Colin Gillespie more? It was, and you know what? For some, it might sound like it's easy to say that, past tense. In real time, we were saying the same thing. Like last year in real time, why are you not playing Colin Gillespie more? Why are you not playing Ryan Dunn more? Why are you not doing that?
Right, give the young kids a chance. They needed some energy. They needed some youth. They need some athleticism, and he didn't do it.
It's fun watching Colin Gillespie get his flowers, whether it's Anthony Edwards after the game, whether it's Tracy McGrady. It's fun watching him get his flowers. He talked last night. He was on the Peacock post-game show talking about Coach Ott, the veterans leading by example.
I mean, J.O.'s our leader. You know what I'm saying? He's always the first one in the gym, last one out, and he instills confidence in everybody to be aggressive on the offensive end, make sure we're competing, playing hard on the defensive end, and that's just who we are. That's Phoenix Suns basketball, and he's our leader, and we looked at him, and then we looked at the older guys, Book, Dylan, guys that have been in the league, Royce, Grayson, guys that have been in the league for a long time, and like I said, we expect to go out there and win no matter who's on the floor, next man up mentality, and just hold it down until our guys get back.
In my text group with my friends, and this was happening again last night too, every single time Colin Gillespie has a great game, which is a lot of the time now these days, there's always this in the chat group, they're going to pay him, right? They're going to pay him, right? I mean, they're going to pay him. They're not going to let him walk, right? They're going to play him.
People are worried.
Yeah, they're going to. I mean, and every time it's like, guys, they're going to pay him.
Matt Ishbia is not letting somebody like that
Matt
walk out
Ishbia is
that
not
door.
letting Colin Gillespie walk out the door.
No, if he's got to pay him, but
he's not.
And you know what? I mean, that's listen, Colin Gillespie was an undrafted. You almost think about that. How does that kid get undrafted, right? Undrafted. First round, second round, nobody took a chance on him. Terrific point guard at Villanova, right? Terrific point guard. And nobody drafted him. And sometimes, and he's not that small. It's not like he's 5'10". He's like 6'2". But he didn't get drafted. And he's got his opportunity now with the Phoenix Suns. He's taking full advantage of it. And he figured, sometimes you figure out, okay, I've got to work so hard to stay in this league. And he's willing to do that. But he's such a smart, high IQ basketball player. Almost always makes the right play. Works hard in the defensive end. And whatever it takes, listen, whatever his value is, Matt Ishbia is going to pay him. Like, this is not... The owner you have for this basketball team is not going to let somebody walk away over $5 million.
You might have to worry about other things. You don't have to worry about that with this owner. You know, like I'm not. We'll worry about other stuff. Don't worry about that with Matt Ishbia. He'll pay.
You have a number. You have a number in price, and somebody says, "Yeah, it's probably going to cost an extra $5 million a year over 4 years." Okay, give it to him.
Yeah,
give it to him.
The best, bar none, the best part of last night's game. And there were a lot of best parts of last night's game, but for me, the best part of last night's game. I'm looking
because I've got my favorite too.
Was at the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Yes.
Colin Gillespie, Jonathan Goodwin, Boyer, Dunn, and Oso punches the Minnesota Timberwolves
14-3 run
as hard as they could.
14-3.
Just punched them right in the nose, and you could just see Minnesota staggering back like, what the hell just hit me?
Right.
How did a lineup of Gillespie, Goodwin, Boyer, Dunn, and Oso go on a rapid-fire run and take control of the game in about 2 minutes?
You're at home. You start the fourth quarter tied, and you're like, oh, this is where we got to make our hay. Before Dylan Brooks comes back, before Mark Williams comes back, before Royce O'Neal comes back, before Grayson Allen comes back, let's go bury these guys. Let's go bury these guys. And the Suns players just kick their butts. 7-0 run, then Reed hits a 3. Oso gets a dunk from Goodwin. That was one of my favorite passes of the game, that Goodwin pass to Oso. Then Colin hits a 3. Goodwin hits a layup. It's a 14-3 run. And you're like, oh, my God, they're up by 11.
Yeah.
Up by 11. Now, you still had to worry because Bones Highland went out of his mind knocking down shots. But
oh, yeah, the game wasn't over. But in terms of control, or at least early control, yeah, the Suns grabbed that game. Absolutely grabbed that game and said, you're going to have to take this from us now.
Got by 11.
And of that 14-3 run, Colin Gillespie scored or assisted on 10 of the 14.
Right.
His fingerprints were all over that 14-3 run.
So Highland hits a 3, completely not covered after a turnover by Dylan Brooks. And it's 100-97. My favorite basket of the game came right after this. You're under 5 minutes. And you're up by 3. And Colin Gillespie hits a 3 to put you up by 6. You're like, oh, like breathe a sigh of relief that you got it back to 6. And then from there, you just had to work to grind out that win. But I thought that basket was the biggest basket of the night.
Yeah. I can't imagine how Colin Gillespie now has to, and it's probably not hard for him because he came from such humble beginnings in this league, an undrafted guy with everybody passing on him like that. Tracy McGrady, for players of this generation, for adults of this generation, Tracy McGrady is one of their favorite players of all time, right? They like people who were in their 20s, they loved Tracy McGrady. He was so much fun to watch when they were all kids.
They went after him hard one year.
I know, but to have Tracy McGrady say to Colin Gillespie, it's one of my favorite players in the NBA.
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine for somebody in Gillespie's generation, that is praise that is otherworldly.
Right.
That is praise that goes next level.
Yeah.
Or when Anthony Edwards says, yeah, man, that number 12, he's pretty good at basketball. Like, he's really good at basketball. That's the kind of praise that, oh, my God, that's Tracy McGrady saying those things about me, right? Like, that's cool. That's really cool for Colin Gillespie.
I feel like the movie Apple Pie. Say my name! Not number 12.
See,
I can't say the part comes after Say My Name.
You say that's from Apple Pie?
Is it Apple Pie?
See, I hear Breaking Bad when I hear Say My Name.
No, the girl, say my name, blank. Was it an apple pie?
American Pie.
Oh, God.
American Pie.
Yeah. What did I say?
Apple Pie.
And all I'm hearing is Destiny's Child.
So when you hear, this is a perfect example of the Burns and Gambo show. When you hear Say My Name, Lauren thinks of Destiny's Child. Gambo thinks of not Apple Pie, which played a prominent role in American Pie. I think of Walter White from Breaking Bad, Say My Name. Mitch, what do you think of when I say my name?
You're goddamn right.
Dump that. You can't say that. Dump that. You can't. Come on, Mitch.
What was it? What was the character's name that said it? The flute player in the band, the redheaded girl. Say my name.
Her name is Allison Hannigan.
Okay.
I don't remember her character.
Yeah, she was in How I Met Your Mother. I can't remember the character's name, but it's Allison Hannigan. Yeah.
It was funny.
I've said too much. Apparently, we should probably just.
Mitch is.
I mean, apple pie is American. I was close enough.
Well, in typical Gambo fashion, did you know what I meant?
Yeah.
Yes, I did know what you. It took me a while to get there, but I knew what you meant. Apple pie.
That movie was done 25 years ago.
Apple pie.
I don't remember it all.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, could the Cardinals find themselves in the top 5 of the draft again? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen holds between the circles. Now he starts to drive. drive, gets around Randall, flips to Williamson and jams high. What a drive and dish by Grayson Allen. Mark Williams the finish. He's got 22 to lead the Suns, and they're back up 6.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end of the year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Hot Stove League starting to heat up in Major League Baseball. As far as the Diamondbacks are concerned, our John Gambadoro has reported there is club interest in right-handed reliever Pierce Johnson. Gambo says that they would look at Johnson to be a late innings reliever. Speaking of late innings reliever, another big one is off the board today. Edwin Diaz has agreed to a 3-year deal with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Deal is worth $69 million, big ones,
which averages out to $23 million per season. And the best bat on the market, Kyle Schwarber, he is re-upping with the Philadelphia Phillies. I apologize, I had incorrect numbers earlier. He got even more money. Sorry, Kyle, didn't mean to sell you short. 5 years, $150 million. That's about 25 per year. Per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. suffered a sprained MCL in his knee on Sunday. He's considered week to week and could miss time, including this weekend against Houston. And Arizona State men's basketball back in action in Tempe. They host Northern Arizona at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What do the Phoenix Suns need to do to upset the mighty Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Cup? We'll ask Amazon Prime NBA analyst and former Sun Jim Jackson tomorrow at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, it's just how we need to get one stop right now, right? And how do we get that done so that we, you know, it takes that first stop for you kind of feel yourself get into a rhythm. So obviously it's a terrible feeling when that happens, but it's still just one series at a time, one play at a time.
Nick Rallis today, Cardinals defensive coordinator, on what went wrong against the LA Rams, giving up 5 straight scoring positions, right? You talk about loaded question.
What went wrong?
What went wrong?
They started the game.
How much time do you have, right? How much? You got a couple hours? Well,
the Rams got off the plane.
Yeah, the schedule makers decided you'll play the Rams twice in the last 7 weeks of the season. Yeah, lots went wrong.
Players took the field and the marching band didn't yield.
Okay, you going back to American Pie again? Is that what you're doing?
Is that an American Pie? No.
Yeah, isn't that
song?
Yeah, Bye Bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee and the levee was dry.
The levee was dry.
American Pie with Don McClane. Yeah. It's the second time you've screwed up American Pie in the last 10 minutes. Congratulations. That's a record for you.
So it's one of the few songs that I could sing every word from start to finish.
And
never miss.
Yet I referenced the title of it and you had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the marching band refused to yield. I wasn't thinking of American.
Do you need a Coca-Cola or something out of the
How about a Dr. Pepper?
You want Dr. Pepper? We'll go get you Dr. Pepper. Huh?
I don't know. Sometimes my brain does not work very well.
It's fine.
Go
give me an iced tea.
It's hit or miss with my brain.
Now, here's okay.
Yeah.
The problem, and there are lots of problems with the Arizona Cardinals right now, but part of the problem is that all this losing has yet to do them a lot of good when it comes to the draft standings.
You want to if you're going to be 3-14, you want a top 5 pick.
You want to move up.
A top 5 pick. You want to be 3rd, 4th. You want to be in a position where somebody says, I need a quarterback, and I want to trade with you, and I'm going to give you this, and this for that pick. And unfortunately for the Arizona Cardinals, they are still not they're in a top 10 spot, but they're not in that quarterback heavy spot.
No, I mean, like a lot of the teams in front of them just keep losing. And that's, I mean, I guess that's to be expected, but you would think that a team that's lost 10 of its last 11 would be rocketing up, right, or down, however you want, whatever direction you want to call it, the draft board in terms of the draft order and where they're picking. But instead, the Commanders lost on Sunday. They've got the 6th pick. The Jets lost on Sunday. They've got the 5th pick. The Browns lost on Sunday. They've got the 4th pick. The Raiders lost on Sunday. They've got the 1st pick. Like all these teams in front of you, they got a little help. Titans won, but the Titans are so bad they're going to have a top 5 pick no matter what.
Yeah, you've just got to hope that some
Saints
of these
won, but that
it brings them closer to you.
It does,
but they need another loss. They need another win. They need another win, and you can't afford to win right now. The Cardinals have a 1% chance at the top pick, a 40% chance at a top 5 pick, and a 96% chance at a top 10 pick. I would love to get inside the top 5. I would love to get there, to get a top 5 pick and put yourself in a position to either draft the player you want, maybe it's a quarterback, maybe it's an offensive lineman, or make a trade. Because I think that that's what you probably need more than anything. There's a lot of holes on this football team. So I would probably be more, if I'm not going to take a quarterback, I'd be more inclined to make a trade and get value and get more picks.
If they do end up in the top 5, that would be interesting to see if it would be better for them to trade out and collect multiple picks or take the quarterback. That would be, and believe me, we've got months to figure that out and decide that and see if the Cardinals even end up in the top 5. But that in itself is almost the question when it comes to the draft. If the 40% number, excuse me, that you just put out there,
comes through, they'd be able to
comes
top
through,
5 pick.
Are you better off keeping it and taking a quarterback, or are you better off trading it, getting multiple picks because you have multiple needs? And I think just off the sound that you just made a second ago,
I would trade.
I think I know where you're leaning.
Yeah, I would just trade. You need a running back. You need offensive line help. You need players. Like you're getting slaughtered in some of these games in the division. Like you said it yesterday, you're not wrong. The gap between the Cardinals and the 49ers, Seahawks, and the Rams is gigantic. I called it the Grand Canyon. It's a gigantic gap. You just need more talent. You need more talent. You need more depth. You need better depth, and you need more talent. The Suns are winning. Why? Because of depth. The Cardinals are losing. Why? Because of depth. Like, they don't have the great depth. Where's their depth at running back? Where's their depth on the offensive line? Where's their depth on the defensive line? The depth has not been good enough. Players get injured. Players go out. The Suns are playing without Devin Booker and Jalen Green, and they're winning with Oso Iguodaro, Jordan Goodwin, and Bouye. You know, your depth has to be better. You have to have better quality depth.
Well, okay, you have to have better quality depth. And if we're going to use the Suns as a comparison, this is interesting. We were just talking off the air during one of the breaks about the Suns catching lightning in a bottle with the Gillespies of the world and the Bouyes of the world and the Mark Williams of the world. Some of that is, I mean, I'm not going to say that it's luck. Some of it is also a real ability to judge talent, evaluate talent, and know what fits your system very well. It's early. We're only a quarter of the way through the season. It would appear this new front office for the Phoenix Suns has a real ability to judge players that fit very well within their system. I don't know if the Cardinals have demonstrated the same ability with their ability to judge players and evaluate players. And I know judging the first 3 years of Monty Austin Fort's draft is tricky. Certainly there have been some hits. Certainly there have been some misses. Mostly there have been a lot of injured players who just haven't been on the field long enough to know what you have in them. But I said this, and I will go to my grave believing this. One of the failures of the 2025 season for the Cardinals is the 2024 draft and how you're not getting contributions from anybody in that class, hardly at all.
No.
Hardly. I mean, not the way you
Birch,
anticipated.
Simon.
That is one of the main failures. No, it's the Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius
draft.
Robinson, Max Melton, Tip Ryman, Isaiah Adams, that draft. The Elijah Jones draft, who doesn't even play, right?
Let me ask you a crazy question.
Sure.
Okay, don't
what?
The Phoenix market, don't hang me up in whatever the word is going to be.
Don't string you up in the courtyard?
Don't string me up.
Okay.
You think Michael Wilson could be a number 1 receiver?
Do I?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Mitch, you think he can be?
Sure. He can be.
He's displayed more ability to be a number 1 than Marvin has.
So good. His games without Marvin are so good. I would consider trading Marvin Harrison Jr.
They're going to string you up in the courtyard for saying that.
And give me a wedgie. I'd consider trading Marvin Harrison Jr. Oh, we used to do that to kids all the time. I feel so bad. I wish I could go back and apologize to all those kids now.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I'd consider trading Marvin Harrison Jr.
Huh.
If I could get a haul for him.
Wow.
Wide receiver needy team. I like Michael Wilson. He has shown the ability to be a better receiver than Marvin Harrison Jr. He's been better than him. He's been better. Now, when he plays with Marvin Harrison Jr., they ignore him. He doesn't get the football. But when he plays without Marvin Harrison Jr., you guys are all you all have a fascinated look on your face. I thought about this Sunday during the game as I'm watching Michael Wilson have another great game. Would you trade Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I take this as no disrespect because I don't mean it. I'm thinking of it critically, and I'm thinking, okay, why wouldn't I do that? Why wouldn't I do that? And the main reasons I'm coming up with was, okay, you're still going to need another receiver then. Mm-hmm. Like you're immediately in the marketplace for a wide receiver.
For a number 2 receiver.
If you trade Marvin Harrison Jr. I wonder, you certainly will not get back. Well, I don't know. How much value do you get back? What do you get in return?
You have to get a first.
I mean, you're not getting the 4th pick in the draft, so you're getting less value.
I'm not taking a pick at the end of the first round. I'm saying I'm sure his value is still extremely high.
Yeah, I just don't think it's the 4th pick in the draft, Ty. You're not getting the 4th pick in the draft for Marvin Harrison Jr.
What if it's the 15th pick in the draft?
Well, it's less. It's less value than, are you better off writing it out with Marvin Harrison to see if it all clicks? And to your point, does clicking for Marvin Harrison Jr. come at Michael Wilson's expense? And is Michael Wilson a lesser player because it clicks for Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I don't know. If I could trade Marvin Harrison Jr. for a first-round pick, and I could take my first-round pick and that first-round pick and move up to get Mendoza, do I do that? I'm just thinking about the options that could be available to you if you go that route.
I'm just trying to be a critical thinker here and think about why I wouldn't do it.
I get it.
But it doesn't mean I'm saying I wouldn't do it. I'm just trying to think of the pros and the cons.
You have to believe that Michael Wilson is a better receiver. You have to believe that.
I've been thoroughly.
If you believe that Michael Wilson is a better option for you than Marvin Harrison Jr., then you should look to trade Marvin Harrison Jr. or at least do what the Diamondbacks are doing with Marte. Hey, I'm open to trading him. What would you give me? What would you give me for Marvin Harrison Jr.? His father's already complained enough about him here in Arizona.
That would be bold.
That
would be a
bold
strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that pays off. Yeah, that'd be bold. Interesting. Gambo's given us something to think about today on the Burns and Gambo show. Yeah, it's interesting.
Would you trade Marvin Harrison Jr. for a first-round pick?
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, boy, this tease is just perfect after the conversation we just had. Gambo was right. What was he right about?
I don't even know what this is.
I know. Gambo was right. What was he right about?
Look at the show sheet.
Oh, yeah, that's what he was right. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Check this out. Christian Brothers, 50 years in business. 50 years for the great people at Christian Brothers, and they're doing a great job, and they're offering $50 inspections, plumbing inspection, AC inspection, electrical inspection. If you've got an older house, an electrical inspection is almost mandatory. You could get it for $50. And here's what Christian Brothers will do for $50. You don't pay a dime more. You'll get a full panel and circuit safety check. You'll get a GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards. They'll inspect for outdated or overloaded wiring. And you'll get a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions, all for $50. I mean, that's money well spent. Matter of fact, Christian Brothers is losing a ton of money on these deals. Every time they do a $50 plumbing inspection, which includes a water heater flush, or a $50 AC inspection, which gives you a safety and efficiency review for your compressor coils and wiring, or the $50 electrical inspection, they're losing money. It costs them more money to pay the technician to come out than it does that you're paying the $50. But they're celebrating 50 years in business, and they want to do right by their customers, so you get that. Give them a call at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-576-5457 by December 11th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Suns becoming the overnight sensations the Valley desperately needs, writes Dan Bickley. The Diamondbacks have interest in free agent relief pitcher Pierce Johnson. And Colin Gillespie is a microcosm of the Suns staff optimizing its bench. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. Burnsy out in the conference room, chatting it up with a bunch of people. So I'll lead us into this segment. Probably having.
I'll relax. It's your segment anyway, because it's about how the Chiefs aren't going to make the playoffs.
Probably having some apple pie with somebody right now, or singing American Pie. Or asking people to say his name.
Yeah.
The Kansas City Chiefs playoffs hopes are about dead. About dead. They are on the ropes following that loss to the Houston Texans. They're 6-7 on the season. They've got their most losses in a season since Mahomes became their full-time starter in 2018. This is the latest the Chiefs have been under 500 since 2012. That's the season before they hired Andy Reid. And they've been eliminated from winning the AFC West already. That snaps a 9-season streak as division champs. It was my bold prediction this year. We said it before the season started. I don't know if we were doing bold predictions or if I just came up with it. But I said the Chiefs are not making the playoffs this year. I just thought that something was wrong with that team last year. They kept winning all these close games. I didn't think it was going to happen this year. And after that, like, their odds of winning become very, very difficult right now. Like, they've got to win out. And even by winning out, Burnsy, they're going to need a lot of help because the most that they could do is get to 10 wins. They got to play the Chargers. They're at the Titans. They're home against the Broncos and are at the Raiders. So tough games against the Chargers and the Broncos. As long as Justin Herbert doesn't want to do a report with Rutledge after the game, we should be okay. Yes. But yeah, so they've got to win out. They've got to beat those 4 teams. And then they need like a lot of help. They need a lot of teams. Like the Chargers much finish 10-7 or worse.
The Colts and the Chargers are the 2 teams. Now, they might get that help from the Colts because they just signed Phillip Rivers to the practice squad today. And that's not a lie. They just signed Phillip Rivers to the practice squad today.
Yeah, Dan Fouts was not available.
Yeah, no, Dan Marino needed his reading glasses to look at the thing on his wrist.
And
so he
Joe
wasn't
Montana
available.
just asked if he could play in Skechers, and they told him no.
They need collapses from the Chargers and the Indianapolis Colts. They're probably not going to get it. The next-gen stats say it's only about a 15% chance of making the postseason, and they know it. Here's Patrick Mahomes after Sunday's game.
I think it's just who we are. Like, I mean, I know we're not winning games, but that mindset that these guys have in this locker room in the games that we're not winning, you can never question the fight of this team. And obviously we're not executing at the right moments, and we're not making those plays. But at the end of the day, you'll never question that, and I think you'll see that for these last 4 weeks.
And credit where credit's due. You called this at the beginning of the season, and it was bound to end at some time. All great dynasties do, and when they do end like this, there are usually 2 thoughts that kind of go through my head. You know, when something like this ends. thought number one is it's about time. I was getting kind of bored with it.
Yes,
and
I agree.
And thought number two is when it was good, it was unbelievable. The Chiefs dynasty of the last 7 years.
It was a great dynasty.
Was ridiculous. I mean, it really was. 3 Super Bowls and all of those wins and all of those first place finishes and all the dominance they had over the AFC. I mean, it was as impressive as you can be, and I was bored to tears with it. I really was. And so I don't shed a tear for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I know you and I have been doing this show together a long time. We've had a lot of conversations about dynasties and appreciating the greatness.
I always do, yeah.
And you're big on that. You're big on appreciating the greatness of dynasties. I'm usually bored to death by dynasties. Doesn't mean I want a different team winning it every single year and like that kind of variety. But at the same time, after a while, unless you're a fan of the Kansas City Chiefs, don't you just get bored silly watching another January where it's Chiefs and it's the Chiefs?
I think it's the dynasties that you remember more than anything else.
Oh, of course.
You remember the great dynasties more than you remember the one-hit wonder type teams. So, but in the midst of it, you're right. In the midst of it, you kind of get bored of seeing the same team every year. 10 years after the fact, you're like, oh my God, that was a great dynasty.
Oh, I don't even need to wait 10 years. I can say now it was one of. I mean, you think about all the great dynasties in our lifetime.
The Steelers won 4 Super Bowls.
Well, I'm talking more recent vintage, like even the Warriors in the NBA.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? Or the Patriots. But if you want to go old school, you go Steelers, you go 49ers. We can all
Cowboys,
the Bulls. I mean, we can recite all the great dynasties off of our
Yankees,
heads. Of course. Let's
hope the Dodgers don't become one.
No, they're on their way.
They could be.
They're on their way. Boy, thank God when that one comes to an end, whenever that may be. But they're on their way. There's no doubt the Chiefs, I don't know where they rank in the pantheon of the all-time great dynasties.
They're not as good as the Patriots dynasty with Brady.
No, but as far as NFL dynasty goes, it's in contention for the second best of all time. It's really good.
I think you've got to win more than 2 to be a dynasty. Like, to me, I think, like, John Elway won 2 with the Broncos. Were they a dynasty? To me, they weren't. The Giants won 2 Super Bowls under Bill Parcells with Belichick as the defensive coordinator. Were they a dynasty? No, to me, they weren't a dynasty. I always look at 3. Like, you've got to win 3 to be a dynasty. And if you could get to 3, in a certain amount of time, then I think you're a dynasty. So I think that's something. What I will say about Kansas City is that, like, there's a lot of stuff that works against them. The Bills, the Texans, and the Jaguars all have the head-to-head tiebreaker over them. The Chiefs also have the worst conference record of any of the top 10 AFC playoff contenders. So they're in a boatload of trouble. Yeah. They've got to win out, and then they've got to hope that some of these other teams lose. And not just the Colts.
I thought we established that. Yeah, they're in a boatload of trouble.
Yeah, I was mentioning the tiebreakers because, like, even if they end up tied with some of these teams, they're going to lose out on the tiebreaker.
Andy Reid says they're pissed about
they're
it.
Upset. I mean, they put it all out there, and it didn't work out for them. The guys that had some mishaps there, they were upset. These guys take responsibility for things, so you keep going. But we put everything into these games, every game. So when you lose, you should be upset, and that's why you try to enjoy the wins when you have an opportunity. But there's a lot of time and effort that goes into it.
Now, to your point, if they want to add, so they've got all these things working against them. If they want to add one really great last chapter to it, they'd make the playoffs this year. You know what I mean? Now, I don't know if they'd go very far when they got there. But if you're talking about going out with a bang when it comes to this dynasty, if this really is...
Instead of going out with a whimper,
Instead of going out with a whimper, like if they make a push in these final 4 weeks to actually get in, despite all the long odds and everything the picture that you're painting here, that'd be one hell of a way to end it, right? To make a push at the end when nobody thinks they will. I don't think they will. I don't think they're good enough. I think they have too big of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, people would look at, like, if Mahomes gets in, right? That's like, if Mahomes gets in, you got to be careful. Don't bet against him. He's 9-0 when playing in the wild card game. 9-0. 2-0 divisional round. He's like 7-7. Like, his numbers are incredible. Like, so. It's like, would you bet against Kansas City if they got in? I don't know. Patrick Mahomes is that good, but I don't think they're a very good football team this year.
Yeah, I don't know how many teams. There are a few in the AFC that I would say I don't think the Chiefs could beat in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think this would be the year where you go, oh yeah, they're the Chiefs.
Right.
Are you really gonna pick against the Chiefs? Yeah, I would pick against the Chiefs.
Yeah, but who's great in the AFC? I love the Broncos defense. I love the Broncos.
Okay, because what you're doing, this is funny. Now we're extending this a little bit, but I like this.
Mahomes or Drake May.
Exactly.
In a playoff game.
Drake May versus Patrick Mahomes. Bo Nix versus Patrick Mahomes.
9-0 in wild card or division rounds. That's what it is. He's 7-0 in a division, 2-0 in a wild card.
Justin Herbert versus Patrick Mahomes. I mean, if you look at just the quarterbacks, it'd be easy to go, yeah, who's going to beat him?
Right.
Like, who's going to be better than him in the playoffs, given that the AFC field is kind of filled with, uncertain question marks. There's the
Steelers.
Right. Lamar Jackson. You know what I mean? Like,
the Texans would beat them.
Well, because they just did.
Yeah, because they're just too physical for them. So the
Texans
are better.
We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports. 4 o'clock reset is next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here to tell you about the attorneys at the Berg Simpson Law Firm. If you're ever in need, you want the best team representing you, and the best team is the team at Berg Simpson. Do not make the same mistake my wife and I made when we got into an accident. We got T-boned by another driver, and we didn't call anybody. The accident wasn't our fault because, we figured because it's not our fault that everything is going to come really, really easy to us, that it's not going to be a problem dealing with the medical, and it's not going to be a problem dealing with getting our car fixed. Everything was a problem. Everything was a fight. Insurance companies can be really, really tough to deal with in a moment like that, even when it's not your fault. That's why we needed Berg Simpson. Berg Simpson has the credentials, the reputation, the experience, and everything. And I hope it doesn't ever happen to us again. Nobody ever roots for that. If it does, I know who I'm calling. I'm calling Berg Simpson. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Find the most wonderful gifts at Macy's Friends and Family Sale with incredible deals on our best brands like Donna Karan, Avec Les Filles, Calvin Klein, and more, all at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off beauty and fragrance from Lancôme, Clinique, and Yves Saint Laurent. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family Sale. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. it's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just in from Major League Baseball, the Arizona Diamondbacks in the first-year player draft are going to be selecting 15th overall, the new lottery system that they have in place, that they have had in place for a couple of years. So the Diamondbacks will be selecting 15th overall in the upcoming draft. That'll happen sometime around All-Star Weekend. Also in Major League Baseball, our John Gambadoro's reported that there is club interest in right-handed reliever Pierce Johnson. Gamba says that the Diamondbacks look at Johnson to be a potential late innings reliever. Per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. suffered a sprained MCL in his knee on Sunday. He's considered week to week and could miss time, including this weekend against Houston. And Arizona State men's basketball back in action in Tempe. They host Northern Arizona at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off will be at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Lauren, take it away. It's 4 o'clock reset time. Tell us what's going on in the world of sports, if you would, please.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to start with baseball today because Torey Lovello joined Foul Territory and was talking about accepting the fate of Arizona and the free agents.
What's hard for us in Arizona is we have to say goodbye to that type of player. You know, it's a sign of the times. It's what we are. We know it. Get back to the old Dodger, not complaining about them signing free agents. Like, we just know that players are going to grow up and move on. So we're accepting of it as a possibility. And I wish them nothing but the best. Wherever they both land, I wish them nothing but the best. They're great pitchers, they're great human beings.
That in regards to Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, I got a message from Zach this morning, and he was like, laughing, like, no contract with the Cubs, but I got a bigger, longer-term deal with my wife. And I didn't know what he was talking about.
He got married.
I didn't know what he was talking about. I was like, man, I just put 2 and 2 together. Congratulations. That's awesome. But yeah, he sent me a message saying that he has no contract with the Cubs, but he has a bigger long-term deal with his wife. So congratulations to Zach Gallen.
He Instagrammed over the weekend a picture of their hands overlapping with the wedding rings, and they each had their initials tattooed onto their ring fingers. And he said, this is the only contract I agreed to this weekend.
Yep.
So it was a really cool post.
Told me it was a bigger long-term deal.
What's funny about what Torey said is, yes, there's some truth to the idea that this is why they have to let Zach Gallen go and they can't afford it. But just a year ago, the Arizona Diamondbacks were spending like they were the Dodgers, getting Corbin Burns and signing him to that crazy deal. So it's like, yeah, you have to make those choices now, but a year ago you were making the choices as if you were swimming in the big boy part of the pool.
They do it every year. You're going to do it once every 5 years.
I understand. It's not apples to apples here. It's just last year you were giving out that big contract, and it was a really pleasant surprise to see you act like that. For you to even be able to act like that.
And former Arizona Diamondbacks third baseman Jake Lamb is set to join the franchise's player development staff. He will reportedly work mostly with position players in the organization, which means it's time for this.
Jake Lamb, he's so cute.
That's right. Your daughter loves Jake Lamb.
She does.
That was her favorite, right? Jake Lamb.
I have a Jake Lamb and, of course, Cam.
Yeah.
Johnson?
Yes.
He's so cute.
He's so cute. Loved him too.
Good for Jake. I like seeing guys come back in the organization.
One of my favorite interviews that we've had on the show in recent years,
when he totally admitted that he
was like journaling and he was trying to deal with his mental struggles and trying to get himself. It was just a really open, honest interview. I really appreciated that out of Jake. It was years ago, but it was a good conversation.
Yeah, it was at the facility.
Yeah, you remember that.
I remember it totally.
Yeah, remember that.
And coming down just a few minutes ago, the Diamondbacks will pick 15th in the first round of the 2026 first-year players draft.
They had like a 1.5% chance of moving up, so it was pretty. That's kind of, I think, where they were expected.
Well, if Zach Gallen gets a big contract with somebody, not his wife, but a big contract with, then I'll get a compensatory pick too at the end of the first round.
It's over $50 million, right?
Over
if he
$50
signs
million.
For over $50 million, they get the comp pick at the end of the first round. Yeah.
And Arizona Diamondbacks shortstop Geraldo Perdomo is set to represent the Dominican Republic in the World Baseball Classic.
How about that? Carroll's with Team USA. Geraldo's with Team DR. I don't know if Cattell is going to be picked by the Dominican Republic, and I don't know if Cattell is going to be on a Diamondbacks. But I would imagine, I don't know. I don't know if that's it for the Diamondbacks when it comes to the
Team USA is going to be loaded
to the World Baseball Classic. I wonder who else on that roster would be somebody who'd be a candidate to play for another country. I don't know. I don't.
I need more food for thought on that.
Anybody would, but I'd have to.
You got any Italians on this team?
Torey Lovello, he might be the manager of Team Italy for all we know.
You might have to play.
And Kyle Schwarber and the Philadelphia Phillies are finalizing a 5-year, $150 million contract.
He's been
great for them.
So good with them.
Yeah.
So good.
$150 million. He's hit 187 home runs in 4 years with them.
Yeah.
He's got 187 homers in 4 years. Wow.
He's kind of eclipsed Bryce Harper and Trey Turner is like the guy on that team, right? Like,
you don't see a kid going around, Kyle Schwarber sucks.
No, Trey Turner sucks.
Yeah. He is going to be 33 years old, though. Like it's a sweet spot for danger.
It is.
He'll be 33 when the season starts. You're talking 33, 34, 35, 36.
As a designated hitter, it's a little bit less of a risk, but I understand even as a designated hitter, you can get old fast, and suddenly your eye isn't as good at the plate.
Yeah, you can get old fast. Yeah. Look at us.
Look at us. We're old. We're doing fine.
Phillies need to sell Trey Turner. That guy's an idiot. We went farther without that guy. The Phillies, honestly.
That's what I was looking for, Mitch. Thank you.
And in NBA news...
Hold on. Nothing about Edwin...
Sure, yeah, he's going to the Dodgers for 3 years, $69 million.
So they have four relievers making up. I mean, honestly, how much is it that the four guys that
$52.6 million.
$52.6 million for four guys.
Between Diaz, Vesia, Scott, and Trinan, $52 million. The Marlins payroll is $67 million. Those four guys are making $52 million in their bullpen.
Damn.
It's crazy. Sorry, I didn't...
you're all good.
I didn't want to... I just thought for a minute... As Diamondback fans, we need to collectively rant about the Dodgers getting Edwin Diaz for 3 years and $69 million.
Let's go Dodgers.
Yeah, I didn't want to skate over it. That's all.
No, you're all good.
Please continue. I'm sorry.
No, you're all good. NBA news. The Suns beat the Timberwolves in Minnesota last night, 108-105. The Suns are back in action tomorrow night against the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Cup. And also, Suns fans, keep an eye on the Lakers and the Spurs game because depending on what happens with the Suns and the Thunder, that will be one of those two teams that they play when it's added.
If you win, you'll play the winner. If you lose, you'll play the loser.
Exactly.
Basically. And tonight, there are only two games in the NBA, and they're both the Eastern Cup games, right?
Yeah. When would this LA or Spurs game be?
Okay.
Saturday or Monday.
Oh, so it's part of the 10-game block?
Right.
Sunday or Monday.
Sunday or Monday. There we go.
Before New Orleans?
Yes, before New Orleans.
Oh, okay. Yes. It changes my 10-game block theory.
Yes. It would be, if it's the Lakers, it would be Sunday. If it's the Spurs, it would be Monday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. But if it's the NBA Cup, if they win, when they beat Oklahoma City, they'd play in a Cup game on Saturday, and then the finals are on Tuesday, I think, in the NBA Cup. And that's the only game on the marquee that night in the NBA.
Yeah. Okay. Nailed it. There's your NBA Cup scheduling.
There you go. Yeah.
And in NFL news, Phillip Rivers, who retired after the 2020 season, his 17th in the NFL, is rejoining the Indianapolis Colts on their practice squad. For what it's worth, Phillip Rivers ran the same offense as the Colts for his son's high school team this season, him and Shane Steichen spoke weekly discussing plays in film.
I don't think this is a crazy, stupid idea.
Oh, I love it.
I don't think it's a crazy idea. He's probably better than what they have. They don't have anybody.
Funny.
Got a guy on a practice squad.
Riley Leonard and
he's
Rippon,
better,
right? Brett Rippon.
And Riley Leonard's hurt.
And Riley Leonard's hurt.
Right.
Yeah.
So they got a guy in the practice. He's better. 44 years old. He can read a defense. He can throw a football. You're not gonna he's fine. He's 44. He's fine.
I just think it's funny. I'm
know,
not thinking
but
it's bad or good. It's Phillip Rivers.
Woof. There was a time when Kurt Warner was retired for like 4 years and he wanted to come back. I swear he did.
I remember that.
I had talks with him about he wanted to come back.
Somebody even posted on social today a billboard back in the day, some local mattress company begging Kurt Warner to come back. I don't know when that billboard got erected after his retirement, if it was 6 months, a year, 2, or whatever, but somebody posted this picture of back. Remember when we were begging Kurt Warner to come back? I'm like, yeah, I do remember.
Yeah.
We were begging him to come back. Please.
And Paris Johnson Jr. was diagnosed with a sprained MCL. He is now considered week to week for the Cardinals.
Man, Jacoby Brissett has taken out a life insurance policy against Will Anderson because he's coming for you. He's coming. No Paris Johnson Jr. That sucks.
Wow.
It's a lost season gets even more lost, but
just play 17 personnel.
17 personnel.
Yeah, give me 7 tight ends on the field. We're all going to block.
You're only allowed.
It's a joke. But you know what I'm saying? Let's just
I'm doing the math in my head. I'm going,
we don't have any wide
really
receivers.
work.
We're just going to block. We're going to pretend we're going to throw the ball, but we're not going to.
That sucks.
Run the football.
And we'll end this reset with one more name in the NFL who's coming back, and that would be Jason Pierre-Paul is signing with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers practice squad.
Wow.
He's 36 years old.
Wow. We are really having a mid-2000s flashback here, aren't we?
These teams would be stacked if it was like a decade ago.
First thing that comes to mind for Jason Pierre-Paul.
The fireworks.
In his hand.
Yeah, and the
Not
club
that he won a
hand.
Super Bowl with the Giants, but fireworks.
It's unfortunate.
He was also on the Bucks team, I believe.
Yeah, what a
that won
Bucks
the
team
Super
that won a
Bowl.
Super
Yeah.
Bowl. He was on the Giants team that won a Super Bowl. He was drafted like 20 years ago. Seriously, he was drafted like in 2005, I think.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, another 10-game block is nearing its conclusion, and now Gambo has to redo his math because he didn't realize that there'd be an extra game in there. How close are the Suns to the best of the West? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What helps you is that the Giants are going to probably be picking earlier than you, and they have their quarterback. And the Titans are going to be picking earlier than you probably, and they have their quarterback. So
that's a good point. That's really, really good.
I mean, I guess Fernando Mendoza's the guy right now.
I really like him, man. I absolutely love him.
Are you confident that he's like an NFL guy?
No, I'm not confident any of these guys. You know me and a quarterback. It really is a tough situation.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about ProSmile Dental, and I've got a crazy special offer for you right now. You don't like your teeth, you don't like your smile, you look at yourself in Instagram photos, Facebook, Twitter, anything, just family photos, videos, you're not smiling. You don't smile because you don't have the confidence in your smile. Your teeth are just not right. Just whatever happened, just neglect on your teeth or gaps in your teeth or discoloration or a big gum line or just something, you don't like to smile. Well, how about right now a ProSmile saving you $1,000 off of some custom veneers or $1,000 off of the All-On X implants. That's right. We could save you $1,000 right now with the best in the business, ProSmile. The only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. They use oral surgeons. They also do all the work there. The lab, the technicians, the anesthesiologists, everything is on site. They don't outsource anything. So there's no delays and there's no mistakes. So if you want to go with the very best to fix your smile and save $1,000 in the process, all you have to do is text PRO to 620-620 and I'll get you a special offer. That's text PRO to 620-620.
Basinonians, it's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale. That's right. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Cyber Week with 25% off everything in-store and online. Now through December 9th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. Visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations where on-site sleep experts will set you up. My Crunk Brothers. And don't forget to tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Y Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Y Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person. Or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow as we continue discussing our amazing NBA team in their pursuit of an Emirates NBA Cup. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, real quick before we talk about this 10-game block for Gambo, a shout-out to our audience in Anthem joining us here on Burns and Gambo. Just stopped in Anthem the other day coming back from northern Arizona after Thanksgiving. So hello to Anthem. Secondly, want to acknowledge a tweet from Kenny Dillingham moments ago in which he was retweeting a report that Sam Levitt intends to enter the transfer portal, to which Coach Dillingham said on his official Twitter account, Big 12 champ, check. Put his name on the map, check. Smart/talented player, going to succeed wherever he goes. I would assume that is confirmation that Sam Levitt will be with somebody else next year, not ASU.
And now we'll see. ASU has two good quarterbacks, in the system, and they'll probably go out and add somebody else. Like I said, this is not an issue for Arizona State. This is like Sam Levitt wants to leave. This is the world we live in. If somebody's going to pay him more money or he wants to go somewhere else, or, you heard through the grapevine that one of the top programs and he is going to be able to bring him in for more money and have a chance for national championship, so be it. Jaden Daniels once left and won a Heisman Trophy and a national championship, right? Mm-hmm. Did he win the national championship, Jaden, at LSU? No, they lost it. They didn't get it. Yeah, he won the Heisman. He didn't win the national championship, but he did win the Heisman. So, it's possible that Sam Levitt ends up in a good situation. And Kenny's been great. I'm always going to have a relationship with the kid. I'm never going to lose track of him. I'm always going to root for him. Kenny has said everything right. Everything. No bitterness, not upset. This is the world we live in. It's not the kid's fault. It's college football's fault. but I'm always going to be a fan to his, and I don't have to worry about because I'm always going to have a relationship with him.
I don't blame Sam at all. I don't begrudge Sam at all for doing this. I really don't. I didn't like the fact that he wasn't at that banquet the other night. I thought that was kind of lame.
It was.
But I certainly don't begrudge Sam for this decision or him choosing to go or him choosing to transfer. It is the world in which we live. I won't like it if he ends up at Texas Tech. That will, and I won't blame Sam for it. That'll just be, I just won't like it because of their arrival and because they've got all this money and they're flashing the cash. But you know what? So is Utah's going to start flashing the cash now? Probably. They just got a $500 million. I don't know where he's going to end up, but somewhere in the Big 12 would be bothersome. Again, I wouldn't hold it against Sam. It would just bother me if that happened. All right, let's talk about the Suns because once again they continue to I was going to say define, but I think they're redefining what is possible. You've talked about these 10 game blocks.
5-5, 7-3.
And you were blown away. You got to add a game to your 10-game block because they're going to play either the Spurs or the Lakers on either Saturday or Sunday or Monday, depending on what happens. But this 10-game block that they're in right now, you got to redefine it because nobody thought they were going to beat Minnesota last night without Devin Booker, and they just did.
You looked at it, and you looked at the start. Like they went 5-5 in the first 10 block. And then 7-3 in the second. Like, okay, then you looked at the next one. Denver, at the Lakers, at Houston, at Minnesota, at Oklahoma City, at Golden State, Lakers. Like, oh my goodness, they're going to go 2-8. Well, they've already got 2 wins. They beat the Lakers, and they just beat Minnesota on the road. So, okay, now you're 2-2. If you could finish 5-5 in this block. Like, if you could finish 5, that would take, so let's just say, lose to Oklahoma City, beat Golden State, beat New Orleans, you've got 5. That's 5-5. Then you could lose, lose to Oklahoma City, lose to Golden State, you play them twice, lose to the Lakers, lose to or the Spurs, whoever it is.
Game.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Right. So that's the thing that I look at. I'm like, they have a really good chance in what was a difficult block. Like if you go 5-5, 7-3, 5-5, then it starts to get a little bit easier. The blocks start to get a little bit easier. This is a really tough one. So if you come out of this, I think you come out smelling like roses if you go 5-5 in this one.
I'd have to look because I never really looked at the schedule with like this critical of an eye, just thinking they weren't going to be this good. I would highly, highly doubt they have another block that is this challenging for this long, like this block they've gone through now. Like I'm just eyeballing the schedule right now, and there are little pockets here or there that are little 3 out of 4. One. This has got to be the hardest one where the stretch is just ridiculous how tough it is. I'm again just kind of eyeballing the schedule now, and I'm not seeing anything that's even as close to as tough as this one. And that's so you go to the 10-game blocks. I go to this idea that like we're redefining what's possible for this basketball team. At the beginning of the year, we very quickly learned they're not one of the worst teams in the Western Conference, right? Because they were beaten up on all these teams that were some of the worst team in the Western Conference. And they were beaten up on the Clippers, and they were beaten up on the Kings, and they were beaten up on so they're better than that. Then they got to like this middle range where they're in the play-in tournament and they're 8 or they're 9 or they're 10, right? And they're quickly proving now that even that might be selling the Phoenix Suns short. Gambo, they have beaten the Minnesota Timberwolves twice. They have beaten the LA Lakers once. They've beaten the San Antonio Spurs twice. They're 5-0 against 3 teams that we would consider to be among the 6 elite teams in the Western Conference, right? That where there's a clear line of delineation between those 6 and everybody else in the West. Well, if they're 5-0 against 3 of those 6 teams, is it possible that the Phoenix Suns could be a top 6 team in the Western Conference when it's all said and done? A top 5 team in the Western Conference when it's all said and done?
I think they're a lock for 7 or 8. Anything less than that, I'd be disappointed. And even that, I think everybody will take that. Could they get to 6 and avoid the play-in? Possible. Like if they could end up tied with Minnesota, they've got the tiebreaker over them. You know what hurts the Phoenix Suns? The play-in, this Emirates Cup. The Emirates Cup hurts the Phoenix Suns. They got to play the Oklahoma City Thunder 5 times. 5 times. Nobody else is playing Oklahoma City 5 times.
It would have been 4, now it's 5.
5. Yeah. 5 games against the best team in the NBA.
5.
Like that sucks. So like if you You know, like if you miss out the 6th seed by a game, you may go back and look, oh, my God. I don't know, if you could beat Oklahoma City once, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Like, if you could beat them once. Now, one of the good news is that you play them the last game of the season. They might have nothing to play for. The very last game of the season, they might be playing nobody, so you might get that one.
Again, in a season with such low expectations, I mean, even you had them winning, 39 games, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 39.
39.
In a season with such relatively low expectations for the team, I'm not going to be all that disappointed if a one-game difference is the difference between 6 or 7. Like, if we get to the end of the season and the Suns at the 7th seed, and they missed out on it by a game because they had to play Oklahoma City one more time than everybody else, I'm not going to be that. Like, I'm still going to be able to appreciate how cool this season was despite that. You know what I mean? Like, everything this season offers is a gift, I think. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like everything.
It's gravy.
Like it really
gravy.
Is. It's all gravy. It's
game.
It's all gravy.
And I got to be honest, coming off of the Cardinals games every Sunday, when there's a Suns game after a Cardinal game on a Sunday night, you're like, oh, thank God. Like, it's just like you do. You're like, oh, thank God. I get like, the Cardinals leave such a bad taste in your mouth.
It's not just the Cardinals. It was the Diamondbacks, too.
The bad Diamondbacks had
a
terrible
season. It was the Arizona Diamondbacks. I know.
Not a terrible season, but
they were all injured, and it didn't even come close to living up to expectations. Right, when you lose Corbin Burns, Justin Martinez, and A.J. Puck in the first month and a half of the season, you're like, what the hell? Right? Like, I mean, it's been a rough year for Arizona sports. And the Phoenix Suns have been, so no matter whether they're the 6th seed, the 7th seed, the 9th seed in the play, whatever. Like, it's
all gravy.
It's all just such a gift. So we've had this talk before. That's why I'm not going to spoil this with a bunch of crazy expectations. Just for now, this is awesome. This is great. 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever.
Just ride this wave.
Just ride
this wave.
Just ride it.
I agree.
When we come back, is there a new potential team that could entertain adding Kyler Murray this offseason? I'll tell you. Just be patient over there. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Waits, he shoots a 3 over Gillespie. It's around the rim, no good. Rebound loose underneath. DiVincenzo bats it out, and it's too late for Naz Reid. The Suns win it. 108-105, the final score here at Target Center. Suns improved to 2-0 against Minnesota this season, and they win here in Minneapolis for the first time since last April.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-576-5457 by December 11th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end of the year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Gosh darn it, Lauren. The Hot Stove League starting to heat up in Major League Baseball as far as the Diamondbacks are concerned. Our John Gambadoro has reported there is club interest in right-handed reliever Pierce Johnson. I'll get to that in a second. Gambo says they would look at Johnson to be a late innings reliever. Sorry, something just grabbed my attention. I apologize for the immediate distraction. Also, what is happening is the Diamondbacks will be selecting 15th in the upcoming first-year player draft. That draft takes place around the All-Star break. I'm buying time only because we have an update to the injury report for the Phoenix Suns. Devin Booker is listed as questionable for tomorrow night's game against Oklahoma City. He has missed the previous two games due to a right groin strain, but is now listed as questionable going into Wednesday night's contest. As far as the rest of the injury report, Jalen Green and Isaiah Livers both remain out, and then Isaiah Hartenstein and Isaiah Joe will be out for Oklahoma City. But again, Devin Booker questionable going into tomorrow night's game against the Thunder. Sorry about the mess that just happened there. My apologies, but you got the news. Per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. suffered a sprained MCL in his knee on Sunday. He's considered week to week, and he could end up missing time, including this Sunday against Houston. And then ASU men's hoops back in action, taking on NAU at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 62620. That's SPINE to 62620 for DISC.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday amidst the fun, our weekly visit, talking NFL with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Interesting. Devin Booker's been upgraded to questionable for tomorrow's game against Oklahoma City. I don't know if it's going to make any difference given how good they are, but we didn't really know how long he was going to be out. And if he's back tomorrow, hopefully, just means it wasn't that big of a deal. I don't want them rushing him back, and I don't think they would for an NBA Cup game. It's silly and not real, so I don't think they would rush him back for that. But
no, if he's ready to play, he's ready to play.
He's ready to play. Just as long as he's ready to play, and we're not going to re-injure this thing.
They're not taking a backseat to anybody. They're going to play you. As good as Oklahoma City is, they've got to play him 5 times this year. It'd be nice to get a win against them.
Okay.
But they're not taking a back seat to anybody.
To your point, and it kind of got lost in the shuffle because it was during the Thanksgiving weekend, but nobody has played Oklahoma City as close as the Phoenix Suns did on that Friday night. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is barely playing in the fourth quarter of some of these games. Okay, the Suns took them right down to the wire in Oklahoma City on a Friday night. So I'm not saying it means they're going to win, but the Suns were shockingly competitive against Oklahoma City in that
People
game.
think that team might win 70 games this year.
Yeah, they might. They might set the record for the most wins in it.
Right, that's how good they are.
Crazy good. Yeah, crazy good. So we'll see.
Get them 5 times.
We'll see. Well, it's so it goes, right? In the meantime, maybe another team to throw on the Kyler Murray potential list, who we found out while you were gone last week, but I know you asked Jonathan Gannon about it yesterday when we had the coach on. About Kyler Murray being ruled out for the rest of the season. He won't play. Now we can, really start to look at teams that he might end up at. And the Indianapolis Colts, with the injury to Daniel Jones, there's a story on ArizonaSports.com today from Tyler Drake suggesting that perhaps, given the time frame for Daniel Jones' return, it's 9 to 12 months. 9 months has him back at the beginning of September. 12 months basically has him missing all of next season, too. Maybe you put the Indianapolis Colts on the list of teams that might kick the tires on Kyler Murray in the offseason.
Yeah, it wasn't a team that I was thinking about before, but with this injury and how long he's going to be out, I mean, yeah, like they've got a good football team, and they've had some struggles here, but that Achilles injury, that's a devastating injury. A lot of people, he's going to miss the remainder of this year. He's not old, so he's only 28 years old. So he's going to have the surgery. If he didn't have it already,
same draft class as Kyler, right?
Yeah. He's not an old guy. So the question is he available for the start of next year? Now, most people feel that that's a 9 to 12 month injury. So, if it's on the shorter timeline, it gets you back. But if it's on the longer timeline, then it doesn't get you back. So you're in a tough spot right there, right? Is it 9 months or is it 12? 9, okay, 9. I can get through. I got December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Okay, August. I could get him back for the start of the season. But if it's 12, now you're looking at the middle of the season. So yeah, it could be an interesting thing. But I don't know. Do they like Daniel Jones enough to sign him long term? Murray's contract is not terrible for 2 years. It's not terrible for 2 years. Everybody's talking about that. Hey. If you get Kyler Murray for 2 years, it's a pretty reasonable deal. If you get Kyler Murray, you're basically committing to him for the 2 years because of the contract.
Right.
It's just it's better to do it 2 years. It's better to keep him for 2 years than one. Because if you get off after 1 year, it's almost the same amount of money as keeping him for 2.
If you're trading for Kyler Murray.
If you're trading for him.
If he gets cut and you sign him, then it's a different contract. But yes, if you're trading for Kyler Murray, that's in essence what you're getting. Yeah, it's hard to know what. And the reason I think why it's hard to know, one, you're trying to decipher some of these teams and how badly they're going to want quarterbacks or need quarterbacks. Some teams, it's patently obvious they need a quarterback. The Raiders need a quarterback. The Jets need a quarterback. There are, a couple of others that need, but then there are others like the Colts. When do they get Daniel Jones back? Like the Falcons, when do they get Michael Penix back? The Dolphins, what are they going to do with Tua? And maybe they can't do anything with Tua.
I don't think they could do anything with him based on it. And they're actually winning games now.
That's true, they are. Okay, the Saints, playing better. What are they going to do? Are they happy with what they've got, or do they feel like they can do
I'd be
better?
happy with what I got last week.
Well, yeah.
This past week, he played well.
That's a very short-term analysis. The Vikings, what are they going to do?
Yes.
The Browns, they're going to have Shedeur Sanders as their quarterback the rest of the year.
He looks good.
He looks okay. I mean, I would imagine these next 4 games will be an interesting kind of moment for him. So there's a lot. There are certain teams that you can categorize and say, yes, they definitely need quarterbacks. Kyler would definitely be an upgrade. And there are other teams that are kind of in that wait-and-see twilight zone a little bit, like the Saints and the Falcons maybe, and the Colts maybe, and things like that, where I don't know what their quarterback future is going to be. And then there's the draft, and then there's teams that move up in the draft, and, you take those teams off the list. But the Cardinals will have to know, they're going to have to know, 5 days after the league year begins? Because that's when Kyler Murray has another $19 million that gets guaranteed on his contract.
Not going to happen.
You got to make a decision 5 days before the league year or after the league year starts.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, Kyler played against New Orleans this year, had a good game against them, threw a couple touchdown passes. If they're looking for, you look at these teams that need quarterbacks, you say, okay, did Kyler play against them? Did he have, you mentioned Miami. I don't think they'd get off a tour, but, he beat Miami last year on the road, had a good game in that game. You look at the Jets. He had a good game against the Jets. They beat him 31-6. He was 22 out of 24 in that game for 266 yards against the Jets. Would they be interested in him? So a part of it is I look at some of the teams he's played against, because sometimes that's a lasting impression for those teams is, oh, my God, he played so well against us. We couldn't stop the guy. He was so good. So, but I think he's tradable. I still don't know what you would get for him. Some people think they could get a lot for him. I don't see it. But I do think the team that gets him is pretty much committed to him for 2 years. But I just don't know. I mean, if you don't get the quarterback you want in the draft, then you look for the trade. I think that's probably how it goes down, right?
Yeah, but the order's mixed up.
The order's mixed up with the free agency.
You got to make a decision on Kyler first.
Yeah, before the draft.
Before the draft, you got to.
That screws everything up.
Which is why.
Yeah, that messes a lot of things up.
Maybe the team that's more likely to acquire is one that doesn't have a chance to move up in the draft, and maybe is more like the Colts or the Falcons. Hey, we've got our quarterback. We've got a guy that we like, but he's not going to be available for most of 2026. Let's go get a guy who is. Let's go get a guy. Right?
But then you're not looking at Kyler as a long-term answer. You're looking at Kyler as a short-term fix.
I don't know if Kyler is going to be looked upon by any as a long-term answer. I mean, Daniel Jones wasn't looked upon as a long-term answer in Indianapolis. They just wanted somebody different than Anthony Richardson, and it just turned out that it worked. Like Sam Darnold wasn't a long-term answer last year for Minnesota.
Don't you think Kyler's going to be looking for a spot where he could be the starting quarterback for a while?
I'm sure that's what he's looking for, but I don't know if that's what his next team is looking for. I think his next team will be looking for, hey, you were once the number one pick overall in the draft. It obviously didn't work in Arizona. We still think you got some stuff. Let's bring you in here and see what you got. But we're not going to commit that much to you. We're not going to say, oh, you're our franchise quarterback for the next 5 years. We'll bring you in. We'll see what you got. And if you can play, great. And if not, we'll be able to move on from you after a year or so. That's what I think is more likely for Kyler. I know what he wants.
Again, I don't
think he's going to find that.
I'd have to go back and look at the numbers because I don't remember them by heart. But I really do think it's almost like a 2-year commitment if you trade for him.
No, I do.
I think numbers-wise, it just makes a lot more sense.
And I'm thinking that maybe he won't find a trade and he'll get cut.
Okay, if he gets cut, then
I think
then it's more like a Falcons, Colts.
Mm-hmm.
So it might come down to that. If he gets cut, he's more likely to go to a team that might need a 1-year fix. If he gets traded, it might be more likely he goes to a team that needs a long-term answer.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it seems as if we're in the position now to officially say goodbye to Sam Levitt. Who will be saying hello to Sam Levitt? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
There's just something about this team, and how sustainable is this? Because they're outsized in every single game. That remains to be seen. But it is shocking that the DNA can be this defined this early with a brand new
I'm stunned by it.
team.
I'm absolutely stunned by it. Props to Matt Ishbia, props to Brian Gregory, props to Jordan Ott, props to everybody over there who said that they were going to create this culture and did. I was a staunch critic of it, saying you just can't wish and will things to be so on a basketball
Bickley
court.
and Morana mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Global Credit Union as your home for all of your banking needs, whether it's checking accounts, whether it's savings accounts, whether it's loans. Global Credit Union does it better than your bank because they do it with you in mind. They do it with saving you money in mind. Global Credit Union members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Makes a difference. Global Credit Union members get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And because of this real world commitment to keeping your money in your pocket through lower fees, no fees, better interest rates, et cetera, Global Credit Union members collectively saved $195 million last year. They're going to do even better next year. I've seen the early projections on how 2025 is going to turn out, saving even more money if you bank with Global Credit Union. It makes a difference. It'll make a difference for you. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Let's call back to the conversation we were having just a moment ago about Kyler. Lauren is here with an update on our social media poll question of the day. Lauren?
Hey, guys.
Hi.
All right. Poll question today. I know. I was editing your voices in my ear.
No, I was. Gambo didn't have his mic on, but he said hi at exactly the same time I did. It was
Mike's on now.
Equally as friendly. Hi.
Oh, equally as warm? Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
Good vibes here on
Good
this
vibes
Tuesday.
on this.
Oh, Gino.
Good vibes, Gino. We miss you.
Gino.
All right. Well, our poll question today has slightly different vibes than the one that we just
this
gave
isn't a
out.
good vibes question, no.
No. Which is, which of these teams do you think would be the best fit for Kyler Murray next season? Is it the Falcons, the Raiders, the Vikings, or a different team?
Just seems like Raider vibes, doesn't it? Like, does it seem like I could picture him in a Raider uniform?
I was just thinking the same thing. It's not that hard to picture Kyler Murray in a Raiders uniform.
Yeah.
It's not. I answered the question, the Falcons. It's either the Falcons or the Raiders. But Gambo went the Raiders.
I went Raiders.
I went the Falcons.
The Vikings are still leading the way with 44% of the vote, 32% going with the Raiders, 13% going with the Falcons, and 12% going with other. Those write-ins looking like the Steelers, the Jets, lots of Rams with many laughing emojis.
Yeah, there's like this subtext, subculture out there of Matthew Stafford's going to retire and then Kyler could go to the Rams and Sean McVay could work his magic with him. I mean, like, whoever takes him on, you're committing yourself to a certain style of play. You know? So, like, when we talk about all the places that he could go, it's not like he's just some random quarterback that you can plug and play in any system out there.
You got to change the system.
You got to change. You got to be very specific in terms of what you do with him, and that's not going to be everybody's cup of tea.
Did you ever feel burned by Jake Plummer going to the Broncos? No.
I don't remember being that upset that Jake Plummer was.
No, but like he was okay there. He wasn't great, but he was good. Like he was good.
Burned like he.
Like burned like oh my god.
Like oh my god, we let him go too soon. No, I never felt that way about Jake. No, I didn't. And if Kyler goes somewhere, this is crazy because if he goes somewhere and he's really, really good next year, I mean, like, yeah, there'll be a little part of you that'll go, oh man, I can't believe that's happening. I feel like they've given him every chance in the world to be good here. Like it's been 7 years of trying to make this work. If it goes and works somewhere else, I don't know if I can look upon the Cardinals and say, oh, it's their fault for not doing the right thing with him. And it's just, hey, it was never going to. You know what I mean? Like, it's not.
I get it.
It's been 7 years.
I just wonder
of
if, like, have the Cardinals ever had a quarterback that left and you feel like he got burned because he left and he just blew it up somewhere else? I mean, the only one that comes to mind is because they've had so many retread quarterbacks from Dave Brown and Kent Graham to Sean Queen. And I would think. Yeah, Jake was decent in Denver. He was good. He wasn't great. He was good. He was a good quarterback there. He had some success. I don't think we ever will look back and be like, oh, my God, he got burned by Jake Plummer.
No. In fact, the one player that comes to mind when I think about getting burned when they did leave is someone like Anquan Bolden or Simeon Rice. Watching them have success
Simeon
somewhere
Rice
else.
was great with Tampa.
Oh my
great.
God, why wasn't he like that here?
Aeneas was still good with the Rams.
Anquan was great here. But Simeon was good here. He went to the Bucs and it was like, oh my God.
Mitch would like Zach Allen to be thrown into this as well.
Zach Allen's awesome for the Denver Broncos. Awesome. The Cardinals had no idea how much they'd missed that dude.
Anquan's a good one. He was still really good. We went to Baltimore, then he went to the 49ers.
Yeah.
He played well for a long time.
But to that point, Bernsey, I almost think that if a different team makes it work with Kyler, I don't feel burned. I'm almost like, all right, you made it work.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, you figured it out.
You cracked the code.
The Cardinals couldn't do it, but okay.
Bottom line, do you want Kyler to fail or succeed if he goes somewhere else? Or are you indifferent? To Bernsy's point, Bernsy's very indifferent on a lot of these things. Very indifferent.
I don't mind if he succeeds. I'm not necessarily rooting for him to.
I'll root for Kyler. I hope he does well. I don't dislike Kyler. I hope he does well. I have no reason to root against him. I hope he go wherever he goes. I hope he's able to flourish and play really well. But to Bernsy's point, because of the amount of time he was here, I won't look back and be like, oh my God, he's one that got away. He was given every freaking opportunity,
every chance
to make it work with different coordinators and different coaches and different personnel. And, they got him everything he needed. He had a great tight end. He's had a number one wide receiver. He had Larry Fitzgerald in the beginning. Like, he's had a lot. He had James Conner, a great running. Like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I'm not going to root against Kyler.
I won't be indifferent on this one. I'm not rooting for him to fail. I don't want him to go somewhere. Oh man, I hope he's terrible with his next team. I won't.
And sometimes you just do that because you don't want to make you don't want to feel like your team made a mistake. Sometimes you root against the guy not because you don't like the guy, because you want your team to be right about him.
Yeah.
You want your team to be right.
Yeah. But I won't root for him to fail.
Me either.
I'm not going to be standing on the coffee table cheering for him every week, but I won't root for him to fail. Sam Levitt, it would appear that it's official. Not that it wasn't before, but Kenny Dillingham, about an hour ago, retweeted a tweet about Sam Levitt intending to enter the transfer portal. And Coach Dillingham, on his Twitter account, Big 12 champ, check. Put his name on the map, check. Smart, talented player, going to succeed wherever he goes, ! Presumably, that confirms what we've pretty much suspected to be true for the last 3 weeks or so, that Sam Levitt is indeed going in the transfer portal and he's going to leave. I have full confidence, as I know you do as well, in Kenny Dillingham's ability to attract a quarterback who's going to want to play here, either through recruiting or the transfer portal or whatever, and to be able to coach that dude up to the best of his ability. That is Kenny Dillingham's one of his many superpowers. He'll be fine. They'll be fine at the quarterback position. You said it, and I believe it. I wonder where Sam's going to end up. You talk about rooting for a quarterback when he goes elsewhere. And not that we have a reason to root for Sam to fail. It's in some ways maybe it's
but I think this one's a little different than like
you
Kyler.
Think so? Oh, tell me. Okay. Oh, tell me why.
Kyler's like you gave every opportunity to succeed and it didn't work. When like you have to part ways. There's no reason for ASU to want to part ways with Sam. This is Sam breaking up with you.
So do you root for him to fail then?
This is like your girlfriend breaks up with you and then you root for her to go date somebody that makes 10 times the amount of money you make and is better looking and taller and darker and handsome. You know?
So you root for failure?
Yeah, I don't think you root for success. I don't think you root for. Did Sun Devil fans root for Jaden Daniels to do well?
No, they did not.
I think it's different. I think you don't necessarily root for him to have success. Now, the coaching staff and people have close relationships with him and you have love for the kid, that's different. But for you, it's like, well, you were here. We didn't want you to go. Nobody wanted you to go. You decided to leave.
I'd be fine if Sam was successful. If the team he goes to is successful, I wouldn't be a fan of that. Is there a distinction there? Like if Sam has a good season, okay, fine. He had a good season.
You just don't want the team to have
success. But if the team he's with, especially if the team is a Big 12 team, if he goes to Texas Tech and it works, okay, that's going to suck. That's going to really, really suck. If he goes to Texas Tech,
Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss to go take the LSU job.
But if he goes to Miami and Miami's good, do I care if Miami's good in college football? Not really. I don't get all that bent if Miami's having a good. You know what I mean? Like,
what if they're in the playoffs next year?
It matters very much to me if he goes somewhere in the Big 12 and they're good. I will never root for that. I can't root for that.
I would be fascinated to find out what the percentage is of Sun Devil fans that are going to root for that kid to do well next year, no matter where he is.
I bet it's low.
It's because you feel like
he broke up with you. He left you.
He left you. He left you.
He left you at the altar.
Who roots for their ex to have a lot of success?
No, But do you understand the distinction? I'm like if he does well, okay, fine, whatever. But if the team he's with does well, that's what'll bother me. Especially, and if ASU does well without him, I really don't care.
Then it becomes Then it's like
if ASU's 10-2 next year, fine, go. You're okay, whatever.
Is it almost like the Durant thing? Like, go have success in Houston. We're fine because the Suns are playing well.
Could be more of that. Yeah, could be more of that. When we come back, could Devin Booker be back in the fold tomorrow night in Oklahoma City? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, and it's truck time at Sanderson Ford. You can get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on over 130 F-150 trucks in all trim levels. Get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payment for 90 days on 54 Transit vans in stock, and get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot. You need a work truck? They've got service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and more that may qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. So if you want selection, low price, and 0% financing, you want Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership, for complete customer satisfaction with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Online at sandersonford.com for more info.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful, green, sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep?
No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6 obviously is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Per the latest Sons injury report, Devin Booker is listed as questionable going into tomorrow's game against Oklahoma City. Booker has missed the previous 2 games due to a groin strain. Jalen Green and Isaiah Livers remain out for Phoenix. The MLB's first-year player draft has determined its lottery order. The Diamondbacks will select 15th overall. The Chicago White Sox got the first overall selection. That draft will take place during All-Star Weekend. Per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. suffered a sprained MCL on Sunday. He is considered week to week and could miss time, including this Sunday against Houston. And then Arizona State men's basketball back in action in Tempe. They host Northern Arizona at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off will be at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What do the Phoenix Suns need to do to upset the mighty Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Cup? We'll ask Amazon Prime NBA analyst and former Sun Jim Jackson tomorrow at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, getting Devin Booker back would be a good start. when it comes to that. And that's why Mitch just mentioned it a second ago. It is at least encouraging to see that Devin Booker's listed as questionable for tomorrow's game. He's been upgraded. I don't know if that means he's going to play or not, but and not that we care that it's an NBA Cup game necessarily. Let's put it this way. Beating Oklahoma City would be cool all by itself, not because it's an NBA Cup game. It would really...
Well, you got to play them 5 times, which is a lot. Nobody else is playing them 5 times. So I think that, they're good. Like if you play New Orleans 5 times, you take it, or the Spurs 5 times. But the best team in the league, you got to play them 5 times. It's going to hurt.
But I'll continue to maintain that if they do win tomorrow night against Oklahoma City, and I know they're probably not, but I'm just saying if they do.
Okay.
Now you go to Vegas. Now you're in the semifinals for the NBA Cup. And for a team like the Suns, it's not going to win an NBA championship this year, but it's off to a really good start. Winning the NBA Cup would be kind of cool. For a team.
What would be more cool, winning the NBA Cup or getting into the play-in?
Oh, getting into the play-in.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
but it would still be cool.
Cool to just...
You got something in front of you to compete for. Go compete for it.
Okay.
Go win it. I know you disagree. I know you think
I hate it.
I know. I get it.
I don't like it.
I think there's a little bit of value in it for a team that does not have expectations to win an NBA championship, and at the start of the season didn't have any expectations to even make the playoffs. For them to actually be competing for this at this point in the season, I think is kind of cool. We'll disagree.
I could sit there and say that my expectation is that they were going to be a lot better than last year and could even make the play-in. I don't know if they're thinking that their expectation isn't that high. The way that they've played and the success that they've had, you even mentioned it, man. And nobody's played them tougher. They played Oklahoma City so tough. Now, I'm not saying that they're, that people are going to suggest that the Suns can win a championship, but I wouldn't be surprised if in that locker room they're like, hey, we could beat anybody.
I remember we had Matt Ishbia before the season started, and I asked him if he had a number in his mind of how many games he thought they were going to win. And he said, yes, I do. And I said, do you want to share that number? And he said, no, I do not. I wonder what that number was. We'll never know.
I know that Bill Simmons said that or somebody on Bill Simmons' website said that the Suns would be the worst defensive team in the league. And Matt reached back and said, you guys have been wrong before, and I would gladly make a bet with you, which he can't do. But, I'd gladly bet you that's not going to be the case. And he's going to be right.
He's going to be right. Yeah, so we'll see what happens tomorrow night. I just being competitive against Oklahoma City like they were the last time would be fun. We had Mark Williams on earlier today.
Loved it.
He has been an absolute gem for the Phoenix. Now, they gave up 2 first-round picks to get him. So, I mean, it's not like he came here with zero expectations. But I don't think anybody thought he was going to be this available. And I certainly don't think anybody thought he was going to be a top 10 center, which he most certainly has been. He loves it here. He absolutely loves it here.
Yeah, for sure. It's somewhere where I'd want to be. Since I've been here, it's definitely felt super inclusive. Like I said earlier, the staff's done a great job, putting a plan in place, keeping me on the floor. This summer, preparing my body, to endure a full season. Obviously in Charlotte, just, a bit of unlucky injuries that happened, stuff that was really out of my control. But like I said, since I've been here, I've been feeling good. I feel like I'm, producing and I'm only going to continue to get better. So it's been great here.
He loves it here. The plan has been to rest him on the back-to-backs for now, to make sure he's healthy, obviously, we knew that this was the plan early. We didn't know if that would continue to be the plan all season long, and we're just going to have to wait and see on that.
He addressed that.
It was obviously something we discussed heading into the season. I would also say I don't know if that's going to be, for the whole year. I think that's an ongoing conversation, with the medical staff and, the coaches and everything. But that was definitely what it was going to be to start out the year, just, especially because I missed those first preseason games, just getting into a flow. But, yeah, I think that's fluctuating. That's not something that's going to be completely
permanent.
The case.
I'd have to look it up again to be
hear.
sure, but I think it's like 43% of the total games that he could have played in Charlotte were the ones that he actually played in. Like 43% of the time he played for Charlotte. So you can.
But if he's healthy, he's going to want to play in the back-to-back.
Sure, and that's why we asked him. Do you have a say in it?
I mean, I gotta say for sure. I'm obviously the one that's out there, but at the same time, it's a group conversation. You can't do something like that without having a plan in place. Obviously understanding my minutes, my intensity, and then obviously them knowing what I've had in the past, making sure that I'm the best version of myself on the floor and maintaining that, because I think, I bring a lot of good things to this team, and I want to continue to do that all year.
It was fun watching him go after Gobert last night.
Oh, it was great.
And I don't mean that the thing that happened, but that too. But I mean just the fact that they were attacking the rim, relentlessly getting into the paint, relentlessly attacking the rim. Even
he was
with
great in the first
Rudy
half.
Gobert, he was so good. And it's so refreshing to see a center, a big man, who can attack the rim,
run the floor,
catch the ball, run the floor,
finish
at the rim, right? Like
yeah.
it's just like, oh my God, it's what we were dreaming DeAndre Ayton was gonna be, and he was never able to be all of that all the time. Watching Mark Williams, you're like, yeah, that's what DeAndre was supposed to be. Just that right there.
You think about how many guys are impactful, and but there's so many, right? It's not one guy. It's not. Nobody's going off for 50 in games and helping you win, or 45 or 4. Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie. There's been games by so many key, Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen. There's been so many guys that just contribute on a regular basis to where that they're just a very balanced team. Like, they're a very balanced team. They've got good players in a lot of positions. They're not the perfect team. They're not perfect, and they still have limitations with their draft capital, and
they're still small. I mean, there's
still issues.
Small,
there's still some issues that have to be addressed eventually, but not right now.
Yeah, they play a team like the Rockets, and their size gets exposed a little bit.
Yeah.
He also talked about exchanging words with Gobert during that whole thing.
He didn't say anything to me when I hit him. Obviously, mine. I mean, I thought he was going to go up right away, so I tried to block it. Obviously, he pump faked, so I missed. I got him in the shoulder. I might have grazed him on the side of the face, but it, wasn't intentional. I have no history of anything like that. And then when I went to the other side, I mean, he got me in the ribs. Like, there's nothing I could really do. I was on the ground. He didn't say anything to me after the fact. He kind of just walked off the floor, so that's kind of on him. But I was just glad we were able to get the win.
Social media was not happy in that moment last night. They had a lot of nasty things to say about Rudy Gobert and his dirtiness for that. Yeah.
Well, I think he was upset that he got hit in the face, and he carried that over. And when Mark went up, he gave him a nice elbow to the ribs, and they reviewed it, and they upgraded it to a flagrant 2, and he got kicked out of the game, and that's good for the Suns. But that's why I was curious. Like, did he say anything to you? Did you feel like there was retaliation coming? It was like, no, nothing was said. I tried to block his shot. He pump faked, and I swatted at it, but he pump faked, so I ended up hitting him. It wasn't intentional, but then his foul on Mark Williams was very intentional.
Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, a Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets, plus be among the first 25 fans to join our promo crew this Friday at the Safeway on Hayden Road and Chaparral Road between 4 and 6. And claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. When we come back, he went into last night's game with Achilles soreness. We weren't sure he was going to play up until about an hour before game time, and yet he was still the same old Dylan the Villain out there. It's what we've come to expect, and we're going to talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Thank you, Shipley, our guest. Buying into messaging and playing hard every Sunday, that got called into question. How much of that did you see, if at all, on Sunday, AQ?
Yeah, listen, I think you can easily say that whenever the wheels fall off, right? I think that's the biggest thing, but I think it still comes down to execution. I think the effort's there. I think they're just outmanned. I think that's just what it is right now. There's been some injuries. Again, can't use those as excuses because everybody's had injuries. I remember in 2017, we go up to Seattle, and Larry Fitzgerald and myself were the only training camp starters left in the huddle, and we end up beating them, and still finish 500. So it's the nature of the NFL. Injuries are going to happen. You still have to execute.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Right back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The year-end savings event is going on right now at Liberty GMC, and that means terrains, and that means Yukons, and that means Sierras, and that means one deal after another, after another, after another. You can lease an all-new 2026 terrain for just $249 a month. You can buy it with $47.50 in savings. The popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models, they're arriving daily. You can lease those for $899 a month. You can get $13,000 in savings on the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, and the list just goes on and on and on. GMC makes the best trucks, the best SUVs, and they have them all at Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-576-5457 by December 11th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, it's Luke. What's in store for a very depleted Arizona Cardinals offensive line this weekend against a pretty scary Houston Texans defense? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Rumor has it the people of the fine city of Tolleson would tip jar, okay, goes, here it goes again. And I would agree with the people of Tolleson to tip jar, okay, goes. Here it goes again.
Elite music video.
Elite.
Have you ever seen them walking on treadmills, a still steady shot, continuous for like 4 minutes?
Imagine one camera. Was it 5 guys in the band? 3 guys in the band? I can't remember. 4 guys in the band? And they're doing like a dance routine on treadmills.
That are moving.
It is actually one of the more impressive things I've seen in my life.
I'll send it to your email.
You should watch it. It's mesmerizing. You watch it, go, how did they plan all this?
While the treadmill was on.
While the treadmill is on and the treadmill is moving, they're doing a rhythmic, coordinated dance routine to the song. It's really cool. The song itself, I think, is like 13 years old, 14 years old. It came out a while ago. But the video is really cool. You should
That's a
watch
new
it.
song to me.
This is? Okay, go.
If it came out 13 or 14 years ago, I consider that new.
You might even add it to your Spotify.
That's a
Who
new
knows?
song, yes.
You might even add it to your Spotify. Dillon Brooks, last night on the Peacock postgame show, pulled a Ben Stiller from Dodgeball. They made me bleed my own blood.
You got blood all over is that your blood? Whose blood is that?
Oh, that's my blood. They're scratching me and stuff. I got a whole bunch of cuts and stuff. But, people want to play physical with me, and, I'm up for the challenge.
We had a great conversation about Dillon Brooks earlier, and I saw your tweet last night, and you're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he basically willed himself into that basketball game last night.
Yeah,
right?
he wasn't so because I had talked to the Suns last night. Like there was a belief that he was not going to play the day before. So he was not going to play. Like Sunday was like, yeah, he's not going to be able to play. But he willed himself. Even the next day, the day of the game, was like they didn't think he was going to play. But treatment after treatment after treatment. I mean, he worked and worked and worked to be able to play in that game. I mean, that was him. That was all like, what do I got to do to play in this game? All right, well, we give you a shot, but you got to. So he did everything he could to get into that game and play. You got to love his character, his spirit, his toughness to gut that out the way he did. And I said, in my tweet last night, like, Dillon Brooks has changed everything about the Phoenix Suns.
Everything.
Not one thing or two things or three. He's changed everything about them. And I know that a lot of people, when the Suns, made the deal and they ended up with Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks. Oh, why didn't they get Jabari Smith? Or why didn't they get Thompson? Or why didn't they get Shepard? People were not like, but the Suns wanted Dillon Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even want to say, they needed Dillon Brooks. They needed somebody like that. That's why I brought up several times, like, I think the Suns would be better off with Dillon Brooks over Jimmy Butler. Who's the better player? Jimmy Butler. But it's not about better players all the time. It's not about who's the better player. Sometimes you just need high character, high intensity leaders, and Dillon Brooks is all that in a bag of chips.
Dogs. You need dogs. And that's why. And it's not a role that is unique. Like we were talking earlier, Jay Crowder and Chris Paul, they were dogs. They changed the whole culture of the Phoenix Suns. And to be fair, the culture of the Suns had started to be changed a year prior with Ricky Rubio. Like he kind of started it. But then Jay Crowder and Chris Paul brought their own element of kind of toughness and leadership to it. And then when Jay Crowder left the room changed. When Chris Paul left the room really changed. And then in that absence of that, God, they absolutely needed somebody like Dillon Brooks. I mean, to the point where, like, he has become I never could have imagined a world in which Dillon Brooks would become this important for the Phoenix Suns. Never.
And he's not even 30 years old yet.
Never could have imagined. Now, what I think will be the most interesting thing to watch, all right?
Okay.
Follow me on this one, is that when everybody starts to come back, and it's soon, Devin Booker might be as soon as tomorrow, Jalen Green sometime after the holidays, depending on how things go. Dillon Brooks is taking a lot of shots, right? A lot of shots. That's got to change.
Yes.
It's absolutely, and so I hope it changes, as long as it doesn't mute what Dillon Brooks has become. You know what I mean? Like, Dillon Brooks is probably very happy. He's playing on a team right now where he can jack up shots galore all night long, and no one's going to say boo to him about it because they don't have any other options right now.
They need him to do
that. At some point, they will not need him to shoot this much, and I just hope that doesn't take even some of Dillon Brooks' spirit away from him.
It seems like Dillon Brooks is the type of player who said, hey, we could win this game, but you can't take any shots. Okay. What do we have to do to win? It seems like he's just a winner. To me, I think that Dillon Brooks will do whatever it takes to win a basketball game. If it means he takes no shots, he'll take no shots.
I think you're probably right, but he's been taking a lot of shots.
Yeah, because it's out of necessity.
And I'm sure he's probably having. I bet if we had him on right now and we asked him, "Are you having fun in ways that you didn't think you could?" Because you're the focal point. You've never been the focal point of an offense like this since you've been at Oregon. You know, I'm sure that kind of helps in terms of
it's fun, but it's
I'm not saying it's going to evaporate to 8 shots per game. You know what I mean? Like it's not. He's not going to totally vanish. But when Devin Booker and Jalen Green are back, they're going to take a lot of Dillon Brooks shots away from him.
There will be games when Dillon Brooks is hot, they're going to want to keep going to him. There's going to be games when he just has it. Listen, it's nice to know that you've got another guy capable of scoring the way he does.
Totally.
You know? But to your point, yeah, I mean, obviously, when those guys come back, you know, shots will – he'll – you don't want to take shots away from Allen and Royce and Collin because they're your three-point shooters. And then you'll have Jalen going downhill, and then you'll have Book in the mid-range. You'll have Dillon Brooks who could score in a bunch of different ways. So it's a very balanced offensive team.
Jordan Ott after the game.
Mark Williams.
Yeah, Jordan Ott after the game.
You know, we go in mind to try to help him with his minutes best we can. And I know, you know, we wanted to match him up there with Randall as well, so his sub patterns were different tonight. He gave everything he could. Shoot around, I wasn't sure he's going to play. And where we would be without him, I don't think any of us want to even think about, you know, even on the season, just how competitive his fire, his grit that he brings every single night, whether he feels 100% or not, it is something unique in the NBA.
Now, he only played 4 minutes in the fourth quarter last night. So I do hope that's not indicative of his availability tomorrow against Oklahoma City. You know, I imagine it's going to be kind of, although he wasn't, Mitch, was he on, Mitch, whoo. Was he on the injury? Was Dillon Brooks on the injury report at all? No? Okay, then there shouldn't be a thing to worry about. In theory. There should. Now, they can add him tomorrow if they wanted to, but I don't think he was on the injury report for tomorrow's game.
He's got, at the time of the game, at the end of the game last night, it was like they expect him to play. The 36 hours, there's 36 hours to evaluate and see. Like, they don't know for sure, but you got 36 hours to...
They cover their butts, too. And if there was a chance that he might not play tomorrow, I think he'd at least be on the injury report.
Yeah, I think they expect him to play.
Right?
And he's not on the injury report.
And he's not.
Now.
That's what I mean. He's not on the injury report, which suggests to me that he should be good to go for tomorrow.
Right.
I know you're bringing in, you know, how you bring in a knife to a gunfight, but how big is the knife? You know, tomorrow against Oklahoma City. They're what, 24-1? It's crazy how good they are. But I am so looking forward to tomorrow night's game, not because it's an NBA Cup game, but because the last time these two teams played, it was shockingly competitive. And the Phoenix Suns have been shockingly competitive all season long. I can't wait for tomorrow's game. Now, maybe they lose by 25, like Oklahoma City's been doing to everybody else that they've played so far this year. But I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see if they are bringing a knife to a gunfight or if they're hiding a piece in their back pocket, right? And they're actually ready for a gunfight. I don't know.
I think that the two teams that are pretty good, pretty much above them, are the Rockets and Oklahoma City.
Not Denver? Denver's handled them this year. They played them twice.
Denver's really good.
Denver's handled. I think Denver's above them.
Denver's really good. I'll put Denver there too. Denver's got some issues. They don't have the best ball handlers. They need another ball handler. But yeah, I'll put Denver there too. That's fine.
When we come back, is Troy Lavello prepared for an underwhelming offseason? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen holds between the circles. Now he starts to drive, gets around Randall, flips to Williamson and jam time. What a drive and dish by Grayson Allen. Mark Williams the finish. He's got 22 to lead the Suns, and they're back up 6.
Suns took care of biz at Minnesota, and we chop up what led to this high-quality W on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro. Offer ends 12/14. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Y-Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Y-Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Y-Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Basinonians, it's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale. That's right. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Cyber Week with 25% off everything in-store and online. Now through December 9th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. Visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations where on-site sleep experts will set you up. My Crunk Brothers. And don't forget to tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Per the Phoenix Suns' latest injury report, Devin Booker is listed as questionable going into tomorrow's game against Oklahoma City. Booker has missed the previous 2 games due to a groin strain. He's set to be reevaluated around this time, maybe as soon as tomorrow, but he's questionable, so things trending upward for sure. The MLB first-year player draft, has determined its lottery order, and the Diamondbacks are going to select 15th overall. Chicago White Sox are the victors of the first overall selection. That draft is going to take place during MLB's All-Star Weekend. Per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals left tackle Paris Johnson Jr. suffered a sprained MCL in the loss on Sunday. He's considered week to week and could miss time, including this weekend against Houston. And Arizona State men's basketball back in action in Tempe. They host Northern Arizona at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, and the best sports ambiance in the Valley. Take my word for it. 4 Arizona locations to choose from. Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow as we continue discussing our amazing NBA team in their pursuit of an Emirates NBA Cup. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What's hard for us in Arizona is we have to say goodbye to that type of player. It's a sign of the times. It's what we are. We know it. Get back to the old Dodger, not complaining about them signing free agents. Like, we just know that players are going to grow up and move on. So we're accepting of it as a possibility. And I wish them nothing but the best. Wherever they both land, I wish them nothing but the best. They're great pitchers, they're great human beings.
Troy Lavello on the Foul Territory podcast. I would challenge that a little bit. Yeah, this year they're preparing themselves to say goodbye to Zach Allen, and they're not able to just re-sign them and keep them. But this is not a team that has gone on the cheap the last couple of years. I mean, even when it comes to keeping their own players, they gave Corbin Carroll $111 million. This time a year ago, they gave Ketel Marte a big contract extension. Not so big that they can't trade him this offseason, but a still pretty big contract extension. They gave Perdomo and Brandon Pfaadt. I mean, they spent. So I get it. This season's a little different because of how much money you've spent that's not going to be able to play at the start of the year, right? I get it. But the Arizona Diamondbacks have been one of the most aggressive spenders in all of baseball the last 2 years. I mean, it's not like to the extent of the Blue Jays and the Dodgers, but they're still spending relative to how much they're bringing in. They're one of the top spenders in Major League Baseball. I don't think this is, poor us here in Arizona. We can't afford to re-sign any of our guys. You guys spent a lot of money the last couple of years.
Diamondbacks were always going to pick up the club option on Marte. So for them, they didn't want him to hit free agency at 33 and get $100 to $150 million. So it was less about taking care of him than taking care of them. $46 million of the money was deferred in the contract. He had none previously. So, they were going to pick up the club option. It was one of those crazy type deals. Say, really, why'd you have to give him? But they kind of liked it, and they realized he may not be a second baseman at the end of his of this contract. That he may have to be a DH or something. But his salary had gone down from $19 million to $14 million, so they kind of put that back later in the deal and just gave them more flexibility for the year to be able to do what they did. So. No news that I've gotten today on still talking with several teams on Marte, nothing close. We mentioned the reliever Pierce Johnson that they're interested in. A couple of years with Atlanta, he was really good. They look at him as a 7th or 8th inning guy, but nothing close from what I checked this morning. Now, if something happened this afternoon, I don't know. I've been doing the show, so I haven't been able to check. But I do know that they were not close to anything with him, but they do like him as a 7th or 8th inning guy. And then obviously, of course, we'll see what else they can do. But I do think that the Marte thing is going to be something to keep following, because if they get blown away with an offer by somebody, I think they're going to have to pull the trigger on it.
I think the Ketel thing, I mean, the owners' meetings, the winter meetings, the winter meetings end on Thursday. Today is Tuesday. I'd almost be surprised if Ketel gets traded by the end of the week, only because I think this is one of those things that you have to be kind of patient on. Everything that is being reported out of Orlando is that the Arizona Diamondbacks are asking for a lot in a Ketel Marte trade.
Somebody said they were asking like a Juan Soto type package.
I mean, I don't know if
I think I saw somebody say that.
Ken Rosenthal didn't use those words exactly. He did say a superstar-like package. I didn't see Juan Soto thrown out in particular. But Nick Piccoro had the same thing in his reporting on AZ Central, in that one rival executive said the Diamondbacks are asking for a big-time
which they should be. Yeah.
Which they should. I mean, it's like it's one of those. Okay, here's this player. He's been very good for us. The contract is ridiculously affordable. I mean, it really, even for us, like we can afford this deal. We're fine. But we also know that we could reallocate the money that we're spending on him to kind of spread it out a little more evenly and address a bunch of other positions.
That's important.
So you blow us away. Like in a world in which Vlad Guerrero's getting $500 million and Kyle Schwarber's getting $150 million over 5 years as a DH.
As a DH.
I'm offering you one of the best second basemen in baseball, the best second baseman in the National League.
Switch hitter, top of the lineup guy.
Switch hitter, top of the lineup, middle of the order guy, and you get him for literally not quite half the cost, but 2/3 of the cost you're paying for a 33-year-old designated hitter in Kyle Schwarber. Come on, give me a call.
Yeah. The team that we talked about today is the Red Sox. And, man, I'd be really careful if I'm Ketel Marte and I go to a market like that. I'll be real careful.
Well, what I'm curious about, too, and did this happen last week when you were here or when you're gone? I can't remember. I think you were here. that he's got a no-trade clause in his deal.
5 teams.
A limited, 5
we've
teams.
talked about that.
Okay,
It's like 5 or 6 teams.
I'd love to know who the 5 teams are. I'd love to know who the 5 teams are. And I'm not expecting you to know. I'm just, in general, I would like to know.
I'll find out.
I'm just curious, are they markets that make it hard to go to the Dominican because they're further away? Are they markets like Boston that have more hardcore fan bases than others? I'd love to know where the 5 are. I mean, I was shocked that Toronto wasn't one of them. I would assume that Canada would have been
I don't want to
high
play
on
there.
a no trade. I don't want to go there. I'd love to know who the 5 are, because I wonder if some of them, are they the New York markets? Because they'd eat them alive too. Boston would eat him alive. New York
They would eat him alive. If he shows up, he says, I'm not going to play today. And what do you mean you don't want to play? I don't want to play. And then if you force him to play, he goes in the game and he doesn't swing the bat. It's like that stuff's not going to fly there. And now the Diamondbacks, their plan with him is like, okay, if you force him to play, he kind of shuts down. So that's no good. So you've got to really, it was very difficult to work around his quirks.
But he might also go to a new place and realize that there's a new set of rules he's got to play by as well, as opposed to Torrey and Mike, who have, kind of given him that leeway. He goes somewhere, and somewhere else might acquire him. So, I know what happened in Arizona. Trust us, when he gets here, he'll be playing by a different set of rules, and that'll be made very clear to him right away. Now, how Cattell responds to that, I don't know, but there is something to be said for changing the environment around the player to see if a different set of rules that he's willing to play by them. The player doesn't always have all of the control on this. He goes somewhere else. Somewhere else might say, no, this is how it's going to be. And
I think it's almost like a kid, right? You can only, you test the parents out as far as you go until you can, until they say no, right? I think here it was just a situation. Like Cattell was just treated differently from them. Some people thought that they aided and abetted him and that type of thing.
But he got used to it, and they got used to it, and everybody just got accustomed to it.
He was very self-absorbed, Cattell, but he was a great player. But absences that weren't planned, he was able to, he kind of got away with that a little bit here. And I don't know if that would happen in some of the other markets.
No, I don't know. But I don't think he'd have as much power in some of the other markets as well. I think he's going to get moved. I think at the end of the day, I think Mike Hazen is doing the thing here. No, we're going to keep him. Chances are he's still going to be here.
He has to play it that way.
He's playing the game. But I'm sure behind the scenes, boy, I would just, you can't miss on this one if you're Mike. You got to get this one. There have been a few trades that they've missed on. Paul Goldschmidt, they missed. Zach Greinke, they missed.
4 guys.
You can't miss this.
None of them worked out.
And those were both Hazen deals, right? I just want to make sure, right? Yeah. Okay.
4. Yeah, the Greinke deal. You got 4 Astros players, 2 pitchers, Josh Rojas and Seth Beer, and none of them worked out.
Now, to credit Mike, they got the initial Cattell trade very, very right.
Sure.
Right? That turned out great for them. They got the Blue Jays one, kind of a push.
I was going to say, but then there's the Robbie Ray for a pitcher they ended up sending back to the Blue Jays later for cash. There's not getting a lot of return on Peralta, but still.
You're never going to find a perfect track record. On the biggies, it feels like he's batting a little less than 500.
When he brings in big talent, he hits.
Like the Zach Gallen one, and we didn't know it was a biggie at the time. That was a biggie. He got that
the
one
Goldschmidt
very,
trade,
very
you
right.
got Luke Weaver and Carson Kelly. Neither one of them worked out here. The Astros trade, you got 4 guys, and none of them worked out. 2 pitchers, and then Beer and Josh Rojas. The Cattell trade was a good trade. I think the Toronto trade was a good trade for the Diamondbacks, but I think a lot of it depends on Gabby Moreno really stepping up and being a leader and a great player. And I think he can be, but Gurriel was good for them, and so was Gabby Moreno. I thought that was a good trade.
It's funny. You saying Carson Kelly reminded me that I read a story over the weekend that part of the reason why Zach Gallen might want to go to the Chicago Cubs is Carson Kelly. Is the success that he had throwing to Carson Kelly and how good, if you look at his numbers.
Bring him to Chicago.
He's had crazy good numbers with Carson Kelly as his guy.
I got a message from Zach today. He's like, haha, no contract with the Cubs. A bigger, longer-term deal with my wife, though. So I was like, I didn't know at the time. I finally put two and two together. It was, congratulations on the marriage. He got married. But he's like, yeah, no contract with the Cubs right now, but a bigger long-term deal with his wife.
You
Good
could
for
follow
him.
that up with, and my producer really wants to know how close you are on that Cubs deal.
Yeah, how come that didn't come up at all? When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, your favorite player's favorite player is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Suns just got pushed around so much last year, it felt like, by the whole league. It was like, oh, we'll just push the Suns around. Oh, you know, we'll just shove Kevin Durant. We'll just shove Devin. Who's going to do anything? The rest of the league deserves Dylan Brooks being on the Suns. And every time he gets in somebody's head, I'm like, good, that's payback for last year. That's what you all get for pushing the Suns around last year. You get Dylan Brooks just relentless for 48 minutes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the great people at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where Stuart Willis is a fiduciary, and he's ready to help you right now. Everybody should have a financial plan. Everybody should have a retirement plan. Most people, they just put money in their 401k, some investments, a Roth IRA, but you don't really have a plan. You need to have somebody that can put a plan together for you, because eventually you're going to get to the point where you're going to retire and you're going to have plans and hopes and dreams, and it's all going to depend on what you were able to do for all those years, saving your money, investing, and having that right plan to be able to decide whether you're going to be able to do the things that you want to do. Many people find out that they can't. They want to retire at a certain age, they got to work longer and longer. And then they get there, like, maybe I got to work part-time. They're not able to live the life that they want to live. But if you have the right financial advisor, you put the right plan in place, and you execute that plan, you're going to be able to have the life that you want. I recommend calling Stuart Willis right now and setting up a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. 5 locations in the Valley. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Find the most wonderful gifts at Macy's Friends and Family Sale with incredible deals on our best brands like Donna Karan, Avec La Fille, Calvin Klein, and more, all at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off beauty and fragrance from Lancôme, Clinique, and Yves Saint Laurent. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family Sale. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf, putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. We have got ASU men's basketball on tonight, taking on the mighty Lumberjacks of Northern Arizona University. Okay, maybe not, but it tips off at 7 o'clock. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local
ASU's
sports
playing
leader.
some good basketball under Bobby Hurley. Good basketball.
They really are. It has been an unexpected surprise in what we think is going to be Bobby Hurley's last year. This team is showing a lot of fight. That's on tonight. You've got the only two NBA games tonight are Emirates NBA Cup games. They're the Eastern games. So in the first quarterfinal, Orlando is beating Miami 73-69 with about 7 minutes to go in the third quarter there. And then later tonight, it's the Knicks taking on the Raptors in the other quarterfinal. The winners of those two games, they'll meet in Vegas on Saturday. The Western Conference Emirates NBA Cups games are tomorrow. Obviously, the Suns and Oklahoma City are one of them. The Lakers and the Spurs are the other. And then whatever happens tomorrow, the winners will play the winners in Vegas. The losers will play the losers either in LA or San Antonio, depending on how it turns out. So that's what's on tonight. NBA action, ASU basketball. That's the games that we're going to be watching tonight. We'll also be keeping an eye on Major League Baseball free agency and the Hot Stove League, see what happens. Obviously, the big news today.
And you got to get caught up on Stranger Things. You're a little behind.
It's you know what? That game, I'm fine with slow cooking that one. I really am. I like it because of the 80s nostalgia. I like it because of the Stephen King kind of vibe to it. But it's also one it's like a book that I can set down for a month and see it on the nightstand and go, oh, yeah, I forgot I was reading that book. Pick it up and just pick it back up again.
I thought I had a gotcha moment, and then I had to look it up. And I can say this because it doesn't affect anything in the show. But there's a point where the kids are drinking Coca-Cola Classic. And I'm sitting there with Chelsea, and I'm like, They didn't have Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola Classic came after that. And then I looked it up, and I was wrong. Like they did. That's when they switched to Coke, and then they went back to the Coca-Cola Classic. And I'm like, damn, I thought I had a gotcha moment with the movie.
Do you really think that you're smart enough to catch a continuity error on a $60 million TV show like Strange? I'm just curious.
Game of Thrones once had a Starbucks coffee cup on the set during a shot that was aired.
Okay, but you
aired a coffee cup of Starbucks.
You weren't the only one to notice it. I mean, like that was like you're the only one.
They're drinking Starbucks in Game of Thrones. That's pretty cool.
I do remember that. What was the movie with? I think there was a movie with Brad Pitt called Troy. Right, that's obviously set during the Greek and Roman times, and you can see an airplane flying over his head. It's like, guys, they didn't have those before Christ. That didn't exist.
Yeah, they didn't have the ability. Now you can take a photo and wipe people out of it.
Oh yeah, now
I can take a picture of you, Mitch, and Lauren. If I decide I don't want Mitch in the photo, I can just erase them.
I do wonder though, on a show like Stranger Things, how many people do they have on staff? Because when a show's set in the 80s like that, you got to get it right?
Yeah.
I wonder how many.
I'm
people,
Coca-Cola Classic that came after.
Truly, they have on staff as continuity people to make sure.
I'm about halfway through the credits. I'll get back to you in about 10 more minutes.
What do you mean?
No, I'm exaggerating.
Okay. I'm like, you're watching it now?
I was joking though because I was seeing on social media, Mad Men recently got picked up by a new distributor, and I guess it's a lot of the unedited versions. And there's a clip that was circulating. One of the scenes where one of the characters is vomiting in the room, and you can see the guy in the background operating the vomit machine in the shot.
Because when they did when they remastered it or whatever, it went to a wider format or something, and they didn't realize that would be people in the shot that weren't supposed to.
In 1985, Coke messed with their recipe, and then people went nuts, and they had to change it back. So that's why. So there was a coach. They were like the kids, and I really thought I was like, I don't think that was out in the '80s. I think that was the '90s.
You really thought you outsmarted the whole production team behind Stranger Things.
I did, and I was wrong. I was wrong. I was totally wrong.
That's absolutely the best. Your favorite player's favorite player apparently is Colin Gillespie. That's one of the things that we learned last night because it was hilarious for a lot of people in their 20s, early 30s, late 20s, mid 20s, whatever. Tracy McGrady was like their favorite player as a kid growing up. They just loved watching because he was just such a force of nature, right? So to hear him, and I wonder what Colin. The next time we have Colin on the show, I want to ask him. What was it like to hear Tracy McGrady post-game say Colin Gillespie is one of my favorite players in the NBA?
Phoenix Suns are for real, on the road, hostile environment. Gillespie! Colin Gillespie. My favorite player, man, in the league. Gillespie. Favorite player in the league. He's one of my favorite players. You need to tell him that. That's one of my favorite players.
Seriously, that's pretty good.
Tracy McGrady. Yeah, like an all-time great.
Like imagine somebody you grew up admiring saying, yeah, that's John Gambador, man. He's one of my favorite people to listen to in the whole world. You know, like that's just like, oh, cool. You know, I don't know who you idolized in this business when you were young and starting out. Nobody? Not even like Francesa or Mad Dog?
No, not really, no.
No?
No, I don't think I ever idolized anybody in, and no, I would say no.
As a sportscaster? Not one, huh?
No, I mean, I remember some. I remember like growing up, and there was a guy named Warner Wolf. He'd be, let's go to the videotape. Wow. And Warner Wolf would be like that. But did I idolize anybody? No, I mean, no, not at all. Did you?
Dan Patrick. I wanted to be Dan Patrick so bad. I thought he was so good. Like, that's, yeah. I mean, he wasn't, at the time, he wasn't in radio. He was hosting SportsCenter. But yeah, growing up watching SportsCenter when I was in high school, I wanted to be. I
had Jake LaMotta at one of my boxing matches.
Okay,
but not after the match. He didn't go out after the match was over and say, "Kid, you're a great fighter." He didn't say anything like that. But he was there.
You have a reason to say that.
Jake LaMotta was at one of my matches, and but he never.
All right, I just thought I'd take a chance.
I would have been nice if he would have came over and, "Kid, you're my favorite fighter," but he didn't say anything.
Somebody
like that.
as a sportscaster that if they said something, and I'm just assuming that Tracy McGrady, that Colin Gillespie thinks that way about Tracy McGrady. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
There's Brett said that kid should probably call it quits.
That's going to do it for us. Mitch is next with an abbreviated version of Arizona Sports at Night before ASU basketball. We'll see you tomorrow straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.